Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 3391 to Chapter 3442. After flying for several days, Zhao Hai could already feel the reefs in front of him. At the same time, Zhao Hai also saw the Demon Mountain. At this point, Zhao Hai understood that this place was clearly an island, so why was it called a mountain? It can be said that the mountain was the island, and the island was the mountain. A huge mountain range stretched across the sea, just like a dragon floating on the surface of the water. Zhao Hai commanded the sword to fly up into the sky. While in the sky, Zhao Hai carefully looked at the mountain range. This mountain range was really strange. It was made up of small hills of different sizes. It looked like a chessboard with a bunch of chess pieces thrown at random. Besides the one in the middle that was relatively tall, the other hills were about the same height. Zhao Hai calculated that there were more than 200 hills here. Moreover, all of them were covered with plants. They looked very lush and beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the mountain range, his mind was thinking about where he should place the great sword. In the end, he looked at the highest peak. This peak was in the middle of all the other hills. The entire mountain was like a sword, but this sword didn't have a point. This was because Zhao Hai could see that the top of the mountain was flat. This was very strange, but Zhao Hai didn't think too much about it. He decided that he would place the great sword here. Then he would use the great sword to take all the magic plants and magic beasts back to the space. After taking them back to the space, he would release them and tame them. This was also Zhao Hai's discovery. He thought that his space didn't have the ability to tame magic plants and magic beasts. But later on, he discovered that he was wrong. The space had this ability, but it was only after the Nature's Palace was taken into the space. The Nature's Palace was the palace of the Lord of Nature. The Lord of Nature was the ruler of all living things, everything would submit to him. In the past, the Nature's Palace was only a palace, it didn't have this ability. But now, Zhao Hai had learned about nature energy. Nature energy combined with the Nature's Palace could make all living things submit to him. Take the fish that Zhao Hai took into the space as an example. After the fish woke up, the golden nature energy circulated around its body, causing it to immediately submit to Zhao Hai. After making his decision, Zhao immediately commanded the sword to fly towards the highest peak. When it reached the top of the mountain, the sword suddenly stood up, and the tip of the sword went straight down towards the peak. Just as Zhao Hai was about to make his move, a large number of birds suddenly flew out from both sides of the peak. These birds weren't very big, but their flying speed was very fast. Moreover, their bodies were blood red. When these birds appeared, they immediately collided with the great sword. Zhao Hai didn't stop. Instead, the great sword's speed became even faster. Before the great sword could reach the peak, the birds had already collided with it. The strength of the impact was very strong. Moreover, their bodies were very sturdy. However, their impact was nothing to the great sword. The great sword was still stuck on the peak of the mountain. When the great sword was stuck on the peak of the mountain, the birds were still colliding with the great sword. Even if their feathers were flying everywhere, they still didn't stop. Zhao Hai looked at the birds and coldly snorted. Then the 8 iron chains on the sword's hilt swept towards the birds. Although the birds' reactions were very fast, the iron chains weren't slow either. The iron chains directly hit the birds. However, what was strange was that the birds weren't killed by the iron chains. On the contrary, all the birds that came into contact with the iron chains were stuck. As the 8 iron chains rotated, more and more birds were stuck. In the end, the 8 iron chains turned into 8 red chains. When Zhao Hai saw this, his figure moved and appeared outside the great sword. Then he waved his hand and received all the birds into the space. When the other birds saw Zhao Hai, it was as if they had found a new target. They immediately attacked Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw the appearance of the birds, he couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "It's been a long time since I used the void formation technique. It's good for me to practice it." After Zhao Hai said that, his hands quickly formed seals. At the same time, he chanted an incantation. Finally, he pushed his hand forward as more than 100 magic formations appeared in front of him. When the birds that were attacking Zhao Hai hit the magic formations, they immediately stopped moving. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the birds back into the space. Under the dance of Zhao Hai and the iron chains, it didn't take long for the birds to be received by Zhao Hai. But after subduing the birds, Zhao Hai released them. This was because this was the territory of the birds. On Demon Island, demonic plants and animals wouldn't easily enter other people's territory. If the birds weren't here, then other demonic plants and animals would come. But if the birds were here, then the plants and animals wouldn't come. Zhao Hai needed some time. This was because he wasn't very satisfied with the great sword. Take what happened just now as an example. When the 8 iron chains were dancing, they were actually quite rigid. They could only dance in a certain direction. If there weren't too many birds, then the 8 iron chains wouldn't have been able to touch so many birds. In other words, the 8 iron chains were still dead. Naturally, it was impossible to make the 8 iron chains as flexible as living creatures. However, Zhao Hai could refine the 8 iron chains to make them more flexible. At the same time, he could also improve the great sword. He could make the great sword act like a computer, controlling the 8 iron chains like an arm. This way, the great sword would be able to make different commands according to different situations. This situation might sound complicated, but it wasn't. Zhao Hai had done this before. The main thing was that he needed a very complex magic formation. This magic formation was the core of the great sword's magic formation. Zhao Hai also knew about this magic formation. But in order to make the core of the great sword work, Zhao Hai had to do one thing, and that was to refine the great sword. If it was any other large artifact, it wouldn't be this troublesome. This was because other large magic formations were originally made to be used as large artifacts. All the materials and refining methods were used to refine them. However, this great sword was different. When it was made, it wasn't meant to be used as a large artifact. Although it was made to be this big, it was still a far cry from a true large artifact. Before, Zhao Hai only wanted it to fly so that it would have some basic fighting capabilities. Then he would refine it in the future. His original plan was to refine the great sword after he subdued everything in the Demon Mountain. However, the experience just now made Zhao Hai understand that if he didn't refine the great sword, then the great sword's help in the Demon Mountain would be very limited. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai naturally wanted to refine the great sword. But during this process, he needed to take the great sword into the space and refine it using the nature's palace. During this process, Zhao Hai didn't want other magic beasts or plants to disturb him. Because of this, he released the birds. After releasing the birds, they circled around the mountain a few times before returning to their nests. At the same time, Zhao Hai called Lu Wei and Guan Huang out. The two stood at the top of the mountain and looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Zhao Hai didn't care about the two. After the two left the great sword, Zhao Hai went to the side of the great sword and placed his hand on it. Then with an intention, the great sword disappeared in front of Zhao Hai. Lu Wei and Guan Huang were startled when they saw Zhao Hai's actions. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to make such a big sword disappear. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. Instead, he looked at the two and said, "We'll be staying here for a few days. As for food and water, I'll prepare it for you. You need to keep an eye on this place and don't let anyone disturb me. Even if I don't eat or drink, you still shouldn't disturb me. Understood?" The two nodded. After that, Zhao Hai took out a pile of food as well as several water bags for the two. After that, he found a place and sat down cross-legged. After he sat down, the stone hammer tree suddenly appeared behind him along with the iron thread grass. Then Zhao Hai pulled his spiritual force into the space. Everything inside the space was normal except for the great sword. Zhao Hai wasn't worried, he directly pulled his spiritual force into the nature palace. After his spiritual force entered the nature palace, he saw the great sword. However, the great sword couldn't be called a great sword anymore, it should be called a small sword. At this time, the great sword had shrunk to the size of Zhao Hai's palm. As for the 8 iron chains, they were wrapped around the small tree's branches. It looked like an ornament hanging on the small tree. However, Zhao Hai knew that the great sword was being refined by the small tree. He believed that it wouldn't take long for the small tree to finish refining the great sword. However, Zhao Hai still placed his hand on the small tree as he transmitted the details of the great sword's shape and formation to the small tree. Zhao Hai also discovered that the small tree was a bit like the processing machine in the space. However, it wasn't as convenient to use as the processing machine. For example, when it comes to improving the great sword, Zhao Hai needed to do it himself. But even so, Zhao Hai was still very satisfied. After arriving in the Soul Realm, it can be said that he didn't have anything. The things that he used the most were all gone. Everything had to start from scratch. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't like this feeling at all. But whether he liked it or not, he still needed to find ways to make himself stronger. This was until he met the Nature Palace. When he met the Nature Palace, his soul space underwent a huge change and became somewhat similar to his previous space. Although there were still a lot of differences, the main functions were still present. This made Zhao Hai very happy. At the same time, it also made him more confident in leaving the Soul Realm. Lu Wei and Guan Huang stood guard by Zhao Hai's side. Although the two of them had yet to reach the consolidating equipment level, they were already at level 9, and had a high chance of reaching that level. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, people like them were still far from reaching the consolidating equipment level. However, the two of them only needed to stay by Zhao Hai's side and not let Zhao Hai be disturbed. Furthermore, the ones who were truly protecting Zhao Hai were the red birds, the stone hammer, and the iron thread grass. The two of them were just two dispensable existences. The reason why Zhao Hai kept the two of them was because when he was arranging the interior of the large sword, he needed them to sell things. At the same time, he didn't want others to notice anything, so he kept the two of them alive. Now that the two of them had become Zhao Hai's slaves, Zhao Hai wouldn't kill the two of them. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Now that the two of them had become his slaves, he wouldn't kill them so easily, as there was no need to do so. Zhao Hai sat there for 7 days. In these 7 days, Zhao Hai didn't wake up, and Lu Wei and Guan Huang didn't move either. The food that Zhao Hai left for them was enough to last them for 10 days. However, they didn't know how the mountain peak was made, but there was nothing there. The two of them had suffered a lot on the mountain peak. However, the two of them didn't say anything, and continued to guard Zhao Hai's side. After all, they were now Zhao Hai's slaves, and slaves couldn't resist their masters. In the past 7 days, Zhao had been paying attention to the changes in the great sword. Although the great sword had turned into a small sword when it entered the space, in the past 3 days, the small sword had also undergone some changes. The shape of the sword had become more beautiful, and there was also a pattern on the body of the sword. The pattern looked like a vine, and there was also a flower on top of it. The 3 iron chains also changed. The 8 iron lotuses grew barbs. Most importantly, the iron rings on the top of the iron chains changed into the shape of flower buds. They looked very beautiful. Then the giant sword left the sapling. But even after it left the sapling, it didn't get any bigger. Zhao froze for a moment, then he thought of something. He waved his hand, and the giant sword immediately flew into his hand. It was still only a little bit. Even the iron lotus behind the sword wasn't as long as Zhao's palm. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up, then his figure moved and flew out of the Nature's Palace. Then he threw the small sword in his hand and shouted, "Big!" Along with Zhao Hai's words, the small sword was like a balloon that was blown up. It quickly grew bigger, and before long, it had turned into a 100 meters long sword. This didn't include the iron chain behind it, which was even longer than the sword. Zhao Hai nodded, then he flew to the back of the sword and opened the door to take a look inside. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai's face revealed an expression of anticipation. The space inside the sword had also undergone a huge change. Aside from Zhao Hai's room and Lu Wei's room, there was now a new space. The area of this space was about 10,000 square meters, which wasn't small. Moreover, this space was different from before. When the sword was vertical, the space would also be vertical. If a person were to enter this space for the first time, they would be startled. But now, whether the sword was horizontal or vertical, the space would be the same, it wouldn't change. Zhao Hai knew that the sword now had an internal space. In the future, the attack power of the sword would become stronger. Moreover, it could store more things and people. Zhao Hai entered his room and immediately opened the control system of the sword. He carefully looked at the functions of the sword. Although the functions of the sword weren't much more than before, it was still very good. The sword had now achieved intelligent control. Although it wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's previous formations, it was still very powerful. Moreover, the sword could now communicate with Zhao Hai's thoughts. As soon as Zhao Hai's thoughts moved, the sword would respond accordingly. This was already very good. After carefully studying the great sword, Zhao Hai relaxed. The might of the great sword had increased by several times compared to before. Now, Zhao Hai was sure that with this great sword, it would be difficult for him to meet an opponent in the Soul Realm. Besides the legendary Broken River Realm experts, there was no one else who could be his opponent. And Broken River Realm experts had always been a legend in the Soul Realm. Only when the Destroyer appeared would you be able to see a few Broken River Realm experts. Normally, those people wouldn't appear. Experts of that level wouldn't be able to command them. Zhao Hai let out a long breath as he pulled his spiritual force out of the sword. Then his spiritual force returned to his body. For convenience's sake, he had been using his spiritual force to conduct experiments inside the space. Now, he could finally come out. Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed for a moment before calming down. Then he stood up. Lu Wei and Guan Huang immediately surrounded him. They bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Master, you're awake." Zhao Hai nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, a small sword appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai shook his hand and the small sword turned into an ordinary sword. However, this sword had 8 tails, which made it look a bit strange. However, Lu Wei and Guan Huang stared blankly at the long sword. They could see that the style of the long sword was the same as the great sword from before. However, they didn't think that such a large sword could actually become like this. This was too shocking. Zhao Hai didn't care about them. With a thought, the sword flew around him. Moreover, it was very flexible. Then the sword flew up and kept growing in the air. Finally, it turned into a 100-meter-long sword. The 8 chains looked like 8 dragons as they danced in the air. When the sword became bigger, Lu Wei and Guan Huang could feel the magnificence of the sword. The appearance of the sword didn't seem to be anything special. It felt like it was pitch black and wasn't very conspicuous. But if you look carefully, you can see that the sword was dark green. Moreover, there were patterns of vines and flowers on the sword's body. As for the 8 chains, they weren't ordinary chains like before. There were barbs on the chains. These barbs were shining with a cold light. At a glance, one could see that they were very frightening. At the end of the chains, there were flower bud-like pendants. These pendants were very sharp. One could see that they weren't easy to deal with. But this wasn't the end. The pendants suddenly opened up like a flower. Moreover, there were 9 layers of petals. In the middle of the flower, there were stamens. These stamens were like sharp swords. It was very strange. Terrifying, too terrifying. The first feeling this sword gave people was shock. The second feeling was that it was gorgeous. And the third feeling was that it was terrifying. Whether it was the barbs on the iron chain or the flower that suddenly bloomed, they all made people feel incomparably fearful. Lu Wei and Guan Huang looked at all of this in a daze. They didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "All right, let's go in." Along with his voice, an iron chain extended in front of the 3. The flower also fell to the ground. Zhao Hai walked towards the flower and directly ran to its center. Although there were stamens in the middle of the flower that could attack people, the stamens were conical. As long as one wasn't pierced, there wouldn't be any danger. One could stand on top of the flower and even hold on to the stamens. When Lu Wei and Guan Huang saw Zhao Hai's actions, they didn't say anything. The 2 jumped onto the flower as well. Then the iron chain rolled back and sent the 3 of them to the sword's hilt. Zhao Hai opened the door and walked in. Lu Wei and Guan Huang quickly followed. Upon entering the sword space, Lu Wei and Guan Huang couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that the sword space would become this big. Moreover, it wasn't like before. When they stood outside, they felt as if the space was vertical. Zhao Hai took the lead and walked in. The 2 quickly followed after him. After entering his bedroom, Zhao Hai said, "Go to the kitchen and get something to eat. I haven't eaten anything in the past few days. I'm hungry." Lu Wei and Guan Huang nodded and then went to the kitchen. On the other hand, Zhao Hai sat in the living room and took out the 3D map on the coffee table. This map was bigger than before, allowing them to see further. Zhao Hai made the sword bigger. Then the sword flew towards the demon mountain. Zhao Hai knew that the operation had just begun. However, just as he was about to move, he saw a hawk flying towards him. Upon seeing the hawk, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he patted his head. He felt that he had forgotten something. However, he couldn't remember what it was. It wasn't until he saw the hawk that he remembered that he had forgotten to send a letter to his family. Zhao Hai hadn't contacted the Hu family for more than a year. In the past, he was busy engraving the magic formation on the sword. And since he was inside the sword, it wasn't easy for him to contact the outside world. After taking the sword away, Zhao Hai immediately rushed towards Demon Island and didn't contact his family. After arriving here, he was busy with subduing the birds and refining the sword. Counting the time, it has been more than 10 days since he left Giant Sword City. However, he didn't contact his family until he saw the hawk. This made Zhao Hai feel very embarrassed. He immediately took out a piece of paper and wrote a long letter. Then he went to the Great Sword Sect and released the hawk from his space. Then he placed the letter into the bamboo tube on the hawk's leg. After that, he patted the hawk and pointed towards the distance. The hawk cried out before it flapped its wings and flew away. After seeing the hawk fly away, Zhao Hai sighed. Then he looked at the hawk's departing figure with a complicated expression. Although he had been in the Soul Realm for more than 20 years, he still couldn't adapt. In the past, no matter where he went, he could still contact Laura and the others. But now, if he wanted to contact the Hu family, he had to go through the hawk. Because of this, he always forgot about this matter. It has been more than 10 days since he left Giant Sword City, but he still didn't contact the Hu family. Hu Yuan was anxious. It has been more than 10 days since the attack on the Hu family. In these 10 days, they still haven't received a letter from Zhao Hai. This made them anxious. They even began to wonder if their previous judgment was wrong. Otherwise, why haven't they received Zhao Hai's letter yet? Hu Yuan stood in the valley. He wasn't in the mood to work. Although Zhao Hai was his adopted grandson, he could also be regarded as his last disciple. Although Hu Yuan has poured his heart and soul into Zhao Hai, if something were to happen to Zhao Hai, then the blow to him would be too great. At this time, an eagle cry could be heard in the sky. Then a giant eagle descended from the sky and arrived in front of Hu Yuan. When Hu Yuan saw the giant eagle, his eyes lit up. He was very happy. He knew that this giant eagle was Zhao Hai's messenger eagle. Sure enough, after the giant eagle landed on the ground, it immediately raised its claw. Hu Yuan immediately went over and opened the bamboo tube before taking out several pieces of paper. After receiving the papers, Hu Yuan carefully looked at them. These were letters written by Zhao Hai. In the letter, he talked about how he was captured by the Sword Spirit country. At the same time, he also talked about the magic formation. However, he didn't go into detail. He only said that he was the one who took the Sword Spirit country's sword and that he was now at the Demon Mountain. When Hu Yuan saw the contents of the letter, he finally felt relieved. He received the letter and chuckled. Then he sent someone to call Hu Chao over and then showed the letter to him. After Hu Chao read the letter, he finally nodded and said, "So it really is him. Also, what is this magic formation? It's so magical. That kid is really too much. He's already out of danger," but instead of going home, he went to the Demon Mountain. Hu Yuan smiled and said, "It seems like he's afraid of implicating his family. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's good to know that Crane Grass is safe. Looking at the Sword Spirit country, I'm afraid that they don't suspect our Hu clan anymore. However, I don't know if they will send people to Demon Island." Hu Chao nodded and said, "If they send people to Fiend Island, then I'm afraid they would find the Crane Grass. This is troublesome. Third uncle, should we remind the Crane Grass?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Write a letter to Crane Grass and tell him to be careful. You don't need to remind him of anything else. Go." Hu Chao nodded and turned around to leave. Hu Yuan was also in a good mood. He hummed a tune and went to the fruit garden to take care of the fruit trees. At this time, Zhao Hai had already begun to sweep through the demonic plants and beasts in the Demon Mountain. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that there were a lot of demonic plants and beasts in the Demon Mountain. This made Zhao Hai feel very surprised. Zhao Hai swept through the demon plants and demon animals while observing what was different about the Demon Mountain. Why were there more demon plants and demon animals here compared to other places? After some time of observation, Zhao Hai finally found something wrong. There was a small lake in the Demon Mountain. This lake wasn't very big. It was located at the foot of the highest peak of the Demon Mountain where Zhao Hai landed. The lake's water was very clear, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. But after Zhao Hai looked around the Demon Mountain, he finally found something wrong with the lake. There were a lot more demon plants in the lake compared to other places. The further away from the lake, the fewer demon plants there were. But the closer to the lake, the more demon plants there were. Zhao Hai was now certain that the reason why the Demon Mountain became like this must be related to the small lake. But Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to solve the problem of the small lake. He was going to subdue all the demonic plants and animals in the Demon Mountain first. Then he would go to the small lake and see what was there. It didn't take too much time to subdue the demon plants and demon animals. Although the demon plants and demon animals weren't weak, they were still far inferior to Zhao Hai. And with the help of the Great Sword and Zhao Hai's void condensing technique, the demon plants and demon animals were quickly subdued by Zhao Hai. And this speed was relatively fast. It took Zhao Hai 3 months to subdue all the demon plants and demon animals in the Demon Mountain. And in these 3 months, a lot of big things happened in the Soul Realm. First, the Great Sword of the Sword Spirit Country went missing. Then, many clans and forces in the Soul Realm were attacked by unknown people. People with discerning eyes could see that it was the Sword Spirit Country's doing, but nobody said anything. Although the clans that were attacked suffered some losses, it wasn't serious. On the contrary, the people who attacked them suffered a lot of casualties. This situation made the people of the Soul Realm feel very impatient. They also knew that the Sword Spirit Country was going crazy. The Great Sword actually went missing for no reason. It would be strange if the people of the Sword Spirit Country didn't go crazy. Zhao Hai also received a notice from the Hu clan. He also knew that the people of the Sword Spirit Country would come to the Demon Mountain sooner or later. This made him a little surprised, but he didn't say anything. If they come, then they'll come. Then he'll deal with them. 3 months later, the situation in the Soul World still hadn't calmed down. The actions of the Sword Spirit Nation had already aroused public anger. The great clans of various countries began to unite and began to retaliate against the Sword Spirit Nation. This had also aroused the anger of the Sword Spirit Nation. It had always been them who bullied others, when was it the turn of others to bully them? Therefore, the Sword Spirit Nation began a new round of retaliation. The result was that the matter was getting bigger and bigger. Finally, when the various countries saw that this wasn't going to work, they immediately began to make arrangements. This made it very difficult for the people of the Sword Spirit Country to enter their country and attack them. Naturally, it was also very difficult for the people of the other countries to enter the Sword Spirit Country to retaliate. Because of this, the two sides slowly stopped fighting and the dispute finally came to an end. But the problem was that the people of the Sword Spirit Country still hadn't found the Great Sword. At this time, Zhao Hai finally reached the final step. He led Lu Wei and Guan Huang to the side of the small lake. Zhao Hai looked at the clear lake water. He can feel that there was a strong energy in the lake, but this energy was very violent. Staying by the lake made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if there was a fierce tiger in the lake, staring at him all the time. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Lu Wei and Guan Huang. The two of them were really uncomfortable, there was a trace of fear on their faces. Zhao Hai turned his head to the two and said, "All right, you two stay away from the lake and find a place to rest. Don't worry about me." The two nodded before they turned around and left. After the two left, Zhao Hai looked at the lake. Then his figure moved as he jumped into the lake. As soon as he entered the lake, he could feel the bone-chilling cold. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. At this time, a formation was formed around his body. This formation protected him, not even a drop of water could get close to him. At the same time, Zhao Hai also dived into the lake. The lake was unexpectedly deep beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai had already dived 100 meters into the lake, but he still couldn't see the bottom. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there weren't any animals in the lake. Whether it was fish or shrimp, there wasn't a single one. This was really strange. Zhao Hai didn't care too much as he continued to dive into the lake. When he was about 200 meters into the lake, a shadow suddenly attacked Zhao Hai. With a thought, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared 10 meters away. At the same time that he dodged the attack, he also saw the shadow. The shadow was about 20 meters long and was thicker than a large barrel. It didn't have any scales on its body, but it had a big mouth with sharp teeth. Zhao Hai looked at this thing. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt it was. After a while, Zhao Hai reacted and muttered, "Isn't this a loach?" Zhao Hai was right, the thing that attacked him was indeed a loach. However, it was a demonized loach. When the loach saw that its attack didn't succeed, it immediately noticed Zhao Hai. Then it turned and went straight towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai felt that the water pressure around him suddenly increased. The water seemed to have solidified. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "Good, it can use its innate spirit ability. It's about to become a demon." Indeed, although there were a lot of demonized animals that could use innate spirit abilities, there were also strong and weak innate spirit abilities. The innate spirit ability that this loach used could be considered one of the more advanced ones. It was also a very strong one. One must know that this loach's innate spirit ability wasn't just a little bit. It could control the lake water from a distance. This was very amazing. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. He waved his hand as a sword appeared beside him. The sword directly flew towards the loach. The loach might have felt the power of the sword, so it wanted to dodge the sword. However, it seemed like it underestimated the flexibility of the sword. When it dodged, the sword also chased after it. This made the loach anxious. It immediately directed the water to press down on the sword. However, this move didn't work on the sword. The sword was like a small fish in the water. No matter how the water pressed down on it, the sword didn't slow down and continued to attack the loach. Zhao Hai looked at the battle between the loach and the sword. He didn't help the loach, instead, he observed the loach. The loach's abdomen had several protrusions, it seems like it was about to grow claws. Once it grows claws, it wouldn't be a loach anymore and would evolve into a flood dragon. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's hand couldn't help but move. A chain that wasn't very thick appeared in his hand. This chain was refined by him using the river-blocking iron chain. Zhao Hai originally wanted to use the river-blocking iron chain on the sword, but after thinking about it, he didn't use it. Instead, he refined the chain into an artifact, a special artifact for locking people. Seeing an opportunity, the chain in Zhao Hai's hand flew out and wrapped around the loach. As soon as the chain wrapped around the loach, a magic formation lit up on the chain. Once the magic formation appeared, no matter how the loach struggled, it was useless. The chain only tightened. At the same time, the sword also grew in size. The 8 chains behind the sword also wrapped around the loach. These 8 chains had barbs, so the loach felt pain and struggled even more. However, the 8 chains behind the sword were also refined, so it was impossible for the loach to break free. After struggling for a while, the loach finally calmed down. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai's mind moved and the 8 chains separated from the loach. On the other hand, the river-blocking iron chain that was released by Zhao Hai didn't break free. Zhao Hai grabbed one end of the river-blocking iron chain, then with another thought, both the chain and the loach were taken into the soul object space. After entering the soul object space, Zhao Hai separated the chain from the loach's body. After the golden natural energy of the space wrapped around the loach's injuries quickly healed. At the same time, the loach also calmed down. Zhao Hai arranged for the loach to be placed in a small lake inside the space. Then he pulled his spiritual force out of the space. After that, his figure moved and dived down. However, this time, he didn't put away the sword that had shrunk. Instead, he had it surround him as a precaution. After diving for about 20 meters, Zhao Hai finally reached the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the lake was pitch black, as if there was nothing there. However, Zhao Hai felt that something was wrong. This was because there was a very violent force at the bottom of the lake. This force was much stronger compared to the force that he felt at the edge of the lake. This made Xiao Hai frown. Xiao slowly felt for the source of this power. He slowly swam around the bottom of the lake, but he couldn't find the source of this power. This made Xiao frown, and at the same time, he looked more carefully. After a while, he finally found the problem. The problem came from a stone, a very ordinary stone. This stone was buried in the mud at the bottom of the lake, and Zhao didn't notice it before. But later, Zhao noticed that this stone seemed to be a bit special. The shape of the mud around it was a bit special, as if it had been moved by someone. Thinking of this, Zhao was sure that there was something wrong with this stone. Thinking of this, Zhao immediately made the giant sword bigger, and then the 8 chains wrapped around the stone. The stone was slowly pulled out of the mud by the giant sword. As soon as the stone was pulled out, a violent aura immediately rose into the sky. At the same time, a dark hole appeared under the stone. Because of the violent aura, there was no way for the mud to enter the hole. Zhao looked at the giant sword, and then the giant sword directly wrapped around the stone. The moment the stone was pulled out of the mud, a violent aura immediately rose into the sky. At the same time, a dark hole appeared under the stone. Because of the violent aura, there was no way for the mud to enter the hole. When Zhao Hai saw the hole, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew that the thing he was looking for was inside this hole. The great sword threw the stone to the side. After shrinking, it flew back to Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai's figure moved and went straight into the hole. Although the violent aura was heavy, it didn't have much effect on Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's state of mind, this kind of aura couldn't affect him. Zhao Hai discovered that he was inside a large battleship. There was no water here, everything around him was made of metal. There were tables and chairs, it looked like the interior of a ship. However, this ship was completely sealed. Zhao Hai was sure that this was a battleship. However, this battleship was damaged. Inside the battleship were some corpses. These corpses were wearing leather clothes. The clothes were very beautiful, but even their heads were covered. Zhao Hai went to the side of a corpse and gently touched the clothes. The clothes immediately broke, but the body inside the clothes made Zhao Hai surprised. This was because the body inside the clothes was still very fresh, it looked like a living person. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. He took the helmet off the corpse's head. This helmet was made of metal. After Zhao Hai took the helmet off, he discovered that there was a man inside. However, this man looked very strange. His head was very big, and he was bald. His chin was protruding, and his eyes were sunken. At this time, his eyes were closed, making him look like he was sleeping. This made Zhao Hai stare. He looked at the man's eyes and felt strange. This man's face was very strange. It was impossible for an average person to have such a face. Such a face could only be formed by a severely deformed person. What was going on? Naturally, the most important thing was that when Zhao Hai scanned the man with his spiritual force, he couldn't find anything inside the man's body. Zhao Hai couldn't help but gently touch the strange face. The flesh on the face was very elastic, just like a living person. Finally, when Zhao Hai's hand touched the man's eyes, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the man's eyes were sunken. After that, a hissing sound was heard. Then from the man's nostrils and ears, white gas was released. It was as if a sealed place was opened. Zhao Hai retracted his hand, only to discover that the person's entire mouth was flipped up, revealing something inside. Behind the person's face, there wasn't a bone, nor was there anything inside the brain. Instead, there was a small compartment behind the person's face. This was a very small cabin. There was only one seat in the cabin, but next to the seat were many instruments. These instruments were also very small. A man with a big head and a small body was sitting in the cabin. But this man was already dead. Zhao Hai became interested. This was the first time he saw such a thing. He took the man out of the cabin. Although the man was dead, his body wasn't damaged. It looked like he was sleeping. This made Zhao Hai very curious. But after studying for a long time, he still couldn't figure out anything. This man was just like a miniature human. Besides having a big head and a small body, there was no difference between him and an ordinary human. If there was a difference, it would be that he didn't wear any clothes. Zhao Hai thought about it and decided to receive the man into the soul space. When he leaves the soul realm, he would use the soul space to study the man. At the same time, he also received the body of the man into the soul space. The body looked like a person, but it was actually a machine. This made Zhao Hai very curious. Unfortunately, with his current ability, he had no way to study it. After receiving the body into the spiritual object space, Zhao picked up the helmet and carefully looked at it. This helmet really wasn't simple. At first glance, one could see that it was made with a lot of care. It had a lot of functions. Zhao Hai also received the helmet into the space. Then he looked around. There were several corpses around, all of them were the same as this one. After examining them, Zhao Hai received the corpses back into the soul space. Then he carefully looked at the cabin. This was indeed a spaceship's cabin, but the things inside seemed to be unusable. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to let go of this cabin. He wanted to take the cabin back into the space and slowly study it later. But before that, Zhao Hai wanted to find out where the violent aura came from. Obviously, this cabin wasn't the source of the aura. The area of the cabin wasn't very big, only about 1,000 square meters. Although 1,000 square meters wasn't small, compared to the spaceship, this 1,000 square meters was really not big. Zhao Hai walked around the cabin and didn't find anything useful. Then he walked to the side and saw a door. This door was an iron door, but it was currently closed. Zhao Hai walked to the side of the iron door and found that the iron door was automatic. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, the long sword in his hand lightly cut open the iron door. After that, Zhao Hai walked out of the cabin and went to another cabin. Inside this cabin was a very tall machine. Zhao Hai felt that the violent aura was coming from this machine. Zhao Hai slowly walked to the side of the machine and carefully looked at it. The machine was 5 meters tall, 10 meters long, and 3 meters wide. There were a lot of pipes on top of it, but these weren't what Zhao Hai paid attention to. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the machine. Finally, he jumped to the top of the machine and saw a small door. This door wasn't very big, but it was tightly sealed. There was something like a secret code lock on top of it. Zhao Hai carefully looked at the door. Then he gently placed his hand on the door and sent his spiritual force into it. After a while, the door opened by itself. When the door opened, Zhao Hai saw what was inside. Inside the door was a crystal, a blood-red crystal. This crystal seemed to be alive. As soon as it felt the door open, it flew out of the door. Zhao Hai grabbed it. The crystal struggled in Zhao Hai's hand as if it wanted to run away. But how could it escape from Zhao Hai's grasp? Zhao Hai grabbed the crystal, but he didn't feel good. Although he didn't let the crystal run away, he felt a violent emotion rising from the bottom of his heart. His eyes slowly turned red, his breathing became more and more rapid. His body emitted a murderous aura. Zhao was also aware of his own situation, but he didn't rush to make any response. He sat directly on the machine, holding the red crystal in his hand. Then he slowly closed his eyes and began to recite the scriptures in his mouth. Zhao Hai was chanting Buddhist scriptures. Buddhist scriptures can eliminate a demon's hostility. Zhao Hai didn't expect the hostility in the crystal to be so strong. Therefore, the hostility rushed into his body. If he couldn't eliminate the hostility as soon as possible, he would become a murderous monster. He might even lose his mind and turn into a killing machine. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's state of mind didn't stop. Therefore, although the hostility changed his mind a little, the change wasn't very big. On the contrary, if Zhao Hai wanted to suppress the hostility, it would be very easy. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. He wanted to get rid of the hostility once and for all. There was only one way to deal with this evil aura, and that was to absorb it and then slowly grind it away. Finally, the evil aura would be integrated into one's own aura, making it a part of one's aura. Although this was very difficult, once Zhao Hai succeeds, then he would have another weapon in his arsenal. When Zhao Hai was fighting, he would release some killing intent. Killing intent could be considered as one of Zhao Hai's weapons. If he could integrate this ruthless aura into his killing intent, then it would be amazing. Killing intent with hostility could definitely affect a person's mind. However, this process was very long and very painful. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to use this method. This was because if they weren't careful, then they would be controlled by the hostility. Then it would be troublesome. The hostility would take control of your entire body, turning you into a killing machine. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he recited the scriptures. The crystal in his hand was struggling slower and slower. Finally, it stopped moving. At the same time, the red color on the crystal became less and less. Finally, it completely disappeared. After hearing the last trace of red color disappear, Zhao Hai slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at the crystal in his hand and suddenly smiled. I didn't expect the harvest to be this big. It turned out to be a traction crystal. While looking at Zhao Hai received the traction crystal into his spiritual space. After receiving the crystal into the space, Zhao Hai felt natural energy surrounding the crystal. Then Zhao Hai felt a small fruit on the nature temple's tree. At the same time, the traction crystal was also filled with natural energy. The crystal was no longer transparent, it was now shining with golden light. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he withdrew his spiritual force from the space. Then he looked at the ship. It was a small ship, not very big, but it should be a relatively advanced ship. This was because the materials used to build it were very particular. Zhao Hai looked around, then he walked out of the ship. When he arrived at the hall, he found that the hall was already covered in mud and water. Apparently, after the ship's evil aura disappeared, there was nothing to block the mud and water. The mud and water directly rushed into the ship. Zhao Hai looked around, then he walked out of the ship and went to the hall. The hall was already covered in mud and water. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he directly entered the great sword. The great sword was still small, but Zhao Hai was still able to enter it. This was because the great sword had its own internal space. Even if the great sword became smaller, the internal space wouldn't change. This allowed Zhao Hai to move freely inside. After entering the great sword, Zhao Hai's mind moved. The great sword flew out of the mud and water and returned to the bottom of the lake. After reaching the bottom of the lake, Zhao Hai came out of the great sword. Then he made a hand seal as formations appeared in front of him. Then these formations were directly imprinted on the mud at the bottom of the lake. The mud at the bottom of the lake began to churn as the wreckage of a ship slowly rose from the bottom of the lake. It wasn't a very big spaceship. It was about 1,000 meters long and about 400 to 500 meters wide. However, it was only about 100 meters tall. However, the airship was now split in half. Zhao Hai wasn't mistaken, the airship was split in half. Moreover, Zhao Hai can feel that the airship was split in half by a blade before it fell to the ground. Zhao Hai can see that this airship wasn't an ordinary airship. Even though it fell from the sky, it didn't cause too much damage. Zhao Hai walked to the middle of the ship, where the ship was cut off. He carefully looked at the cut and nodded. Good momentum. Good blade technique. Zhao Hai nodded and said, good blade technique. After looking at the airship again, Zhao Hai took it back to the space. After taking the airship back to the space, Zhao Hai went from the bottom of the lake to the surface. He could feel that the lake was no longer filled with violent aura. At this time, Zhao Hai had complete control over Demon Island. All of the plants and animals on the island had become Zhao Hai's subordinates. When Zhao Hai came out of the lake, Lu Wei and Guan Huang immediately came over. The two looked at Zhao Hai and cupped their fists. Master, do you have any orders? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, nothing. From now on, Demon Island is mine. How about this, they can find a place to live nearby. This place is close to a water source, it would be more convenient to get water. The two nodded and didn't say anything. Zhao Hai didn't want to live inside the sword. He didn't think that it was necessary. However, there was nothing on Demon Island right now. Moreover, Zhao Hai looked around these past few days. There were a lot of magic plants and animals on the nearby islands. Although these things weren't very strong, their numbers weren't small. And with the terrain of Demon Island, it was no wonder that it was difficult for outsiders to come in. Even if they did, they wouldn't have a good time. If one wanted to enter Demon Island, then they would need to pass through a reef. There were large and small reefs here, making it impossible for large ships to pass through. Even small boats would struggle to pass through. No wonder people said that experts couldn't come here. If you weren't an expert, then you wouldn't even be able to get close to the island. When Zhao Hai said that they would live outside, Lu Wei and Guan Huang didn't have any objections. Zhao Hai was their master, how could they have any objections? The two nodded and immediately packed their things in order to find a place to live. Zhao Hai's attention was now focused on the traction crystal inside the space. The traction crystal was a kind of crystal that Zhao Hai had never seen before. This kind of traction crystal was one of the best energy crystals. It was known as the Universal Energy Source Crystal. The traction crystal didn't have any attributes, it also didn't have any energy. However, this kind of crystal had a special characteristic, it was traction. Whatever energy you put into the crystal would have its own energy. In addition to this, the crystal had another special characteristic. It could absorb energy from the surroundings, increasing the energy inside its body. At the same time, it could also release the absorbed energy for cultivators to absorb. The speed at which the crystal absorbed energy was much faster than that of a cultivator. Moreover, the energy released by the crystal was much purer and easier for people to absorb. It was precisely because of this that the crystal was known as an all-purpose energy source. One can imagine that if you were a water-attributed cultivator, then the amount of water-attributed energy you can absorb would be counted as 1 crystal per day. A fist-sized traction crystal would be able to absorb about 10,000 crystals per day, 10,000 times more than a cultivator. This amount was astonishing. If the traction crystal was used in a formation, then its effect would be even more astonishing. Because of this kind of crystal was the best choice for cultivation and large artifacts. A fist-sized traction crystal was enough to become the energy source of a large artifact. Moreover, one wouldn't need to worry about the energy source ever running out. As for the traction crystal that Zhao Hai just obtained, it was the size of 2 fists. It was very suitable to be used as the energy source of a large artifact. When Zhao Hai grabbed the crystal, he was able to grab it with his bare hands. Don't forget that he was now a giant with a height of 2.5 meters. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to live outside and not inside the sword was because he wanted to use the traction crystal as the energy source of the sword. He didn't want Lu Wei and Guan Huang to know about this. When Zhao Hai was refining the sword, he left a place for it to be used as an energy source. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to go outside and refine the yin-yang lightning pool there. But now, he wanted to refine the place into an ordinary energy source before putting the traction crystal inside. As long as the traction crystal was placed inside, then the sword's power would increase by 100 times, or even 1,000 times. Currently, the sword was relying on the energy-gathering formations on its body to absorb energy. If the traction crystal was placed inside, then the energy-gathering formations would be able to play a greater role. At the same time, the energy released by the traction crystal would be even purer. This way, the sword's power would increase. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to tell Lu Wei and Guan Huang about this. Lu Wei and Guan Huang were forcibly taken as slaves by him. This made Zhao Hai very uncomfortable. This was because the two of them weren't undead. Undead were created by the space, so it was impossible for them to betray him. However, Lu Wei and Guan Huang were different. If there was an opportunity and an expert, they could break Zhao Hai's slave formation. In that case, Lu Wei and Guan Huang would no longer be loyal to him. Lu Wei and Guan Huang found a good place. It was a cave not far from the lake. It was the cave of a demonic tiger. However, the demonic tiger had already been subdued by Zhao Hai, so Zhao Hai released it. The cave was very big. With the demonic tiger living inside, Zhao Hai and the others wouldn't find it crowded. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything special about it. The demonic tiger was a water elemental tiger. Therefore, the cave was very clean and didn't have any smell. Zhao Hai and the others could directly live inside. When the demonic tiger saw Zhao Hai, it was very affectionate. Zhao Hai gently stroked the demonic tiger and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything, then he looked at Lu Wei and Guan Huang and said, "Lu Wei, Guan Huang, you two stay here for a while. I'll be going into seclusion for a while. Don't disturb me during this time." The two nodded and then went to prepare. Zhao Hai sat down cross-legged in the cave while the demonic tiger laid down in front of Zhao Hai. Demonic beasts like these don't need to eat. Therefore, even if they don't move for a long time, they wouldn't have any problems. Compared to Lu Wei and Guan Huang, Zhao Hai was more willing to trust the demonic tiger. The demonic tiger wouldn't betray him. After Zhao Hai sat down cross-legged, he immediately pulled his spiritual force into his soul object space and then transformed it into his appearance. Naturally, this was only Zhao Hai's spiritual force, it wasn't his main body. After Zhao Hai sat inside the space, he immediately sent his spiritual force into the great sword. At the same time, he also had the traction crystal in his hand. After entering the great sword, Zhao Hai went to his room and then entered the bedroom. There was a painting on the wall of the bedroom. This painting was of a very complex magic formation. This magic formation seemed to be constantly revolving. This magic formation was much more complex than ordinary magic formations. Outsiders might not know what this magic formation was, but Zhao Hai was very clear about it. This magic formation was the energy source of the great sword. There were a lot of energy-gathering formations on the great sword's body. These formations gathered energy from the outside world and then transferred it to the formation. Then through the energy channels, the formation sent this energy to the great sword's body, supporting the operation of the great sword. In the middle of the magic formation, there was a blank space. This was the space that Zhao Hai deliberately left behind. Originally, he wanted to wait until he got out of this place before refining a yin-yang lightning pool. But now, using the traction crystal would be the same. Although it wouldn't achieve the same effect as the yin-yang lightning pool, one shouldn't forget that the traction crystal would absorb and release a lot of high-grade natural energy. This way, the great sword would be even more powerful. Looking at the magic formation, Zhao slowly placed his hand in the middle of it. He had to be careful. The magic formation was running, and the energy had reached a balance. If he made a mistake, then the magic formation would be destroyed. Once the magic formation was destroyed, the entire sword would lose its power. Zhao looked at the magic formation and slowly placed his hand in the middle of the formation. As Zhao Hai moved his hand, a depression slowly appeared in the middle of the magic formation. Zhao Hai placed the traction crystal in the depression. Then the depression shrank, wrapping the traction crystal inside. In the middle of the magic formation was a shining golden crystal, making the crystal look even more beautiful. Zhao Hai reached out and engraved a few magic runes on the side of the crystal. After these magic runes were engraved, the entire magic formation lit up, releasing a strong golden light. As the golden light shined, the entire great sword shook. Zhao Hai wasn't nervous at all, he just stood there quietly. After some time, the golden light disappeared. At this time, the entire magic formation had turned into a huge disc that was rotating at high speed. The magic runes on the disc were all golden, it was very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the magic formation and smiled. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Sure enough, the space inside the great sword had expanded by 10 times. Zhao Hai walked out of the great sword and looked outside. The appearance of the great sword had also changed. The blade was still dark green, but the vines and flowers on it had turned golden. The 8 chains behind the sword had also turned golden, it was very beautiful. Zhao Hai nodded, then his body moved as his spiritual force returned to his body. He looked at the demonic tiger and saw that it was still lying in front of him, seemingly sleeping. Lu Wei and Guan Huang were still busy arranging the cave. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as he stood up. Naturally, this startled the demonic tiger. The demonic tiger turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai patted the demonic tiger, then he turned to Lu Wei and Guan Huang and said, "You guys stay here, I'll go out for a bit." Then without waiting for the two to reply, Zhao Hai flew out of the cave and disappeared from the island. Zhao Hai stood on the surface of the sea. This place was very far away from Devil Island, and there were no islands nearby. Naturally, no one would come here. Zhao Hai came here because he was afraid of being discovered. Zhao Hai only had one purpose in coming here, and that was to test the greatsword. He wanted to see how powerful the greatsword was. Zhao Hai stood on the surface of the sea. With a wave of his hand, the greatsword appeared in his hand. However, the greatsword was only as long as an ordinary longsword, one couldn't even see its shadow. Zhao Hai gently stroked the sword and muttered, "It's a bit inappropriate to call you a greatsword. How about this, let's call it the Golden Jade Sword from today onwards." After he said that, Zhao Hai gently flicked the sword's body. Then he held the sword in his hand and swung it forward. A huge wind blade shot out from the sword. This wind blade was blue in color and was about 100 meters long. As the sword flew out, a large hole was opened in the sea. The wind blade flew for about 10,000 meters before it slowly disappeared. Xiaohai nodded and muttered, "The power isn't bad." No one understood the might of the sword better than Xiaohai. He only used a third of the sword's strength, but it was already this powerful. One could imagine what would happen if the golden jade sword were to use its full strength. Then Xiaohai waved his hand. The area 10,000 meters in front of him turned into ice. A huge block of ice suddenly appeared in front of him. Then Xiaohai waved his hand again. A huge fireball suddenly appeared on the ice. When the fireball hit the ice cracked. Then Xiaohai waved his sword again. In an instant, the seawater turned green. The green color became denser and denser. Finally, countless aquatic plants started to grow on the surface of the sea. These aquatic plants slowly formed a green grassland. Looking at it from afar, one would think that they were in a grassland. Then Xiaohai waved his sword again. Suddenly, a small island appeared on the surface of the sea. The island wasn't big, only about 10,000 meters wide. But it was already very big. Finally, Xiaohai waved his sword again. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and the island was split in half. But the golden light didn't stop. It kept flying until it disappeared from Xiaohai's sight. Then Xiaohai waved his sword again. Suddenly, a large amount of dark clouds appeared in the sky. Then, lightning struck down from the sky and struck the sea. For a moment, lightning snakes danced in the sky. This made people feel the might of nature. Then Xiaohai waved his sword again. Suddenly, fog appeared on the sea. Then, wind, hail, and all kinds of natural phenomena appeared on the sea. Finally, Xiaohai received his sword and nodded, "Its power is really good. Good, this will be my weapon in the future. Hee, this weapon is really good." After he said that, Xiaohai threw the sword again. The sword flew beside Xiaohai like a fish. Finally, the sword became bigger and turned into a huge sword. Xiaohai nodded and muttered, "Right now, I have all kinds of plant soldiers as my melee weapons. I also have jade doll as my long-range weapons. I don't really need this huge sword. It seems like I'll have to keep it for a while. I can't let people find out about it." After he said that, Xiaohai waved his hand as the huge sword returned to Xiaohai's hand. In the next moment, the huge sword returned to the space and entered the nature palace. It was nourished by the natural energy inside the palace. Then Xiaohai waved his hand and released Sharpei. Sharpei sat on Sharpei's back and then gently patted it. Sharpei immediately flew towards Demon Island. After Zhao returned to Demon Island, he wanted to put all of the animals in the soul object space there so that they could relax. He also wanted to put all of the magic plants in the spatial city on Demon Island. Although the magic plants were doing well in the soul object space, Zhao still wanted to let them relax outside. Although the soul object space was very big, it was still different from the outside world. After all, there were still some differences between the outside world and the outside world. When Zhao Hai returned to Demon Island with Sharpei, Lu Wei, and Guan Huang were very surprised. One must know that the two of them had been following Zhao Hai these past few days. They knew what kind of demonic animals Zhao Hai had subdued. However, they had never seen Sharpei before. In other words, Sharpei was a demonic beast that was subdued by Zhao Hai. After Sharpei landed, Zhao Hai waved his hand to Lu Wei and Guan Huang. Lu Wei and Guan Huang went to Zhao Hai's side and then bowed to Zhao Hai. "Master, what are your orders?" Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Now, I want you to do something. Always staying on the island isn't suitable for you. I want to perform a face-changing technique on you, changing your appearance completely. Then I'll send you back to the continent to help my two servants. Listen to their arrangements and take care of my business in the continent. Are you willing?" Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "All right." When the two heard Zhao Hai, they quickly replied, "We're willing to die for master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the two and said, "This method is very painful. If you don't want to, then forget it. I won't make things difficult for you." With a plop, the two immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Zhao Hai. At the same time, they said to Zhao Hai, "We're willing to die for master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, it's good that you agreed. Get up." The two stood up. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "Go inside the cave." The two nodded and then entered the cave. Then Zhao Hai had them sit down. After they sat down, Zhao Hai placed his hand on their faces and said, "The first step is to change your face. Are you ready?" The two nodded. At the same time, Zhao Hai released natural energy from his hand, causing the two to faint. Then Zhao Hai used natural energy to transform the two's faces. This transformation was like plastic surgery, but it was done from the inside out. Zhao Hai used natural energy to change the shape of the two's facial bones as well as their facial muscles and skin. This process was very painful. The two of them were unconscious, but they woke up several times due to the pain. After they woke up, they fainted again. After changing their appearances, they changed their vocal cords, causing their voices to change. After that, they changed their bones. This process was even more painful. In the end, the two of them were unable to wake up due to the pain. They remained unconscious. After transforming the two, Zhao Hai was sweating profusely. This was the first time he did this. Then he looked at the two and saw that their appearances had changed greatly. Their appearances had become very ordinary. Guan Huang's thin stature had become a lot taller. Moreover, he seemed to have gained some weight. On the other hand, Lu Wei's stature had become shorter, but he also became stronger. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them. He knew that their minds had already entered a state of self-protection, and they would not be able to wake up anytime soon. However, he was not in a hurry. He left a small amount of natural energy in each of their bodies, allowing them to slowly heal their bodies, allowing them to fully recover. Zhao Hai did not wake them up. When their bodies had fully digested the natural energy he had left in their bodies, they would be able to wake up. Not only would they wake up, they would even enter the consolidating equipment stage. It could be said that they had ascended to the heavens in a single bound. This was also the reason why Zhao Hai wanted them to go to the mainland. Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian had the ability, and with the Zhou family taking care of them, they should be fine. However, he was afraid that they might encounter some fugitives, or some enemies of the Zhou family, or even his enemies in the future. Those people might attack them. Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian were not strong, so Zhao Hai placed two bodyguards beside them. Clearly, there was no better candidate than Lu Wei and Guan Huang. Zhao Hai sat inside the cave and lit a fire. Then he looked at the demonic tiger and smiled faintly. "From now on, this place will be our domain. I don't want to change anything here. Later on, I'll release more demonic beasts and plants. This way, Demon Island won't be lacking in energy. You will become more powerful." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the demonic tiger and smiled faintly. The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he thought of the ginkgo tree. In his space, the ginkgo tree could not do anything because the energy in his space was too strong. Although the ginkgo tree could release some natural energy, it would not be of much help to the space. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to release the ginkgo tree and let it change Demon Island. The reason why so many of the plants and animals on Demon Island turned into demonic plants and animals was because of the violent aura released by the traction crystal. At the same time, there was also the energy released by the traction crystal. Now that Zhao Hai has taken away the traction crystal, it was tantamount to cutting off the energy source of Demon Island. Although this wouldn't cause the demonic plants and animals on the island to degenerate, it would still make them uncomfortable. However, if Zhao Hai released the ginkgo tree, it would be tantamount to finding another energy source for the island. Although it would be inferior to the traction crystal, it would still be able to protect the demonic plants and animals on Demon Island. Naturally, it would be impossible for Demon Island to produce demonic plants and animals in the future. On the contrary, Zhao Hai's space would produce more demonic plants and animals in the future. These plants and animals might even evolve into demons. Naturally, the demonic tiger understood Zhao Hai's words. A smile appeared on the tiger's face. Zhao Hai smiled faintly before he fell to the ground and fell asleep. The process of transforming Lu Wei and Guan Huang was very tiring. Transforming the human body was much more difficult than transforming other things. If he wasn't careful, the two would die. This required a lot of control over one's strength. Only Zhao Hai was able to do this. After a good sleep, after waking up, Zhao Hai wrote a long letter. Then he released the hawk and placed the letter into a bamboo tube. After that, the hawk left Demon Island. Then Zhao Hai looked at Lu Wei and Guan Huang. The two still hadn't woken up. Looking at their changed appearances, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Lu Wei's appearance wasn't particularly outstanding before. Now, he looked almost the same as before. However, Guan Huang was different. Guan Huang originally had a scar on his face, but now that the scar had disappeared, he looked very ordinary. When the two woke up, they wouldn't be able to recognize Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai noticed that the trace of natural energy that he left in the two's bodies hadn't disappeared. It seems like it would take some time for the two to digest. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, he just let them digest it here. Today, Zhao Hai wanted to release the demonic beasts and plants from the space so that they could relax. The demonic plants were still fine, they were very comfortable inside the space. However, the demonic beasts were a bit sullen inside the space. Now, they can come out and have a look. Naturally, they would prefer to stay inside the space. However, Zhao Hai still wanted to release them and have them stay outside for a while. After all, the space was the space and the outside was the outside. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai flew to the Demon Mountain and released all the demonic beasts and plants from the space. Only the iron thread grass, the stone hammer tree, the iron thread tree, safflower, jade baby, little hare, and the puppy were by Zhao Hai's side. The other plants and animals were all released by Zhao Hai. As for the ginkgo tree, it was placed on the highest peak of Demon Island by Zhao Hai. Naturally, with the ginkgo tree's energy, it could leave at any time. However, Zhao Hai looked at the ginkgo tree and saw that it seemed to like that place very much and had no intention of leaving. After being busy for several days, Zhao Hai released all the demonic beasts and plants from the space. Even the loach that was about to turn into a flood dragon was released by Zhao Hai. Naturally, the loach was placed back in its original lake. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to leave the loach outside for a long time. After some time, he would take the loach back to the space. This was because as long as the loach absorbed more natural energy, it would be able to evolve into a flood dragon. If it could evolve into a flood dragon, then it would be able to call the wind and summon the rain. This would be a great help to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai finished dealing with these matters, he discovered that Lu Shi and Guan Huang had already woken up. Zhao Hai also returned to the cave. When the two saw Zhao Hai, they quickly got up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. "We have seen Master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand as a mirror appeared in front of him. He looked at the two and said, "Look at your current appearance." The two of them looked at the two people in the mirror and were stunned. They really didn't expect that their appearance would change so much. It was too shocking. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You don't need to be surprised. After suffering so much, if you can't change your appearance, then wouldn't you have suffered in vain? Take a good rest, there will be a big surprise waiting for you." After he said that, Zhao Hai went to the cave and sat down cross-legged. Then he closed his eyes and rested. Although Lu Wei and Guan Huang didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, they still got up and stretched their bodies. They had been lying on the ground for the past few days, so their bodies were already stiff. It was time for them to get up and move around. After some time, Zhao Hai opened his eyes and waved his hand at the two. The two immediately ran towards Zhao Hai and bowed. Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You two have been with me for some time. Although I used a formation to subdue you, I didn't treat you unfairly. Of course, I didn't give you any benefits. This time I changed your appearances. I know how painful it must have been for you. Although you were bound by the formation, you still have resentment in your hearts. What I didn't expect was that you didn't have any resentment in your hearts. I'm very happy about this. From today onwards, you two don't need to call me Master, just call me Young Master. Don't think that just anyone can call me Young Master. Those who call me Young Master are all my trusted subordinates. Do you two understand?" Zhao Hai looked at the two and said, "You've been with me for some time now. Although I used a formation to subdue you too, I didn't treat you unfairly. Do you understand?" When the two heard Zhao Hai, they immediately knelt down in front of Zhao Hai. At the same time, they sobbed and said, "Many thanks to Young Master, many thanks to Young Master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Stand up." Servants of Zhao Hai aren't allowed to have weak knees. There's no need to kneel in the future. The two nodded and stood there obediently. There was a reason why Zhao Hai did what he did today. Just like Zhao Hai had said, although the two of them were bound by the formation, they could still be dissatisfied with Zhao Hai. However, even if they were dissatisfied, they would still be loyal to Zhao Hai and would not betray him. However, Zhao Hai could feel their dissatisfaction, and that would only make Zhao Hai even more disappointed in them. However, the current situation was that after the painful transformation, the two of them didn't have any dissatisfaction with Zhao Hai. This was something that Zhao Hai was very satisfied with. As such, Zhao Hai decided to take them in as servants, and not as slaves. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them standing there obediently and said, "You two have performed very well this time. Naturally, I will give you some benefits. You two can try it now. You should have reached the consolidating equipment level by now. Go outside and try it." When they heard Zhao Hai's words, the two of them were stunned. Then, their faces immediately lit up with joy. The two of them ran outside and circulated their energy. In the blink of an eye, two shadows of whips appeared around their bodies. The two of them had actually succeeded in consolidating equipment. However, they had only just done so, and needed time to consolidate their cultivation. When the two of them saw that they had succeeded in consolidating equipment, they felt a burst of excitement in their hearts. However, as soon as they were excited, the shadows dissipated. Just as the two of them wanted to try again, Zhao Hai waved his hand at them. The two of them quickly ran over and bowed in front of Zhao Hai. Now, the two of them had absolute faith in Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "You two have just succeeded in consolidating equipment. During this period of time, you two should consolidate your strength here. I won't give you any tasks. What you need to do is to stabilize your forms. At the same time, you must be able to use consolidating equipment to fight. Understand?" The two of them quickly nodded and said, "Yes, we understand. Young master, you can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Consolidate your strength. Then I will send you back to the continent. You two go to the Saber Spirit country and protect two people. These two are my most trusted subordinates. They are helping me do business. You two don't need to do anything, just protect them. Remember, when the time comes, you must listen to them. If you don't listen to them, I won't be polite." The two of them quickly nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and allowed the two of them to practice. At this time, the Hu clan also received a letter from Zhao Hai. The person who received the letter was Hu Yuan. When Hu Yuan saw the contents of Zhao Hai's letter, he couldn't help but feel excited. This was because Zhao Hai's letter was very clear. He had already established a foothold in Devil Island. Moreover, he had also subdued some devil plants and devil animals. Now, the Hu clan can even send people to Devil Island without worrying about being attacked. For the Hu clan, this was definitely good news. The Hu clan had always wanted to find a way out for themselves. Although their status in the Saber Spirit country was very high, they still wanted to leave a way out for themselves. This was because if they stayed in the Saber Spirit country, they would always feel that their lives were in the hands of others. This kind of insecurity would always exist. Because of this, the Hu clan attached great importance to Zhao Hai's arrangement in the Grand Desert. Now, the Grand Desert could be considered as an escape route for the Hu clan. However, the Hu clan still felt that it wasn't safe. This was because the Grand Desert was on the continent. If the Hu clan can retreat to the Grand Desert, then others would naturally be able to chase after them. But Devil Island was different. Devil Island was isolated in the sea. Its terrain was very harsh. Ordinary people simply couldn't go there. Because of this, nobody has been able to conquer Devil Island for so many years. Now that Zhao Hai said that he had already established a foothold in Devil Island, the Hu clan could even send people there. What did this mean? This meant that Zhao Hai had already taken control of Devil Island. The Hu clan could even move people there. Hu Yuan understood Zhao Hai very well. He knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't say anything if he wasn't certain. Now that Zhao Hai said that the Hu clan could send people to Devil Island, this meant that Devil Island was no longer dangerous for the Hu clan. Hu Yuan felt that this wasn't a trivial matter, so he immediately called Hu Chao over. After Hu Chao arrived, he first looked at the hawk that landed in the courtyard. Then he turned to Hu Yuan and said, "Third uncle, did Crane Grass send a letter? How is he?" Hu Yuan didn't say anything. Instead, he handed the letter over to Hu Chao. After Hu Chao received the letter, he carefully looked at it. The more he looked at it, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, his eyes shined as he looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Third uncle, this is a good thing." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Of course I know that this is a good thing. Therefore, I wanted to discuss it with you. Devil Island can be an escape route for the Hu clan, but it's certainly not suitable for people to live there. Moreover, we can't let too many people find out about it. But if we don't want to be discovered, then how can we go to Devil Island? Haven't you thought about this? Right now, there's only one way to go to Devil Island, and that is to take a ship from the Sword Spirit country. Then, from the sea, we can drive a small boat to Devil Island. Do you think this method is suitable for us? If we really do this, then I'm afraid that tomorrow, the entire world will know that our Hu clan has taken Devil Island. Do you think this is okay?" When Hu Chao heard Hu Yuan, he frowned. He thought for a moment and then said, "I think Crane Grass Hawk is still outside. Third uncle, how about we send a letter to Crane Grass and see what he has to say? If he dares to let us send people, then he certainly has his own methods. Let's listen to what Crane Grass has to say before making a decision." Hu Yuan patted his head and said, "I'm old, I didn't even think about this. That kid Crane Grass is a person who looks at 3 steps before taking 1 step. I don't believe that he wouldn't think of this matter. Right, I'll send a letter to Crane Grass and see what he has to say. But I think that kid has already thought of a method. We should make some preparations. Who do you think is suitable for the first batch?" Hu Chao said in a deep voice, "It's best to let little 10, 18, and 21 lead the 50 elite disciples. The 3 of them have worked with Crane Grass before, so they understand Crane Grass's way of doing things very well. It's best if the 3 of them cooperate with Crane Grass. What do you think?" Hu Yuan nodded and said, "It's feasible. Little 10 is calm, 18 is brave, and 21 is lazy, but they don't forget about proper business. Alright, let's have them lead the group. You can arrange this matter." "Right, I want to go and take a look as well. Count me in." Originally, Hu Chao wanted to agree. But when he heard Hu Yuan, Hu Chao couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed as he said, "Third uncle, why do you want to go? What will happen to the family if you go?" Hu Yuan glared at Hu Chao and said in a deep voice, "Don't talk nonsense. You're the one in charge of the Hu clan right now. I'm just a grand elder. At most, I'll only lend a hand when the Hu clan is in trouble. Even if I'm not here, the family won't be in chaos. On the contrary, this matter is related to our Hu clan's future. If I don't go and see it with my own eyes, I won't be at ease." When Hu Chao heard Hu Yuan, he nodded and said, "Alright, you can go as well. However, it's best if you write this information in the letter. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Crane Grass will be scared." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "You go, I'll take care of it." Hu Chao nodded, then he turned around and left. When he left, Hu Yuan immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote a letter. Then he put the letter into the bamboo tube on the eagle's leg. The eagle soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, Zhao Hai was still busy in Devil Island. He also wanted to transform Devil Island. At the very least, he wanted to transform it into a place suitable for people to live. He also knew that this place would become the Hu clan's retreat. The more it was like this, the more it needed to be transformed. It wasn't easy to transform a place that wasn't suitable for people to live in. Of course, this was for ordinary people, but for Zhao Hai, it wasn't very difficult. Moreover, the Hu clan also had a trump card that could be used for people to live in, the sky-raising tree. The sky-raising tree was a tree that the Hu clan researched. It was specially prepared for people to live in. However, Zhao Hai didn't have the seeds of the sky-raising tree on hand. He had studied the sky-raising tree before, but the sky-raising tree was a secret of the Hu clan. The seeds weren't allowed to be taken out unless it was a special case. The seeds of the sky-raising tree weren't very useful to Zhao Hai, so he didn't take them out. Naturally, he didn't have any sky-raising tree seeds in his hands now. Zhao Hai's transformation wasn't an ordinary transformation. He planted some baobab trees and some Aquarius trees. The reason why he wanted to plant these two things was to make the island's environment better. Only when the island's environment changed would they be able to live here with peace of mind and become the Hu clan's base. Demon Island didn't lack water, but there was a lot of water that people couldn't drink. Only plants could absorb it. There were also a lot of animals on the island. Compared to the demonic animals, there were more ordinary animals on the island, and these ordinary animals relied on eating plants to survive. However, Demon Island wasn't suitable for human survival. There wasn't a lot of water that humans could drink. Other than the small lake, there was very little water that could be eaten in other places. In this case, Zhao Hai used his trump cards, the bottle tree and the baobab tree. There was a lot of rain on the island, so this gave the bottle tree and the baobab tree space to grow. Zhao Hai would even study it in the future and improve the sky-supporting tree. Of course, this was a story for the future. While Zhao Hai was making these improvements, he was also paying attention to Lu Wei and Guan Huang's situation. The two of them were doing well now. They were working hard in their cultivation, and their consolidated equipment was basically stable. Now, the two of them would fight from time to better understand their current strength. Zhao Hai was happy to see this happen. Sometimes, he would even let the demonic plants and animals attack them so that they could adapt to their abilities as soon as possible. Today, Zhao Hai was planting the baobab tree. Of course, what he planted were all mutated seeds. In this world, perhaps only Zhao Hai could be so extravagant to plant mutated seeds. At this moment, Zhao Hai heard the cry of an eagle. Zhao Hai looked up and saw an eagle slowly descending from the sky. Soon, the eagle landed in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled and gently touched the eagle. Then, he opened the bamboo tube on the eagle's leg and took out a letter. After reading the letter, Zhao Hai was stunned. He really didn't expect that Hu Yuan would want to come personally. So be it, this is good. Zhao Hai immediately returned to the cave, wrote a letter, and then let the eagle send the letter away. At the same time, he began to prepare. This time, he was going to ride the giant sword to pick up people, and at the same time, send Lu Wei and Guan Huang back to the Soul World. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to go back. He knew that the Hu clan would need some time to prepare. At the same time, he also told the Hu clan that he would go back on that day to pick them up. The time that Zhao Hai chose was enough for the Hu clan to make preparations. This was because Zhao Hai would go to the mountain half a month later to pick up someone. Hu Kong's people didn't understand how Zhao Hai was going to pick them up, but Zhao Hai didn't explain. In this half a month, Zhao Hai had been preparing for the completion of the drinking water system on Demon Island. This drinking water system was made up of bottle trees. After being improved by Zhao Hai, the bottle trees could absorb and store water in their bodies. When there was a drought outside, they could also send water out. However, Demon Island didn't lack water, what it lacked was only drinking water. Therefore, Zhao Hai used this method to connect the bottle trees together. The bottle trees could absorb rainwater and lake water, and then pass this water one by one. Then each bottle tree would become a big bucket. If one wanted to drink water, they could directly drink from the bottle trees. If one bottle tree didn't have much water left, the other bottle trees would immediately replenish it and then slowly absorb the water from the lake. This way, the water in the bottle trees would always be at the same level. This method seemed very difficult, but in fact, it wasn't. This was because the bottle trees had already been improved. It was just that the direction of the improvement wasn't the same. However, it can be said that the first half of the improvement had been completed. Zhao Hai only needed to make some improvements on the foundation. Moreover, the rain on Demon Island was very frequent. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about the water source. There was no pollution in this world, so the rain here was very clean. Other than the bottle tree, there was also the baobab tree. The baobab tree was not like the baobab tree in the desert. The newly planted baobab trees had a lot of buds on them, and they were also very big. In the past, whether it was the Lion Soul country or the desert, there was a lack of water. Therefore, even after the baobab trees were improved, their output wasn't a lot. However, Demon Island was different. There was a lot of rain here, which was very suitable for the growth of the baobab trees. The baobab trees could bear more baobab fruits. And as long as the Hu clan didn't send a lot of people, the baobab trees could become the staple food of the Hu clan. Unknowingly, half a month passed. Zhao Hai also knew that the time was up. The speed of the golden jade light sword was now much faster than before. Because of this, Zhao Hai dared to go to the Hu clan on the day of the appointment. If it was before, he would have to go at least 2 or 3 days in advance. Zhao Hai called Lu Wei and Guan Huang as the three of them entered the sword space. Then the golden jade light sword soared into the sky and flew towards the Hu clan's fort. On the other hand, the Hu family's botanical fort was very lively. Although it was already late, some of the elite disciples of the Hu family were still gathered in the valley behind the residence. They were waiting there quietly. They knew their mission, but they didn't know why they were gathered here. Shouldn't they go to the beach if they wanted to go to Devil Island? Why did they come to the back of the mountain? Hu Yuan and Hu Chao were sitting in the wooden house. Hu Chen, Hu Ding, and Hu Xiang were also present. Hu Chen looked at Hu Yuan and said, "Third uncle, what is that kid Crane Grass doing? Didn't he say that he would come here to pick people up? But there are 50 people here. How can he pick them up? Moreover, he wants to go out to sea. Why would he let us come to the back of the mountain?" Hu Yuan stared at Hu Chen and said, "Don't talk nonsense. It would be good if I knew. However, that kid has always been reliable. He shouldn't be messing around. Moreover, I think that kid's words might have something to do with the Sword Spirit Nation's giant sword." "Right, third uncle's words are reasonable. I also think so. How did Crane Grass take the sword away?" "He didn't say it clearly, he only said that he used some kind of magic formation. However, I've never been able to figure out what this magic formation is. There are only 2 ways for him to take the sword away without being discovered. One is to shrink the sword, but this possibility is very small. The second is to let the sword fly. This possibility is very high. Therefore, I think that Crane Grass might have brought the sword here to pick up the people," Hu Chao said in a deep voice. Hu Chen also knew that it was Zhao Hai who took away the Sword Spirit Nation's giant sword. Therefore, when he heard Hu Chao, he nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, Hu Xiang chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, those fellows from the Sword Spirit Nation are really unlucky. First, Crane Grass took away their country's ginkgo tree king. Now, he took away their giant sword. 2 of the Sword Spirit Nation's symbols were actually taken away by him, hee." Upon hearing Hu Xiang, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Hu Chao looked at the 3 and said, "Remember, this matter must not be spread. It's best if you don't tell anyone that Crane Grass is still alive. Those fellows from the Sword Spirit Nation have already gone crazy. If they know that Crane Grass is still alive, then they will definitely think that this matter was done by Crane Grass. When the time comes, they will certainly come to deal with us. And if the Sword Spirit Nation comes to deal with us, then I don't know if those fellows from the Saber Spirit Nation will let us off." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "It's impossible for those fellows from the Sword Spirit country to let us go. Moreover, they will find the Crane Grass sooner or later. They haven't gone to Demon Island yet, but that doesn't mean that they won't go there forever. The Sword Spirit country has been provoking everyone in the continent. If they know that the Crane Grass is still alive and even took away their great sword, they will do everything in their power to destroy the Crane Grass. Therefore, this matter should be kept a secret for as long as possible. At the same time, our Hu clan should also prepare to leave. At worst, we can all move to Demon Island." Hu Chao nodded and said, "I know, so I'll start preparing now. Third uncle, you can rest assured." Hu Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a loud noise coming from outside. Hu Yuan stared, then his face showed a happy expression as he said, "They're here. I didn't think that they would really use the giant sword to pick us up. Good kid." After that, he stood up and walked out quickly. When the others heard him, they also stood up and followed him out. After the group arrived outside, they saw a giant sword slowly descending from the sky. This giant sword was more than 100 meters long. In the night, the sword's body looked black. There were golden vines and flowers on it, it looked very gorgeous. This made everyone puzzled. Many of them had seen the giant sword of the Sword Spirit Nation before, but the giant sword wasn't this gorgeous. When the giant sword fell to the ground, the tip of the sword was about a meter away from the ground. Then everyone saw several shadows falling from the sky. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that these shadows were 8 iron chains. Each of the chains had a golden flower on it. It was very beautiful. A golden flower fell in front of Hu Yuan and the others. Hu Yuan and the others discovered that there were 3 people standing on the flower. They were Zhao Hai, Lu Wei, and Guan Huang. Zhao Hai jumped down from the flower and gave Hu Yuan a salute. Grandfather, patriarch, 10th uncle, 18th uncle, and 21st uncle, you're all here. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai's giant sword and said, this is the giant sword of the Sword Spirit Nation. How come it doesn't look like it? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Grandfather, this sword has been specially refined by me, so it changed its appearance. Grandfather, do you really want to go this time? There's nothing in Devil Island right now, you can't eat or sleep well. How about you don't go? Hu Yuan stared at Zhao Hai and said, Kid, do you think that I'm old? Do you believe that I won't beat you up right now? Zhao Hai quickly waved his hands, saying that he wouldn't dare. He then waved his hands, and Lu Wei and Guan Huang came to Zhao Hai's side, bowing to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Hu Chao, saying, Patriarch, this is Lu Wei, and this is Guan Huang. The 2 of them are my new servants, and have just reached the consolidating equipment stage. Please arrange a position for them, and let them protect Zhou Qianxian and Fat Cat. Hu Chao nodded and said, all right, I'll arrange that. Today, the family will be going with these people. Will the sword be able to fit them all? Do we need to prepare anything? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, no need, we'll leave now. We'll reach Devil Island tomorrow. Oh right, bring some more heaven supporting tree seeds. There's no place to stay on Devil Island now. Hu Yuan stared at Zhao Hai and said, don't waste your time. If you have the time, then let's go. Even if the sword is fast, it would still be troublesome once the sun rises. Zhao Hai naturally didn't dare to say anything, so he immediately nodded. Then he directed everyone to stand on the flower. The flower wasn't small, each flower had an area of more than 10 meters. In the middle, there wouldn't be a problem if 10 people stood on it. The Hu clan had more than 50 people this time, so there wouldn't be any problem if all of them stood on the flower. When everyone stood on the flower, the iron chain slowly rose up and then reached the sword hilt. Zhao Hai opened the door and let Hu Yuan enter first. When Hu Yuan entered the sword space, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the space inside the sword was too big. At this time, the space inside the sword was no less than 100,000 square meters. Moreover, the height had also reached 100 meters. Such a large space was beyond Hu Yuan's expectations. However, Hu Yuan was also a person who had seen the world. He didn't say anything and just went in. The others also went in one after another. When they arrived at the sword, Zhao Hai immediately arranged rooms for everyone. The sword was now filled with rooms. Each room had a kitchen, a living room, a bedroom, and of course, a bathroom. Everything needed in the kitchen was already prepared, including food, drinks, and necessities. After Zhao Hai arranged the rooms for everyone, he led Hu Yuan and Hu Chen to his room. After the group sat down in the living room, Zhao Hai served them tea. Then he activated the 3D projection on the table. When the 3D image appeared, everyone stared. Hu Yuan looked at the 3D image, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, tell me, how did you make this thing? Also, this sword isn't that simple, right? I've heard what you said to those brats. This big sword can produce water by itself. There's also a furnace that can start a fire by itself and a storage room that can freeze ice. There are too many things that we don't know about here. Tell me, where did you learn all these things? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is actually very simple. Grandpa, I participated in an operation with the Dark Soldier Country's Pan family. In addition to obtaining a cultivation method, I also obtained a book that recorded the usage of magic formations. But the situation was very urgent, so after I read the book, I destroyed it. However, I managed to memorize the magic formation. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, it's very simple. Grandpa, I participated in an operation with the Dark Soldier Country's Pan family. At this point, Zhao Hai paused, then he continued, later on, the Pan family wanted to kill me. After I escaped, I went straight to the Sword Spirit country. I originally wanted to go to Demon Island, but the Sword Spirit country actually dared to drug me. After I found out, I decided to beat them at their own game. I pretended to be drugged by them and followed them to the sword. In the sword, I subdued Lu Wei and Guan Huang. After that, I kept thinking about how to take the sword away. Later on, I inadvertently remembered the magic formations recorded in the book. I thought that they were fake, but after testing them, I discovered that the magic formations were real. So I began to prepare and engraved a lot of magic formations on the sword before I finally made the sword fly. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yuan and said, I knew that the disappearance of the sword was a big matter for the Sword Spirit country. Therefore, I didn't return home and instead went straight to Demon Island. Demon Island is a very dangerous place. Even if the Sword Spirit country wanted to go there, they would still need to prepare. Moreover, as long as I wasn't home, the Sword Spirit country wouldn't suspect me. After all, in their minds, the sword couldn't be taken away by a single person. So I had some time to make some arrangements. Speaking up to here, Zhao Hai took out a book and handed it over to Hu Yuan. Grandfather, this is the book about magic formations that I wrote down. But because I was pressed for time, I didn't finish it. You can take a look. Hu Yuan wasn't polite, he directly received the book that Zhao Hai handed over. He opened the book and looked at the first page of the book. The first page of the book was a magic symbol. Below the magic symbol were the symbol's functions. Hu Yuan carefully read through the book, page by page. This book was like a teaching material, teaching you how to slowly learn how to create a magic array from a beginner. It was very detailed. However, it can be seen that the book wasn't finished yet. Only some simple magic formations were written on it. There should be a lot of content that hasn't been written yet. Hu Yuan put down the book and looked at Zhao Hai. He Chao, tell me the truth. Is the magic formation in this book really that magical? If it's really that magical, then it would definitely be a revolution for the entire soul realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, it's very mystical. Grandpa, how could I deceive you about this matter? This tea set has a formation, and the stove in the kitchen is also a formation. Actually, it's very easy to understand. Grandpa, you forgot that plants can communicate with natural energy. There's a saying among plant masters that everything in this world has energy, all of them are natural energy. We plant masters can actually communicate with them, but it's easier to communicate with plants. Because of this, people gradually stopped paying attention to the energy of other things. But this book uses natural energy, it uses these symbols to allow us to control and use those energies. Zhao Hai nodded and said, that's right, it's very mystical. Grandpa, how could I deceive you about this matter? Grandpa, you forgot that plants can communicate with natural energy. Hu Yuan nodded, then he said, all right, this matter is very important for our Hu family. After we arrive at Demon Island, you don't need to do anything. First, finish writing this book for me. I'll write a letter to Hu Chao and have him prepare. When necessary, the Hu family must be brought to Demon Island. With this book in hand, our Hu family can challenge any force. Even if it's the Sword Spirit country, we won't be afraid. When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yuan, he quickly nodded. He admired Hu Yuan very much. Just by looking at the magic formation, he was able to understand its value. Hu Yuan was really amazing. Naturally, this book about magic formations was written by him. He wouldn't write about too many magic formations, but he could write about some commonly used magic formations. As for the rest, he can leave it to the people here to study. Seeing Zhao Hai nod, Hu Yuan handed the book over to Zhao Hai and said, you keep it first. After you're done, give it to me. Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the book. Hu Yuan looked at Hu Chen and the others and said, when we arrive at Demon Island, we need to arrange a place to stay. At the same time, we need to pay attention to the problem of supplies. Food, drinks, and necessities, we need to prepare everything. We need to bring the entire Hu family here. The others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yuan and said, Grandfather, I've already made some arrangements on the island. There are a lot of bottle trees and baobab trees planted on the island. There shouldn't be any problems with food and water. The only thing missing is a place to stay. As long as we plant the sky-raising trees, then we'll have a place to stay. In the future, our Hu family will be able to live on Demon Island. Hu Yuan nodded and said, good, good. What about the magic plants and magic beasts on Demon Island? How did you deal with them? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, they've all been subdued by me. Grandpa, you don't need to worry about this. They're still living on the island. Moreover, the ginkgo tree king that I took from the sword spirit country was also placed on the island. The ginkgo tree king has the ability to absorb natural energy from the outside world. It can be easily absorbed by animals and plants. Then it can release this energy from its body. Now, the ginkgo tree king is growing very well on the island. Hu Yuan nodded and said, we'll talk about it when we arrive on the island. It's almost dawn, what should we do now? Zhao Hai looked at the sky outside and said, it's simple, we'll just go to the sea. Then with a move of his hand, the big sword on the three-dimensional map stood up. Then it plunged into the sea. After the sea turned upside down, it began to move forward. When Hu Yuan and the others saw the shadow of the sea on the three-dimensional map, they couldn't help but be startled. They didn't think that the big sword would be able to move in the sea. However, there were too many things that they couldn't think of today, so they were already used to it. At noon, the big sword entered Demon Island. Zhao Hai waved his hand as the big sword flew out of the sea and landed on the side of the island's small lake. Zhao Hai led everyone out of the big sword. Then with a wave of his hand, the big sword turned into a small sword and was stored away. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in amazement. They felt that this was too magical. 100-meter-long big sword could turn into a small sword the size of a palm. If this was told to others, no one would believe it. After Zhao put away the small sword, he turned to Hu Yuan and said, Grandpa, this is one of the few sources of drinking water on the island, so I planted a lot of Aquarius trees here. These Aquarius trees formed a huge water net that covered the entire Demon Island. Now, you can drink water from these Aquarius trees anywhere on the island. Also, the monkey bread trees can be eaten, but if you want to eat meat, you can only hunt wild animals on the island. But be careful, you can only hunt wild animals because there are a lot of demonic beasts on the island. Now that I have subdued these demonic beasts, they will become our Hu clan's helpers and won't attack you. On the seaside, I'm going to open 2 salt pans so that we can solve the problem of salt. Everything else can be prepared slowly, there's no need to worry about this. Right now, we need to plant the sky-raising trees so that we can have a place to live. Hu Yuan looked at the island's environment and nodded, very good, the environment here is good. Don't rush to prepare. Crane grass, you can lead them to familiarize themselves with the environment. Right, you didn't live in the sword all the time, right? Is there another place to live? Zhao Hai quickly said, yes, there is a cave in front of us. I live there. There is also a tiger there, a demonic beast, but I subdued it. Grandpa, let's go and take a look. Hu Yuan nodded, following Zhao Hai forward. Before long, they arrived at the cave where Zhao Hai had lived. The demonic tiger was lying at the entrance of the cave, sunbathing. As soon as it saw Zhao Hai return, it immediately stood up and ran to Zhao Hai's side, rubbing its head against Zhao Hai. Hu Yuan and the others looked at the tiger in surprise. It was just too huge, and just standing there, it was already more than 2 meters tall. If it stood up like a human, it would be more than 4 meters tall. Such a huge fellow, and a demonic beast at that, if it really fought with any humans, none of them would be able to stop it. Zhao Hai stroked the tiger, patting it, and it ran off to the side to sunbathe. As for Hu Yuan and the others, he ignored them completely. The reason why the tiger was so arrogant was because it was one of the overlords of this island, and its power was already at the late consolidating equipment stage. Besides the fact that it could not fly, its fighting prowess was not weak at all. Zhao Hai led Hu Yuan and the others to the cave. Although the cave was not small, it was still not big enough for 50 people. As such, Zhao Hai only arranged for Hu Yuan and the others to stay there, while he led the others to other places. There were many caves on the island, and any 2 of them would be able to fit 50 people. After settling everyone down, Zhao returned to his cave. As soon as he arrived at the cave, Hu Yuan immediately handed a letter to Zhao. Crane grass, send this letter back home immediately. Hurry up. Hu Yuan said, Crane grass, send this letter home immediately. Hurry. Hu Yuan nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and called Fei Ying over. He packed the letter and asked Fei Ying to deliver it, while he, Hu Yuan and the others entered the cave. After they sat down in the cave, Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, He Chao, bring them to familiarize themselves with the island's environment these few days. Greet those demonic plants and demonic animals and tell them not to let them attack us. You don't have to worry about other things. He wants to finish writing that book in the shortest time possible, understand? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Yes, grandfather. Don't worry, I'll do it well. You don't have to worry about it. Hu Yuan nodded, then he looked outside the cave and said in a deep voice, A great change. If the outside world knows about the existence of the magic formation, then the entire soul world will experience a great change. And our Hu family is the forerunner of this change. But not all forerunners have benefits. Therefore, Demon Island has become the most important base of our Hu family. In any case, we can't give up on this place. The animals and plants on the island must be well protected and no accidents can happen. Zhao Hai and the others nodded. For them, this wasn't very difficult. The greatest ideal of a plant master was for people and nature to live in harmony. Moreover, after so many years of exploration, they already had some insights. And with the various mutated plants in Zhao Hai's hands, they believed that as long as they were given time, they would be able to make Demon Island better and more beautiful. Not only would the Hu family be able to live here, they wouldn't destroy the natural environment here. In the following period of time, Zhao Hai was very busy. First, he used a few days to introduce the situation of Demon Island to the Hu family. Demon Island had a total of 13 islands that people could live on. There were also a lot of reefs that weren't suitable for people to live on. These reefs were exposed on the surface of the sea. There were even more reefs under the sea. Zhao Hai told Hu Yuan about the location of these reefs. Originally, he wanted to remove these reefs, but Hu Yuan didn't agree. Hu Yuan was very clear that with these reefs, the Hu family's safety would be guaranteed. Their enemies wouldn't be able to attack the Hu family on a large scale. Even if they wanted to attack the Hu family, they would need to remove these reefs first. And with this period of time, the Hu family was already prepared. Besides the place to live, Zhao Hai also told Hu Yuan about the situation of the island. There were magic plants and magic beasts there, as well as their sphere of influence. Zhao Hai explained everything clearly. At the same time, he also told the magic beasts that they wouldn't attack the Hu family. After dealing with these matters, Zhao Hai went into the cave and closed up. What he needed to do every day was to write a book about magic formations as soon as possible. Zhao Hai didn't want to write too much content in the book. If he did, then it would be equivalent to the soul world going from a primitive society to a modern society. The gap in between was very scary. Therefore, Zhao Hai only wrote down the uses of magic symbols and some simple magic formations. Moreover, he didn't write down all the magic symbols and magic formations. He mainly wanted the people of the soul world to study them. Zhao Hai didn't know what path the soul world would eventually take. He just wanted to do his best to protect the Hu family. This was his only wish. The energy of the soul world was very special. The energy of the outside world was rarely useful here. High-level magic formations couldn't be used here. Even curse formations weren't very useful here. This was because magic formations were different here, only magic formations could be used here. But once the people of the soul world learned about magic formations, then what would happen to the soul world? Zhao Hai didn't have any idea. If the soul world was really independent from all the other planes, then teaching magic formations to the people of the soul world was the same as showing them a path. If they continued to follow this path, then sooner or later, they would be able to leave the soul world. Once the soul world came into contact with the outside world, then it would be hard to say what would happen to the soul world. But no matter what, Zhao Hai had to take this step. He had to move forward because he wanted to leave the soul world. He wanted to return to his body. He wanted to see his wife. Therefore, he had to take this step. It took 10 days for Zhao Hai to finish writing the book about magic formations. After he finished writing the book, he handed it over to Hu Yuan. After Hu Yuan read the book, he solemnly put it away. Without his permission, no one was allowed to read it, even Hu Chen and the others. After Zhao Hai finished writing, he went to Demon Island and found that the place had changed a lot. A plant city had appeared on Demon Island. Zhao Hai could only describe this place as a plant city. This was a city surrounded by baobab trees. The city walls were made of baobab trees. They were about 25 meters tall and were covered with baobab fruits. Don't underestimate these baobab fruits. These baobab trees weren't used for food, but for weapons. They were the kind of long-range attack baobab trees that Zhao Hai researched before. Under the baobab tree city walls, there were a lot of small trees and vines. The vines of these small trees formed a ladder. These ladders were different from ordinary ladders. Ordinary ladders were like ordinary ladders. They were attached to the wall and people had to climb up. But these ladders were like human stairs. They also had steps. From these ladders, one could directly go up to the city walls. But the top of the baobab tree was very flat. There was absolutely no problem for people to run on it. Inside the city walls, there were a lot of sky-supporting trees. However, these sky-supporting trees weren't very tall. This was something that Zhao Hai proposed at the time. They couldn't let the sky-supporting trees grow too tall. Although Demon Island was very big, it was still an island in the end. There would often be storms. If a sky-supporting tree was made too tall, then the tree would be broken in the face of a strong wind. Because of this, the sky-supporting trees on Demon Island weren't very tall. The tallest one was only 40 meters, which was already very short for a sky-supporting tree. What Zhao Hai didn't expect was that the Hu family actually dug out a space on top of the sky-supporting trees. Then they put soil inside and planted Aquarius trees. This way, they could use tap water. This was because the roots of the Aquarius trees were connected to the sky-supporting trees. If the Aquarius trees ran out of water, they could directly draw water from the sky-supporting trees. This way, the sky-supporting trees wouldn't have to worry about running out of water. In fact, Zhao Hai wanted to install a magic formation in each room. But before he could do that, Hu Yuan and the others had already installed the Aquarius trees tap water system. This made it impossible for Zhao Hai to install it. Even if he wanted to. The sky-supporting trees in the city were very dense. The outermost sky-supporting trees didn't have many rooms, only one room was at the top of the tree. It was used as a lookout. At the same time, because the insides of the trees weren't hollowed out, the sky-supporting trees were sturdier. With the sky-supporting trees on the outside, the sky-supporting trees on the inside wouldn't suffer as much wind. This was also a kind of protection for the sky-supporting trees on the inside. Besides the sky-supporting trees, there were also a lot of magic plants and animals in the city. These magic plants and animals weren't locked up by the Hu family. In fact, these magic plants and animals came to the city on their own. They also wanted to live in the city. Moreover, they were just like humans, helping the Hu family do things. This made the Hu family not dislike these magic plants and animals. On the contrary, they were very fond of them. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that this city was built around the highest peak of the Demon Mountain. In other words, the entire city was under the highest peak of the Demon Mountain, under the Ginkgo Tree King. It was the place with the most abundant natural energy on the island. No wonder the magic plants and animals came to the city. Zhao Hai didn't think that the Hu family could do so many things in 10 days. Obviously, he still underestimated the strength of the Hu family's elites. Naturally, Zhao Hai also contributed to this. Zhao Hai gave the Hu family a lot of mutant baobab seeds. At the same time, he also told them how to use the mutant baobab trees. This allowed the Hu family to build this city. Looking at the city, Zhao Hai couldn't help but praise, "Great, you actually built a city. Grandfather, you're really amazing, really amazing." Ha ha ha. Hu Yuan looked at the city with pride. He was now proud of himself as a plant master. Only plant masters had the means to build a city in 10 days. Other professions wouldn't be able to do this. Hu Yuan looked at the city and said, "There are still a lot of arrangements to be made here. However, it has already taken shape. There are still a lot of things to be done. Crane Grass, I'll leave it to you." I want to arrange some magic formations here. You're the only one in the Hu family who understands magic formations. Everyone else is in the dark, so I'll leave this matter to you. Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes, grandfather, you can rest assured. However, this matter requires the support of the family. Grandfather, I think we'll have to transfer some craftsmen from the family. Craftsmen, blacksmiths, stonemasons, all of these people are needed. Hu Yuan nodded and said, all right, I'll immediately write a letter to the family. You just need to do it, there's no need to worry. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, grandfather, you should immediately write a letter to the family. I want to think about what kind of magic formation is most suitable to be arranged here. Hu Yuan nodded, then he led Zhao Hai into the city. While walking, he told Zhao Hai about the city's situation. At the same time, Zhao Hai was also carefully looking at the city. He wanted to understand the city so that he could arrange a magic formation here. The Hu clan's people were still busy in the city. Zhao Hai also saw some magical plants and animals helping out. When these magical plants and animals saw Zhao Hai, they were very affectionate. Zhao Hai also touched and patted these magical plants and animals so that they wouldn't feel left out. Zhao Hai also discovered that although these magical plants and animals were very strong and smart, they weren't as mature as humans. These magical plants and animals were like children. If you coax them, they would be happy. If you ignore them, they would feel very wronged. When the Hu clan's people saw Zhao Hai being so affectionate with the magical plants and animals, they were somewhat envious. In the past few days, they had been in contact with these magical plants and animals. They also knew that these magical plants and animals were somewhat arrogant. They could interact with them and help them, but if you want to be like Zhao Hai and pat them, it would be absolutely impossible. These magical plants and animals would absolutely not agree. After walking around the fort, Zhao Hai and Hu Yuan returned to the cave. Hu Yuan wrote a letter to the Hu clan, telling them to prepare the craftsmen and then have Zhao Hai pick them up. At the same time, Zhao Hai was thinking about what kind of magic formation he should use in Plant City. Plant City's outer walls were made of baobab trees. Although the baobab tree's defense was very strong, Zhao Hai still wanted to strengthen it. Then there were the various magic formations inside the city that needed to be prepared. In addition to these, there was also the most important formation, and that was the Mountain Protection Formation. The Mountain Protection Formation was very important to any force. However, it wasn't easy to arrange it. Moreover, what kind of mountain protection formation would be used and where the energy of the mountain protection formation would come from. All of these things needed to be considered. If they couldn't be considered, then the mountain protection formation's effect would be greatly reduced. This wasn't something that Zhao Hai wanted to see. Hu Chao was sitting in his room, holding a letter in his hand. He stared blankly at the contents of the letter. Until now, he still couldn't believe what was written in the letter. The letter was written by Hu Yuan. It told Zhao Hai that they had already built a city on Fiend Island. It was enough for the entire Hu clan to live in. However, the city needed craftsmen, a large number of craftsmen, all kinds of craftsmen. They also needed some living materials as well as a lot of metals. However, there were only metals, not metals for forging. At the same time, Hu Chao recalled the last letter that Hu Yuan gave him. In the letter, there were some descriptions about the magic array. These descriptions were very detailed, telling Hu Chao that this magic array would bring about a revolution to the entire soul world. Hu Chao understood Hu Yuan very well. He knew that Hu Yuan wouldn't talk about this kind of thing. Moreover, he also believed in Hu Yuan's vision. In other words, the magic formation was very powerful, so powerful that it could change the entire structure of the soul world. At the same time, Hu Chao also understood what Hu Yuan meant. Hu Yuan told him these words because he wanted to tell him that once this matter was known by others, then the Hu family would face the situation of becoming the enemy of all the old forces in the soul world. Hu Chao put down the letter and let out a long breath. He now fully understood Hu Yuan's meaning. Hu Yuan wanted to build a city in Demon Island because he wanted to move the entire Hu family there. Hu Chao let out a long breath and slowly stood up. He walked to the window and looked outside. The Hu family was still very lively. Many plant masters were talking with people. It looked very harmonious. But when Hu Chao saw these people, he couldn't help but show a sarcastic smile. He knew very well that many of these people outside were here to monitor the Hu family. They didn't come here to have a sincere exchange. Hu Chao looked at these people and let out a long breath. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Gather the core members of the family. We'll have a meeting in the conference hall immediately." Someone outside immediately responded and turned to leave. In a short while, many people of the Hu family gathered in the conference hall. When all the core members of the Hu family arrived, Hu Chao also appeared. He quickly walked to the main seat and looked at the core members of the Hu family. He said in a deep voice, "I just received a letter from Third Uncle. I think everyone knows what Third Uncle is doing. Now, Third Uncle has built a plant city in Demon Island. We can move all of the Hu family there." When they heard Hu Chao's words, the people below the stage couldn't help but be in an uproar. After a while, someone said, "Patriarch, does Third Uncle mean that our Hu family should move to Demon Island?" Hu Chao looked at him and said in a deep voice, "That's what I mean. Although our Hu family's Ji fort has been operated by us for a long time, this Ji fort is still in the Saber Spirit Nation. We have a good relationship with the Dao clan now. Hence, we can still stay here safely. What if one day, we have a conflict with the Dao clan? What will happen then? I think everyone should understand." Everyone nodded. Of course, they understood that if one day, they really had a conflict with the Dao clan might really come to deal with them. By then, the Dao clan wouldn't just send a few dozen or a few hundred people. It would be an army of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. By then, the Ji fort wouldn't be able to withstand them. Hu Chao said in a deep voice, "Fiend Island is now our Hu clans. All of the demonic plants and animals on Fiend Island have already been subdued by the crane grass. This is very important to us. Fiend Island is located in the sea and is surrounded by hidden reefs. Anyone who wants to attack Fiend Island will have to pass through these hidden reefs first. This way, they won't be able to launch a large-scale attack on Fiend Island. Our Hu clan is completely safe." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard his words. To be honest, the reason why the Hu family had been so low-key all these years was partly because of their tradition. Another reason was that they had no choice but to do so. Hu Chao looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Hence, from now on, we have to start making arrangements. The first thing we have to do is to bury a few spies on the continent. Spies that no one knows about. Even if the Hu family's name is removed from the continent, we can't let anyone discover these spies." When everyone heard Hu Chao, they couldn't help but stare. Then they understood what Hu Chao meant. Whether they hide in the desert or move to Demon Island, it was necessary to bury a few spies. This was because only by burying these spies would they be able to obtain all kinds of supplies. Whether it was Demon Island or the desert, there was a shortage of supplies. If they moved there, then they would have to worry about supplies. Therefore, in order to ensure the supply of supplies in the future, they would have to bury a few spies in order to prepare supplies for the future. Hu Chao looked at everyone and said, "Second, select the most loyal vassals of the family and prepare to take them away. If there's only our Hu family on the island, then that won't do. We also need to take some of the vassal clans with us." Everyone nodded, nobody objected. If they don't take away the vassal clans, then there would only be people from the Hu family on the island. Slowly, the Hu family would be finished. After all, if people who were related by blood got married and gave birth to offspring, then there was a high chance that they would become fools. Hu Chao then said, "Then there's the matter of supplies. Third Uncle sent me a letter saying that the island needs supplies. The family needs to prepare everything that the island needs. Also, the family has stored a lot of good things in the past few years. It's time to transfer them to the island." Everyone nodded. Then Hu Chao continued, "All right, I called everyone here today to tell you about this matter. From now on, our Hu clan will be the same as before. However, we need to be alert internally and be fully prepared." Everyone nodded. Then Hu Chao waved his hand, and everyone turned around to leave. After everyone left, Hu Chao immediately wrote a letter and had a messenger hawk deliver it back to Demon Island. 10 days later, Zhao Hai would come and pick up the things that he needed. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, but he didn't say anything. After sending the letter, Hu Chao began to prepare the supplies sent to Demon Island. At the same time, he was also preparing to transport some of the Hu family's treasures to Demon Island in preparation for moving to the island in the future. At this time, the people on Demon Island were also busy. Zhao Hai would go to Plant City every day, but he was still there. Moreover, it wasn't just Plant City. Zhao Hai went all over Demon Island in order to set up a magic formation on the island. Not only did he want to set up a defensive magic formation in Plant City, he also wanted to set up several magic formations on Demon Island. These magic formations were mainly illusions. As long as these magic formations were opened, Demon Island would be shrouded in fog. This way, people outside wouldn't be able to see Plant City, nor would they be able to see what was on the island. Although Hu Yuan didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do, he didn't care about Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai must have his reasons for doing this. Naturally, he wouldn't care about Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai and the others received Hu Chao's reply, they calculated the time and felt that there were still a few days left. In these few days, Zhao Hai decided to set up some magic formations outside the island. This time, not only did he want to set up magic formations on the island and the reefs outside, he also wanted to set up magic formations on the underwater reefs. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to set up magic formations on the underwater reefs was to prevent the other party from sending people to clean up the reefs when Demon Island was besieged in the future. By setting up magic formations on the reefs, the other party would be able to suffer a big loss. When it was time to make an appointment with Hu Chao, Zhao Hai rode the golden jade light sword and left. Before long, he arrived at the valley behind the Hu family's mountain. After arriving, Zhao Hai came down from the golden jade light sword. Hu Chao was sitting there with his people. When he saw Zhao Hai arrive, Hu Chao immediately said, "Crane grass. The things that third uncle wanted have been prepared. Take a look and see if it's enough." Hu Chao nodded and said, "That's enough." "Alright, let's start with the swords. 50 people, prepare to move things into the swords. Patriarch, I'll go up and tell them where to place the things. You'll be in charge here." Then Hu Chao nodded and said, "Alright, let's start with the swords. 50 people, prepare to move things into the swords. Patriarch, I'll go and tell them where to place the things." Zhao Hai led the 50 craftsmen to place the flowers inside the sword. Then the iron chains went down. Then the people began to put all kinds of materials on the flowers. Then the flowers rose up. Zhao Hai and the others moved the things inside the sword. After a few times, the people put the things inside the sword. After putting everything away and entering the sword, Zhao Hai came down from the sword and cupped his fist to Hu Chao. "Patriarch, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave. The island is still waiting for these things." Hu Chao nodded and said, "Patriarch, if there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave." Hu Chao nodded, then he pulled Zhao Hai and whispered, "Crane grass, remember to put the last 20 boxes in a good place. Those are the good things that the Hu clan has collected over the years. They can't be damaged." When Zhao Hai heard Hu Chao, he immediately understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "Patriarch can rest assured, I know what to do. After we arrive at the island, I'll immediately hand these things over to grandfather so that he can take care of them." Hu Chao nodded, then he patted Zhao Hai and said, "Alright. I'm relieved that you're handling things. Go, it's already quite late. If you don't leave the continent by dawn, then it would be very troublesome. If I have time, I'll take this sword out for a stroll. Last time, third uncle sent a letter saying that you can see the scenery of the seabed. I'm very envious." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Of course, there's no problem. I'll certainly have a chance in the future. Patriarch can rest assured, then I'll take my leave." Hu Chao nodded, then Zhao climbed onto the sword. The sword soared into the sky and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Hu Chao looked at the direction of the sword and couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he led the group back to the fort. The Hu clan was a large clan. They had countless businesses outside. Now that they were preparing to move, those businesses couldn't be stopped. However, Hu Chao was prepared to use the Hu clan storefront to collect living materials for the future. The golden jade light sword flew out of the sea and landed on the island. Then one by one, items were moved out of the sword. The craftsmen also came out of the sword. Hu Yuan and the others were waiting for Zhao Hai. After everything was moved out, Zhao Hai came out of the golden jade light sword. Then he received the sword. Hu Yuan went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Good, good. Everything is here. Little Chen, bring these people over. Arrange for them to rest for a while before they start working." Hu Chen nodded and then led the craftsman away. Hu Yuan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, what are those boxes? It doesn't seem to be in the list I wrote." Zhao Hai whispered to Hu Yuan, "Grandfather, the patriarch asked me to bring them over. He said that they're the family's treasures. He asked you to take care of them." When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he immediately knew what the boxes were. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai looked at Jiqing and said, "Now that the craftsmen have arrived, Grandpa, I want to arrange a few fire element formations here tomorrow. I want to help them forge the tools that we need. Moreover, I'm also preparing to arrange a defensive formation on the island." Jiqing nodded. Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right, you can do it. I don't know much about these things, so it's up to you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the boxes and said, "Grandfather, I think we should put these boxes in the cave first. We don't need to worry about the other things, we need to take care of these boxes first." Hu Yuan nodded, then he called a few people over and had them move the boxes to the cave. As for the other things, they couldn't put them in the cave, so they could only put them outside. Right now, the Hu clan was very busy, they were busy digging houses in the sky supporting tree. One must know that there was a lot of rain in Demon Island. They needed to dig out a place to live and store things as soon as possible. Otherwise, if a storm came later, it would be troublesome. The next morning, Zhao Hai went to the side of the small lake and made a few fire element magic formations with stones in order for the blacksmiths to make tools out of iron. At the same time, he began to dig holes in Vegetable City. He was very careful with every hole he dug. Moreover, these holes were dug all the way up. The heart of the formation was the ginkgo tree king. The craftsman began to forge tools while Zhao began to refine the formation runes. At this point, he was the only one who could do this. This was because the formation runes were made of metal, but they needed to be processed. In order to make the formation runes display their greatest power, they needed to be processed. Especially when refining, they needed to be very careful. The entire island was busy. With the tools, everyone's digging speed became much faster. Before long, they had dug out rooms for everyone to live in. The living supplies could also be moved in. Just as everyone moved the supplies into the rooms, the storm came. This time, the storm was very fierce. The wind mixed with the rain and lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, everyone didn't stay idle. They had been digging houses in the sky supporting tree. Because they were indoors, even if the weather wasn't good, it had nothing to do with them. But at the same time, these 3 days allowed everyone to see the power of the storm on the sea. In these 3 days, the storm didn't stop for a moment. Moreover, the wind seemed to want to break the sky supporting tree. To be honest, the Hu clan, who were born inland, had never seen such a big storm before. This time, the storm really scared them. However, these 3 days of storm also brought benefits. The bottle trees on the island were filled with water. Moreover, the plants on the island grew even better. After the 3 days of storm, everyone immediately got busy again. Zhao Hai was still making the formation runes. These formation runes were very big, but on top of them, Zhao Hai also engraved small runes. These small runes could protect the large runes. This work could only be done by Zhao Hai. This was because only the Hu clan knew what these runes represented. It took an entire month for the Hu clan to finish digging all of the rooms in the sky supporting tree. These rooms were enough for everyone in the Hu clan to live in. Therefore, they were very careful when they dug them out. Zhao Hai didn't participate in this work. He was still living in the cave. Every day, he would refine formation runes. These formation runes were refined by him one by one, they were very exquisite. It took a full month and a half for Zhao Hai to finish refining the formation runes. If it was before, he could just have the space help him refine them. He also had an inexhaustible supply of formation runes in his hands. But now, he had to do everything himself. However, Zhao Hai was also very open-minded. He thought of this as a trial. In the past, he had the space, so he didn't need to do anything himself. Now that he had the space, he had to make up for everything that he didn't do before. Because of this, he had to do everything himself. When Zhao Hai was refining the formation runes, he was very careful. Almost all of them were successful on the first try, he didn't do it a second time. Naturally, this was mainly because the formation runes that Zhao Hai was refining weren't particularly difficult. After Zhao Hai finished refining the formation runes, he placed the formation runes in the hole that he dug before. Moreover, he placed them in a certain angle. Even when placing them, he was very careful, he didn't let anyone else do it. While refining the formation runes, Zhao Hai also used stones to engrave a lot of stone tablets. These tablets were all engraved with formation runes. Moreover, these tablets weren't very big, they weren't even as big as a palm. There was also a small hole on top of each tablet that could be used to tie a rope. These formation tablets were all engraved by Zhao Hai when he was resting at night. Hu Yuan and the others didn't know why Zhao Hai wanted to make these things, but they also didn't ask. It took Zhao Hai a few days to place all of the formation runes in the hole that he dug before. There were a total of 365 formation runes. Every angle couldn't be wrong. After Zhao Hai placed the formation runes in the hole and adjusted the angle, he immediately had people bury the formation runes, forbidding anyone from touching them. 5 days later, Zhao finally finished burying all the talismans. Only the last one was left. This talisman was the biggest one among all. Moreover, the place where it was buried was very strange. Zhao dug a cave under the highest peak of Demon Island. The cave was about 100 meters deep, and then he placed the talisman inside. On top of the talisman was a golden crystal. It looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai was very happy to see that this talisman had been buried in a cave. This golden crystal was the traction crystal. This traction crystal was produced by the small tree in the nature palace. Now that it had matured, Zhao Hai took it out to use. In any case, the small tree would produce more. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to use the ginkgo tree king as the energy source of the formation. However, the natural energy that the ginkgo tree could produce was still limited. It would take a long time before it could reach the requirements of the formation. If he used the ginkgo tree as the energy source, then the defensive capabilities of the formation would be greatly reduced. Therefore, in the end, Zhao Hai chose the traction crystal. Using the traction crystal as the energy source would greatly strengthen the defensive capabilities of the formation. Most importantly, it would also speed up the growth of the ginkgo tree, allowing the plants and animals in Plant City to absorb more natural energy. After Zhao Hai placed the formation into the pit and adjusted its position, he activated the formation. As soon as the formation was activated, all the formation runes in Plant City lit up. Then the people in Plant City felt a pressure. This pressure covered them, making them unable to move. Seeing this, Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction. Then he picked up the stone tablets and gave each person a piece. He had them string it up and carry it on their bodies. After receiving the stone tablets, they felt the pressure on their bodies disappear. They understood why Zhao Hai wanted to make these stone tablets. At the same time, they became even more curious about the formation. They didn't think that the formation would be this powerful. Without the stone tablets, they couldn't even move inside the formation. After distributing the stone tablets, everyone began to work again. On the other hand, Zhao Hai returned to the cave. He needed to take a good rest. These past few days had been very tiring for him. Just as Zhao Hai entered the cave to rest, Hu Yuan came in. Zhao Hai quickly had Hu Yuan sit down. After Hu Yuan sat down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, how long will it take for you to finish setting up the formation on the island?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "It will take about a month. Right now, the defensive formations in Plant City have been completed. I also want to arrange some formations in other places on the island. These formations can be offensive formations. If you don't have a token, then you would definitely be attacked by these formations." Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "All right." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right, let's get those formations done as soon as possible. Then I'll send a few kids over and have them learn about these formations from you. These things are too mystical." "Right, I just took a look at it. The formation you used in Plant City doesn't seem to be one of the formations recorded in the book, right? In fact, to learn these magic formations, the most important thing is to learn how to use magic formations. Magic formations are like words, and magic formations are like essays. When we arrange magic formations with magic formations, it's like a person writing a document. The same words, each person's essay will be different. If the words are combined in a different order, then the essay you write will also be different. I spent more than a year studying these magic formations, and after doing a lot of experiments, I finally understood this truth. Therefore, to learn magic formations, the most important thing is to not be afraid of destroying things, because if you don't combine the magic formations well, then it might cause an explosion, and the power of the explosion would be very great. Zhao nodded, and then he said, "That's right. That's why I learned magic formations. The most important thing is to not be afraid of destroying things, because if you don't combine the magic formations well, then it might cause an explosion, and the power of the explosion would be very great." When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "So that's how it is." Good, very good. After you arrange the magic formation, you can teach them the magic symbols. Then they can study it themselves. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Naturally, he wouldn't tell Hu Yuan that magic formations weren't that simple. If you only learned the magic runes and didn't understand the arrangement of magic formations, then it wouldn't be good. However, he didn't think that telling Hu Yuan about this matter would be useful. Hu Yuan was already very old, it was impossible for him to learn magic formations. Even if Zhao Hai told him about this, he wouldn't understand it. Zhao Hai just needed to teach him properly. While Zhao Hai and the others were making arrangements in Demon Island, the Hu clan was also making preparations. Some of the Hu clan's secretly nurtured children were released. Once these people were released, only a few people would know that they were from the Hu clan. They would have a completely different identity. Moreover, they wouldn't just stay in the Saber Spirit country, they would go to other countries in the continent. Each of them would only have a starting capital. Aside from this, the Hu clan wouldn't give them any help. This was to prevent others from finding out that they were from the Hu clan. These were the spies that the Hu clan left behind. In addition to these spies, the Hu family's business outside also began to shrink. They began to send most of their income to the main family, and the Hu family would exchange it for various living materials through other channels. Then, they would store these things and prepare to transport them to Demon Island. The Hu clan's actions were carried out without anyone noticing. As for Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian, they didn't need the Hu clan to inform them. They already knew what to do. The reason why they knew about this was because Lu Wei and Guan Huang told them. Although Lu Wei and Guan Huang were much stronger than Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian, the two of them still had to listen to them. Zhao Hai had them pass the orders to Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian. Fat Cat and Zhou Qianxian knew what to do, and they did it very well. On the surface, the Hu clan didn't seem to be any different from before. However, in fact, they were secretly making preparations. The mountain behind the Hu clan's residence had become a forbidden area. It was strictly guarded. Several of the Hu clan's supreme elders were personally guarding the mountain. They didn't allow anyone to approach it, and they didn't allow anyone to spy on it. This was because all the materials that the Hu clan brought back were transported to the mountain. While the Hu clan began to arrange these things, the Sword Spirit Nation was still looking for their great sword. Unfortunately, they still didn't have any clues. On the contrary, they were offending more and more people. However, recently, the Sword Spirit Nation had become more restrained. Perhaps they felt that they had offended too many people, so they didn't investigate openly. They also didn't go to other countries to investigate. They began to investigate in their own country. Of course, they still didn't have any results. This made the people of the Sword Spirit Nation go crazy. In the past, the people of the Sword Spirit Nation were proud. They also had the qualifications to be proud. They were the most powerful nation in the Soul Realm. Their great sword had imprisoned experts from various countries. None of those who were imprisoned had ever come out. Therefore, the great sword had always been the symbol of the Sword Spirit Nation, representing the spirit of the Sword Spirit Nation. But now that the great sword was lost, how could the people of the Sword Spirit Nation swallow this? The more arrogant a person was, the more they couldn't tolerate the slightest disrespect. The more arrogant a person was, the more they couldn't tolerate their own failure. Although the Sword Spirit Nation wasn't a single person, the entire Sword Spirit Nation was filled with arrogant people. Therefore, they couldn't tolerate their own failure, they couldn't tolerate the loss of the Great Sword. The Great Sword was the symbol of the Sword Spirit Nation's hegemony. All the people in the Soul World would look at the Great Sword in Great Sword City with resentment. This was because when they saw the Great Sword, they would think of the people in their own country who died under the Great Sword. In order to let the people of other countries see the Great Sword, the people of the Sword Spirit Nation specially built a Great Sword Plaza. This was to let the people of other countries see the Great Sword at a close distance. When those people stood at the foot of the Great Sword, they would feel their own insignificance and lose their determination to fight against the Sword Spirit Nation. But unfortunately, there was no longer a Great Sword in the plaza. There was only a huge pit there, and that pit was originally the place where the Great Sword was placed. What a disgrace! This was the shame of the entire Sword Spirit Nation. No one would have thought that such a huge sword would be stolen by someone. Moreover, it was stolen in the Sword Spirit country. The most infuriating thing was that the Sword Spirit country had been investigating for several months, but in the end they couldn't find anything. The probing of the various foreign forces was basically completed. They didn't find anything suspicious. Aside from offending a large number of people, they didn't find anything else. Then, they investigated the clans in the country, but in the end they still didn't find anything. There wasn't a clan in their country that was stupid enough to have ideas about the Great Sword. Not a single clan. But this time, the problem was, who was the person who took the Great Sword away? How did he take the Great Sword away? In the end, the people of the Sword Spirit Nation had to look at the person they suspected the most at the beginning. That person was Zhao Hai. In the past 5 years, only Zhao Hai had been locked up by the sword. Before Zhao Hai was locked up, the sword had been there for hundreds of years, but nothing happened to it. But after a year and a half, the sword disappeared. This made people suspect that it was Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai did not appear on the continent. He did not appear on the continent, nor did he appear in the Lion Soul Nation. It was as if Zhao Hai had disappeared along with the giant sword. But now that there were no clues, the people of the Sword Spirit country had no choice but to turn their attention back to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't in the continent, he wasn't in the Hu clan, so was it possible for him to go to his own fief? When he went out to sea, he wanted to go to Demon Island. Then, if he really had the ability to take away the huge sword, would he go to Demon Island? In the absence of any clues, the people of the Sword Spirit Nation could only grasp the last clue, and that was Zhao Hai. After thinking about this, the Sword Spirit Nation immediately sent out a battleship. This battleship could carry 500 people, and these 500 people were led by a Skydance Realm Master. There were also 10 Consolidated Equipment Realm Masters on the ship. The rest of the people, except for 100 sailors who were most familiar with the sea, were all professional Realm Masters, and their strength was not low. Such a battleship, even in a real war, would not appear, but now it was heading towards Demon Island. Everyone knew that Demon Island was a dangerous island. There were countless monsters on the island. Even if a Skydance Realm Master went to the island, he wouldn't dare to say that he could escape unscathed. It was precisely because of this that Demon Island had not been conquered for so many years. Fan Yuan stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the sea in front of him. His heart was somewhat heavy. He was very clear about his mission this time. Although he was an expert of the Skydance Realm and was about to reach the Thousand Dance Realm, he didn't have the slightest certainty regarding this trip to Demon Island. This was because Demon Island's ominous reputation was too great. The number of Thousand Dance Realm experts who died on Demon Island was also not a small number. He didn't think that he would be able to conquer Demon Island. But now, he didn't have the time to think about it. His Majesty personally gave the order, so he didn't dare to not come. However, he also decided to go to Demon Island to see if there were any traces of people. If there weren't, then he would immediately leave. He absolutely wouldn't provoke the demonic creatures on the island. At this time, a person arrived at Fan Yuan's side and said, "Sir, after going forward for a day and a night, we will reach the periphery of Demon Island." After reaching there, the battleship will have to stop. There are submerged reefs inside, the ship can't pass through. Sir, you should go back to your room and rest. Fang Yuan nodded, then he said, didn't you say that there are a lot of demonic creatures on the sea? How come they didn't appear? To be honest, I haven't eaten the meat of demonic creatures. If I can get one or two to eat, then it would be good. The person chuckled and said, replying to Sir, there are a lot of demonic creatures in the sea. However, the sea is also very big. Ordinary ships wouldn't encounter demonic creatures for a long time. Moreover, demonic creatures are very sensitive. They might have discovered Sir's aura and knew that Zhao Hai isn't someone they can afford to offend. Therefore, they all went into hiding. When Fang Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. It was completely different from his previous sigh. Naturally, it was impossible for him to show a distressed expression in front of this person. He was the commander of this operation. If he didn't take action and the others saw his distressed expression, then their morale would certainly plummet. If their morale was low, then how could they go to a dangerous place like Demon Island? Because of this, Fang Yuan had always been very strong in front of outsiders. The warship was still moving forward. None of them noticed that in the clouds above their heads, a giant eagle was circling. After discovering their path, the giant eagle flapped its wings and flew straight towards Demon Island. But now, Demon Island had changed a lot. Plant City had basically been completed. Now, the people on the island were busy transforming the plants on the island. Most of the people in the Hu clan were plants. Naturally, they hoped that the plants on the island would become their subordinates. Therefore, the Hu clan was now preparing to transform some of the ordinary plants on the island into mutated plants. Zhao Hai didn't do anything else during this time. He had been setting up magic formations on the island. At the same time, he also began to teach the Hu clan's disciples about magic symbols. This time, Hu Yuan selected 10 of the Hu clan's disciples with the best talent and the strongest learning ability to follow Zhao Hai to learn magic symbols. One must know that this wasn't an easy task. They didn't have Zhao Hai's ability to memorize magic symbols. Moreover, each symbol had a different meaning, making it very complicated. Therefore, their learning speed wasn't very fast. In addition to the 10 Hu clan's disciples, Hu Chen, Hu Ding, and Hu Xiang were also learning. Even Hu Yuan was learning. Naturally, in addition to the 10 Hu clan's disciples, the other 40 Hu clan's core disciples hadn't been taught yet. The reason why Hu Yuan didn't let Zhao Hai teach too many people at once was because he was afraid that Zhao Hai would be distracted. Zhao Hai knew what Hu Yuan was thinking. When he was teaching the Hu clan's disciples, he was very serious. At most, he would teach 3 or 5 magic symbols. However, every symbol he taught was very serious. From the way the symbol was drawn, to the meaning of the symbol, to where it should be placed, what kind of power the symbol was, and what kind of power it would conflict with. With Zhao Hai's teaching, not to mention the Hu clan's disciples, even an old man like Hu Yuan could understand. Slowly, the gates of the magic formation began to open. On this day, just as Zhao Hai finished arranging the magic formation and was preparing to go back and eat something before teaching the others, a hawk's cry was heard from the sky. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed. Then he stood in place. Before long, a huge hawk landed in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai and the hawk conversed for a while before nodding. Then he waved his hand towards the hawk. The hawk flapped its wings and flew away. After the hawk left, Zhao Hai quickly walked into Plant City. Plant City was very big, it was much bigger than the Hu clan's fort. Moreover, it wasn't just the towering trees that people could live in. There were also a lot of caves in the back of the mountain. Some of these caves were naturally formed, while some were dug by the Hu clan. Some of these caves could be used to live in, while some were used to store things. Because of this, the number of people that could live in Plant City definitely exceeded the Hu clan's fort. When Zhao Hai entered Plant City, some people immediately greeted Zhao Hai. These people were all craftsmen, they were the group of people that Zhao Hai received last time. They weren't core members of the Hu clan, but some of them were children of the Hu clan, and some of them were absolutely loyal members of the Hu clan. These people's loyalty to the Hu clan was unquestionable. Because of this, the Hu clan sent them here. Because of their different statuses, they knew about Zhao Hai's position in the Hu clan. Therefore, they were very polite to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't look arrogant at all. After greeting these people, he arrived at the towering tree. On this tree, there were 50 disciples of the Hu clan, as well as Hu Yuan, Hu Chen, Hu Ding, Hu Xiang, and Zhao Hai. They were the core of the island's power. Zhao Hai entered the towering tree and walked straight up. Before long, he arrived at the top. There were only 2 rooms on the top floor. One was Hu Yuan's room, while the other was where Zhao Hai taught students. Zhao Hai arrived at Hu Yuan's room, then he knocked on the door and said, "Grandfather, I have something to talk to you about." Hu Yuan's voice was heard, "Crane grass, come in." Zhao Hai nodded, then he pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, he saw a small living room. Hu Yuan was sitting on the coffee table with a book in his hand. This book was the one that he took while listening to Zhao Hai talk about magic formations. He wouldn't take out the book that Zhao Hai wrote. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Hu Yuan put down the book in his hand and said to Zhao Hai, "Crane grass, why did you come at this time? It's not time to eat yet. Did something happen?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandfather, there's something. I just sent an eagle to report that a battleship is heading towards our demon island. It's a battleship from the Sword Spirit country. There are a lot of people on the battleship, and there's also an expert who might have reached the Void Dance realm." When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but start. Then, he immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, are you serious? Is it really the Sword Spirit Nation's battleship?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Definitely. Around tomorrow night, they will reach the outskirts of Demon Island. However, their battleship is relatively large. Even if they reach the outskirts of Demon Island, they won't be able to directly enter the island. They will take a small boat to come up. Of course, the Skydance stage expert might fly up directly." Hu Yuan frowned and said, "Then what should we do? If they discover Ji City on the island and report back, then the entire mainland will know. Then, no matter if it is you or the Hu family, you will all be exposed." Zhao Hai said solemnly, "Grandfather, you don't have to worry about this. Tomorrow, I will open the island's mountain protecting formation, and at the same time, open the illusory formation. This way, they won't be able to see the situation on the island." When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai say that, he couldn't help but start. Then, he nodded and said, "The matter of the magic formation, we are not as good as you. I will leave it to you to handle. However, what if the Skydance stage expert comes up to the island?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, just leave him to me to deal with. Besides the Skydance stage expert, there are also 10 consolidated equipment stage experts. I will leave those 10 to you, grandfather. As for the remaining 300 or so ordinary professions, I think you can leave them to 10th uncle and the others." Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "A Skydance stage expert, you alone, can you deal with him?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "No problem, grandfather, don't worry. You forgot, I still have the great sword." "Haha, even if he is a Skydance stage expert, he won't be able to block a single blow from the great sword, right?" Hu Yuan frowned and said solemnly, "Although the great sword is good, but can you be sure that it can hit him? The body of the giant sword is too big, I'm afraid he saw it from afar and dodged it." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. Just hand him over to me, I guarantee that I won't make a mistake. Moreover, don't forget, there are a lot of demonic beasts in Demon Island. Before, there were a lot of Skydance experts who went to Demon Island, but they didn't get any benefits. Now that we're here, he won't be able to get any benefits. Grandpa doesn't need to worry." Hu Yuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Then what are you going to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "As long as we stop work tomorrow, we'll deal with the Sword Spirit country. Moreover, I think that the illusion formation on Demon Island will be open all the time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "The matter of the magic formation is up to you, we don't need to worry about it. As long as we deal with the Sword Spirit Nation, there shouldn't be any problems. Right, Crane Grass, you said that the illusion formation would be activated. Would it be able to cover the entire Demon Island? If he really wanted it, wouldn't it be even more suspicious? After all, Demon Island didn't have any fog before. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine." The reason why the illusion formation is magical is because they can't see the fog when they're not on the island. An illusion would appear on the island, blocking Vegetable City and other things, making them unable to see us and Vegetable City. Only after they're on the island would the fog appear, making them unable to see the situation on the island. At that time, we can deal with them properly. Hu Yuan said, "Alright, this will be our Hu clan's first battle on Fiend Island. We can't let any of the Sword Spirit country's people escape. I think we should just sink their battleship." Jiao Hai smiled and said, "Of course we should let it sink. It's useless for us to keep it. We can't drive it out, and we can't get close to the island. What's the point of keeping it? After we kill everyone, the warship would sink. After a long time, the Sword Spirit Nation would know that they can't go back." Hu Yuan nodded, then he smiled and said, "Right, you're quite thoughtful. How about this, we'll wait for them to come back tonight. Then we'll have a good discussion. Tomorrow, we'll stop work. Everyone will prepare to deal with them." Jiao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sky outside and said, "Grandfather, it's getting late. I think we should let everyone rest early today. After eating, let everyone sleep early. Tomorrow, we'll deal with those fellows." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Go arrange it." Jiao Hai complied, then he turned around and left. Before long, the melodious sound of a bell could be heard from the island. When the people who were working heard the sound of the bell, they put down what they were doing and gathered around the towering tree in Plant City. Jiao Hai stood there and looked at everyone. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, let's get off work early today and have a good rest. We have big things to do tomorrow." Hu Chen looked at Jiao Hai with some confusion and said, "Crane grass, what's going on tomorrow? Haven't all of our work been divided?" Jiao Hai smiled and said, "10th uncle, tomorrow isn't an ordinary day, there will be a battle. I just received news from a messenger hawk that the Sword Spirit Nation's warship is heading towards Demon Island. It should arrive tomorrow night. Therefore, we'll rest tomorrow and prepare to meet the enemy." When Jiao Hai's words came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone didn't think that the enemy would come at this time. Hu Chen immediately asked, "Crane grass, are you sure about this?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "I'm sure. I've already told grandfather the news. 10th uncle, everyone should rest early. There might be a big battle tomorrow." Everyone nodded. Jiao Hai waved his hand and had everyone rest. He led Hu Chen and the others upstairs to Hu Yuan's room. When Hu Yuan saw that they had arrived, he nodded and said, "Alright, sit down. Did Crane Grass tell you?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Grandfather doesn't have to worry." Hu Yuan nodded and looked at Hu Chen and the others. He said in a deep voice, "The messenger hawk sent by Crane Grass reported that there's a Sword Spirit Nation's warship, a Void Dance level master, 10 consolidating equipment scripture masters, and more than 300 ordinary professions. However, they can't come to the island together. Crane Grass said that the Void Dance level guy will be left to him, and the 10 consolidating equipment scripture masters will be left to me. The rest will be left to you." Hu Chen and the others were stunned. Hu Chen looked at Jiao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Third uncle, isn't it too hasty to let Crane Grass deal with the Void Dance level master alone? If that guy gets away, they'll know everything we've done here." Hu Yuan said in a deep voice, "Let's leave it to Crane Grass. Now, those demonic beasts on the island can only be commanded by Crane Grass. We can't command them. With those demonic beasts helping him, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with the Void Dance level master. Alright, everyone go and prepare. Don't worry too much." Everyone responded and didn't say anything. After dinner, it was still time to learn magic arrays. However, everyone was a little excited today, so they only learned 3 characters. When Jiao Hai saw them like this, he didn't say anything and let them rest early. The next morning, everyone woke up early. After breakfast, they gathered in the open space of Plant City. Even Hu Yuan came out. Jiao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, in a while, I will open the mountain defending formation and the illusion formation. Don't take your tokens off your bodies. Once you have your tokens, you won't be affected by the formation. If you don't have your tokens, then you'll get lost inside the formation. Once I open the formation, I'll tell you how to fight inside the formation. Do you understand? Xiaohai nodded and said, all right, let's go. Do you understand? Everyone nodded. Xiaohai made a hand seal and activated the illusion formation and the mountain defending formation. This time, he didn't plan to close the two formations. Although it would affect everyone's work if he didn't close the formation, it would also help them familiarize themselves with the two formations as soon as possible. This would make it easier for them to fight in the formation in the future. Xiaohai's expression was calm. He looked at everyone and said, all right, now that the illusion formation and the mountain defending formation have been activated, I will tell everyone how to fight in these two formations. Actually, there's no need to talk about the mountain defending formation. The main function of the mountain defending formation is to protect Plant City. At this time, unless you have a stone tablet, it would be impossible to enter Plant City. Even if you don't have a stone tablet and you're already in the formation would still restrain you and make you unable to move. There's no need to talk too much about this. Today, I will mainly talk about the illusion formation. Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, everyone might not know what an illusion formation is. It's an illusion formation that allows you to see something completely different from the real situation. Just like Demon Island, before the illusion formation is activated, people outside the island can see Plant City from afar. But once the illusion formation is activated, people outside the island can no longer see the situation inside the island. They can only see a forest and nothing else. This is the effect of an illusion formation. Xiaohai nodded and said, you might not know what an illusion formation is. It's an illusion formation that allows you to see something completely different from the real situation. When everyone heard Xiaohai's explanation, they nodded. They now somewhat understood what an illusion formation was. Xiaohai looked at them and said, not only that, this is just looking at the illusion formation from the outside. If you enter the illusion formation without a stone tablet, then it would be even more terrifying. There are two situations inside the illusion formation. One is fog. Once the enemy enters the illusion formation, a fog will appear. Naturally, this fog is also fake, it's just an illusion. We can't see the fog, only the enemy can see it. Once they slow down, the fog will slowly disappear, but they still can't see us. They will fall into an illusion. At this time, if we want to attack them, remember to stand in their path and not move. As long as you stand there and don't move, they won't be able to see you. In their eyes, you might just be a rock or a tree, you won't be a threat. If you want to run and attack them, then you might become a beast in their eyes. They will be on guard, and it will be difficult for you to deal with them. Everyone stared blankly at Xiaohai's words. For people like them who came in contact with illusion formations for the first time, illusion formations were truly magical. Xiaohai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly. Then he turned to Xiang and said, 21st uncle, I'll have to trouble you this time. Take the stone tablet and go outside the island. Look at the island from outside and then enter the island. Let everyone understand the power of the illusion formation more directly. Xiaohai had no other choice but to let Xiang test it out. It was useless for him to talk about how strong the illusion formation was. Only by letting these people experience the strength of the illusion formation would they understand what was going on. Speaking of which, illusory formations weren't anything special in the outside world. For people with strong spiritual force or people who had studied formations, even if they couldn't break an illusory formation, it wouldn't be easy to kill them with an illusory formation. But don't forget that this was the soul realm. The people here didn't have strong spiritual force. It would be very difficult for them to break an illusion formation. When Xiang heard Xiaohai, he smiled faintly and said, all right, I'll give it a try. Let's see how powerful this illusion formation is. Then he took off his stone card and handed it over to Hu Chen. Xiang smiled faintly and said, all right, I'll give it a try. Let's see how powerful this illusion formation is. Xiaohai quickly said, 21st uncle, there's no need to take off your stone card so early. Let's talk about it outside. After he said that, he led everyone out of the fort. Before long, the group arrived at the edge of the island. Xiaohai led the group to a reef outside the island. Then he had the group look back at Demon Island. The reefs outside the island were no longer within the range of the main island of Demon Island. Therefore, the illusion formation was already in effect. When people stood on the reefs, they couldn't see Plant City at all. They could only see a large area of trees. It was no different from before. Everyone exclaimed. Zhao Hai took Hu Xiang's stone card and then led everyone into the island. However, they didn't return to Plant City. They just stood on the island and looked at Hu Xiang. Hu Xiang waited on the reef for a while. Then he jumped down from the reef and landed on Demon Island. However, when he landed on the island, he immediately felt that his surroundings were filled with white fog. He couldn't see anything clearly. He even reached the point where he couldn't see anyone on the other side. Although Hu Xiang knew that this was an illusion formation, he was still very careful. He stood there for a while before the white mist disappeared. After the white mist disappeared, Hu Xiang looked around with a blank expression. This was because the surrounding scenery didn't seem like the Demon Island in his memories. He seemed to have arrived at a completely unfamiliar place. Hu Xiang looked around blankly. Finally, he carefully walked forward. As he walked, he was wary of his surroundings. At the same time, when he saw trees and stones, he didn't dare to approach them. This was because Zhao Hai had said before that as long as a person didn't move, they might become trees or stones in his eyes. Therefore, he didn't dare to approach the trees or stones. However, there were a lot of plants on Demon Island. How could he not get close to the trees? In order to avoid being attacked, Hu Xiang specifically walked towards some small shrubs or some very tall trees. In his opinion, even if he was hallucinating, that person should have become a tree that was similar to him. It was impossible for him to become a small shrub with only a few small branches. However, Hu Xiang was completely wrong. Just as he took a few steps forward, he felt a chill on his neck. He didn't dare to move. This was because he knew that someone had placed a weapon on his neck. While Hu Xiang was startled, he suddenly felt the scenery in front of him change. It turned into the familiar situation of Demon Island. Zhao Hai was standing next to him. On the other side was Hu Ding. Hu Ding was currently holding a branch on Hu Xiang's neck. At the same time, Zhao Hai placed the stone tablet on Hu Xiang's body. Upon seeing this, Hu Xiang's hair stood up. He let out a long breath as he calmed himself down and said, "Terrifying, too terrifying. I didn't think that it would be this terrifying. I didn't see anything." At this time, the others also came over. They were also shocked. Before, they heard Zhao Hai say that they didn't feel anything. But now, after Hu Xiang's experiment, they felt how terrifying this illusion formation was. Just a moment ago, they saw Hu Xiang jump from the reef to the island and then stood there motionless. After a while, Hu Xiang moved, but his movements were very strange. He looked around but didn't seem to know where he was. Then he began to slowly walk forward. He walked very slowly, as if he didn't know the way. Then he suddenly walked towards Hu Ding, as if he knew that there was someone there. On the other hand, Hu Ding simply stood there without moving. When Hu Xiang arrived at his side, Hu Ding placed the branch on Hu Xiang's neck. Hu Xiang didn't dare to move. All of this seemed like Hu Xiang and Hu Ding were deliberately putting on a show. However, everyone knew that Hu Xiang wasn't acting. This was because when Hu Ding put the branch on Hu Xiang's neck, Hu Xiang's expression couldn't lie. At that time, he really didn't know that Hu Ding was standing there. Xiao Milky Way glanced at the others and let the others try. After everyone tried to deceive them, they finally understood the function of this illusion array. So my plan is like this. When the Sky Dance Realm expert flies over the island, I will immediately go out and deal with him. Grandfather, you go and knock down the mast of the ship so that they can't leave. After that, everyone can slowly deal with those guys who came to the island. You don't need to worry about them, just let the demonic plants and animals take care of them. What you need to deal with are the people on the ship. Whether it's the boatmen or the professions left behind on the ship, don't let them go, kill them all. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Now, everyone knows how powerful this illusion formation is. However, in tomorrow's battle, this illusion formation won't be very useful. Demon Island is very dangerous, so the enemy wouldn't dare to directly attack the island. Therefore, I think it's most likely that they will send a Sky Dance Realm expert and a few Consolidated Equipment Realm experts to the island while the others will stay on the ship to provide support. The Sky Dance Realm expert is likely to fly in the sky and observe Demon Island from the sky. So my plan is like this: when the Sky Dance Realm expert flies over the island, I will immediately go out and deal with him. Grandfather, you go and knock down the mast of the ship so that they can't leave. Everyone nodded. Hu Yuan said in a deep voice, okay, then let's do it this way. We will deal with those guys as soon as possible, then deal with the Sky Dance Realm master. When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yuan say this, he knew that Hu Yuan was still not very assured about him. He didn't say anything, but he nodded and said, okay, let's do as grandfather says. Now, everyone should have a good rest. The other party may arrive this afternoon, but I don't know if they will directly come to the island to check this afternoon. Hu Chen said, I think they will definitely come to check. This is Demon Island. They are afraid that if they don't check it out, there will be demonic animals attacking them at night. Even if they don't act tonight, they will definitely not get too close to Demon Island to avoid being attacked. Hu Yuan nodded and said, Little Chen's words are reasonable. Everyone should go back and rest. Just leave one person to keep watch. If the other party comes, immediately send a warning. Crane grass, if we ring the alarm on the island, will they hear it? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, Grandfather, rest assured, they definitely won't hear it. Even if you make a big noise on the island, as long as there's an illusion formation, they won't be able to hear anything. In their eyes, Demon Island is the same as what we saw before. Hu Yuan nodded and said, that's good. Leave one person on the lookout tree to keep watch. Everyone else, go back and rest. Everyone nodded, then they turned around and left. The people who came to Demon Island this time were all elites of the Hu family. All of them have experienced battles before. They wouldn't be nervous just because the battle was about to come. On the contrary, they were very clear about how important it was to rest before a battle. Because the island was too busy, everyone didn't have time to cook. Generally, they would eat bread, fruits or dry food. Today was the same. Everyone ate some dry food and then went back to their rooms to sleep. They slept until the afternoon when the sound of a bell came from the island. Upon hearing this sound, everyone immediately jumped up. When everyone went outside, they saw a small black dot in the distance. It was slowly approaching. Everyone knew that this black dot was the Sword Spirit Country's warship. Hu Ding looked at the black dot and said, they're finally here. It seems like the Sword Spirit Country's people are suspicious of crane grass. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to Demon Island. Hu Chen nodded and said, they're definitely suspicious of crane grass. After all, crane grass is the only person they've locked inside the giant sword in the past few years. After they locked crane grass inside, the giant sword disappeared. It would be strange if they didn't suspect crane grass. Hu Xiang sneered, those fellows from the Sword Spirit Country are always so self-righteous. They were slapped in the face twice by the crane grass. Even now, they are still suspicious. If the truth of this matter is revealed, I really want to see how those fellows from the Sword Spirit Country will react. Hu Chan and Hu Ding also had a sneer on their faces. Hu Yuan stood beside them. When he heard what they said, he said in a deep voice, don't talk about those useless things. The day we let the people of the Sword Spirit Country know that this matter was done by crane grass is the day our Hu clan moves to Demon Island. At the same time, it's also the day our Hu clan officially goes to war with the Sword Spirit Country. I hope that day never comes. Otherwise, our Hu clan will definitely suffer heavy casualties. No matter what, the Sword Spirit Country is still the strongest country in the world. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the sea and pondered. He was now thinking about his body. It was because of his body refining that he became so tall. But if he could find a way to restore his body to normal, then he would be able to walk on the continent. He wouldn't need to be afraid of being discovered by the Sword Spirit Country. But after thinking about it, Zhao Hai felt that this wasn't possible. His current fighting style was known by many people in the continent. If he moves on the continent and doesn't fight, then it's fine. But if he fights, then it's very likely that the other party would find out that he was Zhao Hai. In that case, even if his body changed, the Sword Spirit Country would still be able to recognize him. When the time comes, the Sword Spirit Country would still deal with him. One must know that the people from the Sword Spirit Country were very unreasonable. If they kill the wrong person, then they won't let him go. This wasn't the first time they did this. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai stopped thinking about this matter. It would be very troublesome if he could make the Sword Spirit Country's people unable to find him. But if the other party could still find him, then there was no need for him to do so. Zhao Hai didn't think too much about this matter. After all, the Sword Spirit Country's people couldn't find him. At this time, the black dot on the sea was getting closer and closer to Demon Island. They can now see that it was a ship. Everyone became nervous as they stared at the ship. Before long, the ship arrived at the periphery of Demon Island. It can be seen that the sailors controlling the ship were very experienced. Because of this, the ship's speed was very fast. Moreover, when it arrived at the periphery of Demon Island, it immediately stopped and didn't enter the reef area. Zhao Hai looked at the sky, then he turned to Hu Yuan and said, "Grandfather, it looks like they're preparing to land on the island today. We also need to make some preparations." Hu Yuan nodded. He didn't say anything as he looked at the ship. Zhao Hai turned his head and walked into Plant City. After that, a large number of magic plants and magic beasts followed Zhao Hai out of the city. These magic plants and magic beasts all had stone plates on their bodies, allowing them to not be affected by the illusion formation and the defensive formation. After all, they were also intelligent creatures, so they would also be affected. After these magic plants and magic beasts came out of Plant City, they immediately disappeared from Demon Island. When it comes to understanding Demon Island, Zhao Hai and the others couldn't compare to these magic plants and magic beasts. Hu Yuan and the others also saw Zhao Hai's actions, but they didn't say anything. After the magic plants and magic beasts left, Hu Yuan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, do as I said before. Be careful. None of the Void Realm experts are easy to deal with. If you really can't do it, you can stall him. Once I deal with the others, I'll deal with that guy with you." Hu Yuan was still a bit worried about Zhao Hai. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would suffer. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandfather, rest assured. I'll be fine." Then he turned his gaze to the battleship that had completely stopped and dropped its anchor. At this time, Fang Yuan stood at the bow of the battleship and looked at Demon Island. Demon Island was shrouded in illusion, so of course, he couldn't see anything. In the end, Fang Yuan said in a deep voice, "Everyone, get ready. Prepare the small boat. 5 people come out and take the small boat to the island to take a look. I'll observe from the sky. If there are any magic plants or magic beasts attacking, I'll retreat immediately." After saying that, his body flashed, and he shot up into the sky, flying directly towards the Demon Island. At the same time, a small boat was lowered from the battleship, and 5 consolidated equipment stage powerhouses jumped onto the boat, steering it towards the Demon Island. This time, they were all ordered to come. If they didn't do well, they would be punished when they returned. Therefore, even though they knew that Demon Island was very dangerous, they still wanted to go to the island to take a look. As for the rest, they also knew that besides the consolidating equipment stage powerhouses, anyone else entering the island would be no different from seeking death. In that case, they might as well stay on the ship and provide support. After all, they were only here to scout the island, not to fight to the death with the enemy. Zhao Hai stood on the island and looked at Fang Yuan as she soared into the sky. He also saw the small boats coming down from the battleship. Zhao Hai turned to Hu Yuan and said, "Grandfather, it seems like they're really going to make a move. Leave the one in the sky to me. I'll leave the ones on the ship to you. As for the ones on the small boats, we'll just wait for them to land on the island." Hu Yuan nodded, then he turned to the others and said, "Prepare yourselves. Don't show any mercy. This time, don't let anyone from the Sword Spirit Country go." Everyone responded and got ready. Some of them were so anxious that they even took out their weapons. Zhao Hai just stood there and looked at Fang Yuan, who was flying in the sky. At this time, Shoppy arrived beside Zhao Hai and also looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly flew above Demon Island. When he arrived above Demon Island, he felt a little strange. Why didn't the demonic animals on the island attack him? This was too strange. One must know that the demonic beasts on Demon Island were very famous. Especially the flying demonic beasts. A lot of Sky Dance Realm experts didn't want to encounter them. Just as Zhao Hai was thinking about this, a red cloud suddenly flew up from the island. This red cloud went straight towards Fang Yuan. Upon seeing this, Fang Yuan relaxed. These red clouds that were attacking Fang Yuan were the red birds that Zhao Hai encountered when he first arrived on Demon Island. These red birds were very powerful. Their individual attacks weren't very strong, but their numbers were huge. Moreover, each one of them wasn't afraid of death. After being improved by the space, these fellows became smarter. Because of this, their attack power became stronger. Zhao also thought that if Fang Yuan was allowed to fly around Demon Island, then the other party would certainly be suspicious. After all, Demon Island was a very dangerous place. If no animals attacked them, then the other party would certainly suspect that something was wrong. Therefore, he sent those red birds to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan didn't say anything, but she didn't say anything. The red birds were indeed a lot smarter. Although they were attacking Fang Yuan, they weren't attacking blindly like before. Instead, they surrounded Fang Yuan and attacked from all directions. When Fang Yuan attacked a red bird in one direction, the red bird in that direction would immediately scatter. At the same time, the other red birds would also attack. This ensured that Fang Yuan wouldn't be able to kill a large number of red birds in a short period of time while she was being held back by the red birds. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was observing the boat. The boat was moving very fast in the sea. Because the people on the boat were experts, they were able to safely pass through the reef area and were now approaching the reefs. When they reached the first reef, the men stopped the boat, climbed onto the reef, and tied the boat rope to the reef. Then they all jumped onto the reef, and from the reef, they jumped onto the reef and ran towards the island. In fact, even if they didn't row the boat, there were still many ways to get to the island. However, they didn't do so. Instead, they drove the boat to the reef and then got to the island from the reef. This was to save as much energy as possible so that they could deal with unexpected situations when they got to the island. After all, Devil Island's name was still there. Upon seeing these people on the reef, the Hu clan immediately became nervous. Everyone was ready. Hu Yuan's eyes narrowed, only Zhao Hai didn't make any movements. These people jumped onto Demon Island. In just a few breaths of time, they had already reached the island. But these few breaths of time seemed to be very long for the Hu clan. Just as the 5 people were about to land on the island, Zhao Hai said, "Let's go." Then he and Sharp Hai soared into the sky. Hu Yuan also flew up and rushed towards the warship. The other Hu clan members were the same. They all rushed out of Demon Island in the shortest time possible. At this time, Zhao Hai and Sharp Hai were already in the air. One in front and one behind, they surrounded Fang Yuan. The red birds made way for them. Fang Yuan, who was fighting with the red birds, also noticed the two. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Fang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he said, "Crane grass, you're really crane grass. You're still alive. So you really stole my sword spirit country's greatsword?" Zhao Hai looked at Fang Yuan, then he smiled faintly and said, "I didn't expect you to find me this quickly. Haha, it seems like I underestimated you. But there's one thing that you're wrong about. I didn't steal the sword, I just took it. It was your sword spirit country that invited me into the sword, I just took it away." Fang Yuan nodded and said, "That's right." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he coldly said, "Crane grass, who gave you such courage? Aren't you afraid of my sword spirit country's retaliation? Not to mention you, even your Hu clan wouldn't be able to stop the sword spirit country's retaliation." Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hai looked up and laughed, "Retaliation? If the sword spirit country doesn't know that I'm on Demon Island, then wouldn't they have no way to retaliate? Now that you've seen me, do you still want to leave?" When Fang Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but be startled. He looked to the side and saw a large number of flying beasts surrounding him. At his side, there was a winged dog that was looking at him maliciously. Fang Yuan's mind moved as a large sword appeared around his body. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand. Fang Yuan pointed the sword at Zhao Hai and sneered, "Crane grass, I just didn't think that you would be at the Skydance realm. But even if you are, so what? You're at the Skydance realm, and I'm also at the Skydance realm. Do you think it's possible for a Skydance realm expert to kill another Skydance realm expert? Even if you have the help of these beasts, you still won't be able to do it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Is that so?" what if I add him? After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Fang Yuan felt the sky above his head turn dark. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. When he saw the sky, his face couldn't help but turn pale. It was as if he saw the most terrifying thing in the world. In fact, it was more or less the same. There was a huge sword hanging above his head. This sword was 100 meters long and had an incomparably huge body. Behind the sword's hilt, there were 8 iron chains that were even longer than the sword. They were twisting like snakes, making it look like a huge octopus. A large sword. Upon seeing this large sword, Wan Yuan immediately thought of the Sword Spirit Nation's large sword. However, he didn't think that such a large sword would fly up one day. Moreover, it was already hanging above his head. Because of the shock, he didn't even see the shape of this large sword. It was completely different from the Sword Spirit Nation's large sword. Zhao Hai looked at Fang Yuan's pale face. He knew that Fang Yuan would die today. Once the large sword appeared, Fang Yuan's mind would be taken away. In this case, how could Fang Yuan be his opponent? As long as he waved the large sword, he would be able to take Fang Yuan's life in one move. Zhao Hai wasn't a person who would drag things out. After he revealed the large sword, he looked at Fang Yuan and said, "Now, you can die." After saying that, Zhao Hai formed a seal with his hands and waved it down. The large sword flashed with a golden light and slashed down towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mind had already been taken away by the large sword. Now that he saw the large sword slashing down, his face changed and he actually forgot to dodge. Or rather, he didn't even have the thought of dodging. He just lifted the sword in his hand, wanting to block the sword. However, how could he block the attack of the great sword? With a cracking sound, the sword in Fang Yuan's hand was shattered by the great sword. At the same time, Fang Yuan was also attacked by the great sword qi. The great sword qi cut Fang Yuan's body into pieces. Her entire body turned into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared in the air. Zhao Hai glanced at the disappearing Fang Yuan, but he didn't care. Then, he turned his head to look at the battle below. The 5 consolidated equipment level masters on the island had been dealt with by the demonic plants and demonic beasts on the island. The same was true for the people on the ship. With Hu Yuan taking action, the people on the ship naturally had no chance to escape. Although they had a large number of people, most of them were dead now. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the red birds immediately flew back to the island. A Sharpei flew to Zhao Hai's side. At the same time, the large sword also fell under Zhao Hai's feet. Zhao Hai stepped on the large sword and flew directly to the top of the battleship. The people on the battleship also noticed the large sword. The people of the Hu family were naturally very happy, but the people on the battleship were all pale. The appearance of the large sword had destroyed their last trace of resistance. They knew that they were going to die today. Zhao Hai's large sword fell again. Then, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Everyone, come up. There's no need to fight anymore. Leave it to me." When the people of the Hu family heard Zhao Hai's words, they all moved. They jumped up from the battleship and landed on the large sword. Then, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and 8 iron chains rushed straight to the battleship like 8 swimming dragons. In the blink of an eye, 8 big holes appeared on the battleship. Then, the iron chains swung on the battleship, and no one was alive on the battleship. Then, the 8 iron chains kept whipping the battleship. In just a few hits, the battleship had turned into a pile of broken wood, completely disappearing into the sea. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the large sword turned around and flew back to Demon Island. Upon arriving at the island, everyone jumped down from the large sword. Then, Zhao Hai received the large sword. After everyone returned to Plant City, Hu Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Then he sighed and said, "I found that this battle was really boring. The strong ones were dealt with by Third Uncle and Cranegrass. We wanted to deal with the ordinary professions, but then Cranegrass waved his large sword and sunk the battleship. We didn't get anything. What a pity, what a pity. It's not interesting at all." Hu Ding and Hu Xiang also nodded. The others also had a look of deep thought. Only Hu Yuan heard them and couldn't help but reprimand them, "Don't talk nonsense. Isn't this good? Aside from a few people being injured, no one has died. This kind of battle is better. Ha 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 ha." At the end of his speech, Hu Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. The others also laughed along with him. Naturally, Hu Yuan wasn't happy because no one died in this battle. Instead, it was because of Zhao Hai's strength. He had the strength to kill Void Realm experts. This time, the Sword Spirit Country's people came to Devil Island. Although the atmosphere was tense, it also allowed the Hu clan to see Zhao Hai's strength. Void Dance Realm experts were known as uncrowned kings. In a one-on-one situation, there was no Void Dance Realm expert that could easily kill another Void Dance Realm expert. However, Zhao Hai was able to do so. Naturally, the most important thing was his greatsword. When the greatsword slashed down, it was a sword that made Hu Yuan's scalp tingle. However, Hu Yuan was happy, he was very happy. Zhao Hai was his grandson as well as his disciple. The stronger Zhao Hai was, the happier he would be. At this time, Zhao Hai was just standing in the middle of the group, chatting and laughing. He didn't have any arrogance, this was what Hu Yuan appreciated the most. After returning to Plant City, Hu Yuan had the others disperse while he led Zhao Hai, Hu Chen, and the others back to his room. After the group sat down, Hu Yuan said, "The Sword Spirit Country sent people this time. For us, this isn't a small matter. This means that the Sword Spirit Country has already set their sights on Devil Island. This time, their ship's people disappeared. I hope that the Sword Spirit Country can dispel their thoughts. If they send people to investigate, then it would be even more troublesome." Everyone nodded. They knew that the Sword Spirit Country's people were very vengeful. This time, everything went wrong for them. Now that they lost a ship's worth of people, they might not be willing to give up and send more people. When that time comes, it would be even more troublesome. Hu Yuan looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't think too much. Even if the Sword Spirit Country's people come, we don't need to be afraid. Devil Island is easy to defend and hard to attack. It wouldn't be easy for them to attack the island. However, when the time comes, our Hu clan will have to move to Devil Island." Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Now that he heard Hu Yuan, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Grandfather, I have an idea. I don't know if it's possible." Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, what do you think?" Zhao Hai said, "In the Soul Realm, Devil Island isn't the only death zone. I remember that there's a death zone east of the Sword Spirit Country. If I suddenly appear there, what would the Sword Spirit Country think?" Hu Yuan stared, then he said, "Are you talking about the Desolation Desert?" The Desolation Desert was a place left behind by the Destroyer. The Desolation Desert was filled with the power left behind by the Destroyer. The Desolation Desert was a place left behind by the Destroyer. The Desolation Desert was filled with the power left behind by the Destroyer. The Desolation Desert was a place that could be transformed by the Destroyer, but because of the Desolation Desert, it couldn't be transformed. However, it wasn't that the Desolation Desert was devoid of life. It was said that the Desolation Desert had a lot of magic plants and magic beasts. And those magic plants and magic beasts were much more terrifying than the magic plants and magic beasts on Demon Island. "Isn't it too dangerous?" Zhao Hai said, "I don't think it's a big deal. I just want to divert their attention away from Devil Island. Think about it, if they think that I'm in the Desolation Desert, then they wouldn't come to Devil Island. Then the family can develop here in peace. If they really go there to chase me, then that's even better. I'll be there and deal with them." Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, you have to think about it. If you really go to the Desolation Desert, then you'll have to face the pursuit of the entire Sword Spirit Country. Even the Tiger Spirit Country and the Lion Spirit Country will be involved. Then you'll have to face a very dangerous situation." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. It's not like I haven't encountered such a situation before. Maybe I can subdue some demonic plants and animals there." Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. Go, but remember to come back alive." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandpa, don't worry. In this world, the people who can kill me haven't been born yet. How can the people of the Sword Spirit Country kill me? Hee, they're still lacking." If these words were said by someone else, then Hu Yuan would have already slapped them. But since these words were said by Zhao Hai, Hu Yuan didn't say anything. In Hu Yuan's view, regardless of Zhao Hai's strength, just the fact that he can control the greatsword meant that his combat strength wasn't something that an ordinary Void Dance Realm expert could deal with. To kill Zhao Hai, only a Broken River Realm expert would be able to do so. However, there were only a few Broken River Realm experts in the entire Soul Realm, and they wouldn't be under anyone's command. Therefore, Zhao Hai should be safe in the Soul Realm. Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Alright, then we'll do as you say." We didn't get much information about the Desolation Desert. This time, the family won't be able to help you. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's alright, Grandpa can rest assured. I plan to go after some time. If I appear in the Desolation Desert at this time, the other party might be suspicious." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "Alright, then it won't be too late to go after some time." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "At the very least, I have to teach everyone about magic formations before leaving. Otherwise, if everyone were to rely on self-study, then I'm afraid that it would waste a lot of time." Hu Yuan and the others nodded. Hu Yuan looked at the others and said, "For the next period of time, let the 10 disciples focus on learning magic array glyphs from crane grass. At the same time, send a letter to the family and have them prepare to evacuate at any time." Everyone nodded and then Hu Yuan waved his hand. Everyone stood up and left. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he sat in the living room. He could feel that Hu Yuan was still worried about him. This was something that made Zhao Hai puzzled. With his strength, Hu Yuan shouldn't be worried about him. But why did Hu Yuan seem to be worried? What's going on? Could it be that the soul world still has some hidden forces? But it doesn't seem like it. The strongest force in the soul world should be river-breaking experts. How could there be other experts? Could it be that the soul world still has some unknown forces? Zhao Hai let out a long breath, then he looked at the sky outside and muttered, "It seems that the soul world's waters are deeper than I thought. This time, I want to see if there's anything in the soul world that can take my life." Zhao Hai, don't think that it's so easy to take my life. If you want my life, then are you prepared to die? In fact, if Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of attracting the attention of the entire soul world, or even the river-breaking experts, he would have gone to the Sword Spirit Country and slaughtered them. He would have let the people of the Sword Spirit Country know how powerful he was. But he couldn't do that. After all, he still had the Hu clan behind him. Zhao Hai wanted to live a quick life in this life. If he saw someone he didn't like, then he would kill them. If someone dared to offend him, then he would retaliate with all his strength. But now, he discovered that no matter what the situation was, he couldn't do what he imagined. As long as a person was moved, then they would have scruples. As long as you have scruples, then you wouldn't be able to do as you please. After letting out a long breath, Zhao Hai slowly sat down. In his mind, he recalled all the methods that could make him stronger. But now, he discovered that all these methods were useless to him. His strongest attacks were still the void condensing formation and a great sword attack. Then there's Jade Baby. When he thought of Jade Baby, Zhao Hai's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. To be honest, this was the first time that Zhao Hai saw a creature like Jade Baby. He really didn't know what kind of creature Jade Baby was. If one said that he couldn't be a creature, then he really was a living being. If one said that he was a living being, then he was completely different from any other life form. This was really too strange. At this time, the Nature Palace's small tree had produced a traction crystal. Once the crystal matures, Zhao Hai planned to give it to Jade Doll. This was because he already knew that Jade Doll was eager to try the traction crystal. She was drooling over it. Zhao Hai knew what the traction crystal was, but he didn't know why Yuhua was so interested in it. He asked Yuhua why he was interested in the traction crystal, but the answer he got made him dumbfounded. This was because Yuhua didn't know why he was so excited about the traction crystal, he just felt that he wanted to eat it. As for why, he didn't know. Yuhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yuhua didn't know why he was so excited about the traction crystal, he just felt that he wanted to eat it. But now that the small tree could produce a traction crystal, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be stingy. If it wasn't for the Great Sword and the Guardian formation, then Zhao Hai would have already given it to Jade Baby. Putting Jade Baby's matter aside, Zhao Hai thought about the magic plants that he used the most. They were the Stone Hammer Tree, Iron Thread Grass, Iron Warp Tree, and Safflower. Zhao Hai discovered that among these plants, the strongest one was the stone hammer tree. The fastest one was the iron thread grass, and the strongest one was the iron warp tree. At the same time, the iron warp tree was the most suitable for making weapons. As for the safflower, it could be used to make people hallucinate. It was the most suitable for cooperation in battle. When Zhao Hai went to the desolate desert this time, he was prepared to bring these 4 plants along with the sharp Hai and the jade baby. He didn't want to bring any other animals and plants, especially those that were placed in Demon Island. Because of the traction crystals that Zhao Hai placed in the formation, the natural energy in the island was very rich. This was very beneficial to the plants and animals. Leaving them here would also be very beneficial to them. Moreover, if they were to stay here, they would be able to help Hu Yuan in battle. It could be said that this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In addition to these, Zhao Hai was only prepared to take the eagle and the great sword. The rest would be left behind in Demon Island. Demon Island needed these things more than him. The imperial palace of the Sword Spirit Nation was a huge city. The entire city was the imperial palace. Many members of the imperial family lived here. This place should be called the Imperial City, not the Imperial Palace. In the center of the Imperial City, there was a huge palace complex. This was the real Imperial Palace of the Sword Spirit Nation. The king of the Sword Spirit Nation, Duga Tian, lived here. Duga Tian was 40 years old, the golden age of a man. He was wearing a navy blue robe and was sitting in his study room. He was reading a book in his hand. In front of him was a table made of gold with 9 dragons engraved on it. It was incomparably gorgeous. In front of Duga Tian, a person was kneeling. This person was wearing a black robe. His head was on the ground, making it impossible to see his appearance. He was just lying there motionless. However, one could see from this person's temperament that he was a void dance expert. Duga Tianzi finished reading a page of the book, then looked at the man and said in a deep voice, "Get up." The person quickly replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After he finished speaking, he stood up, but his body was still bowed and his head was lowered. Looking at his current appearance, it was difficult to connect him with a sky dance level expert. One must know that sky dance level experts were known as uncrowned kings. In other countries, even the king would be very polite when meeting them. But who would have thought that in the Sword Spirit country, a sky dance level expert could only kneel on the ground like a slave? Duga Tianzi looked at that person and said, "I told you to send people to Fiend Island, but they still haven't come back. 500 people, not a single one of them came back alive. Is Fiend Island really that terrifying?" The man lowered his head and said, "Replying to Your Majesty, after this subject found out that they didn't return, I sent a scout eagle to check. Their ship wasn't on Demon Island, so it might have sunk. Moreover, the scout eagle was attacked on Demon Island. If it wasn't for its speed and training, it might not have returned. Later on, I had the eagle trainer communicate with the scout eagle, but there were no traces of people on Demon Island. Therefore, I think that they might have been attacked by the demonic beasts on Demon Island and all of them died there." Duga Tianzi said in a deep voice, "Is it possible? I don't want a possibility, I want to make sure that they didn't die on Demon Island. I want to make sure that the crane field grass isn't on Demon Island. I want my Sword Spirit Nation's huge sword, not a possibility, do you understand? Gui Ling, you have to remember, this time you are looking for the enemy of our Sword Spirit country, our Sword Spirit country's biggest enemy, so I don't care how many of you die, you have to make sure that the crane field grass is really not on Demon Island." Ghost Spirit knelt down and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will immediately arrange it." Duga Tian waved his hand. Ghost Spirit then kowed out and slowly withdrew from the study. As soon as he came out of the study, Gui Ling's body immediately straightened up. His eyes flashed coldly as he turned around and left the imperial family. Very quickly, he arrived at a small courtyard next to the imperial palace. This small courtyard wasn't big, it wasn't eye-catching at all. But as soon as he entered the courtyard, a group of black-clothed people immediately ran out. These black-clothed people all had ominous expressions on their faces, their skills were very good. Ghost Spirit looked at them and said, "His Majesty has ordered us to find out whether or not the crane field grass is on Demon Island at all costs. When these black-clothed people heard Ghost Spirit, they immediately responded. Their voices weren't very loud, but their voices were filled with killing intent. It was clear that they couldn't wait to kill Zhao Hai. At this time, the door behind Ghost Spirit suddenly opened. A black-cloaked person pushed open the door and walked in. Ghost Spirit turned his head to look at this person and discovered that it was one of his subordinates. However, this person wasn't one of the people who were targeting Zhao Hai. Instead, this person was the leader of the group that was monitoring the Desert of Destruction. When this person saw Ghost Spirit, he immediately saluted him and said, "Sir, this official has some news. It might be related to the crane field grass." When Ghost Spirit heard this, he couldn't help but stare and said, "Ghost, you have news about the crane field grass? Tell me about it." Ghost replied, "Sir, this official received news that someone found a row of footprints in the Desert of Destruction. This row of footprints definitely isn't something that an ordinary person can have. Sir, please take a look." Then the person took out a piece of paper and handed it over to Ghost Spirit. Gue Ling took the paper and opened it to take a look. He found that there was a footprint on the paper, but it was a huge footprint. Upon seeing the footprint, Gue Ling was stunned. Then he turned to look at Gue Ling and said, "Is this footprint a copy?" Ghost nodded and said, "It was copied by our ghost guard." At that time, this footprint was still very new. Moreover, from the strength of this footprint, this person didn't wear big shoes with small feet. Instead, he was a very tall person. Ghost Spirit nodded and said, "Inferring from this footprint, this person's height should be above 2-3 meters. There are very few people in the world who can grow to such a height. As far as I know, besides the crane field grass, there aren't many people who can make such a big footprint. Aside from this, did you find anything else?" Ghost replied, "Yes. Not far from the footprints, a sand pit was found. The sand pit is very big, but I don't know what it was made of. It looks like a huge object was inserted into the sand, forming a sand pit. Therefore, this subordinate suspects that it might be a sand pit left behind by a greatsword." Ghost nodded, "Yes." Ghost nodded, "Yes." Ghost Spirit's body shook. Then he said, "Immediately go to the Desert of Destruction and carefully check the situation. I'll tell His Majesty this news. If the crane field grass is really in the Desert of Destruction, then there's no point in us going to Devil Island. We'll only be sacrificing ourselves in vain. Take 10 people with you and use your fastest speed." Ghost nodded. Ghost Spirit didn't wait for him to say anything as he turned around and left the courtyard. Then he went straight to Dugu Tian's study. When he arrived outside the study, Ghost Spirit said, "Your Majesty, Ghost Spirit requests an audience." Dugu Tian's voice was heard, "Come in." Ghost Spirit nodded, then he opened the door and walked in. After entering the room, he immediately bowed to Dugu Tian and said, "Your subject Ghost Spirit greets Your Majesty. May Your Majesty be at peace." Dugu Tian looked at Ghost Spirit and said, "Ghost Spirit, you're becoming more and more presumptuous. You just left and you immediately came to seek an audience. What do you want?" Ghost Spirit cowed out and said, "Your Majesty, this subject has important information to inform Your Majesty." This subject had no choice but to come. Dugu Tian looked at Ghost Spirit and said, "What's the matter? Speak." Gue Ling immediately said, "Your Majesty, the Ghost Guards have just received news. The Ghost Guards monitoring the Desert of Destruction have reported that they found a footprint in the Desert of Destruction. This footprint is very large, and after careful analysis, the owner of this footprint is definitely more than 2-3 meters tall. In addition, beside the footprint, they also found a sand pit. This sand pit is very large, as if a giant object was inserted into the sand to form a sand pit. This subject suspects that it might be a giant sword." Dugu Tian stared, then he frowned and said, "Is the news reliable?" Ghost Spirit immediately replied, "It's reliable. This is the news that the Ghost Guards sent back. Moreover, this subject has already sent people to the Desert of Destruction to look for new traces in order to confirm this news." Heavenly Dugu slowly stood up, then he gently stomped his feet and said, "The Desert of Destruction isn't very far from Great Sword City. Moreover, that place is a land of death. Normally, no one would go there, so it's a good place to hide. But Devil Island is different, that place is the fief of crane grasses. If anyone can't find him in the continent, then they would definitely think that he went to Devil Island. But he went the opposite way and hid in another land of death. This way, no one would think of him. Gui Ling, do you think this is possible? Ghost Spirit replied, replying to your majesty, it's very likely. Cranefield is a very cunning person. He was captured by us on the way to Devil Island. If he really stole the sword, then he would have thought that we would send people to Devil Island to look for him. Although this subject doesn't know how he stole the sword's volume is very large. If he really brought the sword to Devil Island, then Feng Yuan and the others would have seen it from afar and would have immediately reported back. It's impossible for him to set foot on Devil Island and cause the demonic beasts to attack him. Therefore, this subject believes that the possibility of Cranefield running to the Desert of Destruction is very high. Du Gutian nodded and said, good. When you sent a hawk to Devil Island, did the hawk find something similar to a giant sword? Ghost Spirit replied, it didn't find anything. The hawk that this subject sent has been tamed for several generations. It's very smart and carries out the orders of the hawk trainer very well. Moreover, it's also very good at scouting. Therefore, this subject believes that the hawk really didn't find anything. This subject is very confident in the hawk that he trained. Du Gutianzi nodded and said, alright, then let's not go to Demon Island. Compared to Demon Island, the Desolation Desert has fewer demonic plants and beasts. Although the demonic plants and beasts in the desert are stronger, it's still safer compared to Demon Island. Our sword spirit country has already offended a lot of people because of the Great Sword. We can't afford to suffer any more losses. Let's focus on the Desolation Desert. At the very least, we still have some clues there. Ghost Spirit cowed out and said, this subject receives the decree. Du Gutian waved his hand. Then Ghost Spirit stood up and left the study. After Ghost Spirit came out of the study, he immediately returned to the small courtyard. The black-clothed men were still there. Ghost Spirit looked at them and said, get ready and wait for news from Ghost. If he finds any clues in the Desert of Destruction, then we'll immediately go to the Desert of Destruction. The black-clothed men nodded at the same time. Then Ghost Spirit waved his hand and the black-clothed men turned around and left. At this time, Zhao Hai was sitting in Plant City and working. Now that Plant City has basically taken shape, people can live there at any time. Moreover, Zhao Hai and the others have started to plant mutated plants all over Devil Island. This was in order to make the plants grow better. At the same time, it was also in order to strengthen the defenses of Devil Island. After being busy for the day, Zhao Hai returned to his room. After eating something, he went upstairs to teach Hu Chen and the others. Naturally, Hu Yuan was also present. When Hu Yuan saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, I've almost finished learning about magic formations. After that, I'll use these talismans to set up magic formations. I'm afraid that I'll be able to finish it in about 10 days. Are you preparing to go to the Desert of Destruction in 10 days? Zhao Hai nodded and said, yes. I went to the Desert of Destruction once and left some footprints and sand pits there. If the people of the Sword Spirit country discover these footprints and sand pits, they would certainly think that I went to the Desert of Destruction. They wouldn't come to Devil Island in the future. However, if they can't find anything in the Desert of Destruction for a long time, then they would still come to Devil Island. Therefore, I'm preparing to go to the Desert of Destruction in a few days. Hu Yuan nodded and said, be careful. If you really can't do it, you can return to Demon Island. Our family has already made preparations. You can use the next few nights to transport some things from home to the island. Once our family is ready to move to the island, it would be much easier. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded and then began to teach. Everyone listened very seriously. They were very clear that once Zhao Hai leaves, then they would become everyone's magic formation teachers. It can be said that this was a great responsibility, they couldn't ignore it. Over the next few days, Zhao Hai returned to the Hu clan's botanical fort every night to transport things to Demon Island. Naturally, he didn't transport a lot of people, because if he did, then they would be discovered. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't transport any people, he only transported things. Zhao Hai didn't transport any people, he just transported things. 10 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Most of the things from the Hu family had already been transported to Devil Island. Moreover, Zhao Hai also finished teaching about magic formations. He also had everyone personally arrange some magic formations. Naturally, they were all small formations. But what surprised Zhao Hai was that the one who learned the best was Hu Xiang. Hu Xiang usually looked lazy, but when it came to learning magic formations, he was very serious. Moreover, he was very perceptive. When it came to arranging magic formations, he was the fastest. He even made some changes to the magic formations to make them more powerful. This was what Zhao Hai valued the most. Arranging magic arrays wasn't a difficult matter for people who learned how to arrange magic array runes and magic array layout. However, there were a lot of people who just followed a book when arranging magic arrays. There were even some people who directly took the magic arrays of their predecessors and arranged them according to the book. Such magic array masters wouldn't have any future in their lifetime. On the other hand, true geniuses could use magic array runes to arrange their own magic arrays. Moreover, the magic arrays they arranged were often much stronger than other magic arrays of their own kind. This was a kind of talent that other people couldn't even envy. Such people would often become magic array masters. Hu Xiang had this kind of potential. Zhao Hai looked at the desert in front of him. The desert here was a land of death. Compared to any desert he had seen before, it was deathly still. Only the sound of the wind could be heard here, there was no other sound. Zhao Hai closed his eyes and murmured, "Sharp Hai, do you feel it? There are a lot of very chaotic forces here, and these forces are very powerful. If I'm not wrong, this must be a battlefield in the past, a battlefield between the Soul World and the Destroyer. This place may be lush and shady in the past, and it may be bustling with people. But now, it's just a desert, a dead desert. And this is a desert that was formed later on. The reason why plants can't survive here is because there are so many chaotic forces here. The forces here are too chaotic." Sharp Eye nodded, then barked a few times. Perhaps to others, it sounded like barking, but to Zhao, it sounded like Sharp Eye was saying, "Master, the power here is very strong, and that kind of violent power is even more powerful. If it is a magic beast that was born here, then it must be very powerful. Master, you must be careful." Sharp Eye nodded, then barked a few times. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. We'll be living here for some time." "Sharp Eye, are you happy to be here? Can you absorb the forces here?" Sharp Eye shook its head and said, "No, young master. I don't like it here. The forces here are too violent. I don't like it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled faintly and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, you don't need to absorb forces here. Let's go. I want to see what kind of demonic plants are in the desert of destruction." Then he walked forward. One person and one dog didn't seem like they were moving in the desert. Instead, it looked like they were taking a stroll in their own courtyard. Zhao Hai had already taught Hu Chen and the others how to use the demonic formation. Now he was ready to stay in the desert of destruction for a long time. He might not have had this idea before, but since the last time he entered the desert, he wanted to stay here for a long time. This was because when he entered the desert of destruction, he felt the anger coming from the small tree inside the nature temple. The sapling didn't seem to like communicating with him. Even if it communicated with him, it was like a computer, only saying things that it had programmed. But this time it was different. This time, the sapling took the initiative to send out an emotion of anger. Zhao Hai felt that the small tree was angry, which surprised him. He immediately tried to communicate with the small tree, but the small tree didn't say anything. However, Zhao Hai could feel that the small tree was angry because of the violent energy that destroyed the desert. It was because of the lack of vitality in the desert that Zhao Hai wanted to destroy. Because of this discovery, Zhao Hai wanted to stay in the desert of destruction. He wanted to absorb the violent energy in the desert and then slowly transform the desert into an oasis. Zhao Hai didn't know why he wanted to do this, but he wanted to do it very much. This wasn't because of the small tree's influence on Zhao Hai, but because Zhao Hai discovered that he had a very special feeling towards the energy in the desert of destruction. He felt that this energy was helpful to him. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward. While walking forward, he also observed the situation in the Desert of Destruction. The sand in the Desert of Destruction was very special. Looking from afar, the sand in the Desert of Destruction would be yellow and have a different kind of beauty. However, the sand in the Desert of Destruction was actually white. It was a pale color, it looked like a skeleton without any vitality. While Zhao Hai was looking around, he suddenly felt a fluctuation in the space. Zhao Hai sent his spiritual force into the space and immediately discovered that the traction crystal on the small tree had matured. It had turned into a palm-sized transparent white crystal. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he immediately took the traction crystal. Then Zhao Hai immediately called Jade Child over. When Jade Child flew to Zhao Hai's side, Zhao Hai could clearly feel Jade Child's desire for the traction crystal. Zhao Hai didn't tease Jade Child, instead, he handed the traction crystal to Jade Child. Jade Child could feel Zhao Hai's intentions. He happily turned into a green transparent liquid and wrapped the traction crystal inside. Then Zhao Hai felt that Jade Child seemed to have fallen asleep. He quietly floated there, motionless, as if he had fallen asleep. When Zhao Hai saw Yua's appearance, he didn't care about him anymore. Yua was like this last time, but that was when he entered the soul space. Zhao Hai knew that Yua would wake up on his own, he wouldn't be able to wake him up. Zhao Hai no longer cared about Jade Child. He looked around and then led Sharp Hai to a sand dune. Then Zhao Hai took out some food and gave it to Sharp Hai. He also ate some himself. Although Zhao Hai and Sharp Hai didn't need to eat, Zhao Hai still liked to eat. Sharp Hai was the same. After the man and beast ate, Zhao Hai didn't hurry to leave. Instead, he took a good nap behind the sand dune. Then he stood up and walked towards the desolate desert. When the sky turned dark, Zhao Hai found a sand dune and then sat cross-legged on it. Then he began to slowly cultivate. However, his cultivation method was quite special. He was now absorbing the power of the desolate desert, the violent power. The tyrannical power in the desert was very similar to the tyrannical power that Zhao Hai felt in the spaceship. It was just like the power from the traction crystal. However, Zhao Hai had no way to absorb this destructive power. Nature's energy and this destructive power seemed to be natural enemies. Nature's energy had no way to absorb this destructive power. Therefore, Zhao Hai could only grind it into his body bit by bit. Grinding this power into his body wasn't an easy thing. It was equivalent to grinding this power into Zhao Hai's aura and combining it with Zhao Hai's aura. Before, when Zhao Hai absorbed the traction crystal's power, it took him a long time to do so. However, there was no other way. This was the only way that Zhao Hai could think of to absorb this destructive power. If he couldn't absorb this destructive power, then it would be impossible to grow plants in this desert. It would also be impossible to turn this desert into an oasis. If an average person were to encounter this situation, then they would have already given up. You're a single person, so what if you grind it out? How much destructive power can you grind into your aura? How many years would it take to grind such a large desert? I'm afraid that you wouldn't even be able to grind away a billionth of this destructive power before you die. However, Zhao Hai didn't give up. This was because Zhao Hai discovered that as he continued to grind the destructive power into his body, the speed at which he grinded it increased. Although this increase was very slow, most people wouldn't be able to feel it. However, Zhao Hai was able to feel it. Although this increase was very slow, it gave Zhao Hai hope. Zhao Hai was already able to multitask. Therefore, even during the day, he continued to grind the destructive power into his body. However, because he was walking at that time, the speed at which he grinded the destructive power wasn't as fast as at night. It was this kind of grinding day and night that allowed Zhao Hai to feel that his speed of absorption was increasing. Although it was only a little, it still made Zhao Hai very happy. After sitting on the sand dune for the whole night, Zhao Hai ate something the next morning. Then he led the Sharpei to walk around the desert. They didn't have a specific goal, they were just looking around to see if they could encounter any demonic beasts or plants. Along the way, Zhao Hai was still absorbing the destructive power. Slowly, Zhao Hai felt that there was another power forming next to his soul space. This power was very special. His soul space was completely different, it was a completely independent existence. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel it. This made Zhao Hai surprised. He tried to use his spiritual force to probe the energy. In an instant, he felt a mysterious destructive aura, an aura that could destroy everything. This aura was very strong and solid, but he could still control it. Zhao Hai could feel that if he used this aura to attack someone, that person would instantly turn into ashes. Nothing would be left behind, they would be completely destroyed. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't affected at all. Although the aura could destroy everything, it didn't affect his mind. While Zhao Hai was feeling this power, he suddenly felt Jade Doll jump inside his space. Then Jade Doll slowly stretched its body before it jumped out of the space and directly entered the destructive energy. After entering the destructive energy, Jade Doll began to transform. In the end, it turned into a sword with a ghost head. After Jade Doll turned into a ghost head sword, Zhao Hai felt that the destructive energy was absorbing the destructive energy in the desert faster and faster. The destructive energy in the surroundings was like a moth to a flame. It automatically entered Zhao Hai's body and merged with the destructive energy. At the same time, the destructive energy was getting bigger and bigger. However, compared to the soul space, it was still far inferior. When Zhao Hai felt this, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Jade Doll in confusion. He didn't know what Jade Doll was doing. Why did he run into the destructive energy and turn into a ghost head sword? Zhao Hai immediately contacted Jade Doll with his spiritual force and said, Jade Doll, can you hear me? Jade Doll? Young master, I can hear you. What's the matter? Zhao Hai thought that Jade Doll didn't know what he was doing, or that Jade Doll's consciousness had been erased by the destructive energy. He didn't expect that Zhao Hai would call Jade Doll back. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhao Hai quickly asked, Jade Doll, what's going on? Why did you run over there? Young master, I don't know. I only know that I feel comfortable here, so I came here. Yuhua said in a daze. Zhao Hai looked at Yuhua and discovered that Yuhua had completely turned into a blade of destruction. Yuhua's body was like a crystal. His body was filled with destructive energy. This energy was ruthless and full of destructive aura. It was very compatible with Yuhua's current form. Ghost Head Blade had a thick back and a sharp edge. It was most suitable for beheading people. This was definitely a killing blade, a blade of destruction. This Ghost Head Blade combined with destructive energy would definitely become a terrifying weapon. Zhao Hai's mind moved as Yuhua appeared in his hand. When Yuhua appeared in Zhao Hai's hand, Zhao Hai felt that this blade was incomparably smooth. The entire blade was 1.5 meters long, the hilt was half a meter long. There was a ghost head engraved on the hilt. The blade was very wide, with a thick back and a narrow edge. It was definitely a vicious blade. Zhao Hai felt that this blade was tailor-made for him. He held it in his hand and felt that it was very smooth. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that when the blade was brought out, it began to desperately absorb the surrounding destructive energy. Its speed was like a whale sucking in water. A visible vortex appeared in the surrounding destructive energy. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he became happy. What he wanted to do now was to make the desolate desert disappear as soon as possible so that he could transform it. However, if he were to rely on himself to absorb the destructive power, then it would take him hundreds of years to completely absorb the power of the desolate desert. But now, Jade Doll's speed of absorbing the destructive force was much faster than him. Zhao Hai believed that it wouldn't take long for Jade Doll to absorb all of the destructive force in the desert. Once Jade Doll absorbs all of the destructive force, he would be able to plant things in the desert and change the desert. Moreover, letting Yuhua absorb the destructive energy was also a kind of training for Yuhua. The more destructive energy Yuhua absorbs, the stronger Yuhua's fighting strength would be. This was also a good thing for Yuhua. Zhao Hai looked at the Jade Doll in his hand and then released it. The ghost head blade immediately flew out of his hand and flew around Zhao Hai. It didn't look any different from when it was a sword. But now, it could fly even further. This was because the entire desert of destruction was now filled with destructive power. Zhao Hai looked at the ghost head blade and then let it fly. Zhao Hai looked at Yuhua's appearance and didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. He liked Yuhua's current appearance. Zhao Hai took a step forward. He really wanted to see what kind of magic beasts and plants were like in the desert of destruction. Just as Zhao Hai was about to move forward, he suddenly felt that the destructive energy in his mind had increased a lot. Moreover, it was still increasing. Moreover, this destructive energy was very pure. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he felt the source of this destructive force. It didn't take long before he discovered that this destructive force came from Jade Baby. This made Zhao Hai feel surprised. Zhao Hai immediately contacted Yuhua. And when Yuhua agreed, Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yuhua actually said that this was an instinct. Once he absorbs the destruction energy to a certain degree, he would give it to Zhao Hai. He had no way to control it. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, but he didn't say anything. In any case, the destructive energy didn't conflict with his space. Giving it to Zhao Hai wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai slowly walked forward. Yuhua was flying above his head. Sharpai was following Zhao Hai. Because Sharpai was also a magic beast, the destructive energy in the desert didn't affect him. The climate in the desert was also very strange. Although it was a desert and the sun was high in the sky, the temperature here wasn't high at all. One would even feel cold in the desert. Zhao Hai knew what was going on. If it was a normal desert, then the temperature would be very high. However, the Desolation Desert was different. Inside the Desolation Desert, there were destruction forces everywhere. Therefore, the temperature of the desert was very low. Zhao Hai was walking forward when Sharpai suddenly said, "Young master, I found a demonic beast here. Moreover, its level isn't low." Zhao Hai stared, then he lowered his head and looked around. However, he didn't find any demonic beasts. Even with his spiritual force, he couldn't sense any demonic beasts. This made Zhao Hai stare. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Sharpai. Sharpai looked at the sand in front of him and said, "Young master, there's a demonic beast there. I can smell it." Zhao Hai looked at the sand not far from them. The sand didn't look any different from the others. The white sand looked very normal. However, after looking at it for a while, Zhao Hai discovered something unusual about the sand. In other places, when the wind blows, the top layer of sand would fly up. However, this sand didn't. It seems like the sand was imprisoned by something. This discovery made Zhao Hai surprised. He waved his hand and sent a mass of natural energy towards the sand. Before the mass of natural energy hit the sand flew up. The sand was like a huge blanket as it wrapped around the mass of natural energy that Zhao Hai shot. Boom! When the natural energy collided with the sand, the natural energy disappeared. However, the sand just fell to the ground and didn't break. Then a shadow rushed towards Zhao Hai. This shadow was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhao Hai and attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also saw it at this time. It turned out to be a huge spider, a big black spider. This big spider was more than 5 meters long. Its 2 forelimbs stabbed towards Zhao Hai. The 2 forelimbs were like 2 long spears. At the same time, the spider also bit towards Zhao Hai. There was even a transparent spider silk that went straight towards Sharpai, who was next to Zhao Hai. This spider attacked 2 people at the same time. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He moved his hand and grabbed the spider's forelimb. Then he waved his hand and threw the spider away. At this time, Sharpai also transformed. While the spider was still in the air, Sharpai flapped its wings and flew up. At the same time, it opened its mouth and attacked the spider. The spider didn't have any leverage in the air and was directly hit by the energy. The spider hissed and was sent flying by the energy. But after the spider fell on the sand, it rolled on the ground and got up again. At the same time, it started hissing as if it was very angry. However, it didn't immediately attack Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the big spider and smiled faintly. "I didn't expect that the first demonic beast I encountered in the desert of destruction would be a spider. But that's good, let's catch it first." Zhao Hai waved his hand and a sword appeared beside him. This sword was naturally the golden jasper sword. When the golden jasper sword appeared beside Zhao Hai waved his hand and the golden jasper sword immediately flew towards the spider. At the same time, the golden jasper sword became bigger. However, it didn't become a 100-meter long sword. Instead, it became a 10-meter long sword. The spider seemed to know how powerful the golden jade light sword was. It let out a hissing sound and lowered its body. Then, it leaped high into the air and shot out a transparent spider silk from its abdomen towards the golden jade light sword. At this moment, the 8 iron chains behind the golden jade light sword suddenly curled up. The iron chains suddenly lengthened and coiled around the spider. Then, the spider thread struck the golden jade light sword. The golden jade light sword's blade suddenly lit up and a golden light appeared on the blade. At the same time, white smoke came out from the sword. At the same time, a sizzling sound was heard as if something was being corroded. Zhao Hai looked at the spider entangled by the iron chains and muttered, "It's worthy of being a creature from the desert of destruction. It's really strong. The spider silk even has poison. Sharp Hai, if you were entangled by a good spider silk, then I'm afraid you would be in trouble." Sharp Hai coldly snorted and said, "His strength is really good. But if he wants to deal with me, then he's still lacking. Young master, even if you don't make a move, I can still deal with him." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand and took the golden jasper sword and the struggling spider into his soul object space. Upon entering the soul object space, the spider immediately became obedient. The golden jasper sword also released it. After the spider crawled around the space for a while, it immediately became happy. Then Zhao Hai felt a spiritual wave, it seemed to want to contact him. Zhao Hai stared, then he understood that this was the spider's spiritual wave. Zhao Hai didn't make things difficult for the spider. Instead, he used his spiritual force to make contact with the spider's spiritual force. Just as Zhao Hai's spiritual force made contact with the spider's spiritual force, he immediately heard a voice, "Master, is it a person? Can I talk to you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, you can be called Little Spider from now on. You can call me Young Master. There's no need to accept me as your master. You can play around inside the space. Right, don't destroy the things inside the space. Go." "Thank you, Master." Little Spider cheered. Then it happily crawled around the space. Zhao Hai could feel its happy mood. Zhao Hai couldn't help but chuckle. Then he no longer cared about it. During the battle with Little Spider, Zhao Hai didn't have Yuan make a move. This was because Zhao Hai could feel that if Yuan made a move, then Little Spider would be killed by it. It would be impossible for it to survive. Yuan's destructive force was too strong, it wasn't something that Little Spider could withstand. Finally, he was able to destroy an animal in the desert for the first time. Zhao Hai was very happy. He looked for a place to rest for a while. Then he felt the destructive force in his mind. He found that it was still growing, but for him, it didn't make him feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai didn't care about it anymore. The reason why Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of this destructive force was because his body was filled with murderous intent. Murderous intent was also a type of destructive force. Murderous intent was also a type of destructive force. Murderous intent was also a type of destructive force. However, Zhao Hai didn't use his murderous intent very often. This was because once he used it, his surroundings would immediately turn into a hell on earth. This scene was too terrifying. When ordinary people saw this scene, they would certainly think that he was an evil demon. Otherwise, why would he kill so many people? Because of this, no one would dare to approach him. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't use his murderous intent very often. But now, Zhao Hai discovered that the destructive force in his mind wasn't that simple. This destructive force wasn't the same as the destructive force in the outside world. Although it was also destructive force, it was a kind of destructive force that was combined with Zhao Hai's murderous intent. In other words, this destructive force was something that Zhao Hai could completely control. Even the energy that came from Yuan had to be combined with Zhao Hai's murderous intent before it could enter the energy mass. Because of this, the destructive force inside the energy mass was completely under Zhao Hai's control. It was precisely because of this reason that Zhao Hai didn't think of a way to dissolve this destructive force. Moreover, Zhao Hai had another idea, which was that this destructive force didn't appear out of nowhere. Destructive force was the main force in the soul realm. The natural force was responsible for life while the destructive force was responsible for death. Life and death, this was a cycle. Life and death were like two sides of a coin. Just like yin and yang, where there is yin, there is yang, and where there is yang, there is yin. Life and death were also the same. Where there is life, there is death, and where there is death, there is life. The longer a creature lives, the harder it would be for their race to continue. Therefore, the power of life and death didn't have any distinction between good and evil. They were just pure forces, the power of the heavens. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai seemed to suddenly understand. Perhaps he entered the soul realm not only because his soul force was weak, but also because in the soul realm, he could feel the purest power of life and the purest power of death. This was very important to him. After having this idea, Zhao Hai paid more attention to the destructive force. Now, Zhao Hai had already forgotten about those guys from the Sword Spirit country. In Zhao Hai's opinion, those guys from the Sword Spirit country were really nothing to be afraid of. Even now, he wouldn't be afraid of those guys from the Sword Spirit country. He just didn't want to kill too many people in the soul realm. At this time, a group of people came to the periphery of the destruction desert. This group of people was very strange. They were all dressed in black, and there were about 50 of them. However, these people were all very strong. The weakest one was at the consolidating equipment level, and the strongest 5 were all at the sky dance level. Sending out 5 void dance stage heavenly jewel masters and 45 consolidating equipment stage heavenly jewel masters, such a lineup was definitely not something any ordinary faction could take out. Furthermore, these people were indeed not from any ordinary faction, they were the ghost guards of the Sword Spirit country. The ghost guards were a trump card in the hands of Heavenly Dugu. These ghost guards were different from the Saber Guard army of the Saber Spirit country. The Saber Guard army of the Saber Spirit country was a special army that had existed for a long time. They were only loyal to the king of the Saber Guard army. In other words, if the old king of the Saber Spirit country died, they would still be loyal to the new king. However, the ghost guards were different. Before Heavenly Dugu became the emperor, the ghost guards were a secret battle team that only belonged to him. This battle team was specially created to help Heavenly Dugu solve his troubles. All of the troubles were not loyal to the king of the Sword Spirit country, but to Heavenly Dugu. The ghost guards were rarely active in other countries. As such, foreigners did not know much about the ghost guards. They only knew that in the Sword Spirit country, there was a sacred sword battle team. This sacred sword battle team was in existence similar to the Saber Guard army. As for the ghost guards, very few outsiders knew about them. This time, Heavenly Dugu had sent the ghost guards to the destruction desert. Furthermore, he had sent out 5 sky dance level experts. This was equivalent to sending out most of the ghost guards. It could be seen how important this matter was to Heavenly Dugu. The leader was Gue Ling. Heavenly Dugu placed too much importance on this matter. As such, Gue Ling had personally led the team. They had to find clues about the giant sword. Gue Ling looked at the destruction desert and said, "Let's go. His Majesty is waiting for our news. We must find the giant sword." After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the desert of destruction. The others didn't hesitate and directly followed him. These people were people who had rolled between life and death countless times. How could they be frightened by the name of the desert of destruction? At this time, a person beside Gue Ling opened his mouth and said, "Sir, about 10 li ahead is the place where we found the footprints. That place has already been protected by me. Because this place is still at the edge of the destruction desert, there won't be any demonic beasts. As long as we prevent the wind and sand from covering up the traces, we'll be fine." Gue Ling nodded and said, "Good job. Hurry up. I want to see those traces quickly." After he said that, he sped up. 10 li was too short for people like them. Before long, they arrived at the place that the person mentioned. There were 10 black-clothed people guarding the place. These 10 black-clothed people formed a large circle. In this circle, there were 2 things. One was an iron pot while the other was a huge straw mat. Upon seeing Gue Ling's group, the 10 black-clothed people immediately gave Gue Ling a salute and said, "We have seen sir." Gue Ling just waved his hand. Then he quickly arrived in front of the iron pot and took it away. Underneath the pot, there was a footprint. This footprint was very big, just as big as the one that Gue Ling saw before. Gue Ling looked at the surrounding environment. He discovered that this was a very sheltered place, especially the footprint. There was almost no wind blowing. Guiling nodded. He squinted his eyes and looked at the surroundings. Guiling nodded. It wasn't surprising that this footprint was left behind in such an environment. He squatted down and carefully looked at the footprint. Then he stood up and nodded. This should be the footprint of crane grasses. There aren't many people in the world who are this tall, and there aren't many experts who are this tall. Aside from some famous experts, there's only crane grasses. Among these people, crane grasses is the tallest. As for the others, I've sent people to check, but they haven't come to the desert of destruction. So this footprint should be crane grasses. Let's take a look at the other traces. Let's look at the other traces. Then he led the group to the straw mat. The people who were guarding the place immediately rolled up the straw mat. Underneath the straw mat was a large pit. This pit was very big. The middle of the pit was the lowest, while the sides were slightly higher. However, it wasn't very deep. Guiling carefully looked at the shape of the pit and said, "It's a long pit. It seems like something was inserted into the sand and then took it away." Then he knelt down and grabbed a handful of sand. He put it under his nose and smelled it. Then he frowned and said, "There's no smell of rust. This is strange. The great sword has been in the square for so many years, there should be a lot of rust on it. Although it's cleaned every year, there should still be some rust left. This sand should have a bit of rust smell, but how come there's no smell of rust at all? Elephant spirit, come and smell it." A tall and fat beast spirit came over. His soul was a giant elephant. He also squatted down and grabbed a handful of sand. Then he put it under his nose and smelled it. Then he said, "There's no smell of rust, but there's a smell of metal. My lord, metal also has a smell. It's just that most people wouldn't be able to smell it. There's indeed a smell of metal here." Ghost Spirit clearly trusted Ghost Spirit's sense of smell. He nodded and said, "Metallic smell, he shouldn't be wrong. If I'm not wrong, then the great sword flew here. While it was flying, the wind blew away the rust on the great sword. Therefore, there's only the metallic smell here. But now, I can more or less guess crane field strength. I also understand how he took the great sword away." Ghost Spirit nodded and said, "All right." Everyone was puzzled as they looked at Guiling. Guiling looked at everyone and said, "Everyone thinks that the great sword is incomparably heavy, nobody can take it away. However, everyone overlooked one thing, Crane Field is also a body cultivator. This isn't difficult to investigate, it can be seen from Crane Field's body cultivation. It's said that he has boundless strength, he uses his strength to suppress his opponents. Almost nobody can block his strength. Moreover, when he fights, it seems like he has never used his full strength. This is also understandable, if he uses his full strength, it would certainly affect his speed. Therefore, when he fights, he controls his strength. But the greatsword is different, the greatsword is dead, he just needs to pick it up. Moreover, if I didn't guess wrong, he should have reached the Skydance realm. He directly carried the greatsword here, so we didn't find any trace of it." Guiling looked at Guiling and said, "Actually, Crane Field is also a body cultivator. This point isn't difficult to investigate, it can be seen from Crane Field's body cultivation." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but nod. This was the only way to explain how Zhao Hai was able to take away the great sword. However, at the same time, they couldn't help but feel scared. They were very clear about how heavy the great sword was. Now that Zhao Hai was able to take the great sword away, it was enough to show how strong Zhao Hai was. Ghost Spirit looked at everyone and saw that their expressions were very serious. Then he opened his mouth and said, "This Crane Field is very strong, he's a formidable enemy. However, the more he is like this, the more we need to kill him. This is because Crane Field was taken by us into the great sword. It can be said that we are responsible for the loss of the great sword. This time, His Majesty didn't blame us, but we can't forgive ourselves. Therefore, Crane Field must die. Kill him and wash away the disgrace of the Ghost Guard." Everyone nodded. Ghost Spirit looked at everyone and said, "Spread out, 1 person per 10 li search for traces. As long as there's a trace, don't let it go. If there's an attack, immediately send a warning. Send a message every hour. If no one sends a message, then the others should immediately send support. Let's move out. Following Gui Ling's command, everyone began to move. After a short while, everyone separated. Then under Gui Ling's command, everyone began to slowly move forward. Even Ghost Spirit and the other Void Realm experts didn't fly in the sky. This was because the Desolation Desert was very strange. There was a lot of destruction energy here, and this destruction energy had an effect on professions. If professions wanted to fly in the sky, then they would have to use their own strength to resist the destruction energy. This would cause their strength to be consumed faster. And in such a place, it would be very difficult for them to replenish their strength. Because of this, there were no Void Realm experts who could fly in the Desolation Desert. It was too dangerous. Zhao Hai didn't know that Ghost Spirit and the others had already begun to look for him in the desert. In the past few days, they had been thinking about one thing, and that was to make the destruction energy and the soul object space move. He felt that it should be possible. The soul object space and the ghost extinguishing energy were both things in his mind. These two things, no matter which one it was, weren't simple. But now, these two things were like dead objects, just staying in his mind. Zhao Hai believed that they shouldn't be like this, they should move. As for why Zhao Hai believed that the soul object space and the destruction energy could move, it was mainly because of the yin-yang fish. If yin and yang were in a circle, then they would be divided into two halves, dead objects. But once they turn into yin-yang fish, there would be yang and yin and yang, 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 and yin and yang. The destruction energy and the nature energy were like yin and yang. Without destruction, there would be no new life. Without life, what would be destroyed? Therefore, the destruction energy and the nature energy coexisted. Just like yin and yang, they could grow and multiply endlessly. But now, the destruction energy and the soul object space in Zhao Hai's mind were clearly separated. They were just two dead objects, they simply couldn't achieve the effect of growing and multiplying endlessly. Therefore, Zhao Hai had been thinking about this matter for the past few days. He wanted to see if he could make the destruction energy and the soul object space move, forming an existence like the yin-yang fish. However, it wasn't an easy thing to do. At least, Zhao Hai didn't have any clue. But he didn't give up. He had now completely treated this trip to the destruction desert as a form of cultivation. Now, in addition to sending Hu Yuan and the others a letter every once in a while, he would walk around the desert every day to see if he could encounter desert plants or desert animals. In addition to these, he used the rest of his time to comprehend. If he wanted to push the destruction energy and the soul object space, it would even reach the point of obsession. For more than 10 days, Zhao Hai was in this state. Of course, he didn't do nothing. He still did a lot of things. In his soul object space, there were a lot of plants and animals in the destruction desert. These plants and animals were all demonized. There were spiders, lizards, scorpions, cacti, trees, buckthorns, and so on. And these things were all demonized, their fighting strength wasn't weak. Zhao Hai was sitting on a sand dune with Sharpei lying beside him. It was already very late, but Zhao Hai didn't sleep. Instead, he sat on the sand dune and looked at the stars in the sky. There were also stars and moons in the soul realm. Everything seemed to be the same as the outside world. However, Zhao Hai was very clear that he could only look at the stars. It was impossible for him to fly into space and see the planets unless he breaks the spatial barrier. And even if he did, he would only be able to leave the soul realm and not go into space. Looking at the starlight, Zhao couldn't help but think of Laura and the others. He had been separated from them for a long time, more than 20 years. But this period of time didn't make his feelings for Laura and the others fade. On the contrary, their feelings became even stronger. Every day, Zhao would force himself to sleep. This was because when he fell asleep, he would dream of Laura and the others. But the dream was very strange. He could see Laura and the others, but he couldn't hear them speak. It was as if he and Laura and the others were in a transparent box. He could see them and they could see him, but he couldn't hear them speak. They could only stare at each other. To be honest, this feeling was very uncomfortable and torturous. But every night, Zhao dreamt of this dream, which became the thing that Zhao looked forward to the most. But today, he couldn't sleep, he didn't want to sleep. He sat on the sand dune and looked at the stars and the sky. He thought about his cultivation method, the star art. He thought about Laura and the others, his body outside the soul realm, and the space. He knew that this wasn't good. He was a cultivator, he couldn't always do this kind of thing. Not only would it be a waste of time, it would also make his mind unstable. However, Zhao Hai still did it. He just wanted to do it, it wasn't a big deal. He just wanted to empty his mind and become an ordinary person. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai fell asleep. In his dream, he saw Laura and the others once again. They were still standing there looking at him, he was also looking at them. Zhao Hai knew that he was dreaming, so he just quietly looked at Laura and the others. At the same time, his heart was slowly becoming stronger. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible so that he could return to Laura and the other's side as soon as possible. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai finally woke up. He looked at the sky and saw the sun hanging high in the sky. But this time, he slept very soundly. Zhao Hai stretched and stood up. Then he felt his body. He discovered that his mind was more transparent and his mind was more stable. At the same time, the destructive force inside his body was more powerful. At the same time, the soul space seemed to have become more clear. Zhao Hai felt that the soul space had become more stable. My current state is better than ever. Hee. No wonder I couldn't activate the destruction force and the soul space, I couldn't turn them into Yangyin fishes, and I couldn't make them grow and multiply endlessly. It turns out that the destruction force is still too little. Right, there's a lot of destruction force in this desert. As long as I absorb all of it, I should be able to move the destruction force. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect my mind to be so clear after waking up. I can actually think of so many things. Not bad at all. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, actually, the destruction force isn't strong enough. I didn't think that after waking up, my mind would be so clear. At this time, Sha Pai stood up and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also looked at Sha Pai. He could feel that Sha Pai's strength was much stronger than before. One must know that although he was in the desert, the soul space was constantly sending natural energy to Sha Pai. Because of this, Sha Pai's strength was much greater than before. Zhao Hai rubbed Sha Pai's head and said, Sha Pai, let's go. I really want to see how many good things there are in this desert. Moreover, I don't believe that all of this destructive energy was left behind by the war. There must be other things that contain destructive energy. I need to look for them. Sha Pai nodded and said, all right, let's go. Sha Pai nodded and then followed Zhao Hai into the desert. The man and the dog didn't walk very fast. Moreover, the two didn't have any specific purpose, they just wanted to move forward. After all, they weren't very familiar with the desert. If they really had a purpose, then they wouldn't be able to find anything. It would be better for them to follow their heart and go wherever they want. Maybe they would encounter something good this way. As Zhao Hai and Sha Pai were walking forward, suddenly, a thick smoke appeared in the distance. Upon seeing the smoke, Zhao Hai stared, then he said, sandstorm? We actually encountered a sandstorm? Haha, interesting. It just so happens that the natural energy I'm currently cultivating is different from the natural energy I was cultivating in the past. My current natural energy should have a lot of changes, but I'm not sure what kind of changes there will be. Let's see what kind of changes there will be after experiencing this sandstorm. Zhao Hai smiled. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Sha Pai. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about Yuhua. Yuhua was in charge of destruction, so he would be fine. Naturally, Zhao Hai also wouldn't let Yuhua help him. Zhao Hai just stood there and looked at the approaching sandstorm. The billowing smoke in the distance was getting closer and closer. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to see it. His eyes were still open as he looked at the approaching sandstorm. When the sandstorm arrived, the sky and earth changed color. The sky and earth seemed to have lost their colors in an instant. There was only sand here, sand that was swept up by the wind. Every grain of sand was like a knife. When it passed by you, it would leave a mark on your body. Zhao Hai's face was calm as he stood there. The sandstorm passed by his body and tore his clothes. Before long, Zhao Hai's clothes were almost completely gone. However, he was still standing there calmly. But at this time, he slowly closed his eyes, allowing the sand to hit his body and the wind to blow his hair. Normally, if an ordinary person were to stand in this kind of wind, they would certainly be blown away. However, Zhao Hai was like an old tree that had taken root. He stood there without moving. The sandstorm came quickly, but it also left quickly. 5 hours later, the sandstorm disappeared. The place where Zhao Hai was standing had turned into a sand dune. However, Zhao Hai was nowhere to be seen. Then the sand dune slowly moved. Then Zhao Hai rushed out of the sand dune. Then a ball of water suddenly appeared on top of his head. This ball of water wrapped around Zhao Hai. Then the ball of water began to spin before it disappeared. Then Zhao Hai's figure appeared on top of the sand dune. However, he didn't have any clothes on. Zhao Hai didn't care about it. In any case, there was no one here, so he wasn't afraid of being naked. He took out some clothes from the space and slowly put them on. After putting on his clothes, Zhao Hai looked at Jade Doll who was floating in the sky. Jade Doll was no longer flying around. Instead, he was floating on top of Zhao Hai's head like a soul. However, he was still a bit far away from Zhao Hai, about 5 meters away. Moreover, Jade Doll was still absorbing the destructive force. Zhao Hai contacted Jade Doll and saw that he was enjoying it. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't bother with him. Then Zhao Hai released Shoppy from the space. When Shoppy was released, he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Young master, why are you eating sand here?" Zhao Hai looked at Shoppy, then he smiled faintly and said, "I'm not eating sand, I'm just thinking about how to use my natural force." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent out a punch. However, Zhao Hai's punch wasn't the same as his previous attacks. When Zhao Hai's punch was sent out, it was like a sandstorm. Shoppy could clearly feel that the sandstorm wasn't real, it was actually made of natural energy. In other words, Zhao Hai's punch wasn't like before, it wasn't just ordinary natural energy. Instead, it had an attribute, and this attribute was the sandstorm. Zhao Hai took back his fist, causing the sandstorm to disappear. Then Zhao Hai turned to Shoppy and said, "Did you see that? This is the reason why I'm eating sand here. I call this fist technique the wild sand fist. Hehe, if one method is understood, 10,000 methods will be understood. This time I didn't eat sand for nothing. I finally understand the wonderful use of natural energy." Shoppy nodded and said, "Young master, you're really amazing. You can even think of this. Young master, what are we going to do next? Are we going to look for other animals?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course we're going to look for them. If we really want to turn the desert of destruction into an oasis, then these animals and plants can't stay here. If they stay here, then they'll only destroy the place. Therefore, it's better to get rid of them. Shoppy, if we encounter any other animals, then how about I let you deal with them? In addition to the ones in the space, you can also kill the other animals and plants. How about it?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Shoppy's face immediately showed an excited expression. He wagged his tail and loudly said, "Really, young master? Great, woof woof woof, I can finally fight. Ha ha ha, thank you young master, thank you young master. Young master, rest assured, I'll definitely bite them to death, woof woof woof." Looking at Sharp Hai, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. Sharp Hai was very warlike. But recently, he had been catching animals and plants, so he didn't let Sharp Hai take action. Sharp Hai at most used his energy bombs to attack the animals and plants, but he didn't do anything else. A man and a dog continued to walk forward. At this time, Gui Ling's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. At the same time, he also seemed to be in a sorry state. His body was covered in sand, and beside him, the ghost guards who had followed him into the desert of destruction were all present. However, their expressions were not too good either. They couldn't be blamed for this. These days, they had been looking for clues about Zhao Hai. To be honest, they found a lot of clues. Moreover, they were able to roughly determine the direction that Zhao Hai was heading. However, at this time a sandstorm appeared. All of the clues disappeared after the sandstorm. This made it very difficult for them to track him down. A person beside Guiling said, "Sir, what do we do now? This sandstorm has destroyed all the clues. What should we do now?" Guiling looked at the others and said in a deep voice, "Keep going. Now that we know the general direction of the crane field grass, we should be able to find some clues. If we give up now, then everything we've done before will be in vain. But now, let's take a break and send a message to the people behind to send supplies. Oh right, let them send some vegetables and dumplings. Damn it, in this damned place, there's nothing to eat except sand." When the others heard Guiling's words, they all laughed. Ghost Spirit said this on purpose. Searching in the desert like this, other than seeing sand every day, there was nothing else. Not only was the environment harsh, but it also made people feel very depressed. Sometimes, they would even be attacked by demonized animals or plants. In such an environment, it was easy for people to become angry. If they couldn't find a way to make them smile or find some other way to vent their anger, then these people would quickly lose their patience. Although in the soul world there was no such thing as psychological counseling, but as a superior, she was still very clear about when and how to adjust the atmosphere. Therefore, Guiling said such words to make everyone smile and keep everyone optimistic, especially after the sandstorm. Anyway, there were no more clues to chase, so Guiling didn't rush to chase immediately. Instead, he let everyone find a place to have a good rest. Actually, they didn't lack food and water, nor did they lack a place to stay. As for food, they brought their own military ration biscuits. Moreover, these military ration biscuits were specially made and much more delicious than ordinary military ration biscuits. Everyone brought a water bag with a lot of water in it. The place where they lived was a special small tent. This small tent could only fit 2 people. It was made of thin iron pipes and covered with waterproof animal skin. Not only was it very light, but it was also very comfortable to live in. Only an army like the Ghost Guards would be equipped with such equipment. It was impossible for an ordinary army to be equipped with such equipment. Guiling and the others were in groups of 2. One person carried food and drink while the other carried the tent. When it was time to rest, the 2 people would live in the tent and eat together. Today, because of the sandstorm, everyone gathered together. It was rare, but it was good. It was very lively. After everyone ate, the elephant spirit said to Guiling, "Sir, I feel a bit strange in the desert of destruction. Although there aren't many demonic animals and plants in the desert of destruction, there are still a lot of them. But after so many days, we only encountered a few demonic animals. Isn't this too strange? In some places, we can clearly smell demonic animals and plants, but there are no longer any animals or plants. Isn't this too strange?" Guiling shook his head and said, "What's so strange about it? It's not strange at all. This proves that we didn't go in the wrong direction. Think about it, other than the crane field, who else has the strength to deal with those demonic animals and plants?" Everyone thought about it and realized that it made sense. In the desert of destruction, besides the few of them, most people would not come here. After all, no one would choose their own life plant when they were at the consolidating equipment stage. That was impossible, as it would greatly affect their cultivation. Furthermore, without reaching the consolidating equipment stage, how could they enter the desert of destruction? If they weren't at the consolidating equipment level, they would die if they entered the desert of destruction. And if they were at the consolidating equipment level, why would they come to the desert of destruction? In the desert of destruction, other than demonic animals and plants, there was nothing else. If they came here, other than being attacked by those demonic animals and plants, they wouldn't get any benefits. Who would come here? In addition, the desert of destruction was full of destruction energy. This kind of destruction energy would greatly weaken the strength of the professions and greatly increase the combat power of the demonic animals and plants. Even if a consolidating equipment level expert entered the desert of destruction, there was no way to escape unscathed. Therefore, no one would come here. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai's demonic animals and plants would inevitably leave some traces in the desert of destruction. And it was precisely because Guiling saw this point that he followed all the way here. And he was sure that he didn't go in the wrong direction. Since Guiling and the others entered the desert of destruction, they would still be attacked by some demonic animals and plants for a period of time. But now, they were all gone. As they moved forward, the demonic animals and plants seemed to have all disappeared. This made Guiling even more sure that he didn't go in the wrong direction. Guiling looked at the rest of them and said solemnly, "From this point alone, we can see how powerful the crane field grass is. Of all the heavenly jewels in the destruction desert, not a single one is easy to deal with. Most consolidating equipment stage experts would not be able to gain any advantage here, and there have even been news of dancing void stage experts falling here. From this point alone, we can see how terrifying the destruction desert is. Yet, the crane field grass was able to come here on his own, and even managed to take care of so many heavenly jewels and heavenly jewels and heavenly jewels. From this point alone, we can see how powerful the crane field grass is." Everyone nodded, and Guiling said solemnly, "This crane field, we must definitely get rid of him. Otherwise, he will definitely become a huge problem for our king in the future. We captured him and threw him into the huge sword that has already offended him. As such, this time, we must not let him walk out of the desert of destruction alive. Otherwise, being targeted by such a powerful expert is definitely not a good thing." Everyone nodded in agreement. They all agreed with Guiling's words. Previously, the ghost guards had suffered a loss in this aspect. When they were dealing with a consolidating equipment level expert, they couldn't kill him and let him escape. At that time, they also didn't kill him completely. In the end, that expert recovered and started to take revenge on them. At that time, many of the ghost guards had died, and they paid a huge price to kill that consolidating equipment level expert. That was only a consolidating equipment level expert, and in their eyes, Zhao Hai was already a void dance level expert. If such an expert took revenge on them, their losses would be even greater. The reason why the ghost spirit said these words was to boost their morale. It was obvious that he had succeeded, but the ghost spirit did not know what kind of opponent he was facing right now. Otherwise, he would have run back a long time ago. He would rather go against the orders of the Dugu Tian than attack them. Zhao Hai didn't have anything to do at this time. He was still walking aimlessly in the desert. If he encountered any magic beasts, he would take them back to the space. If he didn't encounter any, he would absorb the energy of destruction and comprehend the power of nature. Guiling and the others didn't go in the wrong direction. They followed the direction they were heading in. After 10 days, they finally saw the traces left behind by Zhao Hai. There were 2 rows of footprints. One row was Zhao Hai's, and the other row was naturally Sharp Hai's. Guiling and the others stood in front of Zhao Hai's footprints. Guiling looked at the 2 rows of footprints and said strangely, "That row of footprints is crane grass, that's for sure. What about the other row of footprints? It looks like the footprints of a dog. But in the desert, where would a dog come from?" A person next to Guiling said, "Sir, did you forget? When we caught Zhao Hai, didn't we receive information that Zhao Hai had a dog with him when he boarded the swordfish? But when we caught Zhao Hai, we didn't see the dog. At that time, we didn't take it seriously. We thought that the dog had run away. But now, it seems like there's more to this matter." Guiling nodded, then he looked at the footprints and said, "There was no wind yesterday. From the depth of the footprints, it seems like they didn't pass through here for long. Let's catch up and kill him." Everyone nodded as they followed the footprints. At this time, Zhao Hai knew that they had caught up. However, he didn't run. Instead, he stopped on a sand dune and waited for Guiling and the others. After more than an hour, Zhao Hai saw several black dots in the distance. Because of their energy, the sand behind them rose up, forming a huge earth dragon. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Shoppy, there are a lot of people this time. And they're all experts. Interesting, very interesting. It's a pity. If I wasn't afraid of trouble, I would have turned them all into slaves. But now, it seems like I can only kill them." Shoppy snorted twice, his eyes were filled with an ominous glint as he looked at Guiling and the others. Guiling and the others also noticed Zhao Hai, so they quickly surrounded him. 50 people surrounded Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at these people, then he looked at Guiling and smiled faintly. "People from the Sword Spirit country? You're quite slow." Guiling looked at Zhao Hai and then looked around. Then he said, "Crane Field, where did you put my Sword Spirit country's greatsword?" Quickly hand it over and we won't pursue the Hu clan's responsibility. Otherwise, we'll kill you and then deal with the Hu clan. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling and smiled, you're a smart person. You're smart beyond my expectations. You know how to use the Hu clan to threaten me. But you seem to have made a mistake. That is, you don't have the qualifications to threaten me. Ghost Spirit looked at Zhao Hai and said, don't try to act mysterious. Cranegrass, you won't be able to escape today. We're also monitoring the Hu family. In this desert, you're the only one here. Don't even think about escaping today. Ghost Spirit looked at Zhao Hai and said, you're alone. Run? Why would I run? I've never thought about running away. But since you want to see the greatsword, I'll show it to you. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a sword appeared in his hand. Then Zhao Hai threw the sword into the sky. The sword rose in the wind and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a greatsword the size of 100 mago. When this greatsword appeared, Gui Ling and the others were stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Sword, greatsword, they saw the greatsword. This should have been a joyous occasion, but Gui Ling and the others couldn't. This was because the appearance of the greatsword was too strange. A greatsword, 100 mago greatsword. When it first appeared in Zhao Hai's hand, it was as long as an ordinary sword. How was this possible? How did he do it? Gui Ling and the others stared blankly at the greatsword. Their expressions changed, they didn't know what to say at this point. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling, then he smiled faintly and said, I see it, the sword is here. Hee, what do you think? Do we still want to take it away? Gui Ling looked at the greatsword, looked at the flower on the sword, and looked at the 8 chains. However, he couldn't feel happy, he only felt a chill run down his spine. Now they knew how Zhao managed to take away the giant sword. But how did he do it? How did he do it? How did he do it? Gui Ling couldn't understand, but at the same time, he was startled. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling, then he smiled faintly and said, what do you think? Do I still need to run? I know that you have experts in this space, but to be honest, do you really think that you can run away from this greatsword? Along with Zhao Hai's words, the greatsword flew up and danced in the air. It looked like a giant octopus swimming in the sea. Ghost Spirit and the others recovered from their shock. They looked at Zhao Hai with fear. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a method that they had never heard of before. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling, then he smiled faintly and said, do you really think that you caught me and threw me into the greatsword? When I boarded the swordfish and ate my first meal, I knew that there was poison in it. Every day, I would estimate when the poison would take effect. Then when the poison was about to take effect, I would pretend to be poisoned. This was because I knew that you would send me into the greatsword. After saying this, Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling and the others and muttered, you must be very curious. Why did the immortal fall, a mixture of animal and plant toxins, have no effect on me? Then you should also have noticed that you haven't encountered any magical animals or magical plants along the way. Aren't you curious? Actually, I didn't tell anyone about this, so I'll let you know today. In any case, you won't tell anyone. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Behind Gui Ling and the others, a large number of animals and plants appeared. Ghost Spirit and the others stared blankly at the magic plants and magic beasts. Zhao's approach had completely broken their common sense. A plant master could actually subdue magic beasts, and even take them into his own soul space? How was this possible? Zhao Hai looked at Ghost Spirit and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, now that you know my secret, you shouldn't think about returning to the outside world alive. But before I kill you, I want to tell you that the people in Demon Island were also killed by me. But since I want to build a base there, I don't want you to focus too much on Demon Island. Therefore, I came here and left my footprints, sword pits, as well as all the demonic plants and beasts in the Desert of Destruction. All of this was done in order to lure you here. If you die in the Desert of Destruction, I think that the people of the Sword Spirit country would think that I'm in the Desert of Destruction, so they wouldn't pay attention to Demon Island. This way, Demon Island would be easy to deal with, right? Ghost Spirit smiled faintly and said, you know my secret now, so you shouldn't think about returning to the outside world. But before I kill you, I want to tell you that the people of Demon Island were killed by me. Gui Ling's face was pale as he looked at Zhao Hai. He discovered that all of his actions were within Zhao Hai's calculations. This time, he was defeated, he couldn't be more defeated. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're still thinking of running away? You're still thinking of using the power of the country to deal with me after you return? Unfortunately, you won't have that opportunity. Do you see that? Maybe you only noticed the sword, so you didn't see it." While speaking, Zhao Hai pointed above his head. Gui Ling and the others followed Zhao Hai's finger and saw that there was a sword above their heads. It was a sword with the head of a horse. The sword was quietly suspended in the air, but its body was exuding endless destructive intent. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling and the others and said, "Do you see it? That's a sword. No, to be precise, it's a special creature. I call it Jade Baby. It's very beautiful, and it's very fast. In this desert, nothing can be faster than it. I didn't use it when dealing with the demonic beasts and plants because as long as it moves, it represents death. The death of the enemy, it will destroy all the enemies. Jade Baby, come, show them what speed is." As soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, Gui Ling felt a chill on the tip of his nose. When he saw what was in front of him, all the hairs on his body stood up. Jade Baby turned into a sword and stopped right in front of his nose. In other words, as soon as Zhao Hai's voice fell, Jade Baby was already in front of Gui Ling. Gui Ling had no chance to dodge at all. Zhao Hai waved his hand. In the next moment, Jade Baby appeared in the sky. It was still quietly floating there, as if it hadn't moved at all. But now, Gui Ling didn't dare to look down on Jade Baby. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Do you know why I'm telling you so much?" Gui Ling looked at Zhao Hai with a pale face, then he said, "It's because you don't intend to let us go out alive, so you're telling us so much, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Right, you're very smart. But actually, this is only one reason. The other reason is that I'm too quiet. You know, I have a lot of things that I can't tell others, so I can only keep it to myself. Hee, now that I'm telling you, I don't need to be afraid of you telling others. Isn't this good?" Gui Ling looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How can you not kill us?" Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling, then he smiled faintly and said, "Not kill you? There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I don't want to kill too many people, it's really boring. Moreover, the Soul Realm is attacked by the Destroyer every once in a while. And you are all experts. If I kill you now, it would be a waste. But to be honest, if I don't kill you, I can't guarantee that you won't reveal my secret. Can you understand this?" Gui Ling looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What if we swear that we won't leave the desert for the rest of our lives? We are willing to be Mr. Slaves and never leave the desert. Can Mr. spare our lives?" When Zhao Hai heard Gui Ling, he stared. Then he looked at Gui Ling and smiled faintly, "Can I trust you?" Gui Ling replied, "With Mr. Strength, you can go directly to the Sword Spirit Country and snatch the sword." But Mr. didn't do so. This shows that Mr. doesn't want the Sword Spirit Country to suffer too many casualties. Just like Mr. said before, you don't want us to suffer too many casualties. Otherwise, when the destroyer comes, no one will be able to resist. Mr. is looking at the big picture, so we ask Mr. not to kill us. We're willing to stay in the desert and not leave it unless Mr. orders us to. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling, then he smiled faintly and said, "You're a smart person. I've said this several times, but I still want to say it now. You're a smart person, a very smart person. But how can I believe your words? You're right. I didn't go to the Sword Spirit Country for revenge and didn't go directly to the Sword Spirit Country to snatch the sword. This is because I don't want to be an enemy of the Sword Spirit Country. First, I'm afraid that the Sword Spirit Country would send a Broken River-level old man to deal with me. With our current strength, although we aren't afraid of those old men, I can't do anything to them. Moreover, whether it's me or those old men, if any of us were to have an accident, it would be the biggest loss to the Soul Realm. So I didn't do anything. Second, I don't want the Sword Spirit Country to suffer too many losses. Moreover, I have enmity with the Tiger Spirit Country and the Wolf Spirit Country. If they think that this is an opportunity, they might attack me, which would only cause more casualties. This isn't what I want to see. So I didn't do anything to the sword spirit country. I'm looking at the big picture, but some people might not think about the big picture. In their opinion, killing me is the most important thing. Who knows when the destroyer will come? Even if we suffer a little loss now, we can slowly make up for it later. When Gui Ling heard Zhao Hai, his face turned ashen. Then he smiled bitterly and muttered, "Yes, the situation you mentioned is very likely to happen." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, it's very likely to be discovered. Therefore, I can't trust you, right?" Gui Ling looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Then Mr. should give me a quick death." After that, Gui Ling didn't speak. The people around him didn't make a sound. Obviously, Gui Ling's words represented them. Zhao Hai began to appreciate Gui Ling. This was because Gui Ling's subordinates didn't betray him at this time. This could only mean one thing: Gui Ling's subordinates were loyal to him. This was very rare for a superior. Zhao Hai carefully looked at Ghost Spirit, then he muttered, "To be honest, I appreciate you even more now. At this time, your subordinates didn't refute your words. In this life and death situation, they still didn't betray you. This is very rare. It would be a pity to kill you. Right, I can consider not leaving the desert of destruction. But for me, it's a bit troublesome." Ghost Spirit nodded, then Zhao Hai looked at Ghost Spirit and muttered. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Gui Ling's eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. can rest assured, we have a sense of propriety. If Mr. can think about the overall situation, then so can we." After some time, he looked at Ghost Spirit and said, "I'm preparing to change the desert into an oasis. If you really want to follow me and give up your identity in the outside world, then I can agree to let you follow me and become my servants. However, my servants must be loyal. Moreover, I want you to be willing to follow me. I also want you to plant a slave formation on your bodies. If you agree, then I'll make you my servants. If you don't, then you can only die." Ghost Spirit nodded and said, "I'm going to change the desert into an oasis. If you really want to follow me and give up your identity in the outside world, then I can agree to let you follow me and become my servants. If you don't agree, then you can only die." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Gui Ling and the others couldn't help but feel aggrieved. They were all experts. Although they were ghost guards, they only obeyed Dugu Tianzi. To others, they were all high and mighty existences. Now that they wanted to become someone's servants, they had to think about it for a long time. This made them feel very aggrieved. However, they didn't have any other choice. If they don't agree with Zhao Hai, then they would immediately die. They didn't want to die. They were strong, and their lifespans were much longer than ordinary people. The more they were like this, the more they didn't want to die. Because of this, Gui Ling submitted to Zhao Hai and was willing to be Zhao Hai's servant. Gui Ling looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is what Mr. said true? Do you really want to transform the desert of destruction into an oasis? But this is the desert of destruction. In the end, this place is filled with destructive power. With this destructive power, it's impossible to grow anything. Even mutated plants can't survive here. Only demonic plants and animals can survive here. I think Mr. should know about this. Mr., in this case, how are you going to transform this place?" Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling and laughed, "Good question. Didn't you see Yuhua? Don't you think that Yuhua's temperament is very similar to the ghost-extinguishing desert? Let me tell you, Yuhua is absorbing the destructive power of the desert of destruction. When he finishes absorbing the destructive power of the desert of destruction, then the desert of destruction would naturally become an ordinary desert. Then there wouldn't be any problems with transforming it, right?" Gui Ling and the others stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that things would turn out like this. Gui Ling looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, he looked at Yuhua who was floating in the air. Because he was too shocked, he didn't notice it. But now, he noticed that Yuhua's body was exuding destructive power. The destructive power in the surroundings was like a moth flying into a flame. Because of this, the destructive power that entered Yuhua's body didn't come out. In other words, Yuhua was really absorbing the destructive power. This discovery made Gui Ling stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I didn't expect Mr. to be able to do this. Alright, we agree to Mr.'s words. We're willing to submit to Mr. unconditionally. We'll be your slaves and servants. We won't go back on our words. Zhao looked at Ghost and smiled faintly. It's not that simple. I said that I want to plant a slave formation on your body. This formation has a special characteristic. If you don't sincerely submit to me, then the formation will kill you. If you're sincere, then the formation won't have any effect. Think about it carefully. Ghost smiled faintly and said, it's not that simple. Gui Ling looked at the people behind him. These people were also looking at Gui Ling. However, they didn't say anything, they just looked at Gui Ling. Ghost Spirit nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, we want to know what Mr.'s formation is. If we submit to Mr., would the formation really not harm us? Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Ghost Spirit and said, Mr., what do you mean by this formation? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, formations are actually very simple. Do you see the golden jade sword? It's the great sword that you speak of. It can be big or small now because of the formation. Naturally, there are many types of formations, but only one is used on the sword. You should know that if I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to waste so much effort. I can just kill you directly. Whether it's the golden jade sword or Yua's attack, you wouldn't be able to withstand it. Therefore, it's very easy for me to deal with you. So, what else do you want to say? Gui Ling nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, Mr., we accept. But before that, we want Mr. to promise us something. As long as Mr. agrees to this, we will submit to Mr. Gui Ling nodded, then he let out a long breath and said, Mr., we accept. But before that, we want Mr. to promise us something. Zhao Hai said, speak. Gui Ling replied, Mr., we are all part of the Ghost Guard Army of the Sword Spirit Country, and the Ghost Guard Army is completely loyal to Emperor Dugu, which is also the army of the Sword Spirit Country's king. However, we are not part of the Sword Spirit Country's army, we are only part of Emperor Dugu's private army. We also have our own families in the Sword Spirit Country. Of course, our families are all small families that we created ourselves. I hope that if there is an opportunity in the future, Mr. can take care of our families. If you can move our families to a safe place, that would be even better. Zhao Hai didn't even think about it before he nodded and said, all right, there's no problem. I promise you that you will stay in the desolate desert in the future. But even if the desolate desert's destruction energy disappears, I won't let other people enter this place. Therefore, you can live here with peace of mind. However, I can't only have 50 people here. If you agree, then I'll have your families move here in the future. You don't have any objections, right? Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Gui Ling immediately said, no, I have no opinion at all. I'll just listen to Mr. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at them and said, if you don't have any objections, then prepare yourselves. I'm going to imprint formations on your bodies. Gui Ling immediately responded. Then, they all stood there, motionless. Looking at Ghost Spirit and the others, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he waved his hand as 50 formations appeared in front of him. Then he waved his hand as the 50 formations imprinted themselves on Ghost Spirit and the others' bodies. What surprised Zhao Hai was that Gui Ling and the others didn't show any signs of discomfort. It was completely different from when Lu Wei and Guan Huang were sealed in the formation. This showed that they were sincere in submitting to him and weren't feigning civility. Zhao Hai didn't think that Gui Ling and the others would show any signs of discomfort. Zhao looked at Ghost Spirit and the others. Then he understood why Ghost Spirit and the others were acting like this. It was because of the golden jade sword and the jade baby. The appearance of the golden jade sword made Gui Ling and the others completely understand that they were no match for him. It was precisely because of this that they wanted to save their own lives. Furthermore, Gui Ling and the others were different from ordinary void dance stage and consolidating equipment stage powerhouses. Most void dance stage and consolidating equipment stage powerhouses had their own pride, and would not easily submit to anyone. However, Gui Ling and the others were different. Gui Ling and the others were part of the Ghost Guard army, and they had already submitted to Dugu Zitian. As such, to them, submitting to anyone was not a problem. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had also displayed his own strength, a strength that they couldn't match. This made them willingly submit to Zhao Hai. After thinking through this point, Zhao Hai couldn't help but take a deep look at Gui Ling. Gui Ling was really too smart to be able to weigh the pros and cons in such a short time and make the most correct decision. The person he wanted was definitely not simple. Most importantly, he was able to make his subordinates completely submit to him and listen to him willingly. This was even more remarkable. Gui Ling and the others really didn't feel anything. They only felt a chill on their heads. After that, they didn't feel anything. This caused Gui Ling to be stunned. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling and the others and said solemnly, "All right, the formation is completed. From now on, you are my servants. You can call me young master." Gui Ling and the others bowed to Zhao Hai and said in unison, "We have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Gui Ling and said, "From now on, Gui Ling will be in charge. When I'm not here, listen to Gui Ling. Gui Ling, from now on, not only do you have to command your subordinates, you also have to command the magic plants and magic beasts. As for where you'll live, it's very simple. You can live inside the golden jade light sword." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the golden jade light sword fell from the sky. Then the iron chain came down. Zhao Hai went to the side of the iron chain and had Gui Ling and the others get on as well. Then the iron chain rose up and sent them to the sword space. After arriving inside the sword space, Zhao Hai explained to Gui Ling and the others how to use the things inside the room. Then he left the room. After Zhao Hai left, Gui Ling called all of his subordinates to the conference room. This conference room was specially left behind by Zhao Hai. There was no problem for more than 100 people to sit inside. Gui Ling looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone has seen the young master's methods. To be honest, I don't regret following the young master. Compared to the young master, Duga Tianzi is at most a person with a bit of power. The young master doesn't care about his power. Everyone doesn't have any other thoughts, right?" Everyone shook their heads. Then Xianling said, "My lord, we have to thank you this time. Otherwise, we would have already died. It would be impossible for us to follow the young master. Not to mention anything else, just the space inside the sword and the various mystical things inside the room are enough to see how miraculous the young master is. What else is there to say? Following the young master is the right choice. In any case, I won't regret it, I'll be loyal to the young master forever." The others nodded as well. Gui Ling nodded and said, "It's good that everyone thinks this way. Next, I'll talk about what the young master told me before. He asked me to command everyone, as well as the demonic plants and beasts inside the desert. What do you think?" After a moment of silence, a person opened his mouth and said, "Sir, I think this is the young master's test for us. The young master said that he wants to absorb all the destructive force in the desert and turn it into an oasis. Regardless of whether the young master can absorb all the destructive force, the desert still belongs to the young master. Therefore, what we need to do now is very simple. We need to help the young master make arrangements in advance. Even if the destructive force in the desert disappears completely, we still need to turn the desert into a forbidden area that no one can enter." Gui Ling nodded and said, "Right, what Song Ling said makes sense. The young master asked us to command the demonic plants and beasts because he wants to see our strength. The destruction desert belongs to the young master, no one can touch it. If we don't want those people to touch it, then we need to make arrangements. The young master clearly doesn't want to take care of this matter, so it's up to us." The elephant spirit opened his mouth and said, "Sir, I just thought of something. That is, the path that we used to track the young master has been in contact with the sword spirit country. If they follow this path, then it would be very dangerous. All the magic beasts and plants on this path have already been subdued by Zhao Hai. If the sword spirit country sends people over, then they would be able to follow this path unimpeded. This is absolutely impossible. Therefore, what we need to do now is to block this path. What does Sir think about this?" The elephant spirit nodded and said, "Sir, I'm afraid that the sword spirit country wouldn't be able to follow this path. What do you think?" Gui Ling nodded and said, "I'm thinking the same thing. I'm also going to ask the young master if he can use Jade Baby to deal with those who fly into the desert. This way, no one would dare to enter the desert, and the desert would be safe." Just as Gui Ling's voice fell, Zhao Hai's voice was heard, right, you don't need to worry about the things in the sky. Just make arrangements on the ground. When Gui Ling and the others heard Zhao Hai's voice, they stared. But they immediately stood up and said, yes, we'll follow the young master's orders. Zhao Hai's voice was heard again, I'll leave the golden jade sword to you for the time being. You can bring the demonic plants and beasts into the sword and then send them to the place where you want to make arrangements. You can study them yourselves. If there's anything, you can go to my room and knock on the door 3 times. Then you can speak. Then there was silence. Gui Ling and the others nodded. After not getting a reply from Zhao Hai, Gui Ling and the others knew that Zhao Hai wouldn't speak. Gui Ling turned his head to the others and said, we don't need to worry about the things in the sky. Now that the golden jade sword is under our command, did you remember the terrain on the way here? Can you draw a map now? Just as his voice fell, a white light flashed in front of him. Then a 3D map appeared in front of him. Gui Ling looked at the map and discovered that it was a map of all the places they went when they were chasing Zhao Hai. This map was much clearer than a flat map. Everyone was attracted by the map. Song Ling looked at the map and said, this map is amazing. No wonder the young master said that he would give us the command of the golden jade sword. This will be a great help to us. Gui Ling looked at the map, then he sighed and said, the young master's methods are truly formidable. Alright, now that we have the map, let's do our best and arrange the plants and animals. After looking at it, Gui Ling nodded and said, this area isn't very wide. Moreover, when the young master advanced, he didn't destroy the magic beasts and plants. Therefore, the magic beasts and plants along the way are still there. We just need to make some arrangements. I just calculated that there are more than 300 magic beasts and plants below. We can divide this area. What do you think? Gui Ling nodded and said, alright, I'll take care of this area. Gui Ling nodded and said, this area isn't very wide. What do you think? Everyone nodded, then they began to divide the area. It didn't take long for them to divide the area. After dividing the area, Gui Ling commanded the golden jade sword to send the plants and animals to where they should be. After it was done, Gui Ling commanded the golden jasper sword to return to where they were before. Then, Gui Ling led everyone out of the golden jasper sword. Gui Ling and the others could stay inside the golden jade sword, but Gui Ling didn't. Gui Ling was very clear that Zhao Hai was taking care of them. If they stayed inside the golden jade sword, then they wouldn't know what's good for them. After Gui Ling and the others came out of the golden jade sword, they looked around. Then Xianxia said, Sir, when do you think the young master will start transforming the desert? I really want to see the desert turn into an oasis as soon as possible. Gui Ling said in a deep voice, believe in the young master, it'll be done soon. You've all seen the young master's strength, it's not something an ordinary person can possess. We also need to temper our own strength and wait for the young master to give us a mission. Everyone complied and began to cultivate. At this time, Zhao Hai was still walking around the desert of destruction. But this time, he didn't wander around randomly. He had Jade Doll sense where the destruction force was. Finally, Jade Doll told Zhao Hai that there were 9 places in the desert of destruction. Zhao Hai was now heading towards the place with the most destruction force. While walking, Zhao Hai also paid attention to the situation inside the golden jade sword. When he saw what Gui Ling and the others were doing, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile faintly and said, good, these kids aren't bad. Hee, it seems like accepting them as servants is a good choice. Sha Pai looked at Zhao Hai and said, young master, didn't you say that you're afraid that it would be inconvenient for them to follow you when you leave? Why did you take them in now? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, if I only collect magic plants and magic beasts, then they can help me in the future. Magic plants and magic beasts can't do anything. I still need people to come in contact with outsiders. Now that I have them, they can help me in the future. As for when I leave, I can just remove the magic formation on their bodies and they can become free people. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, that's right. Sha Pai didn't say anything. He didn't know much about these things, so he could only ask out of curiosity. As for giving Zhao Hai advice, he couldn't do it. A man and a dog walked forward while calling for magic beasts and magic plants. After walking for 3 days, they arrived at a place where the destruction force was particularly strong. In these 3 days, Zhao Hai didn't walk slowly like before. He sped up. Therefore, the distance that he walked in these 3 days was more than the distance that he walked in the past. When Zhao Hai arrived at this place, he immediately felt that the destruction force was indeed very strong. On the other hand, Jade Child was very excited as she kept flying in the sky. The destruction force directly entered Jade Child's body and then entered Zhao Hai's body. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he slowly walked towards the area. He knew that there would be a place where the destruction force was the strongest, and that was his goal. Zhao Hai slowly walked through the area. The destruction force in this area was very violent and chaotic. Even Jade Child couldn't sense where the destruction force was the strongest. This required Zhao Hai to feel it bit by bit. However, this area wasn't small. It was about 10 miles wide. In other words, Zhao Hai needed to find the strongest point of the destruction force within 10 miles. This wasn't an easy matter. Along the way, Yi Shiwen carefully observed the situation around him. The power of destruction in the surroundings was extremely violent, as though there was a constant battle going on. Even though Yuhua was desperately absorbing the power of destruction in the sky, the power of destruction didn't seem to weaken. From this point alone, Yi Shiwen could tell that there was a source of the power of destruction here. As long as the source continued to exist, the power of destruction in the sky wouldn't decrease. However, this situation was within Zhao Hai's expectations. In Zhao Hai's opinion, if the destruction force didn't have a source, then how could it not weaken after so many years? If the destruction force didn't have a source, then it would be like water without a source. Sooner or later, it would disappear. However, there were a lot of destruction deserts, but the destruction force here didn't weaken at all. This was enough to explain the problem. While walking, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. He felt a strong destructive force under his foot. This destructive force was the strongest that he had ever felt. When he put his foot down, an incomparably powerful destructive force rushed into his body and into the destructive qi inside his mind. At the same time, the destructive qi inside his mind started to rotate rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had swelled up. Normally, even if Zhao Hai used an hour, it would still be impossible for him to make the destructive force expand by this much. Zhao Hai was shocked when he saw the destructive force under his feet. But at this time, the destructive force was very strong. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would be able to make the destructive force expand by this much even if he used an hour. Zhao Hai lowered his head and looked at his feet. Then he waved his hand and punched the ground. With a bang, a huge sand pit appeared on the ground. This sand pit was nearly 100 meters deep. It could be said that it was very huge. But the thing inside the sand pit made Zhao Hai stare. At the bottom of the sand pit, there was a blade, a very huge blade. This blade didn't look any smaller than the giant sword that Zhao had seen before. It might even be bigger. This discovery made Zhao stare blankly for a moment. Zhao Hai immediately waved his hand, causing the surrounding sand to rise. Before long, a huge sand pit appeared. A huge blade that was more than 150 meters long and completely black appeared. Zhao carefully looked at the scimitar. The scimitar was a bit strange. The handle wasn't very long, only about 10 meters long. The rest of the scimitar was huge, which made Zhao very puzzled. His body moved and landed on the scimitar. Then he released his spiritual force and slowly felt the scimitar. This feeling made Zhao Hai even more surprised. The blade was solid. At first, Zhao Hai thought that this blade was like the golden jade light sword. The blade was hollow and could be used to store things. But now it seems that this wasn't the case. The blade was solid. What was going on? One must know that artifacts of this size were generally hollow. They were used to store things and to house people. Zhao Hai had never seen an artifact of this size that was solid. Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to slowly explore the blade. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force reached the joint of the blade and the handle, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because he discovered that the joint of the blade and the handle was different from other places. The metal used here was different. Zhao Hai squatted down and gently touched the metal. But in the end, he still felt that the metal was cold. This made Zhao Hai feel strange. However, he didn't stop and continued to use his spiritual force to explore the handle. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force reached the handle, he was immediately stunned. This was because the handle was hollow. However, this hollow handle was strange. It couldn't be used to house people. On the contrary, there were a lot of wires inside. These wires were also made of metal. These wires almost covered the entire handle. It was very strange. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he continued to explore. Finally, when he reached the handle and saw the devil carving, he finally felt a small space. This space was strange, it was actually liquid. In this liquid, there was a traction crystal. In addition to the traction crystal, there was also a white object. Zhao Hai didn't know what it was. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he quickly walked towards the ghost head. After carefully examining it, he discovered that there was a metal door in one of the ghost head's eyes. Zhao Hai walked towards the ghost head's eye. This eye was only about the size of 2 mago. Zhao Hai had to crouch down to enter. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived in front of the metal door. After carefully sensing the metal door, he discovered that it was almost completely sealed. It wouldn't be easy to enter. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai placed his hand on the metal door and then transferred his natural energy. The metal door seemed to melt. It didn't take long before it disappeared. When the metal door disappeared, the liquid inside the door rushed out. Fortunately, Zhao Hai was already prepared. With an intention, the liquid entered his soul object space. When the liquid entered the soul object space, Zhao Hai immediately had the Nature's Palace analyze it. This was one of the Nature's Palace's abilities. Although it wasn't as powerful as the Universal Scanner, the Nature's Palace was still able to analyze whether or not the liquid was poisonous. It didn't take long for the Nature's Palace to determine that the liquid wasn't poisonous. On the contrary, the liquid was very nutritious. It was just like amniotic fluid, it was a nutritious liquid suitable for babies to grow. This discovery made Zhao Hai surprised. Then he took all the liquid inside the space into his soul object space. After that, he went inside the space. He wanted to see what secrets this space had. This space was about 10 square meters in size. There were only 3 things in this space. One of them was a blood-red traction crystal. However, this crystal was very small, only about the size of a broad bean. Below this bean-sized traction crystal was a white object. This white object was wrapped in a transparent membrane. Around this white object were countless black threads. Each thread was as thick as a hair. Moreover, one could see that these threads weren't made of metal. When Zhao Hai arrived in front of this thing, he first received the traction crystal. Then he directly absorbed the crystal into the destruction energy. When the crystal entered the destruction energy, the red energy inside was immediately drawn out, causing the crystal to turn transparent. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai. However, it didn't take long for the traction crystal to be filled with gray destruction energy. At the same time, Zhao Hai felt that the destruction energy that Yuhua passed to him had entered the traction crystal. After being purified by the traction crystal, it was released. This made the destruction energy inside the destruction energy even more pure. Zhao Hai didn't care about the traction crystal. He slowly turned his attention to the white object. This white object looked like a ball. Inside the ball was a white object. When Zhao Hai looked at the white object, he didn't know why, but he suddenly thought of an image. It was an image of a brain soaked in a nutrient solution. The brain was connected to various threads. When Zhao Hai looked at the white object, he thought of this image. However, he didn't think that he was imagining things. Although he wasn't as strong as before, and his spiritual force wasn't as strong as before, his knowledge wasn't low. When he saw the white object, Zhao Hai could already guess what it was. Zhao Hai's hand slowly touched the white object. When he touched it, Zhao Hai stared. This was because he felt a trace of vitality coming from the white object. This trace of vitality wasn't easy to feel. This was because it was very weak. If it weren't for the destruction energy in the surroundings, it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to feel it. It was precisely because the surroundings were filled with destruction energy that this weak trace of vitality was very eye-catching. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He knew that his guess wasn't wrong. This white object was a biological brain. And this blade was actually a weapon controlled by this biological brain. Zhao had studied the biological brain before, and it wasn't a real brain. It could be said that it was cultivated from cells similar to brain cells. It had most of the functions of a brain, but because it didn't have a receiving system, which was the human body, after the brain was made, it could only be perfected by the human body. It could be said that this biological brain was like a baby. It would do whatever you told it to do. It was even worse than a baby because a baby would slowly grow up. After a baby grew up, it would learn. Slowly, everything it learned would be stored in its brain and form its own thoughts. However, this biological brain was different. It did not have a body, so if it wanted to learn, it could only learn through the person who made it. It was like a child who had been locked up. It was not allowed to interact with the outside world. Naturally, it would do whatever you told it to do. If you said good, it would think good. If you said evil, it would think evil was evil. If a biological brain was used well, it would be much more powerful than an optical computer. This was because its computing power was stronger than an optical computer, and its storage power was also the same. However, this biological brain had a fatal flaw. You can't let it come in contact with the outside world. You can't let it learn about the outside world. Once you let it learn about the outside world, everything you told it before would become meaningless. It can be said that the biological brain would no longer be under your control. It was because of this that Zhao Hai and the others didn't use the biological brain. Zhao Hai didn't think that he would see something similar to a biological brain here. This made Zhao Hai feel very strange. However, Zhao Hai still waved his hand and cut off the threads that were connected to the biological brain. Then he sent the biological brain into the soul object space. When the biological brain entered the soul object space, natural energy immediately surrounded the biological brain. Then most of the things on the biological brain disappeared. Only a few small dots were left. Then these dots began to grow crazily. Before long, they grew to the size of the biological brain. Then on the outside of the biological brain, thin threads began to grow. This made Zhao Hai stare. He didn't know what the space had made this time. The space's creatures weren't mutated by the space's energy. The space's energy was very simple, it was natural energy. Natural energy allows creatures to grow naturally. Natural energy can provide them with a steady flow of energy, allowing them to grow. Because of this, the creatures that mutated in the space shouldn't be called mutation, but rather evolution. And now, the biological brain seemed to have evolved. It had evolved into a furry ball. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. He didn't know what use this thing had. Zhao Hai used a spiritual force to make contact with the furry ball. Upon contact, Zhao Hai immediately felt as if he had another brain. He felt that his brain had become bigger. Everything that he knew was shared with the brain. Moreover, he could control the brain as he wished. It can be said that although the brain wasn't the same as him, their thoughts were still connected. This brain was now a part of Zhao Hai's body. This feeling was very wonderful. A person's brain could actually become bigger. Not only did the brain become bigger, but the details were also clearer, making one's thinking speed faster. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then his thoughts returned to his body. He could clearly feel that there was another him inside the space, watching and commanding everything. This feeling was very wonderful. It was even more wonderful than Zhao Hai's previous clones. But even so, the biological brain didn't stop growing. Soon, the biological brain split and another biological brain grew. This new biological brain was even bigger than the previous one. Zhao Hai felt that his mind was much clearer. This made Zhao Hai smile bitterly. He stopped the biological brain from growing. He didn't want to grow more brains in the future. However, after seeing the biological brain, Zhao Hai had an idea. He wanted to see if he could use the biological suit to control the sword. After all, according to the previous situation, the sword was controlled by the biological brain. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai immediately took the biological brain out of his body. The biological brain's evolution speed was very fast. Zhao Hai was sure that the biological brain inside the sword was very fragile. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been soaked in the nutrient solution. The biological brain produced by the space was completely different. This biological brain was very powerful. Even if you directly attack it, it wouldn't necessarily have any problems. After all, this biological brain was evolved from a higher level of cells. After taking the biological brain out, Zhao Hai's mind moved as he connected the threads inside the space to the biological brain. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the sword didn't move, there was no reaction at all. Zhao Hai stared, he was puzzled. Could it be that he was wrong? Or did he connect the wrong thing? Suddenly, Zhao Hai saw the traction crystal inside the space. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head. Then he immediately took out the crystal from the destruction energy. Not only did he take it out, he also extracted the destruction energy inside the crystal and poured his nature energy into it. After that, he placed the small piece of the crystal inside the space's great blade. Zhao Hai couldn't help but pat his head. When the traction crystal was placed inside the sword, Zhao Hai immediately felt a comfortable feeling coming from the biological brain inside the sword. Then Zhao Hai felt that his body seemed to have an extra part. This made Zhao Hai stare. Then he carefully felt his body and immediately understood why he had this feeling. He felt that the extra part of his body was the giant sword. Zhao Hai didn't leave, he immediately tried to understand the giant sword. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly standing there with his body intact, but now he felt as if there was an extra part of his body. Moreover, this extra part of his body was very strange, it was very stiff. Zhao Hai tried for a while before he slowly got used to it. And just as Zhao Hai was getting used to it, the giant sword lit up with a green light. Then it slowly flew up and then the entire sword emitted a green light. After the green light circled around the sword a few times, it slowly disappeared. Then the giant sword suddenly deformed, suddenly, a mechanical sound came from the part where the handle and the blade were connected. Then, the huge blade suddenly bent as if it was broken by someone. In fact, if you pay attention, you will find that the part where the blade and the handle were connected has become a set of mechanical structures. And it was this set of mechanical structures that controlled the direction of the huge blade. This wasn't all. Not only did the sword change its direction, but it also began to rotate. The entire sword seemed to have turned into a huge grinder. It didn't take long for the huge saber to come to a stop. Then, the saber body began to make all kinds of movements. However, the saber handle didn't move. It was like a person who didn't move his arm, only his wrist, directing his palm to make all kinds of movements. The mechanism connecting the saber body and the saber handle was even more flexible than the wrist. It rotated faster and could make more movements. In addition to the incomparably huge saber body, the attack power of this huge saber really couldn't be underestimated. Then the giant sword stopped. Then a golden light flashed on the blade. Then a golden energy flew out from the blade. This energy was very huge, it was like a huge sword energy. It directly slashed the desert, leaving a huge scar on the desert. Then the giant sword stopped and fell to the ground. Zhao Hai came out of the sword with a smile on his face. Obviously, he was very satisfied with the attack power of the giant sword. Although the giant sword looked a bit rigid, it was still very powerful when used well. He now had another weapon. After Zhao Hai came out of the giant sword, he waved his hand and injected some nutrient solution into the space behind the giant sword. Although the biological brain didn't need the nutrient solution and could still survive inside the giant sword, the nutrient solution could make the brain live better. Even when the giant sword was attacked, the nutrient solution could also act as a buffer. Zhao Hai was sure that the nutrient solution in the space was used to protect the biological brain. However, the attack that the giant sword received was too strong. Because of the nutrient solution, the brain inside the giant sword was damaged. Although some of the brain cells survived because of the nutrient solution, those few cells were useless. It was like a person's brain that received too much damage and became a vegetable. Now, the biological brain inside the giant sword was replaced. Moreover, the energy inside the giant sword wasn't the same as before. Instead, it was replaced with natural energy. Since the biological brain was more powerful than before, the giant sword's battle prowess should also be increased. Because of this, Zhao Hai injected the nutrient solution into the space and sealed it once again. After the giant sword was finished, Zhao Hai received the giant sword back into the space. When the giant sword entered the space, it was immediately received by Sapling and refined. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but have the space produce more biological brains. Then he went to the nature palace and helped Sapling refine the giant sword. Actually, refining was an exaggeration. The biological brains were only used to provide Sapling with magic formations. After all, although Sapling's refining ability was formidable, it couldn't be done without the support of magic formations. At this time, Zhao Hai discovered another advantage of the biological brain. It was that he could multitask. If he didn't have the biological brain, then he would have to refine the giant sword himself. But now that he had the biological brain, he could do whatever he wanted while the biological brain helped him refine the giant sword. This way, there wouldn't be any delays. After all of this was done, Zhao Hai ordered the space to produce more biological brains. Then he went to the desert of destruction. He wanted to go to the next energy source. Zhao Hai really wanted to know what was in the next place with the strongest destruction force. However, the desert of destruction wasn't small. There were only 9 places with the strongest destruction force, and every 2 places weren't close to each other. Because of this, it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Hai to reach the second place quickly. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't plan on catching demonic plants. Therefore, he directly called Jade Doll and ran to Jade Doll's back. Jade Doll directly carried him to the second place. Jade Doll's speed was very fast. It didn't take long for Zhao Hai to arrive at the second location where the destruction energy was strong. This was a sand dune. Just as Zhao Hai was about to go down, he suddenly stopped. This was because he noticed that this sand dune was different from the other sand dune. This sand dune gave him a very dangerous feeling. Zhao Hai didn't dare to go down. Zhao Hai believed in his intuition. Therefore, he didn't immediately go down. Instead, he waved his hand as the great sword appeared beside him. Then the great sword slashed down. Just as the great sword slashed down, the sand dune suddenly moved. Then a loud roar was heard. Zhao Hai discovered that this wasn't a sand dune, but a huge lizard. This was a huge white lizard. Its back was covered with stone-like armor. Moreover, its body was buried in the sand. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't notice it. If he didn't feel the danger and used the great sword to attack the sand dune, then he might have been standing on the lizard's back. After the lizard appeared, it immediately swung its tail towards the great sword. But the great sword was very flexible. It directly raised its blade and avoided the attack. Then the great sword returned to Zhao Hai's side and quietly hung there. At this time, the lizard used its 2 hind legs to support its body. When the lizard stood up, Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the lizard to be this tall. This fellow was about 50 meters tall. And with its tail that was as long as its body, the lizard's height actually reached 100 meters. This was really amazing. This was the first time that Zhao Hai saw such a huge creature in the soul realm. Now, the lizard just stood there and coldly looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't see wrongly. The lizard was coldly looking at Zhao Hai. Its eyes made Zhao Hai think that he wasn't looking at a lizard, but a person. Zhao Hai stopped in the air and looked at the lizard. Then he used his spiritual force to talk to the lizard. As soon as Zhao Hai sent his spiritual force, he immediately felt the other party's spiritual force. Then he heard a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately replied, "What are you? Why are you here?" "Humph, I was born here and grew up here. Why can't I be here? Human, I think you'd better leave here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," the lizard said. Zhao Hai looked at the lizard and said, "No matter what you are, this desert belongs to me. You either submit to me or be killed by me." "Ha ha ha, this is too funny. You want to kill me? Why?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted. He knew that this lizard wasn't easy to deal with. He could clearly feel the energy of this lizard. This lizard was definitely the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid. This was the desert of destruction. And in this desert, there was nothing that could be a match for Jade Doll. Since Jade Doll turned into the ghost head blade, Zhao Hai hadn't tested his blade yet. So he decided to use this opportunity to test his blade. Jade Doll and Zhao Hai were connected. When Zhao Hai thought about this, Jade Doll immediately moved. Jade Doll flew towards Zhao Hai's hand. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the blade back to the space. Although the blade was very big, to be honest, it wouldn't be a match for Jade Doll. With Jade Doll in his hand, Zhao Hai's temperament immediately changed. Dense killing intent and destructive energy merged together. It made Zhao Hai look like a devil that wanted to destroy everything in the world. His eyes were cold, without a trace of emotion. His entire body was filled with destructive energy. It was completely different from Zhao Hai's previous temperament. When the lizard saw Zhao Hai's current appearance, its pupils couldn't help but turn into thin lines. If it couldn't be said that it didn't feel any threat from Zhao Hai before, then now it felt threatened. Moreover, it was a life-threatening threat. The lizard wasn't the same as the other demonic beasts. The other demonic beasts took several generations to adapt to the destructive energy in order to survive in the desert. Even so, they were still infected by the destructive energy. Some of them lost their rationality and became even more bloodthirsty. However, the lizard was different. When it was still an egg, it had already destroyed the desert. After countless years, it was finally born. It can be said that it was born in such an environment. Therefore, it wasn't as bloodthirsty as the other demonic beasts. On the contrary, it was very smart and rational. Therefore, it found a place with the strongest destructive energy in the desert to settle down. Moreover, it never thought of leaving. Because it was very smart, the lizard didn't take Zhao Hai seriously from the beginning. In the past, a lot of humans came to the desert. Some of them could fly and run to its side, but they were all eaten by the lizard. Because of this, the lizard didn't take Zhao Hai seriously. However, it also didn't want to eat Zhao Hai. As for why it didn't want to eat Zhao Hai, perhaps it was because of its intuition. Its intuition told it not to eat Zhao Hai, and the intuition of animals has always been very accurate. But looking at Zhao Hai's current appearance, the lizard knew that there was no way for it to be kind. Therefore, its body moved as it slowly flew up. The lizard unexpectedly flew up into the air. Upon seeing the lizard fly up, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh and said, "Good, you can actually fly. Ha ha ha. Great, I'll use you to test my saber." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure moved. In the next moment, he appeared on the lizard's back and slashed down with his saber. Just as Zhao Hai was about to slash down, a huge force suddenly came from the lizard's back. This force wasn't ordinary, it was geomagnetic force. In other words, the entire Earth's magnetic field was pushing Zhao Hai. In an instant, Zhao Hai was sent flying. However, Zhao Hai quickly stabilized his body. He looked at the lizard and laughed, "Good, that's great. I didn't expect you to be able to control geomagnetic force. You're really amazing. But this is good, I'll also give it a try. Let's see if my natural energy can deal with you." After he said that, Zhao Hai brandished his saber and rushed forward. On the other hand, the lizard was a lot more careful. This was because it accidentally let Zhao Hai get on its back. Although it was because Zhao Hai was too fast, it was also because the lizard was a bit careless. If it didn't react quickly and used geomagnetic force to push Zhao Hai away, it would have been injured. Therefore, when it saw Zhao Hai rushing over, it naturally became more careful. When Zhao was about 50 meters away from the lizard, he felt a huge force from the ground pushing against him. It was as if there was a huge force on the ground that was trying to drag him to the surface. This made his body shake uncontrollably. But at this time, the big lizard was very agile. It directly rushed over and used its thick tail to attack Zhao Hai with the force of a thunderbolt. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. His body suddenly emitted a golden light. Then his figure flashed and dodged the lizard's attack. In the next moment, he rushed towards the lizard. When the lizard saw Zhao Hai's action, it couldn't help but be stunned. Then, its eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. It could clearly feel that its geomagnetic energy was useless against Zhao Hai. Previously, Zhao Hai was careless and got hit twice. But now, Zhao Hai's body seemed to have formed its own magnetic field. Therefore, the geomagnetic energy was useless against him. The lizard was taken aback. It had never seen someone who could control geomagnetic force. But today, it saw it. This made it very surprised. However, despite being surprised, the lizard didn't just sit there and wait for its death. Although the geomagnetic force didn't work, it still continued to use it on Zhao Hai. Moreover, it was constantly changing the magnetic field. At the same time, bursts of gray energy were emitted from its body, wrapping it up. Zhao Hai waved Jade Doll and rushed to the lizard's side. He slashed at the lizard. The lizard was surprisingly agile. Its body moved and dodged Zhao Hai's slash. Then, it clawed at Zhao Hai. Its claws were very long and flashed with a gray luster. Zhao Hai could feel a strong destructive force from its claws. If he was really hit by the lizard's claws, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, Zhao Hai didn't dodge. Instead, he raised the ghost head blade that Jade Baby had turned into and welcomed the claw head-on. He wanted to see how strong this lizard was. Boom! The sound of a huge force colliding came from the place where the man and the beast were fighting. Zhao was shot out like a bullet, flying nearly 10,000 meters before stopping. His face was a little red, and he was panting a little, but overall, he didn't suffer any injuries. At the same time, the lizard was also shaken. This made the lizard even more startled. It didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. One must know that none of the humans that it had met before could block its claw. At that time, it wasn't as strong as it was now. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he looked up and laughed. Good, good. It's been a long time since I had a good fight. Let's see how strong you are today. Then he waved his saber and welcomed the lizard. This time, Zhao Hai was more careful. His saber spread out, and waves of ghostly cries could be heard. Sky Devil 7 Slaughter Saber. It was Zhao Hai's most commonly used saber technique. Of course, the current Sky Devil 7 Slaughter Saber was completely different from the one Zhao Hai learned at the beginning. The Sky Devil 7 Slaughter Saber that Zhao Hai was using now focused on the momentum instead of the moves. He had reached the point where no move was better than a move. It was the same now. As soon as the Sky Devil 7 Slaughter Saber was used, the surroundings seemed to have turned into hell. Zhao Hai was the only demon god in hell. He was the only demon god in the world. Everything had to submit to him. If they didn't submit to him, there was only one consequence, death. Zhao Hai's figure was far inferior to the big lizard's. However, as soon as he used his saber technique, the surroundings turned blood red. A demon god's shadow also appeared on Zhao Hai's body. The demon god stood there with a blood saber in his hand and a mask on his face. The demon god's aura enveloped the area within 10 miles. Under this aura, the big lizard felt that it was difficult to breathe, let alone other things. However, the big lizard was a demonized animal that had lived for countless years. As soon as it saw this situation, it knew that if it wanted to live, it must break this seal. Therefore, it roared towards the sky. Then, waves of destructive power emerged from its body to resist Zhao Hai's attack. Unfortunately, it still underestimated Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's Sky Devil 7 Slaughter Saber also contained destructive power. Therefore, the big lizard still couldn't break through Zhao Hai's aura. It was suppressed by Zhao Hai's Sky Devil aura. The big lizard was unwilling to be defeated. It rampaged in Zhao Hai's aura, dealing with Zhao Hai's attacks. Secondly, it wanted to rush out of Zhao Hai's aura. Unfortunately, although his speed was fast, compared to Zhao Hai, he was still a lot worse. So when he faced Zhao Hai, he was always at a disadvantage. Time passed little by little. Zhao Hai and the big lizard had been fighting for several hours. The big lizard's body was covered in wounds, and those wounds were constantly bleeding. The big lizard's movements were also not as agile as before. Obviously, it was heavily injured. However, its eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. It had no intention of surrendering. Zhao Hai looked at the big lizard and knew that it was impossible to subdue it. He wasn't in a hurry. He waved his hand and a giant saber appeared beside him. Then he commanded the giant saber to attack the big lizard. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle and continued to attack the big lizard. Before, the giant saber's attack power was a bit lacking when it attacked the big lizard. But now, it was different. the big lizard was injured. The giant saber's attack might not be able to break through the lizard's defense, but it could still injure the big lizard. This was very helpful for Xiao Hai. Moreover, the biological brain that commanded the giant saber was Xiao Hai's biological brain. Its thoughts were synchronized with Xiao Hai's. It can be said that the giant saber was another weapon of Xiao Hai's. It cooperated closely with Xiao Hai. Therefore, when Xiao Hai released the giant saber this time, the big lizard fell into a predicament. The big lizard's calm eyes showed a trace of panic. In the next few attacks, Xiao Hai added a few more wounds to the big lizard's body. At the same time, the giant saber also ruthlessly slashed the big lizard's body. If it wasn't for the lizard's amazing defense, it would have been dead by now. Even so, the lizard's movements were getting slower and slower. The situation was getting worse and worse. At this time, Xiao Hai waved his hand as a black vine appeared beside the lizard. As soon as the vine appeared, it wrapped around the lizard's body. The big lizard was startled. It immediately began to struggle. But when it struggled, the black vine immediately disappeared. When it stopped struggling, the vine immediately reappeared. After a few times, the big lizard was finally tired. At this time, the giant saber appeared below the lizard and its tip was pressed against the lizard's neck. The big lizard stopped moving. It just stared at Xiao Hai with a hint of pleading in its eyes. Naturally, Xiao Hai didn't give up on this opportunity. With an intention, he sent the big lizard into his soul item space. As soon as the big lizard entered the soul item space, the natural energy inside immediately surrounded it. The big lizard felt the natural energy, but it didn't seem to be very adapted to it. This made Xiao Hai stare. Xiao Hai didn't know what was going on. But when he saw the extremely strong destructive force inside the lizard, Xiao Hai immediately thought of something. The big lizard had been baptized by the destructive force for a long time. Its body had already adapted to the destructive force. Now that it suddenly received the natural energy that was completely opposite to the destructive force, it naturally wouldn't be able to adapt. Xiao Hai looked at the big lizard. He didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he remembered that Jade Baby and the traction crystal could enter the destructive force inside his mind. Then, can the big lizard do the same? As soon as he thought of that, he realized that the big lizard had entered his destructive energy cluster, and it seemed to be very comfortable. Xiao Hai tried to communicate with the big lizard. He discovered that the big lizard had completely submitted to him. It was no different from the other animals inside his soul item space. Xiao Hai felt relieved. Then he looked at the place where the big lizard was. With a wave of his hand, the sand disappeared, revealing the thing inside. This thing was beyond Xiao Hai's expectations. It was still a big sword, it was no different from the one he found before. Xiao Hai walked towards the big sword and opened the space behind it. Inside, he found a biological brain. But what was different this time was that this biological brain was completely dead. After throwing away the biological brain, Xiao Hai placed a new one inside. Then he changed the traction crystal's energy into natural energy. After that, he commanded the big sword to fly up. Now, he had two big swords. Then Xiao Hai didn't step on Jade Baby to move forward. Instead, he sat on the big sword. One must know that the back of the big sword was more than 10 meters thick. With this kind of width, not to mention standing on it, Xiao Hai could even lie down on it without a problem. Before long, Xiao Hai arrived at the third area with a strong destructive force. Here, Xiao Hai encountered a demonized animal. This demonized animal wasn't as strong as the big lizard. It didn't take long before it was subdued by Xiao Hai. Then Xiao Hai took out another big sword. This was the third one. This aroused Xiao Hai's curiosity. He wanted to know how many swords he could take out in these 9 areas. If he could really take out 9 swords, then it would be very interesting. Xiao Hai didn't think that his prophecy would come true. He really did take out 9 giant swords from the 9 places in the desert where destruction energy was the strongest. Not one more, not one less. When Xiao Hai looked at the 9 swords, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then he didn't care about it. He began to look for other areas with stronger destructive forces. In the end, Xiao Hai discovered that the desert was a battlefield. He found a damaged battleship as well as some strange corpses that he saw before. However, what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that although these battleships were bigger than the ones he found in Demon Island, the traction crystals in these battleships weren't as big as the ones he found in Demon Island. This made Zhao Hai very puzzled. Moreover, the materials of these new battleships didn't seem to be as good as the small battleship. This made Zhao Hai puzzled, but at the same time, he also understood that the small battleship wasn't simple. After taking away the battleships and the swords, Zhao Hai felt that the destructive force in the desert was slowly decreasing. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to see. Besides Zhao Hai, the most obvious thing to feel was the decrease in destructive force was the demonic beasts and plants in the desert. These demonic beasts and plants that were usually hidden all ran out. This saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. Zhao Hai immediately returned to the golden jade sword. Zhao Hai stood on the back of the giant sword. When he arrived at the golden jade sword, he saw that Gui Ling and the others were cultivating. When Gui Ling and the others saw that Zhao Hai brought back a giant sword that wasn't any smaller than the golden jade sword, they were very surprised. However, they didn't say anything. After Zhao Hai arrived, he put away the giant sword and had Gui Ling and the others enter the golden jade sword. Then he controlled the golden jade sword and began to capture the demonic beasts and plants in the desert. With the help of the golden jade sword and Zhao Hai's own strength, it didn't take long for the demonic beasts and plants in the desert to be captured by Zhao Hai. After subduing them, he released them. All of this took about half a month. In other words, in just half a month after Zhao Hai met Gui Ling and the others, he managed to subdue all of the demonic beasts and plants in the desert. However, although Zhao Hai had subdued all of the demonic beasts and plants, the destructive energy in the desert still hadn't completely disappeared. Therefore, he still couldn't transform the desert. Moreover, Gui Ling and the others haven't been in contact with the outside world for half a month. The giant hawk that the Sword Spirit Country sent to Gui Ling and the others were also sent to the space by Zhao Hai. It can be said that Gui Ling and the others have lost contact with the outside world for half a month. Zhao Hai believed that the Sword Spirit Country would be aware of this. He didn't know what kind of response they would make. Because of this, Zhao Hai began to arrange the defensive forces of the Destruction Desert. As for the defensive strength of the Destruction Desert, Zhao Hai planned to start from several aspects. First, he would destroy the original magic beasts and magic plants. These magic beasts and magic plants were already subdued by him, so they could still participate in the defense of the desert. The second was the magic formation. Zhao Hai was preparing to arrange a magic formation in the Destruction Desert. The third was Yuhua. Setting up a magic array in the Desert of Destruction was something that couldn't be helped. There were too many demonized animals and plants in the Desert of Destruction, and they needed to absorb more energy. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to use a magic array to absorb a large amount of nature energy into the Desert of Destruction. This way, the demonized animals and plants would be able to maintain their original level, and at the same time, it would be beneficial for the transformation of the environment in the Desert of Destruction. As for using Yuhua as a part of the defense system, it was something that couldn't be helped. Yuhua was still absorbing the destruction energy in the Desert of Destruction, so naturally, he had to be treated as a part of the defense system. If there was a day when the Desert of Destruction no longer had any destruction energy, Yuhua would release some destruction energy to make others think that the Desert of Destruction didn't change. Only in this way could the Desert of Destruction maintain its current state. In fact, as Zhao Hai had guessed, the Sword Spirit Country had received the news that Gui Ling and the others had completely disappeared. When Heavenly Prince Dugu heard the news, he sat in his room for a long time without coming out. This was a huge blow to him. 5 Dance Stage Heavenly Jewel Masters, plus 45 Consolidated Equipment Stage Heavenly Jewel Masters. Such a force, placed anywhere, would not be considered small. In fact, such a force would not be any weaker than the Hu family. Now that they had lost all of them, it was a huge blow to Dugu Zetian. Although Heavenly Prince Dugu was the king of the Sword Spirit Country, Gui Ling and the others were his most trusted subordinates. At the same time, they were also his subordinates. Gui Ling and the others weren't part of the Sword Spirit Country's army, but his subordinates. This was the difference between the government's money and his own. It was precisely because of this that Gui Ling and the others' disappearance was a huge blow to Heavenly Prince Dugu. At the same time, Dugu Tianzi had to think about another thing, and that was how to deal with Zhao. He was now certain that Zhao was in the desert of destruction. Otherwise, with the strength of Ghost Spirit and the others, they might have suffered some losses, but it was impossible for them to be completely wiped out. Although the demonic beasts and plants in the desert of destruction had the strength to do so, because they didn't have an organization, it was impossible for them to be completely wiped out. Moreover, the demonic beasts and plants had their own territories. Once Ghost Spirits and the others escaped from their territories, the demonic beasts wouldn't chase after them. So if it wasn't for Zhao Hai, Ghost Spirits and the others would definitely be able to return. However, Zhao Hai was different. Zhao Hai had arrived at the desert of destruction earlier than Ghost Spirits and the others. The demonic beasts and plants there were much smarter, and they wouldn't bother with their own territories. Only Zhao Hai would be able to chase after them and wipe them out. However, there was a problem. This time, he had sent out quite a large force, and they were all wiped out in the desert of destruction. How many more people would he need to send to wipe out Zhao Hai? This was a problem that he had to consider. Although the number of Void Realm experts in a country wasn't as small as the number of Broken River Realm experts, but the number was still limited. Every loss of one Void Realm expert would weaken the strength of the country. If the Sword Spirit Nation were to lose some Void Realm experts, then the strength of the country would be greatly reduced. This wasn't a good thing for the Sword Spirit Nation. Besides the Void Dance Realm Masters, the loss of Consolidating Equipment Stage Masters would also affect the strength of the Sword Spirit country. Under normal circumstances, the Void Dance Realm Masters of a country would not easily get involved in a conflict between two other countries. Unless the two countries were at war, and it had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Wu Tian Stage Heavenly Jewel Masters were the uncrowned kings, and their names were not for nothing. They would not die so easily. Next up were the Consolidating Equipment Stage Heavenly Jewel Masters. Consolidating Equipment Stage Heavenly Jewel Masters were the true elites of any empire. If too many Consolidating Equipment Stage Heavenly Jewel Masters died, it would be a huge blow to any empire. Heavenly Prince Dugu was now the king of the Sword Spirit country, and everything he did, he had to consider for the entire Sword Spirit country. As such, he had to think carefully about how to face Zhao Hai. After thinking for 2 days in his study, Heavenly Prince Dugu finally gave an order. He ordered 10 Void Dance Realm Masters from the Sword Spirit country to guard the various passageways from the Desert of Destruction to the Sword Spirit country. If they found Zhao Hai, they were to kill him immediately. However, other than these masters, no one else was allowed to enter the Desert of Destruction. This order was already a disguised surrender of Heavenly Prince Dugu. He did not dare to chase after Zhao Hai, so he could only take defensive measures. The people of the Sword Spirit country had completely behaved themselves, and this made the people of the other countries in the Soul World a little confused. They did not understand why the people of the Sword Spirit country would suddenly behave, and this made them puzzled. However, in this way, there was a benefit, and that was the Soul World had returned to its original state. Whether it was the Sword Spirit country or the Blade Spirit country, they had all returned to their original state, except for the grassland, which was still a place of endless war. The Soul World had finally calmed down. Zhao Hai had also been communicating with the Hu clan these days. He also wanted to understand the situation of Devil Island. Now that the plant city on Devil Island had been completely completed, and at the same time, the transformation of the mutated plants on Devil Island was also about to be completed. As long as the transformation of the mutated plants on Devil Island was completed, then the Devil Island could become the base of the Hu clan. Zhao Hai was very happy with this news. However, this also made him think that the Hu clan and Devil Island would become more and more frequent, and they would need a means of transportation. However, an ordinary means of communication obviously wouldn't work. The last thing he needed was a flying transportation tool. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way, and that was the 9 giant swords that he obtained from the Desert of Destruction. The 9 giant swords that Zhao Hai obtained from the Desert of Destruction actually didn't have any internal space inside. However, after the 9 giant swords were refined by the small tree in the Nature Palace, the 9 swords had internal space. Although the internal space of the 9 swords wasn't as big as the internal space of the Golden Jade Sword, it wasn't small either. It wasn't a problem for about 100 people to sit in each of the swords. Zhao Hai also made some modifications to the internal space. In addition to housing people, the internal space could also be used to transport things. At the same time, there was no shortage of things like water inside. Moreover, because of the biological brain, the control of the 9 swords would be more convenient. After preparing these things, Zhao Hai prepared to go to Devil Island. But before he left Yuhua in the Desert of Destruction to absorb the destructive energy. At the same time, he also released the lizard to help him guard the Desert of Destruction. As for Gui Ling and the others, they were allowed to enter the Golden Jade Sword. Together, they went out to sea and went to Devil Island. This time, it has been several months since Zhao Hai left Devil Island. After a night of flying, Zhao Hai finally arrived at Demon Island. From afar, he couldn't see Plant City because the illusion formation had already been opened. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he flew back to Plant City with his Golden Jade Sword. When he arrived at Plant City, Zhao Hai stored his Golden Jade Sword. He didn't have Ghost Spirit and the others come out. Instead, he had them stay inside the Golden Jade Sword so that they wouldn't be able to see what's going on outside of the Golden Jade Sword. Hu Yuan and the others had already seen the Golden Jasper Sword. When they saw it, they knew that Zhao Hai had returned. When Zhao Hai received the Golden Jasper Sword, Hu Yuan and the others immediately went forward to greet him. When Zhao Hai saw Hu Yuan, he immediately gave him a salute and said, "Grandfather, I'm back." Hu Yuan nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly, "Good, good. Although I don't know what you did in the Desert of Destruction, I heard that the Sword Spirit country has become more obedient. This is a good thing. It seems like you taught them a lesson this time." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The Sword Spirit country sent several Void Realm experts to the Desert of Destruction to hunt me down, but they were all killed by me. Since they lost so much, they naturally wouldn't send people to hunt me down. Because of this, I was able to relax." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "That's good. So you won't be returning to the Desert of Destruction in the future?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, Grandpa. I still want to go back. I want to transform the desert. At the very least, I want to transform the core of the desert into an oasis. I want to turn it into another base for the Hu family." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "All right." When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, are you building a base in secret? Demon Island has just been completed, and you want to build a base in the Desert of Destruction? Is there anyone who wants to go there?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there are people who want to go there." "Hee hee. Grandfather, I came back this time mainly to give you some tools. Now that the construction of Demon Island has been completed, there will be more contact with the family in the future. Without tools, I can't do that. So this time I brought back some transportation tools for you." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released 5 giant swords. Zhao Hai originally wanted to release 9 swords, but thinking that 9 swords were too much, he decided to release 5. In any case, 5 swords were enough. If he gave them too many, they wouldn't be able to use it. Therefore, he released 5 giant swords. After Zhao Hai released these 5 giant swords, they didn't shrink. Naturally, they weren't placed in Plant City. Instead, they were suspended in the air above the city. However, when Hu Yuan and the others saw the 5 giant swords, their expressions changed. Hu Yuan exclaimed, "Giant demon swords." Zhao Hai looked at Hu Yuan in confusion and said, "Grandfather, what did you say? What giant demon swords? Are you talking about these swords?" Hu Yuan returned to his senses. He carefully looked at the 5 swords and nodded. "Yes, I'm talking about these 5 swords. They're the giant demon swords. You might not have heard of them before because only a few documents have records of them. They're very powerful weapons of the destroyer." Hu Yuan said in a deep voice, "The Great Demon Blade is a very terrifying weapon. Its attack power is very strong, and it's also very flexible. Fortunately, there aren't many of these blades. I remember that there are very few records of the Great Demon Blade in the literature. However, one thing is certain, the Great Demon Blade is a weapon that can fight against a Void Dance Realm expert. It can even kill Void Dance Realm experts." Zhao Hai nodded, he now had some understanding of the giant demon sword. he knew that Hu Yuan was right. The giant demon sword did indeed have the strength to fight against Void Realm experts. However, it wouldn't be easy to kill Void Realm experts. Perhaps with the support of the destroyer, the giant demon sword might be able to kill Void Realm experts. Hu Yuan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Crane Grass, where did you get the giant demon sword? Can you really use it now?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course I can use it. I found these giant demon swords in the Desert of Destruction." Ha ha ha. Speaking of which, these swords are really fated with me. My nickname is Giant Demon, and these swords are actually called Giant Demon Swords. Interesting. Grandfather, I'll leave these giant demon swords for you to use as transportation. Come, I'll tell you how to use them. After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a giant demon sword fell down. Zhao Hai led Hu Yuan to the left eye of the giant demon sword. The left eye of the giant demon sword had a metal door that led to the space where the biological brain was located. It couldn't be opened, so the left eye became another door that was specially prepared for Hu Yuan and the others. Zhao Hai led Hu Yuan into the giant demon sword. The space inside the giant demon sword was different from the space inside the golden jade light sword. The space inside the golden jade light sword had rooms that were specially designed for people to live in. The environment was very good, and everyone could have their own room. Naturally, if they were to squeeze, they would be able to accommodate more people. On the other hand, the giant demon sword was different. The space inside the giant demon sword only had one room. This room wasn't very big, it only had a small living room and a bedroom. This bedroom could accommodate 5 people. There were also 5 beds, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Aside from this room, the other places were empty. Naturally, these places could also be used for living. As long as one laid something on the ground, they would be able to live in it. Naturally, the environment wouldn't be that good. The main purpose of the space was to transport things. With a space of a kilometer, it could still store a lot of things. Besides letting Hu Yuan see the layout of the space, Zhao Hai also taught Hu Yuan how to use the giant demon sword. The giant demon sword could also be shrunk. When it was used, it could be enlarged. These were all things that Hu Yuan and the others could learn. Besides Hu Yuan, Hu Chen, Hu Ding, and Hu Xiang also learned how to use the giant demon sword. After all, Hu Chen and the others would be the ones to use the giant demon sword in the future. Teaching them this method would allow them to use the giant demon sword better. Besides the matter of the giant demon sword, Zhao Hai also looked at the situation of Demon Island. The situation was very good, the island's transformation had been completed. With this, Zhao Hai was able to focus on it. After that, Zhao Hai looked at their learning and usage of magic formations. The situation was very good, especially Hu Xiang. He was now able to quickly arrange magic formations. Moreover, he was also able to innovate. This was a good start. Zhao Hai left Demon Island and returned to the Desert of Destruction. This time, as soon as Zhao Hai returned, he immediately felt that the desert was different. He discovered that the destruction energy that made people uncomfortable had completely disappeared. At this time, there was only a faint trace of natural energy. In other words, the destruction energy in the desert had been completely absorbed by Jade Doll. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Desert of Destruction, Jade Doll immediately flew over. Then Zhao Hai felt that the destruction energy in his head had become a lot bigger. Zhao Hai knew that this was the destruction energy that Jade Doll had absorbed in the past few days. Zhao Hai observed the destruction energy in his head. There was quite a lot of destruction energy in his head. Zhao Hai felt that it was time for him to proceed to the next step. Zhao Hai has always wanted to push the destruction energy in his head and his soul object space. Only in this way would he be able to achieve an endless cycle of growth. However, the destruction force in his mind was too small, it wasn't proportional to natural energy. Naturally, it couldn't achieve what Zhao Hai wanted. But now, the amount of destruction force in his mind was much more than what Zhao Hai wanted. It was now possible for him to achieve the Tai Chi effect he wanted. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai had Jade Doll return to the destruction energy. Then he placed the golden jade light sword down. Then he ordered the lizard and ghost to guard him. After that, he sat in his room and prepared to conduct his experiment. The reason why Zhao Hai had Jade Doll return to the destruction energy was because he felt that the destruction energy was missing something. For example, the nature palace was present in the natural energy. However, there was nothing in the destruction energy. Moreover, without Jade Doll, the destruction energy wouldn't be able to compete with the natural energy. Zhao Hai sat there and looked inside his head. He could feel the destruction energy and the natural energy in the soul object space at the same time. Zhao Hai slowly divided his spiritual force into two and sent it towards the destruction energy. At this time, his spiritual force was much stronger than before. This was because there were a lot of biological brains in his soul object space. Every time a biological brain appeared, his spiritual force would increase. Moreover, the biological brains could help him cultivate his spiritual force. Because of this, his spiritual force was much stronger than before. However, something that surprised Zhao Hai happened. Just as his spiritual force entered the soul space and the destructive energy suddenly entered his soul space. As soon as the destructive energy entered his soul space, the space immediately started to shake. It seemed like it was going to collapse at any time. This made Zhao Hai startled. He immediately controlled his spiritual force and pushed the destruction energy and natural energy to see what effect this would have. But the effect was surprisingly good. Zhao Hai pushed the destruction energy along with the nature energy. The nature's palace and the Jade Doll moved at the same time. As the two energies got closer and closer, the spatial vibrations became more and more intense. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up. This meant that when the two energies met, it was like lightning striking the earth. The entire space immediately rumbled and shook. Even Zhao Hai felt that his spiritual force was about to be shaken apart. If it was an ordinary person, then they would be at a loss and wouldn't know what to do. However, Zhao Hai wasn't an ordinary person. He was very clear about what he should do at this time. He tightly guarded his mind and used his spiritual force to push the two energies, making them move. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Hai's soul object space suddenly issued a loud rumbling sound. Zhao Hai's spiritual force was shaken apart. Zhao Hai felt dizzy and was about to faint. At this critical moment, Zhao Hai clenched his teeth and bit his tongue. He used the pain to stimulate himself so that he wouldn't faint. Finally, his consciousness slowly recovered. After Zhao Hai regained his consciousness, he immediately sent his spiritual force into the soul object space. He wanted to see if there was anything going on inside. Upon entering the soul object space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because his soul object space had undergone a great change. On top of his soul object space, there was a Taiji diagram that was constantly rotating. As this diagram rotated, the nature energy and destruction energy from the outside world slowly poured into the space. At the same time, Zhao Hai felt that his space had become more real. Yes, it was real. In the past, Zhao Hai always felt that his space wasn't real. Although his space had trees, grass, mountains, and rivers, almost everything in the outside world, it still lacked a sense of reality. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on. But after entering the space, he understood. This was because his space lacked darkness, which was the power of destruction. A world with light and the power of life without the power of death was not a complete world. A world with light and no darkness was not a complete world. A world with only the power of nature without the power of destruction was not a complete world. But now, his soul object space was complete. It had light and darkness, life and death. This was a complete world. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai's mind couldn't help but flash. Then with an intention, his body disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared inside his soul object space. In the past, Zhao Hai didn't have a way to enter his soul object space. Even if he took a lot of animals and plants into his soul object space, he still couldn't enter. He could only use his spiritual force to enter and then condense a spiritual body inside the soul object space. But this time, it was his body that entered the soul object space. Upon entering the soul object space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but take a deep breath. He felt that his soul object space wasn't any different from the outside world. The only difference was that there was more nature energy compared to the outside world. Zhao Hai raised his head to look at the Taiji diagram. He discovered that there were two things in the eyes of the yin-yang fish. The white fish represented natural energy, and in the black eye of the fish, there was a ghost head blade. This ghost head blade was Jade Doll. In the white eyes of the black fishes, there was a small palace, the Nature's Palace. Along with the rotation of the yin-yang fishes, the ghost head blade and the Nature's Palace seemed to be undergoing some kind of refinement. Zhao Hai could feel that the Nature's Palace and the ghost head blade's power were slowly increasing. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he strolled around the space. He discovered that the space wasn't infinitely large. The space's area was about 10 times the size of Earth. 70% of it was sea while the other 3 were land. Even so, the space's area was still very astonishing. Then Zhao Hai looked at the animals and plants inside the space. The animals inside the space had already changed. Although they were still demonic beasts, they had already begun to reproduce. Moreover, they were also born, grew old, and died. Even the plants were the same. Zhao Hai could change this situation, but he didn't. This was because this was the only way to make it more realistic. In this world, it was impossible for only things to live and nothing to die. If there was life, then there would be death. This was something that nobody could change. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He suddenly discovered that his previous thoughts were somewhat wrong. In the past, there was only life inside the space, there was no death. Of course, this didn't mean that there was no death. Some of the animals that he raised inside the space were prepared to be killed for meat. Because of this, those animals died, but it wasn't a natural death. Although the space inside his body was getting more and more powerful, and was becoming more and more like the space outside, in general, the space was still like a program. It was too idealized. But now, his soul space was more like a real space, a real world in the truest sense of the word. Naturally, his soul object space was just like a real world. It couldn't be compared to a real world. At the very least, there were no stars and no sun. Although there was the Golden Crow Cauldron, it wasn't a real sun. But in any case, Zhao Hai's soul object space now had yin and yang energy. It had the foundation to become a real world. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai felt as if something had opened up in his heart. Then he felt as comfortable as 10 people. Zhao Hai stared for a moment before he calmed down. He discovered that he had a feeling of transcendence. This feeling was similar to when he first obtained faith power. However, this feeling was 10,000 times stronger than that. Zhao Hai suddenly had a trace of enlightenment. He knew that he was completely different from before. What he did in the soul object space today was simply creating the world. In other words, he had unintentionally completed the act of creating the world. Although his soul object space couldn't be called a real world, it was undeniable that his soul object space already had the embryonic form of a world. A real world, not a digitized world. At this moment of enlightenment, Zhao Hai's state of mind, spiritual force, physical strength, soul power, and even the power of thought had all been improved. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt that there was something extra in his body. But as for what it was, he wasn't clear. In short, it was a good thing. Zhao Hai stood quietly in the space. He felt that the space was connected to his blood. He seemed to know everything that happened in the space, even more than his own body. It was as if with just a thought, everything in the space would change. This feeling was really wonderful. But soon, Zhao Hai thought of a problem. Where did the biological brains in the space go? Just as Zhao Hai had this thought, he suddenly felt something beside him. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw a white ball. This ball was very big, it was almost as tall as his body. However, Zhao Hai wasn't surprised at all. This was because he could clearly feel that this was the biological brain that he had been looking for. Originally, there were several biological brains in his space. But now, there was only one left. However, this biological brain had grown bigger. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel that this biological brain was still growing, it could still grow bigger. Zhao Hai didn't know how big this biological brain would become. But looking at the current situation, even if this biological brain grew bigger, it would only be good for him. Therefore, he didn't care about it. The biological brain was connected to his brain. Just like how his brain used to be an 80 GB hard disk, a single core processor, and a small storage space, the biological brain could continuously upgrade his computer. For Zhao Hai, this was a huge advantage. Zhao Hai's mind moved, he wanted to see where the biological brain was before. Therefore, he had the biological brain return to where it came from. However, just as Zhao Hai's mind moved, the biological brain had already disappeared. Zhao Hai couldn't see where the biological brain went. However, it didn't take long before Zhao Hai understood that the biological brain didn't disappear, it was just invisible. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. After looking at the space again, Zhao Hai discovered that there was nothing else to see. As long as there was nature energy and destruction energy, the space would be able to upgrade itself. For him, this was definitely a good thing. Zhao Hai's mind moved as he left the space and returned to his room inside the golden jade sword. Then he came out of the sword. Guiling and the others were still guarding him. When they saw Zhao Hai come out, they immediately went to greet him. Then they bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "We've seen the young master." "Young master, you've come out." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Guiling and saw that they were tired. He couldn't help but ask, "How many days have I been in seclusion?" Guiling immediately replying to the young master, "You've been in seclusion for 10 days. Zhao Hai nodded. This time period wasn't outside of his expectations. Although it seems like his seclusion didn't take a long time and he didn't do much, it actually took a lot of time. Zhao Hai looked around and didn't see anything special, so he waved his hand to Ghost Spirit. Ghost Spirit walked to Zhao Hai's side and said, "I'm going to build a plant city here. The golden jasper sword will be left here because there's a lack of water here. Moreover, this place was a battlefield, so the water veins here have been destroyed. Therefore, plant city can only be built in a very simple place. The golden jasper sword will have water, so I'll plant some Aquarius trees as well as some variant grasses and baobab trees. After planting these, I'll leave the desolate desert to clean up the water veins. At the same time, I'll need to arrange a magic formation. Plant city will be handed over to you to take care of. There are also plant masters among you, so have them look after this place and water the plants." Ghost Spirit nodded, then Zhao Hai flew up and began to plan. The plant city that Zhao Hai wanted to build wasn't very big, it could only house about 10,000 people. If there were more people living here in the future, then plant city could be expanded, but for now, he didn't want to build it that big. A small city like this was naturally very simple to build. He followed the method of Demon Island. First, he used baobab trees as city walls. Then, he planted some vines as city ladders. Then, he planted Aquarius trees and sky-raising trees in the city. This way, he would have a place to live and a place to drink. After that, he could plant grasses outside the city and let these grasses change the soil. After the soil changes, he could plant other crops. However, it wasn't easy to change the soil in the Desert of Destruction. The sand in the Desert of Destruction was finer than the sand in the Desert of Destruction. It also didn't have any nutrients, so it wasn't easy to change it. Zhao Hai knew that this was because the sand in the Desert of Destruction had been affected by the power of destruction for too long. If he wanted to make the sand nutritious, he would need to go through several generations, or even more than 10 generations. Only then would the sand in the Desert of Destruction slowly become nutritious. However, the grasses that Zhao Hai improved, as well as the Aquarius trees and baobab trees, were very easy to survive. As long as there was a bit of water, they could grow. Therefore, if Zhao Hai wanted to transform the Desert of Destruction, these things would be indispensable. After the general plan of the city was completed, Zhao Hai began to plant grasses here. Although it was possible to plant other plants, Zhao Hai still planted grasses here first. This way, he could improve the soil here before planting other plants. Those plants would grow better. In any case, Ghost Spirit and the others didn't lack places to live. Letting them take care of the grasses here was good. After planting the grasses, Zhao Hai had the flowers on the golden jade light sword's chains start to spray water. The 8 flowers on the chains were like 8 huge sprinklers as they sprayed water on the ground. Before long, the grasses on the ground were very wet. After looking at the wet sand, Zhao Hai stopped and didn't continue to water. Instead, he waved his hand and called Ghost Spirit over. Then he said, "Pay attention. Because there is no water here and the power of destruction has disappeared, the desert will be very hot during the day. You have to water the grasses every day. Don't water them too much. Ghost Spirit nodded. Zhao Hai replied, originally, I wanted to establish Plant City first. But now, whether it's the bottle tree or the baobab tree, the water needs to be supplied by the golden jade light sword. In any case, there's no one living here right now. You just need to look after this place and water it on time every day. Zhao Hai nodded. Ghost Spirit nodded and nodded. Zhao Hai said, alright, I'll leave the golden jade light sword here. Take care of the grasses. After the grasses grow seeds, you don't have to worry about them. Just let them fall to the ground. But remember, water them every day. Ghost Spirit nodded. Zhao Hai's figure moved and flew to the air. Then a huge lizard swam over from afar. Then Zhao Hai jumped on the lizard's back. The lizard slowly flew forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Ghost Spirit saw Zhao Hai's figure disappear, he waved his hand and called Song Ling over. Song Ling was a plant master, a rare Sky Dance Realm plant master. Naturally, a plant master's cultivation was very strong. Ghost Spirit wanted to hear Song Ling's opinion on how to take care of the grasses. Song Ling came to Gue Ling's side and said to Gue Ling, Sir, you called for me. Ghost Spirit nodded and said, right. You see, the young master has already planted the grass. It's clear that the young master values the grass very much. Among us, only you plant masters know about planting. Therefore, we'll be counting on you. Ghost Spirit nodded and said, yes. Song Ling smiled and said, Sir, don't worry. There's no need to take care of the young master's grasses. The grass's survival rate should be very high. We just need to water them on time. Ghost Spirit nodded and said, no matter what, we must take care of the grasses. If the grasses grow well, then this place will become an oasis in the future. This place will also become a place where we can settle down. Song Ling nodded and said, Sir, don't worry. I know what to do. Ghost Spirit nodded and didn't say anything else. At this time, Zhao Hai was busy making various magic formations. These magic formations weren't very big, only about the size of a palm. They were made by Zhao Hai using metal. These magic formations were all energy-gathering formations. They were made to provide energy to the magic plants and magic beasts. Even the giant lizard had one on its body. Naturally, the other magic plants and magic beasts would also have energy-gathering formations. With Zhao Hai's current control over the space, it wasn't a problem for him to refine a small magic formation. Moreover, he didn't lack metal in the space. The iron river lock that he stored in the space had already turned into a mountain of metal. Zhao Hai had more metal than he could use. Now that the space had yin and yang energy, naturally, it also had iron veins and other materials. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't lack any materials to make magic formations. There weren't a lot of magic plants and magic beasts in the desolate desert. In a place as big as the desolate desert, the total number of magic plants and magic beasts didn't exceed 200,000. Because of this, Zhao Hai only took a month to make enough energy-gathering formations for the magic plants and magic beasts. With these magic formations, the magic plants and magic beasts would always be in their best condition. With their protection, the desolate desert would be safe. While refining the energy-gathering formations for the magic beasts and magic plants, Zhao Hai was also paying attention to the situation of the water veins in the desolate desert. There were several water veins around the desolate desert. However, these water veins had already been cut off. Some of them had turned into underground lakes while some of the rivers had changed. It was precisely because of this that the desolate desert became a barren land. However, it was still a problem for Zhao Hai to lead these water veins into the desolate desert. This was because some of the water veins had already become important sources of water for the countries around the desolate desert. In this case, if Zhao Hai were to lead these water veins to the desolate desert, it would cause immeasurable losses to the surrounding countries. At the same time, it would also attract the attention of the surrounding countries. When that happens, the secret of the desolate desert would be exposed. Because of this, the problem of the water veins became a big problem for the desolate desert. After refining the energy-gathering formations for the magical plants and animals, Zhao Hai returned to the golden jade sword. At this time, he had been away for more than a month. During this time, besides refining the energy-gathering formations for the magical plants and animals, he had also been observing the water veins in the Destruction Desert. However, the results of his observation disappointed him. He couldn't find a way to divert the water veins into the Destruction Desert. There were a lot of people living in the vicinity of the water veins. If Zhao Hai were to take the water veins away, then those people wouldn't be able to survive. Zhao Hai couldn't do such a thing, so he didn't divert the water veins. Although this situation made Zhao Hai very disappointed, he felt relieved after thinking about it. Water was the source of life. No matter where people lived, they couldn't live without water. Therefore, as long as there was water, there would be people living there. This was an inevitable situation. When Zhao Hai returned to the golden jade sword, he discovered that the pasture there had grown very well. Moreover, there was no winter in the Destruction Desert. The temperature was very high all year round, allowing the pasture to grow non-stop. Because of this, the pasture that Zhao Hai saw was growing very well. The grass was very dense and very tall. Zhao Hai pushed the lizard and descended from the sky. Gui Ling and the others immediately greeted him. Each of them had a smile on their faces. When they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "We have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the pasture and laughed, "Good, very good, very good. These pasture have been taken good care of by you." Gui Ling smiled and said, "This is all thanks to Song Ling and the others. Also, the grasses that young master planted are really good. They grow very fast. Young master, I think we don't need to build a city anymore. We can just graze on these grasses." Gui Ling smiled and said, "All right." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We can't do it now. The problem of the water veins in the Destruction Desert hasn't been solved yet. Without a water source, once we leave, or without the golden jade sword, the pasture here would quickly wither. Although the pasture is very resistant to drought, in extreme drought, they can only wither and die. Therefore, we need to solve the problem of the water source first." Gui Ling nodded, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But young master, if we want to solve the problem of the water source in the Destruction Desert, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It won't be easy. I'm going to go underground and take a look. The water veins on the surface have already become an important source of water for the surrounding countries. If we change the water veins, then it would cause unrest in the surrounding countries. When the time comes, they would come looking for us. Because of this, the desolate desert wouldn't be peaceful. Because of this, we can't change the water source. We can only look for it ourselves." When Gui Ling heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "But young master, if there really is underground water in the Destruction Desert, then it wouldn't be like this. I think it would be very difficult to find underground water here." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There are many reasons why there is no underground water here. The destruction energy from before is an important factor that affects the existence of underground water. Therefore, I believe that there will be underground water in the Destruction Desert." Gui Ling said, "Young master, what do we need to do?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "How much do you know about the Destruction Desert? Does it rain here every year?" Gui Ling thought for a moment, then he shook his head and said, "Young master, in the past, the Destruction Desert was affected by the destruction energy. There was almost no rain here. Even if some dark clouds were to fly to the Destruction Desert, they would still be destroyed by the destruction energy. Therefore, it wouldn't rain here." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "In other words, without the destruction energy, it would rain here? That's good. You don't need to worry about other things, just take care of the pasture. I'm going to take a look underground and find a way to bring underground water up. As long as there is water, the Destruction Desert will have vitality. Then our plan to transform the Destruction Desert can officially begin." Gui Ling said, "Young master can rest assured. If it's just taking care of the pasture, then it would be very simple. If we didn't control the growth of the pasture, then the pasture would have already expanded. Young master can rest assured about this." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, you just stay here and watch. You don't need to worry about other things." Gui Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. Zhao Hai rested inside the golden jade light sword for 2 days. Then he gave some instructions to Gui Ling and the others. After that, his figure slowly went deep into the sand. Gui Ling and the others looked at the place where Zhao Hai disappeared. They couldn't help but sigh. They could only watch while Zhao Hai was busy. This feeling wasn't very good. Zhao Hai didn't know what they were thinking. He slowly went deep into the sand, and then his figure slowly sank. When he was about 100 meters underground, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that the soil under his feet had changed, it had turned into stone. Zhao Hai stared, then he released his spiritual force and looked around. After looking around, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. This was because this wasn't the rock layer that Zhao Hai imagined, but the ruins of a city. Zhao Hai looked around and finally discovered that this was a city that could accommodate more than 1 million people. But now, this city had turned into ruins. All the houses in the city had collapsed, even the walls had collapsed. One could also see some corpses. These corpses had been buried underground for who knows how many years. Some of them still retained their appearance when they were alive. In addition to these, this city also had a lot of weapons. In addition to the weapons commonly used in the Soul Realm, Zhao Hai also saw other weapons. These weapons didn't seem to belong to the Soul Realm, they looked more like the weapons of the destroyers. However, among these weapons, Zhao Hai didn't find any traction crystals. Seeing such a large city in ruins, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This city must have been a very prosperous city in the past, but it was destroyed during the war. After the war, this place was abandoned and finally buried under the sand. To be honest, this result was really a pity. However, besides sighing, Zhao Hai was also happy. This was because this city gave Zhao Hai hope. This was a city that could accommodate more than 1 million people. How could such a city be safe from water? In other words, there must be a water source nearby. If that was the case, then it would be great. When Zhao Hai walked around the city, he didn't find any water source. There were some wells in the city, but these wells had long been buried by the sand. Moreover, it was impossible to improve the situation of the destruction desert with just these wells. Zhao Hai didn't give up and walked around the city. In the end, he found several rivers in the city. The first one was the moat outside the city. Moreover, this moat seemed to be connected to the river. In addition to the moat, there were 2 other rivers that passed through the city. In other words, this city was definitely a place with abundant water sources in the past. Zhao Hai followed these 3 rivers and finally found that these 3 rivers merged into a single river. This river was very wide. At first glance, one could see that it was a large river. However, there was no water in this river. It was obvious that the river had been cut off long ago. However, Zhao Hai could feel a very dense water vapor coming from the river. This made Zhao Hai even more happy. He continued to follow the river and after a few days, he finally found an underground river. This was an underground river with plenty of water. The previous river channel had been abandoned, and this underground river was below the previous one. Zhao Hai entered the underground river and looked at it. At the same time, he went against the flow and went to the source of this underground river. What made Zhao Hai surprised was that the source of this underground river was actually in the Sword Spirit country. It was a famous lake in the country. This lake was called the Sword Forging Lake. The lake's water was very cold, and it was good for quenching swords. Naturally, this lake was even more famous because no matter how much rain there was, or how much water there was upstream, the lake's water level never rose. There was also no flood. This was the most important thing about this lake. Now Zhao Hai knew why the lake's water level didn't rise. This was because the lake had an exit. In addition to the river above the lake, there was also an underground river. And the river that entered the lake also entered the underground river. Because of this, the lake's water level was very cold and didn't rise. After looking at the lake's situation, Zhao Hai finally felt relieved. If this underground river was upstream, then it would be troublesome for him to take the water. This was because if he took the water away, then it would cause the lake's water level to drop. If that happened, then it would be discovered by others, which wouldn't be a good thing. But in this case, the underground river that he wanted to take water from was downstream of the lake. In other words, no matter how much water he took, it wouldn't affect the lake's water level. This was what Zhao Hai wanted to see the most. Now he only needed to confirm one thing, and that was where the river's water flowed to. If the river's water still appeared on the surface, then the people who used it would be affected. Because of this, he needed to confirm the direction of the water before he could use it. Zhao Hai followed the underground river and swam downstream. After a few days, Zhao Hai suddenly felt as if he had entered the sea. He looked around and discovered that he had entered a huge underground lake. This lake was really big, it looked bigger than any lake Zhao Hai had ever seen. Zhao Hai looked at the lake situation again. In the end, he discovered that the lake had an exit. However, the exit was only 1/10 of the water entering the lake. This was also the reason why the lake was so big. Then Zhao Hai swam into the lake's exit. In the end, he really swam into the sea. Along the way, he was underground. In other words, this underground river was completely underground. There was no water source underground, so he could safely use the river's water. However, this didn't make Zhao Hai satisfied. What he wanted to do now was to turn the underground water into surface water. Zhao Hai finally thought of a way, which was to open a spring, a very big spring. At the same time, he would set up a magic formation in the underground lake. 90% of the water in the underground lake would be directed to the surface while the remaining 10% would be directed to the river. This way, the amount of water in the underground lake wouldn't decrease, but there would be a lot of water on the surface. Naturally, it wasn't just directing the water to the surface. If there was no exit on the surface, then the water would slowly form a river and flow out of the destruction desert. Because of this, what Zhao Hai wanted to do now was not only to form a river on the surface, but also to return the water to the people in the underground river. However, this water would have to form a lake on the surface. This was a big project, and it wasn't easy to do it. This was especially true in the destruction desert. One must know that the sand didn't contain water. Fortunately, Zhao Hai found the ruins of a city on the surface. There were a lot of stones there that could be used. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately began to refine magic formations in the space. Water attribute magic formations, energy gathering formations, and so on were all necessary. Moreover, these magic formations couldn't be too small. After all, these magic formations needed to send the water to the surface. If the magic formation was too small, then its power wouldn't be enough. In that case, the water wouldn't be able to be sent to the surface. Another important point was that in the process of the water flowing to the surface, a large part of it would flow through the sand. During this process, if the water really flowed into the sand, it would be very troublesome. In the end, Zhao Hai thought of a way. He wanted to use stones to form a waterway. Then he would arrange a magic formation in the waterway and lead the water all the way to the surface. Then he would dig a hole in the ground and let the water flow into the hole, forming a large lake. Then from the lake, the water would be diverted to the place where Zhao Hai wanted to establish Vegetable City. This would allow Vegetable City to have a rich water network. Finally, the water would return to the lake and then return to the surface, forming a cycle. If he didn't have the stones from the abandoned city, then it would be impossible for Zhao Hai to do all of this. But with the stones, he could complete his plan. In this terrifying desert, he would be able to establish his own paradise, an oasis in the desert. After thinking about it, Zhao Hai immediately went to the abandoned city to get the stones. Fortunately, he now had natural energy. At the same time, he also had the space to store things. Therefore, it was very easy for him to get the stones. Zhao Hai began to take the stones one by one and put them into the space. Just taking the stones took Zhao Hai nearly a month. Then he used the stones to build the waterway. In total, he needed to build 2 waterways, one for the incoming water and the other for the outgoing water. Fortunately, these 2 waterways didn't need to be too long, only about 100 meters long. This distance was very easy for Zhao Hai. After 10 days, the waterways were completed. The 200-meter-long waterways were finally completed. The width of the 2 waterways had reached an astonishing 40 meters square. On the other hand, the waterway was only half the size of the waterway. Moreover, this half of the waterway could be blocked. In other words, the waterway of the waterway could be adjusted. When Zhao Hai built the waterway, he didn't clear the sand inside. This was because Zhao Hai believed that as long as he opened the waterway, the sand would be washed away. There was no need to clean it up. After the waterway was built, Zhao Hai returned to the surface. But when he arrived, he discovered that the grass was still growing well. However, Gui Ling and the others didn't look very good. Each and every one of them looked haggard. This made Zhao Hai stare. He waved his hand to Gui Ling and the others. Gui Ling and the others excitedly ran over and saluted Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling and the others in confusion and said, "Gui Ling, what's wrong with you? Why do you look haggard? Is there something wrong?" Gui Ling shook his head and said, "Young master, we're just worried about you." "Right, young master, during this time, we went to the Hammering Soul country and bought some sheep, horses, and cows. We placed them in the pasture, they're growing very well." Gui Ling nodded and said, "All right, young master." Zhao Hai looked at the pasture. Sure enough, there were some cows, horses, and sheep. Among them, there were a lot of sheep and a lot of cows. There weren't a lot of horses either. Zhao Hai nodded. The existence of these cows and horses wouldn't affect the growth of the pasture. On the contrary, cow and horse dung can make the pasture more fertile. This was a good thing. Zhao Hai turned to Ghost Spirit and said, "Good, you've done a good job. The water problem will be solved soon. I want to build a place for 100,000 people in the desert. Naturally, this is just a preliminary plan. Our plant city will only be able to house 10,000 people." Ghost Spirit nodded and said, "Good." When Gui Ling heard Zhao Hai say that the water problem was solved, he relaxed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai looked around. Then he pointed at a place not far from the field and said, "I want to build a lake there. You don't need to worry about that. Just let me do it." After he said that, Zhao Hai's figure flew up. Then he flew above the place he pointed at. Then he waved his hand, causing the sand in that place to fluctuate. Finally, the sand was pushed away by an invisible hand, forming a huge sand pit. This sand pit was at least 100 kilometers long and 50 kilometers wide. Although it wasn't square, it could hold a lot of water. Zhao Hai didn't spend a lot of effort to make such a big sandpit. After all, this was just the manipulation of natural energy, it wasn't very difficult. After the sandpit was made, Zhao Hai moved. A huge rock suddenly appeared beside him. Then the rock fell into the sandpit. Then the rocks fell like rain into the sandpit. The bottom of the nearly 30-meter deep sandpit was quickly covered with a layer of rocks. Then the rocks fell again. But this time, they fell on the walls of the sandpit, protecting the walls. After all of this was done, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he let out a long breath and descended from the sky. When Zhao Hai landed, Gui Ling and the others immediately greeted him. They looked at Zhao Hai with shock. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have such a method. In their opinion, this method was like moving mountains and filling seas. This made them worship Zhao Hai even more. Gui Ling went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Young master, you're done? Do you want to take a rest? I've already prepared a roasted lamb. I don't know if young master would like it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Roasted lamb is good. Right, let's kill a cow. I want to eat beef." Gui Ling nodded and immediately gave the order. Naturally, beast cultivators would take care of this matter. Before long, the cow was killed. Zhao Hai and the others returned to the golden jade sword and had a good meal. This was the first time that Gui Ling and the others ate with Zhao Hai. After eating, they immediately relaxed. This was because when Zhao Hai ate, he didn't have many rules. He drank a lot of wine and ate a lot of meat. This made Gui Ling and the others very happy. Although Gui Ling and the others were very strong, they were still martial artists. It was impossible for martial artists to eat as politely as scholars. This was related to their practice of martial arts. Practicing martial arts consumed a lot of energy every day. In this case, they could only rely on eating to supplement their nutrition. Because of this, when they ate, they would generally eat ravenously. Although they were now strong, their status was high, and their cultivation was high. So when Zhao Hai ate, Gui Ling and the others wouldn't be able to get used to it. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't have many rules. When he ate, he also laughed loudly. Coupled with his tall stature, He gave people the feeling that he was very forthright. This made Gui Ling and the others feel close to him. After eating, they rested for a day before Zhao Hai returned to the sand pit. Although the bottom of the pit was covered with stone slabs, there were two openings. One was a 40-square water outlet, while the other was a 20-square water outlet. However, Gui Ling and the others didn't know the difference between these two openings. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as his figure moved and entered the underground through the water outlet. Before long, Zhao Hai felt that he was about to break the outlet. His mind moved as his nature force spread out from his body. Then along the four sides of the outlet, it went straight down until it reached the lake water. Zhao Hai felt that the lake water was about to rush up to the surface. This made Zhao Hai stare, then he immediately understood that this was due to the water pressure. It must be said that the terrain of the desolate desert was much lower than Sword Forging Lake. Additionally, the underground river's water was stored in the underground lake. Now that Zhao Hai had opened the outlet, the underground water pressure was released, causing the water to rush up to the surface. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately understood that this was due to the water pressure. It must be said that the terrain of the desolate desert was much lower than Sword Forging Lake. Moreover, the underground river's water was stored in the lake. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He felt that what he did before was useless. He even engraved a magic formation in the water channel. Now it seems like there was no need for that. Just the water pressure alone could make the water flow up to the surface. This saved him a lot of trouble. But this way, the water outlet wouldn't be needed. This was because if he opened the water outlet, then it would turn into another fountain. It wouldn't be able to return the water. However, Zhao Hai didn't care about that right now. He used nature's force to suppress the soil. At the same time, he also flew up. As he flew up, the soil was also pushed up by the water below. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Hai had already soared up from the water outlet. At the same time, a stream of black mud also soared behind Zhao Hai. It flew up dozens of mago before it slowly fell back to the ground. Finally, it slowly lowered its height, but there were still more than 10 mago. Moreover, the water was getting clearer and clearer. Zhao Hai looked at the fountain and couldn't help but laugh. This height was just right. In the future, when the water level of the lake rises, it would block the fountain. Although there would still be some traces, it wouldn't be too big. It was just enough. On the other hand, Gui Ling and the others were standing by the lakeside, watching the lake slowly fill up with water. Everyone was very happy as they cheered. With water, there was hope. They had been taking care of the grass for the past few days, so they were very clear about the effects of water on the grass. Now that they had water, they wouldn't need to use the golden jade light sword to sprinkle water anymore. Zhao Hai looked at the lake. He knew that it would take a long time for the lake to be filled with water. But sooner or later, it would be full. What he should be thinking about now was the problem of returning water to the lake. Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought about the river in the abandoned city. He didn't know where the river led to. If he could return the water to the river, wouldn't it be better? Thinking about it, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he went underground. Before long, he arrived at the underground city. Then he walked along the river. When Zhao Hai came out of the river, he discovered that he was now in a swamp. When Zhao Hai came out of the swamp, he looked around. Then he saw a dilapidated village not far from the swamp. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew towards the village. The village wasn't very big, it only had 100 households. Moreover, it can be seen that these people weren't very rich, they were just enough to eat and wear. Zhao Hai descended from the sky and arrived at the village. He chatted with the villagers for a while. Because he was a plant master, the villagers respected him. Naturally, Zhao Hai also changed his appearance. It was just a simple magic formation. This way, the villagers wouldn't be able to guess who he was just by looking at his figure. After chatting with the villagers, Zhao Hai found out that the village belonged to the Sword Spirit country. It wasn't very far from the sea, it was only a few hundred li away. The swamp used to be a small lake, but the water in the lake became less and less. In the end, it turned into a swamp. However, the lake's outlet and river were still preserved in the village. This was because every year when it rained, the water in the swamp would rise. If the river wasn't preserved, then the villagers would be flooded by the swamp's water. Although there was a lake here, because it was very remote, no one paid attention to it. The people here had lived here for generations, so they didn't leave. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He felt that it was good to drain the water back into the river. Although the amount of water wasn't much, it could still change the lives of the people here. This was a good thing. Zhao Hai returned to the desert of destruction from the river. Then he changed the water's outlet so that it was directly connected to the river. However, the outlet can still be adjusted, and it hasn't been used yet. The water in the lake was still rising, but Zhao Hai didn't have the time to care about it. He was now preparing to build several channels and then use these channels to form a cycle. In the end, the water in the channels would return to the lake. Building a canal wasn't easy. It might seem simpler than building a lake, but in fact, it wasn't that simple. As long as you find the right side of the lake and make a big hole, it would be fine. However, a canal wasn't the same. You need to plan the canal well and leave enough space for future development. After several days of calculation, Zhao Hai finally started to build a huge water network with the lake as the center. This was because Zhao Hai connected large and small channels to form a huge water network. This water network started from the lake and ended at the lake. And the fort that Zhao Hai wanted to build was on top of the lake. Zhao Hai originally wanted to build a fort around the lake. However, in the end, Zhao Hai decided to build the fort directly on top of the lake. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a difficult matter. In addition to irrigation, this water network also had another use. It was a huge formation. Moreover, it was a combination of several formations. Actually, there were spirit gathering spirit design, illusory spirit design, water curtain heavenly flower defensive spirit design, icebound 10,000 miles offensive spirit design, and several other spirit designs. And for such a large spirit design, other than the spirit gathering spirit design, the main source of energy was the lake water. As long as the lake water existed, the spirit design would continue to be effective. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't tell Ghost Spirit and the others about this matter. He just asked them to help him set up the formation channels. Everyone worked together and it took about 10 days to set up all the channels. After that, it was time to build the fort. Now that the water problem was solved, the fort could be built. Building the fort wasn't an easy matter. In the end, Zhao Hai built stone pillars in the lake. These pillars were about 5 meters above the surface of the lake. Then he planted some special plants on top of the pillars. These plants were plants that Zhao Hai inadvertently received in the space. They were vine-like plants. They were very fast and tough. Most importantly, these plants only needed to absorb water to survive. Moreover, they grew very well. They were aquatic plants. The vines that Zhao Hai planted were optimized by the space. Because of this, they grew faster. Moreover, as long as there were plant masters here, they could turn these plants into all kinds of things. Even houses could be grown by these vines. After the pillars were covered with vines, Zhao Hai began to plant other plants on top of the vines. First, he planted baobab trees. Outside the pillars, he planted baobab trees as city walls. Inside, he planted bottle trees and sky-supporting trees. With this, a small botanic city was built. There were 2 ways to go from Botanic City to the shore. One was to walk on the vine bridge. This vine bridge was made of special vines. When necessary, the vines could be collected, and the vine bridge would naturally break. The other way was to take a boat. However, Zhao Hai didn't prepare a boat. Aside from these 2 methods, they could only fly over Botanic City. After listening to all of this, Zhao Hai began to arrange formations in Botanic Fort. The control center of the water net formation, the defensive formations of the fort, the control formations of the vines inside the fort, and so on. It would take a lot of time to prepare all of these. Zhao Hai was busy with Botanic Fort, so ghost spirits and the others couldn't help. Fortunately, the lake was already filled with water. Ghost spirits and the others could finally plant grass in all the places covered by the water net. Because there was a lot of water here, they didn't need to plant too many bottle trees. However, they still needed to plant grass because the soil here still needed to be improved. While ghost spirits and the others were busy with those things, Zhao Hai was busy with Botanic Fort. During this time, although he kept in touch with Hu Yuan, he didn't go to Demon Island. Now, the Hu clan's arrangements on Demon Island had been completed, and the Hu clan had begun to move people to Demon Island. Because of the existence of the giant demon saber, this migration was very easy. The Hu clan's Botanic Fort in the Saber Spirit Nation had become an empty shell. There weren't many Hu clan members inside. This change in the Hu clan was noticed by some people, but no one said anything. This was because this was something that almost all the great clans in the continent would do. Great clans wouldn't leave their clansmen in one place, they would certainly leave a branch in another place in order to prevent any mishaps from happening. To be honest, the fact that the Hu clan had only done this now was already shocking to many people. However, no one took this matter seriously. Even if the Dao clan knew about this, they wouldn't think that the Hu clan was betraying them. On the contrary, they would think that the Hu clan had sent them to the desert. The Dao clan was very clear about how much influence the Hu clan had on the desert. However, with the Hu clan's influence on the desert, there were no disadvantages for the Dao clan. Therefore, the Dao clan didn't object. However, the Hu clan didn't go overboard. There were still many Hu clan members in the Botanic Fort. In addition, there were servants and so on. Therefore, although some of the Hu clan's core members had disappeared, there were still many in the Hu clan's Botanic Fort. This was also why no one suspected them. After nearly a year of busy work, Zhao Hai finally arranged everything in the Botanic Fort. During this year, Gui Ling and the others didn't idle. They got some cattle and sheep from the Hammering Spirit Nation and grazed there. In addition to the baobab tree, which was the kind of vine and leaf that Zhao Hai ordered to be the omnipotent vine, there was no shortage of food, drinks, vegetables, and meat in the Botanic Fort. Zhao Hai also put some fish and prawns in the lake. This small place that Zhao Hai called the Desert Paradise had become better and better. However, this Botanic Fort, which could accommodate 10,000 people, only had Zhao Hai, Gui Ling, and 50 people. This number was too small. Therefore, this place seemed empty. However, Zhao Hai and the others had been very busy. After Zhao Hai finished with the Botanic Fort, he taught Gui Ling and the others how to operate the Botanic Fort. He taught them how to use the Botanic Fort and the water net formation outside. After teaching Ghost Spirit and the others everything, Zhao Hai called them to his room. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai said, "You should think of a way to return to the Sword Spirit country and see how your family is doing. If possible, bring your family here as well." Ghost Spirit and the others nodded, then Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You should go back to the Sword Spirit country and see how your family is doing." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a giant demon sword and several magic formations and gave them to Ghost Spirit and the others. Then he said, "This giant demon sword is for you. Take these magic formations as well. When you leave the desert, take these magic formations with you. These magic formations can form an illusion formation that can change your appearance and your soul. This way, you won't be discovered by others. But remember, don't leave all of them here at once. At least 30 people should be left behind to guard the fort and make sure that the fort operates normally." Ghost Spirit and the others nodded and said, "Don't leave all of them here at once." Gui Ling and the others happily complied. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "I'll leave this matter to Gui Ling. You can take care of it. I'm planning to go out for a while. There aren't enough people in the fort right now. I'm going to head back to the family and find some people. Naturally, I'll meet some other people as well. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot of people that I can trust." As soon as Gui Ling heard Zhao Hai, his eyes lit up, then he said, "Young master, maybe you can go to the Lion Soul Kingdom and take a look." Although the Lion Soul Kingdom is very large, they offended the plant masters a few years ago, so they were punished by the plant masters. There are very few plant masters in the Lion Soul Kingdom. If there are few plant masters, nobody would help them improve their plants. Even the plant masters would restrict the Lion Soul Kingdom's improved seeds. Because of this, a lot of people in the Lion Soul Kingdom don't have enough to eat. Moreover, the great nobles of the Lion Soul Kingdom have their own fiefdoms. The Lion Soul Kingdom's king's control over the Lion Soul Kingdom isn't very strong. These great nobles often fight, and in the process of fighting, a lot of captives will be produced. These captives will eventually be sold as slaves. The Lion Soul Kingdom's slaves have always been known for their hard work. Therefore, young master can go there and buy some slaves. These slaves will be absolutely loyal to young master, and they won't have any burdens. It's best to get them here. When Zhao Hai heard Gui Ling, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that there would be slaves in the Soul Realm. Zhao Hai couldn't help but say, I didn't think that there would still be slaves in the Soul Realm. Alright, let's go to the Lion Soul Kingdom and take a look. Although the Destruction Desert doesn't have any destructive force, after the formation of the water net, the desert's periphery will be affected. Outsiders will be even more reluctant to come in. Also, with the presence of the demonic plants and animals, they won't be able to come in. This place should be safe. You just need to look after this place. You can go back to your families, but it's best if you don't let the Sword Spirit Kingdom discover you. Do you understand? Gui Ling and the others nodded. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the sky and said, Alright, you can go back. I want to rest. I'll leave tomorrow. I won't take care of your matters here, you can do as you see fit. Gui Ling and the others nodded, then they stood up and left. After resting for a night in the fort, Zhao Hai got up early the next morning. After having breakfast, Zhao Hai told Gui Ling and the others that he would be leaving. Then Zhao Hai took the golden jade light sword and left. But the lizard stayed behind. The lizard was outside the water net formation. It also had a formation on its body. But because it had adapted to the destructive force, Zhao Hai had two formations on its body. One was a spirit gathering formation, and the other was a transformation formation. It can transform natural energy into destructive force. Because of this, the lizard was very comfortable in the destruction desert. Zhao Hai had it stay behind to protect the fort. Devil Island, Hu Clan's Plant City. This place was much more spacious than the Hu Clan's Plant Fort. Although Devil Island had a bad reputation and no one would stay here for a long time, the area of Devil Island wasn't small. The Hu Clan's Plant City was also very big. Now, a lot of people from the Hu Clan had come here. They were living a good life here. They felt like fish in the vast sea, birds in the sky were flying freely. Hu Yuan stood in his room and looked down at the laughing disciples of the Hu Clan. He had a very satisfied smile on his face. Hu Yuan was very happy that the Hu Clan was able to have such a situation. In the future, the Hu Clan would have their own territory, and they would no longer need to look up to others. Hu Yuan was very clear that all of this was because of Zhao Hai. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, the Hu Clan wouldn't have been able to build a plant city on Demon Island. Today's situation wouldn't have been possible. He was very happy. Hu Yuan was very satisfied with his adopted grandson. In his opinion, the best thing he did in his life was to accept Zhao Hai as his adopted grandson. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Then, the black shadow became bigger and bigger. Soon, the black shadow appeared in the sky above Demon Island. At the same time, it slowly descended. When he saw this black shadow, the smile on Hu Yuan's face became even wider. This was because this black shadow was the Jasper Golden Light Sword. The appearance of this Jasper Golden Light Sword meant that Zhao Hai had arrived. Soon, the Jasper Golden Light Sword landed on Demon Island. Then, Zhao Hai came down from the sword and put it away. As soon as he arrived at Plant City, the Hu Clan's people all surrounded him. Everyone greeted him. Zhao Hai also saw a lot of acquaintances here. Zhao Hai also greeted everyone and casually chatted for a while. After a while, Zhao Hai arrived at the sky supporting tree. The people living on this tree were all important figures of the Hu Clan. Hu Yuan also lived here. Therefore, when everyone saw Zhao Hai arrive, they immediately dispersed. When these people dispersed, Zhao Hai saw Hu Yuan. Zhao Hai quickly gave Hu Yuan a salute and said, "Grandfather, why did you come down?" "I'll go up myself." Hu Yuan smiled and said, "It's fine, I just came down for a walk." "Right, why did you come back? How's the matter in the Desert of Destruction?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's already taken care of. Grandfather can rest assured." "Right, grandfather, I came back this time to see how things are going. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave." Hu Yuan frowned and said, "You still want to leave?" Where are you going? Jiao Hai replied, I'm going to the Lion Soul country. I heard that they have slaves there. Right, Grandpa, tell the family to send me to the desolate desert. There are only a few servants there. Although they are strong and loyal, I'm still worried about them. Jiao Hai nodded and said, I'm going to the Lion Soul country. Hu Yuan frowned and said, let the family send people to the desert of destruction. I'm afraid this will be a bit difficult. You can see that Demon Island is very big. There are a lot of things to deal with. Demon Island still doesn't have enough manpower, let alone sending people to other places. If there's nothing going on in the desert of destruction, then the family will send people there. Jiao Hai thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, alright, that's the only thing we can do. Actually, there's nothing to do in the Desolation Desert. Although the living environment there isn't bad, it's still not good. This time, I'm going to the Lion Soul country to buy some slaves and then send them to the Desolation Desert. It would take a few years for the desert to be improved. During this time, we can only graze there, so we can't go there too much. Hu Yuan nodded and said, let's go upstairs and talk. We have to stay at home for a few days before going to the Lion Soul country. Then he turned around and walked upstairs. Jiao Hai quickly followed behind. The two quickly went upstairs to Hu Yuan's room. After sitting down, Hu Yuan looked at Jiao Hai and said, now, the core members of the family have begun to study magic formations. Little Xiang is very good, not only is he good at it, he's also good at teaching magic formations. You can rest assured about this. Jiao Hai nodded and said, alright. Jiao Hai nodded and said, magic formations are actually just that. As long as you learn it, you can rely on yourself to figure it out. 21st Uncle is very talented in this aspect. But grandfather, you should also tell 21st Uncle not to tire himself out. Playing with magic formations takes a lot of effort. Hu Yuan nodded and said, I know this. There are already a few kids who are learning from him. All of them are very talented in magic formations. He usually likes to fiddle with magic formations. You don't have to say, he's already fiddled with a lot of things. I'll give you 2 formations to look at. After he said that, Hu Yuan went to his desk and took a book from it. Then he handed the book over to Jiao Hai. Jiao Hai took the book and opened it. Inside was a formation chart. Written on it were some magic formations. When Jiao Hai saw these magic formations, he was surprised. He didn't think that Hu Xiang's research on magic formations had already reached this level. Although these magic formations weren't as perfect as the ones that Jiao Hai had studied, they weren't bad. To be able to reach this level in such a short period of time, Hu Xiang was truly amazing and talented. Jiao Hai put down the book and smiled at Hu Yuan. I didn't think that 21st Uncle would be able to reach this level. Right, grandfather, did 21st Uncle do any experiments? How are the results? Upon hearing Jiao Hai, Hu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He turned his head to look at the distant mountains and said, you see? Little Xiang has already moved his laboratory to the mountains. He had no choice but to move it. His laboratory had already exploded several times. If it was in the sky-supporting tree, then sooner or later, it would blow up. So he moved his laboratory away. But the things that he researched are really good. Jiao Hai looked at the mountains and smiled faintly, that's good. Although there was an accident, it's still under control. This is already very good. Hu Yuan smiled faintly and said, alright, let's not talk about this. Right, besides going to the Lion Soul country, do you have anything else to do? Jiao Hai looked puzzled as he looked at Hu Yuan and said, grandfather, why do you ask? Do you have something to do? If you have something to say, then don't hesitate to tell me. I went to the Lion Soul country and bought some slaves. After that, I have nothing else to do. However, I'm preparing to travel around the continent and collect some unique plants. Hu Yuan nodded and said, alright, that's good. After you go to the Lion Soul country, come back here. I have something for you to do. This matter isn't urgent, you can travel while you're at it. Jiao Hai looked puzzled at Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan smiled and said, I want you to go to the Bao Soul country. Our relationship with the Bao Soul country and the Halberd Soul country is pretty good. Recently, the Bao Soul country seems to have some problems. It's related to plants. Their plants seem to be sick. After you come back, you can go there and take a look. But remember, you have to come to my place first before you go. Although Zhao Hai didn't understand, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Hu Yuan nodded. At this time, a woman came in with a tray in her hand. On the tray were several dishes as well as a jug of wine. When Zhao Hai saw the woman, he immediately stood up and gave her a salute. "Grandma Cui Xiang, when did you come?" This woman was Cui Xiang, Hu Yuan's wife's maid. When Zhao Hai was learning from Hu Yuan in the valley, Cui Xiang was the one who took care of his meals. Because of this, Zhao Hai was very respectful towards Cui Xiang. Cui Xiang looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. "I haven't been here for a long time. Before, the master said that the environment here wasn't good, so he didn't let me come. But now that the environment has improved, many people from the family have arrived. Therefore, I also came." "Right, Cranegrass, your family members have also arrived." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Grandma Cui Xiang, I've troubled you." Zhao Hai also knew that his family members must have come along with Cui Xiang. Cui Xiang had taken care of his family members over the years. And with his status in the Hu family, his family members were living a good life. Cui Xiang smiled and said, "Why are you being so polite with me? When I heard that you came back, I specially made some of your favorite dishes. Accompany the master for a drink or two." Then she turned around and left. Hu Yuan smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "All right, sit down. Cui Xiang hasn't seen you for a long time, so when she heard that you came back, she immediately went to cook. Eat something, go home and take a look. Then you can go out and do some things." To be honest, our Hu family has let you down. These years, you've been running around outside and didn't have time to accompany your family." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Grandfather, there's no need for you to say that. I'm also a person who can't stay idle. If you make me stay at home every day, I wouldn't be able to stay idle. I might as well go out and take a look. The reason why I can be where I am today is all thanks to grandfather's nurturing. But if I stay at home every day, even if you don't say anything, my grandfather and the others wouldn't agree. Right now, they are more like members of the Hu family than I am." Hu Yuan laughed, then he personally picked up the wine jug and poured Zhao Hai a cup of wine. After the two drank a cup, they ate and chatted. They talked about the recent changes in the Hu family as well as some matters regarding magic formations. Zhao Hai discovered that Hu Yuan was very dedicated to the research of magic formations. Moreover, his knowledge of magic formations was also very good. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. He originally thought that Hu Yuan wouldn't have much success in magic formations at his age. But now, it seems like he was wrong. Zhao Hai stayed on Demon Island for 7 days before he rode the golden jade lightsaber and left. During these 7 days, he spent most of his time with his family. The rest of the time was spent studying magic formations with Hu Xiang. It has to be said that some of the magic formations that Hu Xiang researched were things that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Because Hu Xiang only studied the basics, his research was completely done by himself. On the other hand, Zhao Hai and the others studied in a very systematic manner. There were even some things that they were restricted in, making them even worse than Hu Xiang. This made Zhao Hai sigh. Hu Xiang was really good at studying magic formations. After leaving Demon Island, Zhao Hai asked about Gui Ling and the others' situation. Gui Ling and the others had already sent 10 people along with 50 letters to the Hammer Soul Nation. They were preparing to return to the Sword Soul Nation from the Hammer Soul Nation. This way, they wouldn't be suspected. As for the remaining people, they were still herding sheep in Desert Paradise. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The reason why he left Gui Ling and the others with a great demon sword was so that they could leave as quickly as possible. He didn't want them to directly ride the great demon sword to the Sword Soul Nation. However, he didn't instruct Gui Ling to do so. Instead, he wanted to see what Gui Ling and the others would do. It was obvious that Gui Ling and the others did very well, making Zhao Hai very satisfied. The distance between Demon Island and the Lion Soul Nation wasn't very far. This was because Demon Island was originally under the jurisdiction of the Lion Soul Nation. Naturally, it wasn't that far, but it wasn't that close either. It was just a lot closer than the distance between Demon Island and the continent. Although the Lion Soul Nation was a large island, it was still very sparsely populated. Moreover, half of the island was a desert while the other half was a prairie. Needless to say, although the living environment of the desert was better than the desert before it was transformed, it was still very difficult. However, the desert was rich in gems. These gems were also an important export of the Lion Soul Nation. They were very popular among the continent's nobles. Because of this, not only did the people of the Lion Soul Nation not hate the desert, on the contrary, everyone wanted to snatch it. The life of the people in the prairie was also very good. The people there mainly herded sheep. Because the land was vast and sparsely populated, it was very suitable for herding. The mutton and beef that were produced there were the best in the Soul Realm. The wool products were also the most famous in the Soul Realm. They were even more famous than the Wolf Soul Nation. Zhao Hai rode the golden jade sword and landed on the only mountain range of the Lion Soul Nation. This mountain range was like a dividing line. South of the mountain range was the desert while the back of the mountain range was the prairie. This mountain range was called the Border Mountain, and it lived up to its name. The capital of the Lion Soul Nation was on the west side of the island. It was a seaside city, and it was also the most important trading port of the Lion Soul Nation. There were no people in the Border Mountain. Naturally, it was impossible for anyone to discover Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked around. Because it was very late, he couldn't see anything. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and turned to the back of the Border Mountain. He wanted to see what kind of plants there were in the north of the Lion Soul Nation. Then, he would go to the south of the Lion Soul Nation. The north of the Lion Soul Nation was relatively peaceful. This was because the people here mainly herded sheep for a living. Although the profit from herding was not small, it was not so big that it would make people jealous. Moreover, because the people herded for a long time, their temperament was more fierce. If you dared to rob them, they would fight with you. It was precisely because of this that the north of the Lion Soul Nation was very peaceful. But the south of the Lion Soul Nation was very mixed. Because of the abundance of gems and the gentle temperament of the people in the south of the Lion Soul Nation, the aristocrats here often fought for the right to mine gems. Naturally, there were a lot of slaves. If Zhao Hai wanted to buy slaves, he would have to go to the south of the Lion Soul Nation. Normally, if Zhao Hai wants to buy slaves, then he should go to the south of the Lion Soul country. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to go there right now. Instead, he wanted to go to the back of the Lion Soul country to take a look. He wanted to collect some special plants from the Lion Soul country before going to the south. The reason why Zhao Hai was obsessed with collecting plants was because he needed them for the space. Now that the space has yin and yang energy, there wouldn't be a lack of living things inside. However, this process would take a long time. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of waiting, he also didn't want to rely on the space to slowly grow plants. Because of this, he decided to collect some plants himself and then put them inside the space, slowly perfecting the space. The next morning, Zhao Hai arrived at the northern part of the Lion Soul country. After arriving, Zhao Hai looked at the boundless prairie before he waved his hand and released Banju. Banju was originally raised in Demon Island. However, this time, Zhao Hai brought him along. This was because Zhao Hai knew that there were a lot of people who rode horses in the Lion Soul country. Because of this, he decided to bring Banju along. Zhao Hai's body was now covered with a magic formation. Because of this, from the outside, Zhao Hai looked like a 30-year-old plant master with an ordinary appearance and a tree spirit on his head. In the continent, it was normal for plant masters to travel around. Moreover, in the Lion Soul country, plant masters were very respected. Although the Lion Soul country was punished by the Plant Master Association for playing with the Hu clan, the people of the Lion Soul country didn't hate plant masters. On the contrary, they needed plant masters. The more they needed plant masters, the higher their status would be. Because of this, the people of the Lion Soul country needed plant masters. Because of this, every plant master that came to the Lion Soul country would be treated with respect. The people of the Lion Soul country hoped that these plant masters could stay in the country for a while and help out. Naturally, the people of the Lion Soul country, such as the great nobles and the kings, didn't necessarily respect plant masters. This was because the punishment of the Plant Master Association had damaged the Lion Soul country's vitality. Because of this, not only did they not respect Plant Masters, they even hated them. However, this hatred couldn't be shown on the surface. On the contrary, they had to act friendly towards Plant Masters. On the other hand, the people of the lower class respected Plant Masters. This was because Plant Masters could help them and make their lives better. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to use the identity of a Plant Master to travel in the north of the Lion Soul country. Note that Zhao Hai was only using the identity of a Plant Master to travel in the north of the Lion Soul country. This was because the north of the Lion Soul country was a grassland. The people here needed Plant Masters more and they respected Plant Masters more. However, the situation would change in the south of the Lion Soul country. Because the south of the Lion Soul country was a desert, the people there didn't need Plant Masters as much as the north. Although the south of the Lion Soul country was very respectful towards Plant Masters, it was completely different from the north. Because of this, if you want to move in the south of the Lion Soul country, there was only one best identity, and that was a Beast Soul. The Lion Soul country was a country where Beast Soul was respected. Here, soldiers weren't valued. Plant Masters were suppressed to a certain extent. Although craftsmen weren't suppressed, they still weren't respected. Only Beast Soul had special privileges in the Lion Soul country. The people in the south of the Lion Soul country respected the Beast Soul country even more. Before Zhao Hai came to the Lion Soul country, he had already done his homework. In this world, the people who understood you the most were your enemies. Coincidentally, the Hu clan and the Lion Soul country were enemies. The Hu clan had learned a lot about the Lion Soul country in the past few years. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to see a lot of information about the Lion Soul country. This was the reason why he decided to use the identity of a Plant Master in the north of the Lion Soul country. In the south of the Lion Soul country, he would use the identity of a Beast Soul to travel. Zhao Hai spurred his horse on the prairie. He had already collected all the grass, soil, insects, and everything else into the space. Just as he thought, his space was a new space. The entry of these things was a perfect addition to the space. Zhao Hai could clearly feel the space's joy after receiving all of these things into the space. That's right, it was a feeling of joy. The space was dead, so it shouldn't have any emotions. However, Zhao Hai actually felt a sense of joy. He didn't know if it was because he received these things into the space that made the space happy, or if it was because he was happy. But no matter what, collecting plants and collecting new species made him happy. This was enough. Another point was that when he collected new things, he would always unconsciously think about Laura and the others. He would think about the days he spent with them. This was the reason why Zhao Hai collected new things. Along the way, Zhao quickly understood why people said that the Lion Soul country was sparsely populated. The Lion Soul country really lived up to this saying. In the Lion Soul country, you could ride a horse for a few days and still not meet a single person. This was really too common. Zhao Hai had been in the northern part of the Lion Soul country for 5 days. Not only did he not meet a single person, he didn't even meet a single village. The only animals he encountered were animals that didn't exist in the continent. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite and directly collected these animals. On the 7th day of Zhao Hai's journey in the northern part of the Lion Soul country, he finally saw people. But it was only people. The other party was a group of people, there were more than 10 of them. They were all riding horses and were herding a flock of sheep. Although Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of solitary MO, he was still happy to see people after so many days. Therefore, he immediately went over to the group. When the other party saw him, 2 people immediately came forward to greet him. Before long, Zhao Hai saw the other party. These 2 people were similar to the white people on Earth. Their clothes were also very strange. Their clothes were very short, similar to the style of clothes on Earth. They also wore hats on their heads. On their backs, they were carrying luggage and dry food. Most importantly, they were also carrying weapons. However, the 2 of them had object souls. At a glance, one could see that they weren't professionals, but ordinary herdsmen. Zhao Hai felt relieved, he stopped his horse and looked at the other party. However, the other party's eyesight wasn't as good as Zhao Hai's. It wasn't until they weren't too far away that they were able to see Zhao Hai's appearance and soul objects. Upon seeing that Zhao Hai was a plant master, the two people immediately slowed down their horses and slowly walked towards Zhao Hai. Then the two people jumped down from their horses and gave Zhao Hai a salute. "We have seen Sir Plant Master." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You two don't need to be so polite. I just came out to travel. I haven't seen anyone for a few days. When I saw your flock of sheep, I came to take a look." The two stood up, then one of them looked at Zhao Hai and said, "It's our honor to meet Mr. here. If Mr. likes, you can come to our place and have a rest. You can also eat something." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. Please lead the way." The two people nodded, then they jumped on their horses and led Zhao Hai towards the flock of sheep. Before long, Zhao Hai arrived at the flock of sheep. The herdsmen also surrounded him. The leader was a tall bearded man. He was about 2 meters tall. He wore a leather hat and had a brown beard. His voice was loud and clear. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, the bearded man immediately jumped down from his horse and gave Zhao Hai a salute. "I have seen Sir Plant Master. I didn't expect to meet a Sir Plant Master here. It's my honor. I'm called Xianxia. I pay my respects to Sir." Zhao Hai also jumped down from mottled bamboo, then he smiled faintly at Xianxia and said, "You're too polite. I'm just a passing plant master. I saw your flock of sheep today, so I came to take a look. To be honest, I haven't eaten mutton for a few days, so I want to buy one here. I hope you can agree." Xianxia laughed and said, "Sir, you're too polite. There's no need to talk about buying. It's our honor to be able to entertain Sir. Xiaolin, go grab a sheep and roast it." One of the herdsmen nodded, then he ran towards the flock and grabbed a sheep. Zhao Hai smiled at Xianxia and said, "Thank you, but I still have to pay for the sheep. However, I don't have much money on me, so I'll use this instead." Then Zhao Hai took out 2 small porcelain bottles from the wooden box on his back and handed them over. Xianxia originally wanted to be polite, but when he saw the porcelain bottle that Zhao Hai handed over, he immediately swallowed his words. A plant master's porcelain bottle was generally used to hold only one thing, and that was medicine. And because there were too few plant masters in the Lion Soul country, plant master's medicine was very precious. Because of this, when Xianxia saw the medicine that Zhao Hai handed over, he couldn't bring himself to say that he didn't want it. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia's appearance and knew that Xianxia really wanted these 2 bottles of medicine. He had a lot of these medicines prepared for the earthquake. Because he knew that the Lion Soul country was lacking medicines, he specially prepared some. These things were very popular in the Lion Soul country. Zhao Hai handed the 2 bottles of medicine to Xianxia and smiled, "These are 2 bottles of medicine. If you're poisoned, or if you're injured, then these 2 bottles of medicine will be useful. If you're poisoned, then you can take this medicine. If you're injured, then you can apply it directly to the wound. Even if the wound is big, then it can stop the bleeding in an instant. Take it, it's not something valuable." When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he was even more certain that these 2 bottles of medicine were precious. He immediately received the 2 bottles of medicine and gave a salute to Zhao Hai, "Thank you, sir." Then he turned his head to the person beside him and said, "Go and catch a sheep. Make it into jerky and give it to Sir." The person nodded before turning around and running away. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, he didn't care about it. Instead, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Mr. Xianxia, come and sit down. To be honest, I haven't been in the Lion Soul country for a long time. Therefore, I don't know much about the Lion Soul country. I want to know where I am right now. Are there any special plants around here?" Naturally, Zhao Hai was being polite. However, he really wanted to inquire about special plants. This was also his main purpose. Xianxia was a very forthright person, so when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately replied, "So Mr. came here to observe the plant masters. If you want to talk about special plants, then we really do have people here. If you go east for about 3 days, there is a forest with a special tree called the firewheel tree. It's very beautiful, Mr. should take a look at it." Xianxia nodded and said, "Mr. should go and see it." When Zhao Hai heard this, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll go take a look in a few days." "Thank you." Xianxia quickly replied, "Mr. is too polite. We can't invite a guest like you. It's our honor to be able to help Mr. If Mr. wants to see more plants, then it's best to go to the border mountains. There are a lot of plants in the border mountains, many of which are unique to the Lion Soul Kingdom. You can't see them anywhere else." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Thank you. I'll go to the border mountains in the future. But before that, I'll travel to the north for a while before going to the south." When he heard Xiaohai, Xiaojia couldn't help but frown and said, "Mister, if you really want to go to the south, then you must be careful. The south is very chaotic, and plant masters aren't very welcome there." When Xiaohai heard Xiaojia, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at Xiaojia and said, "Listening to you, the Lion Soul Kingdom seems to have some conflicts between the south and the north?" Xiaojia sneered and said, "How could the great nobles of the south look at us northern shepherds? Those guys aren't good people. Mister, you might not know this, but the Lion Soul Kingdom can be divided into the Southern Alliance and the Northern Alliance. The Southern Alliance is made up of great nobles. They look down on us northerners, thinking that we're just a bunch of bumpkins. But to be honest, soul beings like us still prefer to stay in the north. This is because there's no guarantee of living in the south. Who knows when we'll be turned into miners? Because of this, we northern soul beings support the northern nobles. The northern nobles have always maintained their independence under the leadership of Grand Duke Ganya. Even the king rarely extends his hand to the north. If it weren't for Grand Duke Ganya, then who knows what would happen to the north?" When Xiaohai heard Xiaojia, he couldn't help but nod. He didn't think that there would be such a deep conflict between the south and the north in the Lion Soul Kingdom. At this time, the roasted lamb was ready. Xiaojia immediately invited Xiaohai to eat it. To be honest, the roasted lamb in the Lion Soul Kingdom was different from the ones in the sheep plains. After following Xiaojia for a day, Xiaohai left the next day. When Xiaohai left, Xiaojia gave Xiaohai a bag filled with smoked meat. In such a short time, it was impossible for them to turn the lamb into jerky. Therefore, they could only make smoked meat. The taste was also very good. After leaving Xiaojia, Xiaohai continued to wander in the north. However, he changed his target this time. This time, he set his sights on the Lion Soul Kingdom's largest city, Yacity. Yacity was the Lion Soul Kingdom's largest city in the north. It was also the Lion Soul Kingdom's northern trade center. At the same time, it was also the administrative center of the Lion Soul Kingdom. The Gon family wasn't the ruler of the entire Lion Soul Kingdom. However, the Gon family's title was the highest in the Lion Soul Kingdom. The Gon family's title was Grand Duke. In the northern region of the Lion Soul Kingdom, it could be said that hundreds of people would respond to a single call. Xiaohai wanted to go to Yacity and see if there was anything special about it. However, he wasn't in a hurry to go to Yacity. Instead, he went forward and collected all the things that he could collect. Along the way, he also met a lot of herdsmen as well as some herdsmen's villages. In the northern part of the Lion Soul Kingdom, plant masters were very respected. Every time Xiaohai went to a place, he would be warmly welcomed by the locals. This made Xiaohai somewhat surprised. Before Xiaohai arrived at Yacity, Xiaohai received an eagle message from Guiling. Guiling said that the people they sent back to the Sword Spirit country had already gone to their homes. These people's homes weren't doing very well. Because they lost their pillar of support, their families were being bullied. There were even some families that couldn't survive. They decided to find a way to bring their families to the desert paradise. Although Guiling's letter was written plainly, Xiaohai could still feel Guiling's anger. There was no other way. Guiling and the others were all subordinates of Dugu Tian. Moreover, they were only loyal to him. If Guiling and the others were harmed, then Dugu Tian would have an obligation to take care of their families. But now, their people were being bullied and Dugu Tian didn't care. How could Guiling and the others not be angry? Naturally, the most important point was that Dugu Tian didn't take care of Guiling's family. If the other ghost guards knew about this, what would they think? They would think that even if they had the same status as Guiling in the future, they wouldn't be valued. If something were to happen in the future, then the fate of their families would be the same as Guiling's family. Naturally, they wouldn't be 100% loyal to Dugu Tian. As a leader, one shouldn't make such a mistake. As for Duga Tian, as the king of the sword spirit country, he shouldn't make such a mistake. What was going on? Zhao Hai thought for a moment before replying to Gui Ling. His reply to Gui Ling was very simple. He wanted Gui Ling and the others to pay attention and see if their families were being monitored. If they were being monitored, then it was very likely that this was Duga Tian's plan to make them appear. If their families weren't being monitored, then they could take them to the desert paradise. After replying to the letter, Zhao Hai also sent a letter to the Hu clan, asking them to help investigate this matter. Zhao Hai also sent a letter to Fat Cat, asking him to send people to investigate this matter. To be honest, Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian's development was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. Fat Cat and Zhou Qianqian were very talented in business. Their business group was developing very quickly. Naturally, this was mainly due to the Hu family's care. Additionally, they were able to get things from the desert that other groups didn't have. Because of this, their business group was able to develop very quickly. At this point, their business group had already reached a small scale. However, nobody knew that their business group was related to the Hu clan and Zhao Hai. Nobody even knew of their existence. The main reason was that their business group didn't have a unified name or symbol. Because of this, nobody knew of their existence. Furthermore, although the things they bought were special, they didn't appear often. Most of the time, the things they bought were very ordinary. Nobody in the continent would think that the more common an item was, the more profit it would bring. And Fat Cat and the others were able to do this. The things they sold were targeted at commoners. Moreover, most of the time, they would send people to the villages to sell them. This way, the villagers wouldn't have to go to the cities to buy things. They would be able to make money while the commoners would be able to get more benefits. This was the reason why Fat Cat and the others were able to develop their business so quickly. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with Fat Cat and the others' performance. Of course, Liu Wei and Guan Huang's contributions were not small as well. With the two of them being consolidating equipment stage powerhouses, they did not cause any trouble for the business group. Now, Zhao Hai could already use Fat Cat and the others to do some things. To Zhao Hai, that was a pleasant surprise. After settling everything, Zhao Hai continued on his way. His goal was still Yidi City. After walking for another month, Zhao Hai finally arrived at Yidi City. When he saw the city, Zhao Hai was stunned. It wasn't because of how majestic the city was. On the contrary, it wasn't majestic at all. Such a city could only be considered a medium-sized city in the Saber Spirit Nation. If it were the Sword Spirit Nation, it would only be a small city. However, here, it was the largest city in the north of the Lion Spirit Nation. That really surprised Zhao Hai. The city walls were all made of mud, and they weren't very tall. However, one could tell that the city was very prosperous, with many people coming in and out. At the city gates, there were a few soldiers. However, these soldiers did not seem to be in charge of collecting taxes. That was to say, this city was exempt from taxes, which was a good point. Zhao Hai rode his horse slowly into the city. As he entered, the soldiers only glanced at Zhao Hai once before ignoring him. Although Zhao Hai was a plant master, there were many plant masters in Yidi City, and the soldiers did not need to bow to Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai entered Yidi City, he was stunned. The city was very prosperous. Although most of the houses were made of mud, it was still very prosperous. The streets were filled with people coming and going. It was very lively. The sounds of bartering and bargaining made people's ears numb. One could feel the vitality of the city. Zhao Hai had a smile on his face as he urged his horse forward. He walked very slowly, afraid of bumping into people. To be honest, this was the first time that Zhao Hai had seen such a prosperous city. In his impression, a city like this should be expanded under normal circumstances. But now, this small city had clearly exceeded its capacity. It could no longer support so many people. Along the way, Zhao Hai quickly noticed another feature of the city. In general, the main street would be very lively, but the side streets would be relatively deserted. However, this was not the case in Yidi City. The main street was very lively, and the side streets were also very lively. There were people coming and going, and the people coming and going were not less than the main street. Most importantly, Zhao Hai only saw some people bargaining, but he didn't see what they wanted to trade. This aroused Zhao Hai's interest. Zhao Hai paid attention to what was being traded in the alleys. In the end, he discovered that the goods being traded in the alleys were cattle and sheep. While people were negotiating, they would go outside the city to see the situation of the cattle and sheep before deciding whether to trade or not. This made Zhao Hai somewhat surprised, but he didn't care about it. Although he wanted to get some animals from the Lion Soul country, especially the cattle and sheep, now wasn't the time. Zhao Hai slowly walked around the city. Finally, he settled down in a relatively quiet hotel. Then he went out of the hotel and strolled around the city. At the same time, he bought some daily necessities, but the quantity wasn't a lot. This time, Zhao Hai came to Yadi City on a whim. He wanted to see what Yadi City was like. He wanted to see if the legendary Grand Duke Ganya was really as good as he was rumored to be. Now that he saw Yi City, Zhao Hai believed Xiaojia's words. Although Yi City wasn't very big, it was still very prosperous. Moreover, Zhao Hai also noticed that the taxes in Yi City were very low. Moreover, the prices of daily necessities were also very stable. This wasn't an easy thing to do. Zhao Hai stayed in Yi City for 3 days. He had a general understanding of the city's situation. Then he inquired about some of the Lion Soul country's unique plants and animals. After that, he prepared to leave Yi City and go to those places to collect these plants and animals. While Zhao Hai was packing up his things and preparing to leave, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Zhao Hai stared, then he said, "Who is it?" A voice was heard, "Mister, this little one is the shopkeeper of this shop. May I ask if Mister is a plant master?" When Zhao Hai heard the voice, he confirmed that it was indeed the shopkeeper's voice. Moreover, his spiritual force didn't find anyone else outside the door. Zhao Hai opened the door and saw the shopkeeper standing outside. Zhao Hai had seen the shopkeeper twice before. He was a big fat man with a tall stature. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled faintly, "So it's the shopkeeper. I'm a plant master. I don't know why the shopkeeper is looking for me. Is there something you need?" When the shopkeeper heard Zhao Hai, he immediately became excited and said, "That's great. Mister, the Grand Duke's mansion just issued an announcement. They're recruiting plant masters to help the Grand Duke's mansion solve a problem. Mister is a plant master, I wonder if you can help." When Zhao Hai heard the shopkeeper, he couldn't help but stare. He looked at the shopkeeper and said, "Shopkeeper, are you familiar with Grand Duke Ganya? Why do you care so much about the Grand Duke's mansion?" When the shopkeeper heard Zhao Hai, he quickly replied, "From what Mister said, Mister shouldn't be a local. Mister, you might not know, but as long as the Grand Duke's mansion issues an announcement, then what they need to deal with wouldn't be a matter of the Grand Duke's mansion. Instead, it would be related to the northern part of the Lion Soul country. There must be something wrong with the pasture in the northern part of the country. If it's a private matter, then the Grand Duke's mansion wouldn't issue an announcement. So if Mister has time, then please help." When Zhao Hai heard the shopkeeper, he understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "So it's like that. All right, then I'll go. May I ask if I need an introduction?" The shopkeeper quickly replied, "No need, no need. Mister, you just need to go. Seeing that you're a plant master, the Grand Duke's mansion would surely entertain you. You don't need to do anything." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned around and picked up his wooden box. Then he went out of the shop and led Ban Zhu towards the Grand Duke's mansion. Compared to the majestic mansions of other nobles, Grand Duke Ganya's mansion looked very ordinary. The outer walls were made of earth, the area wasn't very large, and there weren't any tall buildings inside. The entire Grand Duke's mansion looked like a large courtyard. To be honest, Zhao Hai hadn't seen a Grand Duke's mansion like this before. Moreover, Grand Duke Ganya's mansion didn't prohibit people from approaching. Even if you go outside, nobody would drive you away. You can look around outside, but you can't go inside. When Zhao Hai arrived in front of the Grand Duke's mansion, he discovered that there were already several carriages parked in front of the mansion. Zhao Hai didn't care about it, he tied his horse to a post outside the mansion and then went inside. There were 4 guards standing in front of the mansion, all of them were soul soldiers. When these 4 saw that Zhao Hai's soul was a plant soul, they didn't care about Zhao Hai and allowed him to enter the mansion. When Zhao Hai entered the Grand Duke's mansion, a person immediately greeted him. When this person saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "I've seen Mr. Did Mr. come after hearing the announcement?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I'm a plant master from the Sword Spirit country. I just arrived in your city 3 days ago and was preparing to leave today when I heard the announcement from the Grand Duke's mansion. The shopkeeper told me about it, so I came to see if I can help." When the man heard Zhao Hai, a trace of happiness appeared on his face. He quickly said, "Welcome, mister, it is our honor to have you here. Mister, please come with me. Let's take a rest first. When everyone has arrived, the Great Guild will personally receive you." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned around and made a gesture. After Zhao Hai returned the gesture, he followed the person into the Grand Duke's mansion. The Grand Duke's mansion wasn't very big, and there weren't many houses. It can be seen that the mansion's population wasn't very high. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he followed the person to a row of houses. Then the person arranged a room for Zhao Hai. This row of houses might be guest rooms, but it was a 2-story building with rooms next to each other. Zhao Hai also noticed that there were already a few people here. These people were all plant masters, but looking at their levels, it can be seen that they weren't very high. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to them. At this time, he was controlling his strength, keeping it around 6th rank in order to not attract too much attention. In addition to the magic formation on his appearance, he looked to be around 30 years old. 30 years old and a 6th rank plant master. This was a very common cultivation speed, it was very common and wouldn't attract any attention. Zhao Hai looked at the room. It was just an ordinary suite, there was nothing special about it. Zhao Hai didn't care about it as he sat down in the living room. Just as he sat down, he heard a knock on the door. Before Zhao Hai could speak, a voice was heard from outside, "Mister, I'm a servant of the Grand Duke's mansion. I'm here to deliver tea to Mister." Zhao Hai quickly said, "Come in." Just as his voice fell, the person outside responded and then pushed the door open. This was a servant around 20 years old. He was holding a tray with a teapot and teacups on it. After the servant entered, he first gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then he placed the teapot on the table in front of Zhao Hai. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Does Mister have any other orders?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No need, you can go back to work." The servant nodded and said, "If Mister needs anything, just pull the rope next to the door and we'll hear it." Zhao Hai nodded, then the servant bowed and left. Zhao Hai took a sip of the tea. The taste of the tea was good, but it could only be considered average. Zhao Hai also knew that this tea was considered good in this place. The Lion Soul country itself didn't produce tea. All the tea here was shipped from the Sword Spirit country. In the Lion Soul country, tea was a very expensive commodity. Zhao drank a cup of tea, then he took out a book from his wooden box and began to write. This was a record of what he had seen in the Lion Soul country. This was also his habit. No matter where he went, he would write down the local conditions and customs, and then write a record of what he had seen in order to enrich the Hu clan's library. Zhao Hai unknowingly wrote for nearly 2 hours. While he was still writing with his head down, someone knocked on the door. Zhao Hai stopped writing and said, "Please come in." The door was pushed open and the person who greeted Zhao Hai was standing in front of the door. The person bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I've seen Mister. Mister, almost everyone has arrived. The Grand Duke invites everyone to the hall." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, please wait a moment." Then he put away his book, but he didn't take the wooden box. He stood up and followed the person outside. Before long, the person led Zhao Hai to the hall of the Grand Duke's mansion. This place seemed to be used for meetings. There were a lot of chairs in the hall. At this time, a lot of people were sitting there. These people were all plant masters. Some of them even knew each other and were whispering to each other. Seeing the newcomers, these people only glanced at them before they continued to chat. Zhao Hai noticed that the plant masters in the hall were wearing very good clothes. Moreover, their skin was very white and they were somewhat fat. At first glance, one could see that they were pampered people. Zhao Hai looked at these people but didn't say anything. These people should be the plant masters raised by the Grand Duke, right? These people didn't seem to have much ability. Most of them were just here to eat and drink. However, Zhao Hai was too lazy to care about them. Instead, he found a place to sit down and slowly closed his eyes as he waited. Before long, a voice was heard, "The Grand Duke has arrived." Along with this voice, a person came in from the outside. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked at the Grand Duke, who was rumored to be a god. This was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. His hair was already white, but his spirit was still very good. He was tall, but his skin was very dark. His face was full of vertical wrinkles. At first glance, one could see that he was a very serious person. When he walked, his steps were very big, but each step was very steady. It gave people the feeling of a dragon or tiger walking. When the old man came in, everyone stood up and gave him a salute. "We have seen the Grand Duke." Naturally, Zhao Hai also stood up and gave a salute. Grand Duke Gon nodded, then he walked to the front and stood there. He looked at the 30 plant masters in the hall and said, "Our city only has these many plant masters. I want to thank you all for coming. Since this matter is urgent, I won't waste time. I called you all here today because a large amount of pasture has died in the eastern ancient prairie. However, the plant masters of the Grand Duke's mansion didn't find any disease in the pasture. Therefore, I invited you all here to discuss what happened to the pasture." Then he waved his hand as a servant came in. The servant was holding a tray with some pasture on it. However, the pasture had already withered and turned yellow. Grand Duke Gon pointed at the pasture on the tray and said, "Everyone, take a look. This is the pasture of the eastern ancient prairie. Can you see what's different about the pasture here?" Then the servant brought the tray in front of the plant masters. Each of the plant masters took out a piece of pasture and carefully looked at it. Zhao sat there in a daze. This was the first time he had seen a plant being treated like this. Just by looking at the dead grass, what could he see? If they can see what's wrong with the pasture, then the problem should be something that isn't difficult to treat. It shouldn't be a problem for the Grand Duke's plant masters. Looking at the plant masters holding the pasture and carefully looking at it, Zhao Hai couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. His guess wasn't wrong, these plant masters had already become vermin. They simply haven't gone out to the wild to observe plants. They only rely on their previous experience and fame to make a living. Such plant masters wouldn't have any future development. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He couldn't just take away these people's rice bowls. Therefore, when the servant brought the tray in front of Zhao Hai, he also took a piece of pasture and looked at it. After carefully looking at the pasture, Zhao Hai really did find something. However, he didn't say anything. He wanted to hear what the others had to say before making a decision. Sure enough, it didn't take long before the people in the hall put down the pasture. However, they all had blank expressions on their faces. Grand Duke Ganya was also a shrewd old man. When he saw the expressions of these people, he knew that they didn't find anything. However, he still had some hope and asked, "Everyone, can you tell me what's wrong with the pasture?" These people looked at each other. In the end, a plant master stood up and said, "Grand Duke, the pasture doesn't seem to be sick. However, it seems to be lacking water. It's withered. May I ask if there's a drought in the eastern ancient prairie?" Ganya's expression turned ugly. He looked at the plant master and said, "No, the rainfall in the eastern ancient prairie today is more than usual. There's no drought at all. However, the grass in the eastern ancient prairie is dying on a large scale. Did you really not discover anything?" Ganya's expression turned ugly as he looked at the plant master. Those plant masters looked at each other, but no one said anything. Grand Duke Ganya looked at them with an ugly expression. At this time, a voice was heard, "Grand Duke, I want to go to the eastern ancient prairie to take a look. Can I?" Grand Duke Ganya looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was a plant master that he hadn't seen before. This person looked to be around 30 years old. His appearance was very ordinary, and his cultivation was also very ordinary. However, this person certainly wasn't a plant master that was active around Xianxia city. This was because Grand Duke Ganya had seen all the plant masters around Xianxia city, but he had never seen this person before. The one who spoke was naturally Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai heard the words of the plant masters, he couldn't help but open his mouth. They were all as stupid as pigs. Grand Duke Ganya looked at Zhao Hai and said, "May I ask who Mr. is?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Reporting to the Grand Duke, I'm a plant master that came from the Sword Spirit country to the Lion Soul country. I arrived in your city 3 days ago and was staying in a pasture inn. Today, the innkeeper told me that Big Brother needed a plant master, so he issued an announcement and asked me to help." When Ganya heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "All right, the Eastern Ancient Prairie isn't a great place. There's nothing that you can't see. Does anyone else want to go with us? If you want to go with us, then come with us. If you don't want to go, then forget it. You can go back." The plant masters all said that they had something to do, or that they had important experiments to do. Then they all turned around and left. Ganya didn't pay attention to them, he just turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So only I and Mr. can go together. Mr., please." Zhao Hai also stood up, then he bowed to Grand Duke Ganya and said, "Grand Duke, please." Then the two walked out of the hall. While walking out, Zhao Hai turned to Grand Duke Ganya and said, "Grand Duke, can you send someone to the room where I was staying and bring my wooden chest?" Ganya nodded, then he turned to the person next to him and said, "Go and bring Mr.'s things. Then prepare a horse for Mr." Zhao Hai hurriedly said, "You don't have to be so polite, Grand Duke. I have my own horse." Ganya didn't say anything, the two quickly walked towards the Grand Duke's mansion. Naturally, someone brought Zhao Hai's wooden chest over to Zhao Hai. At the same time, someone brought over Banju to Zhao Hai. Ganya glanced at mottled bamboo and didn't say anything. He also mounted his own horse. Grand Duke Ganya's horse was a black horse. It was very handsome. After the two mounted their horses, several attendants followed. What surprised Zhao Hai was that these attendants were all at the Skydance realm. This made Zhao Hai surprised, he really couldn't understand, when did Skydance realm experts become so commonplace? There were actually 4 or 5 of them. Zhao Hai didn't understand, when did Skydance realm experts become so common? There were actually 4 or 5 of them. However, Zhao Hai didn't ask much. Instead, he pretended that he didn't know anything. He rode his horse and followed Grand Duke Ganya. The group quickly went out of Yi city and headed towards the east. Along the way, Grand Duke Ganya didn't speak. But in the end, he opened his mouth and said, "Mister, when I was in the hall, I saw that you looked at those plant masters with contempt. Why is that?" Zhao sneered. "Those people can no longer be called plant masters. Plant masters can do experiments and research, but if they don't even go to the wild to observe plants, then they can't be called plant masters. Those people are all white and fat, just like when they go to the wild to observe plants. And the things they said before were simply not on point. Although they are plant masters, they are just living off their past experiences. To put it bluntly, they are just waiting for death to come. I am ashamed to be associated with such people." Zhao sneered and said, "But I don't know what they are talking about, but they are just eating and waiting for death to come." When Grand Duke Ganya heard Zhao Hai, he stared. Then he couldn't help but show a look of approval as he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. Mr. said that they didn't hit the nail on the head. So what did Mr. see? Is that why you want to go to the Eastern Ancient Prairie to see the situation?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I can see that those grasses didn't die because of the drought. Their roots were injured. As for how they were injured, I'm not sure. I'll have to go and take a look to find out." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right." Ganya nodded and said, "All right, it will take about 5 days to reach the Eastern Ancient Prairie. I'll have to trouble Mr." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's no trouble. Plant masters observe plant masters in the wild all year round. Riding a horse is normal. The Grand Duke doesn't need to worry about me dragging everyone down." When Grand Duke Ganya heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Mr. is really an interesting person. It's my honor to meet someone like Mr." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Being able to see the Grand Duke is my honor. I've heard a lot of rumors about the Grand Duke before, but to be honest, I didn't believe them. I've seen the faces of the nobles of the Sword Spirit Empire. They would do one thing in front of you and another behind your back. But today, after seeing Grand Duke Ganya, I understand that my previous thoughts were wrong. Moreover, they were wrong." When Ganya heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, aren't you afraid that I'm just pretending? I'm just more like it than they are. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, no, a person's temperament can be changed. Even in front of people, their words and actions can completely change. However, there are some things about a person that cannot be changed. Take the Grand Duke for example, your skin color shows that you spend a lot of time outdoors. Your hands are very thick, and the calluses on your hands show that these calluses aren't from practicing martial arts. Also, the way you walk, the way you ride a horse, all of these show that the Grand Duke isn't a person who says one thing in front of others. You must have been running around all year round, observing the northern part of the Lion Soul country, observing the herdsmen. Do you know why I can be sure that the Grand Duke is really observing the herdsmen? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, yes, a person's temperament can change. Grand Duke Ganya looked at Zhao Hai with some surprise. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, I really don't know about this. Mister, please explain. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, because when the Grand Duke talked about the eastern prairies herds dying, your eyes flashed with an anxious look. This shows that you're really worried. Although your horse looks clean, when we went out of the city, we passed by a cattle and sheep trading area. The smell there wasn't very good. If an average person wasn't used to the smell, then they would certainly feel uncomfortable. The most common reaction would be frowning. But the Grand Duke didn't frown, your reaction was very natural. This shows that you often receive cattle and sheep. Hee, it's impossible for a Grand Duke who doesn't know anything and doesn't have his fingers in the mud to have such a reaction. Because of this, I can say that you're really concerned about the herdsmen. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, because of this, the Grand Duke didn't frown. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Grand Duke Ganya couldn't help but laugh and said, Mister, you're really a wonderful person. If Mister wasn't a plant master, then I would have thought that you were a great noble. Grand Duke, people are actually the most interesting. This is because no matter how many sides a person has, they will always leave the most direct evidence of their true side. However, very few people see it. Like the Grand Duke, you don't hide yourself, so it's easy to see what kind of person you are. On the other hand, people who are very good at disguising themselves have very few flaws, even very small. But as long as you pay attention, I don't believe that there are people in this world who have no flaws. To be honest with the Grand Duke, I also suffered a lot before coming up with this idea. Because of this, I have been diligently observing people and analyzing them. If it weren't for this, my cultivation wouldn't be at its current level. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, the Grand Duke, people are actually very interesting. This is because no matter how many sides a person has, they will always leave behind the most direct evidence of their true side. However, very few people can see it. Ganya sighed, then he said, Mister is also a person with a hard life. Alright, let's not talk about this. Mister, we've been on the road for the past few days, so there might be some places that we didn't take care of. We can only make do with the food that we eat. I hope Mister can forgive us. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, it's nothing. To be honest, when I lived in the wilderness, I ate a lot of food. I'm far from being as delicate as the Grand Duke thinks. Grand Duke Ganya laughed and didn't say anything else. They were riding at full speed all the way, so their speed was very fast. What was supposed to be a 5-day journey only took 3 days. Upon arriving at the eastern ancient prairie, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown. This was because the situation here was more serious than he imagined. At the same time, the environment here made Zhao Hai frown. There were too many mosquitoes and flies here. Looking from afar, the eastern ancient prairie seemed to have turned into a scabby mess. Yellow spots could be seen on the green prairie from time to time, making it look very awkward. Ganya looked at the eastern ancient prairie and sighed. The eastern ancient prairie is the most fertile prairie in the Northern Alliance. We've been taking care of it very carefully, but we didn't think that something like this would happen. Mister, I hope you can find the problem. Otherwise, our losses would be too great. Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. He just urged his horse to move forward while carefully observing the prairie. Suddenly, the prairie in front of him moved. Then a fat hare ran out of the grass and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai looked at the hare and didn't say anything. Instead, he went to the side of the withered grass and carefully looked at it. Finally, he pulled out a few strands of grass and looked at them carefully. Then Zhao Hai threw the grass aside and stood up. He got back on his horse and continued to move forward. This time, he didn't dismount and just rode forward. Grand Duke Ganya and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. They didn't know what Zhao Hai saw. At this time, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in the distance. A group of people were rushing towards them. The leader of the group was holding a flag with a picture of a galloping horse on it. Before long, the group arrived in front of him. This group was led by two people. One was a young man around 30 years old while the other was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. When the two arrived in front of Zhao Hai, they gave a salute to Grand Duke Ganya. The 30-years-old young man looked at Ganya and said, "Father." On the other hand, the middle-aged man gave a salute to Ganya and said, "I have seen the Grand Duke." This also revealed their identity, Ganya's son and subordinate. Grand Duke Ganya looked at them and said, "All right, let's go back to the camp first." Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, let's go back to the camp first and have a good rest. It wouldn't be too late to observe later." Zhao Hai didn't object, he just nodded. Then Grand Duke Ganya led Zhao Hai forward. On the other hand, Ganya's son and his subordinate looked at Zhao Hai curiously before following Grand Duke Ganya. Before long, they arrived at the camp. The camp was very large, there were about 10,000 people inside. Moreover, these 10,000 people were all professions, from plant masters to craftsmen, from beast soul masters to soldier soul masters. This made Zhao Hai surprised. However, it can be seen that this camp was only temporary. This was because there were only tents here. Moreover, there were no fences, it was just an open camp. After arriving at the camp, Ganya had people arrange a tent for Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai put down his things, Ganya sent someone to invite Zhao Hai to have a meal. The meal was in the open space of the camp. In addition to Ganya, his son, and his subordinate, there were also a lot of people present. There were plant masters, craftsmen, beast soul masters, and soldier soul masters. However, it can be seen that these people all had extraordinary status, they were the right-hand men of Grand Duke Ganya. After Zhao Hai arrived at the tent, Grand Duke Ganya invited Zhao Hai to sit at a table on his left. The others didn't have any reaction. Zhao Hai wasn't a subordinate of Grand Duke Ganya, he just came to help. Therefore, he deserved this kind of treatment. Grand Duke Ganya waited for Zhao Hai to sit down before he raised his glass and said, "Everyone, this incident in the eastern ancient grassland has a huge impact on the Northern Alliance. Today, we have specially invited Mr. Zhao Hai to help us. Let us toast to Mr. Zhao Hai." Of course, Zhao Hai couldn't use his crane grass name anymore, so he returned to his original name, Zhao Hai. No one would suspect him anyway. Zhao Hai quickly raised his cup and said, "The Grand Duke is too polite. Zhao Hai can't accept it, I can't accept it." Ganya smiled and said, "Since Mr. is here, then he deserves this cup of wine. Come, cheers." Then he took the lead and drank the wine in his cup. The others also did the same. Grand Duke Ganya put down his cup, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, when you came today, you seem to have found something in the eastern ancient grassland. Can you tell me about it?" When Grand Duke Ganya said this, everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Hai. They wanted to hear what Zhao Hai had to say. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The Grand Duke's vision is really sharp. I really did see something. I think that it might be related to the situation in the eastern ancient grassland." When the crowd heard this, they couldn't help but go into an uproar. One must know that these people were Ganya's most capable subordinates. Among them, the strength of the plant masters wasn't weak. But after so many years, they still couldn't find anything. Now that Zhao Hai said that he had found something, it really made them surprised. Grand Duke Ganya looked at his subordinates and said, "Quiet down, let Mr. finish speaking." Everyone quieted down. However, the plant masters under Ganya looked at Zhao Hai with unfriendly gazes. However, Zhao Hai didn't seem to notice their expressions. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Grand Duke, all of you have been paying attention to whether the grass is sick or not. You didn't pay attention to the environment in the eastern ancient grassland. I think that the situation in the eastern ancient grassland is caused by the environment. What nonsense. As soon as Zhao Hai finished speaking, a voice sounded out, the eastern ancient grassland is one of the best grasslands in our northern alliance. The environment here has always been the best. These years, the weather here has always been good. How could the withered grass be caused by the environment? That's utter nonsense. Zhao Hai looked towards the source of the voice. It was one of Ganya's plant masters. This plant master wasn't weak. From his aura, he should be a consolidated equipment master. Furthermore, his seat was near the front. It seemed like he was very trusted by Grand Duke Ganya. Grand Duke Ganya looked at that person and said in a deep voice, "All right, Chen Lian. Let Mr. Zhao Hai finish speaking." The plant master gave a humph and didn't say anything else. Grand Duke Ganya turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please continue." To be honest, I also want to know why Mr. said that the environment caused the eastern ancient grassland to become like this. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grand Duke, you have said several times that the eastern ancient grassland is very important to you, and that's why you take care of it. If I'm not wrong, you might have already killed all the wolves, snakes, and the like in the eastern ancient grassland, right?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Ganya and the others were stunned. Especially the beast soul masters. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know why Zhao Hai would suddenly mention wolves, snakes, and the like. Shouldn't these belong to the beast soul masters? Zhao looked at the crowd and smiled. I know that wolves, snakes, and other animals are all under the management of beast spirits. But you should know that the relationship between plants and animals is very tight. If a plant is attacked by an insect, then is it under the management of a beast spirit, or under the management of a plant master? Zhao said. You should know that wolves, snakes, and other animals are all animals. But you should know that plants and animals are closely related. Most people would think that this is under the control of the plant masters. However, don't forget that insects are also animals, right? Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Then Zhao Hai continued, you might not have noticed it, but there are a lot of rabbits and rats in the eastern ancient grassland. Moreover, there are a lot of flies in the eastern ancient grassland. These things aren't normal. When Grand Duke Ganya heard Zhao Hai, his expression turned serious. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, please explain. Zhao Hai replied, animals have their natural enemies. In an area, if an animal has no natural enemies, then it would be a very terrible thing. Even if the animal isn't aggressive, it's very inconspicuous, and it might even be beneficial to people. Take the eastern ancient grassland for example. The eastern ancient grassland originally had a complete food chain where rats and rabbits eat grass and insects. At the same time, snakes and wolves eat the rats and rabbits. The feces of all the animals in the grassland become nutrients for the grass. However, these feces need to be decomposed by small insects in order to be used as nutrients for the grass. Now, because you're paying too much attention to the environment of the eastern ancient grassland, you've almost killed all the wolves and snakes. Because of this, the rats and rabbits have no natural enemies. Without natural enemies, these two animals that reproduce very quickly will produce a lot of rats and rabbits in the grassland. At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment, then he looked at the people who were seriously listening to him and said, when there are a lot of rats and rabbits, they will eat grass and roots. At the same time, they will dig holes in the prairie, destroying the grass roots. When the grass roots break down, the grass will naturally die. Then more and more rats and rabbits will eat more and more grass and insects. Slowly, the grass will die, and the animal's feces will be decomposed by the insects. This will attract more and more flies to the prairie. Slowly, the eastern ancient prairie will have a large amount of grass dying. At the same time, there will be more and more mosquitoes and flies. Everyone stared blankly at Zhao Hai. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would give such an answer. To be honest, this was the first time they heard of such a theory. Everyone stared at Zhao Hai, they thought that Zhao Hai's words were reasonable. After some time, Grand Duke Ganya suddenly stood up and strode outside. As he walked, he said, everyone, follow me. I want to see if what Mr. Zhao said is true. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm going to take a look. When Zhao Hai saw Grand Duke Ganya's appearance, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't think that Grand Duke Ganya would be so impatient. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just stood up and followed Grand Duke Ganya. Zhao Hai was confident in his own judgment. This was because along the way, his spiritual force could clearly feel that there were a lot of rats and rabbits in the eastern ancient prairie. Moreover, there were animal feces everywhere. However, there were no wolves, snakes, or dung beetles. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to come to this conclusion. Before long, the group arrived at a withered yellow pasture. Grand Duke Ganya turned his head to a soul beast beside him. The soul beast immediately understood what Grand Duke Ganya meant. He reached out and took out a small flute from his body. Then he gently blew it. The sound of his flute was very strange. Listening to it made people feel uncomfortable. But slowly, Zhao Hai felt a fluctuation in the withered pasture. The pasture seemed to be shaken by something. Before long, a large group of rats could be seen coming out of the grass. These rats were a black mass, perhaps there were hundreds of them. Upon seeing so many rats, everyone felt their scalps tingle. One must know that these rats came from the grassland. How could there be so many rats in such a small area? This was too surprising. Grand Duke Ganya's face paled as he looked at these rats. In the end, he snorted and waved his hand. A mass of energy flew towards the rats and turned them into ashes. After killing the rats, Grand Duke Ganya's complexion became better. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "I've let Mr. laugh. I didn't think that the problem that caused us the most headaches would be this. And it turned out to be our own doing. What's most frightening is that we didn't even know about it. I really didn't expect this." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, you can't blame the Grand Duke. This is because people generally deal with animals and plants separately. Therefore, no one would think that these problems were caused by animals. I already had some speculations in the Grand Duke's mansion, so I just came here to confirm it. Now that you've discovered the problem, it's easy to solve it, isn't it?" Grand Duke Ganya laughed and said, "Right, now that you've discovered the problem, it's easy to solve it. Mister, let's go back and drink." Just like what Zhao Hai said, as long as the problem was discovered, it would be easy to solve it. This was especially true for someone like Grand Duke Ganya, whose authority was no less than that of a king. After discovering the problem, it would be even easier for him to solve it. Grand Duke Ganya had a lot of capable people under his command. A lot of plant masters and soul beasts were dispatched to clean up the rats and rabbits as well as the eastern ancient prairie. Afterward, Grand Duke Ganya decided to send people to catch a snake and bring it to the eastern ancient prairie. Then he would drive the wolves from the other prairies to the eastern ancient prairie. Naturally, he would also need to catch dung beetles from the other prairies and bring them to the eastern ancient prairie. Naturally, all of this could be done as long as Grand Duke Ganya gave the order. He wasn't afraid that the wolves and snakes that were driven to the eastern ancient prairie would have nothing to eat. After all, it was impossible to get rid of rats and rabbits, especially in the prairie. This was equivalent to slowly reconnecting the food chain of the eastern ancient prairie. After handing over these matters, Grand Duke Ganya didn't immediately return to Atan City. He wanted to see the situation in the eastern ancient prairie. Under the efforts of the plant masters, the pasture in the eastern ancient prairie slowly regained its vitality. The yellow pasture also slowly turned green. Moreover, there were no signs of the pasture dying on a large scale. Seeing this, Grand Duke Ganya felt relieved. After all of this was resolved, more than a month had passed before Ganya finally returned to Atan City. During this time, Zhao Hai didn't leave and just stayed with Grand Duke Ganya in the eastern ancient prairie. When Zhao Hai and Grand Duke Ganya returned to Atan City, they immediately entered the Grand Duke's mansion. The place where Zhao Hai lived was also upgraded to a high-class guest room. Not only was the place better, but there were also 2 servants who took care of Zhao Hai. At this point, Zhao Hai had already become an honored guest of the Grand Duke's mansion. However, Zhao Hai also knew that he couldn't stay here for a long time. A few days ago, he received a letter from Gui Ling. Gui Ling told Zhao Hai that their family had been picked up and that no one was monitoring their family. In other words, after their accident, Duga Tianzi didn't care about their family at all. To be honest, when he saw this letter, Zhao Hai could imagine how disappointed Gui Ling and the others were. This kind of result, was it not because Duga Tian had sent people to monitor their family, forcing them to appear so that they would feel better? At the very least, it meant that Duga Tian would still think of them, but the current situation was that Duga Tian didn't care about them at all. In Duga Tian's eyes, they might not even be as good as a dog. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just replied with a simple letter, allowing them to contact Fat Cat's merchant group. He wanted Fat Cat's merchant group to provide them with some help. Afterwards, Zhao Hai also received letters from the Hu family and Fat Cat. The contents of their letters were the same as what Gui Ling and the others said. Nobody was monitoring Gui Ling and the others. In other words, Duga Tianzi really didn't care about them. To be honest, when he heard this news, Zhao Hai was really disappointed. He didn't think that Duga Tianzi would be this stupid. Would he still be able to receive loyal subordinates in the future? Obviously, it was impossible. Zhao Hai thought that the king of the Soul Realm was a powerful person. But now, it seems like he overestimated the other party. The other party was much more stupid than he thought. However, these weren't things that Zhao Hai cared about. As long as Gui Ling and the others' families were fine, he didn't care about anything else. These days, Zhao Hai didn't stay idle. He collected a lot of plants and animals from the Lion Soul Kingdom through Grand Duke Ganya. If Zhao Hai were to do this alone, then it would take a long time. Since Grand Duke Ganya was preparing to restore the Eastern Ancient Prairie's food chain, he would be going to the border mountain to get some snakes and place them in the prairie. Zhao Hai had them catch some animals and plants as well. This way, he would be able to relax a bit in the future. Regarding Zhao Hai's request, Grand Duke Ganya didn't say anything. He just thought that it was Zhao Hai's hobby. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't explain it to him. After he collected the seeds of the plants, he placed them inside the space. As for the animals, he also found an opportunity to place them inside the space. After they submitted to him, he released them again. He didn't want Grand Duke Ganya to know that he can take animals into the space. Zhao Hai also knew that he had nothing to do after returning to the Grand Duke's mansion. Moreover, he had stayed here for a long time, so it was time for him to leave. Therefore, on the second day of his return, Zhao Hai went to look for Grand Duke Ganya. Grand Duke Ganya invited Zhao Hai to his study. After inviting Zhao Hai to sit down, Grand Duke Ganya looked at Zhao Hai and sighed, "Is Mr. leaving?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Does the Grand Duke already know?" Grand Duke Ganya sighed and said, "I already knew that it was impossible for Mr. to stay here for a long time. For you to stay here for more than a month is already very rare. Where does Mr. plan to go next?" Zhao Hai looked at Grand Duke Ganya, then he smiled and said, "The Grand Duke guessed right, I'm preparing to leave. I'm going to the south to take a look. I heard that there's still a slave trade there, so I want to take a look." When Ganya heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but knit his brows and said, "Mister, if you just want to take a look, then that would be the best. Even if you buy some slaves, that wouldn't be a problem. But mister, please don't try to save those slaves." When Zhao Hai heard Ganya, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Ganya and said, "Why?" Ganya sighed and said, "Mister, the south of the Lion Soul country is now hell. The slave trade there has been legalized. And the biggest slave trader is the Lion Soul country's royal family as well as the great nobles under them. They have now turned the slave trade into a legal business. If you want to save those slaves, then you're cutting off their source of income. It would be strange if they don't go all out against you." Zhao Hai nodded, he understood what Ganya meant. He smiled and said, "Grand Duke, rest assured, I don't want to save those slaves. In fact, I want to buy some slaves and bring them back to the Sword Spirit country." "Right, Grand Duke, there's another thing that I want to talk to you about. I want to import some beef and mutton from the Grand Duke. Would that be possible?" When Ganya heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he laughed and said, "That's nothing. Mister, how much do you want? Just tell me, I'll have someone deliver it to your designated location. Even if it's in the Sword Soul country, there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. Moreover, this matter isn't something that I want to discuss with the Grand Duke. After some time, someone else will come and talk to the Grand Duke. This person will bring a token to the Grand Duke. You can just treat it as an ordinary business, you don't need to worry about anything else." After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a token. It was an iron token with a very mysterious pattern and a pine tree on it. This iron token wasn't an ordinary thing, it was the identity token of the Hu clan. At the same time, it was also the token that allowed the Hu clan to enter Demon Island. Without this token, they wouldn't be able to enter the island. This was because once they enter the island, they would be attacked by the island's formations. As long as the formations are attacked, the island's mutant plants, and demonic animals would all attack. Ganya looked at the sign, then she nodded and said, "Alright, I promise, Mr. Mr. can rest assured." Zhao Hai nodded. The reason why he wanted to sell meat from Ganya was to prepare for Demon Island. Demon Island didn't lack food, but it didn't have much meat. Naturally, the Hu clan couldn't eat the demonic animals on the island. If the Hu clan wanted to eat meat, they could only transport it from the Sword Soul country to Demon Island. Otherwise, they could only catch fish from the sea. This way, the cost would be too high, and it would be easy to be discovered. Because of this, Zhao Hai wanted to order some meat from Ganya. This way, the Demon Island would be lacking in meat. Actually, if the Hu clan raised the cattle and sheep in the desolate desert, then they wouldn't need to go outside to buy meat. They wouldn't be able to eat the beef and mutton produced there. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to do this. This was because if they were to transport meat from the desolate desert to Demon Island, then it would be easy to be discovered by the people in the continent. This was the same as transporting meat from the Sword Soul country to Demon Island. This was because going from the Sword Soul country to Demon Island was a lot further than going from the Lion Soul country to Demon Island. Moreover, there was a trade route between the Sword Soul country and the Lion Soul country. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to sell the beef and mutton produced in the desert paradise to the Sword Soul country or other countries. They wouldn't be transported to Demon Island, the risk was too great. Naturally, Ganya didn't know about this. He was really reluctant to let Zhao Hai leave. Although Zhao Hai didn't seem to have helped them this time, in fact, Zhao Hai gave them a new method to take care of the prairie in the future. Moreover, Grand Duke Ganya admired Zhao Hai's talent. Therefore, he was reluctant to let Zhao Hai leave. Zhao Hai looked at the Grand Duke's expression and smiled faintly. "Grand Duke, if there's anything I can help you with, then please tell the merchant that you contacted that they will find a way to contact me. I want them to open a shop in your city." Naturally, if I have something to ask of the Grand Duke in the future, then I hope that the Grand Duke wouldn't pretend that you don't know me. Ha ha ha, Mr. must be joking. This Ganya swears that as long as my Gon family exists, no one in your city can hurt Mr. If Mr. needs my Gon family's help in the future, then my Gon family will do our best to help. Zhao Hai looked at Ganya and smiled faintly, then this Zhao Hai thanks the Grand Duke. As long as the Grand Duke needs this Zhao Hai in the future, then this Zhao Hai will do our best to help. Ganya also laughed, the two of them knew that the other party wasn't someone who would easily make promises. Now that he had said so, then he would certainly do it. Afterward, Ganya invited Zhao Hai to drink with all the core members of the Gon family. It can be seen how much importance Ganya attached to Zhao Hai. After drinking for a long time, everyone dispersed. The next day, Zhao Hai left Yi city. Grand Duke Ganya sent Zhao Hai out of the city before watching him leave. Looking at Zhao Hai's back, Ganya couldn't help but feel that Zhao Hai shouldn't be like this. It was impossible for a person like him to be unknown in the continent. Even if his strength wasn't very good, with his observation skills, he should be able to make a name for himself in the continent. Grand Duke Ganya also understood that Zhao Hai might be a pseudonym. He might not have this name in the continent, but he didn't care. At the very least, he was still able to contact Zhao Hai, this was already very good. Grand Duke Ganya also understood that when Zhao Hai said that there would be people coming to discuss business with him, this meant that there was a force behind him. It was impossible for him to join the Grand Duke's mansion. Because of this, Ganya didn't keep Zhao Hai here. He just kept in touch with Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai left Yi city, he didn't stay in the northern part of the Lion Soul Kingdom. Instead, he rode his horse and headed towards Jia Mountain. Along the way, he met some herdsmen. He collected some cattle, sheep, and dogs from the herdsmen and received them into the space. At the same time, he also collected some inconspicuous animals, such as snakes, insects, rats, and ants. He also collected some of them in order to make the space more complete. Zhao Hai's speed wasn't very fast. After more than 10 days, he officially entered Jia Mountain. Upon entering Jia Mountain, Zhao Hai was like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger returning to the mountains. There were a lot of trees in Jia Mountain, and the vegetation was very rich. Zhao Hai was very relaxed in this place. His speed was also very fast. At the same time, his speed of collecting animals and plants was also very fast. But even so, Zhao Hai still stayed in Jia Mountain for 10 days. After collecting almost everything in Jia Mountain, Zhao Hai left Jia Mountain and headed towards the southern part of the Lion Soul Kingdom. Zhao Hai had already heard about the southern part of the Lion Soul Kingdom. In the southern part of the Lion Soul Kingdom, the most popular professions were beast soul masters. The most marginalized professions were plant masters. Because of this, when Zhao Hai used a magic formation to change his appearance, he also changed his soul. At this time, his soul was a Shar-Pei. The southern part of the Lion Soul Kingdom was very different from the northern part. The northern part of the Lion Soul Kingdom was a huge grassland while the southern part of the Lion Soul Kingdom was a desert. Very few people could be seen here. Most of the places were deserts. Deserts were different from deserts and grasslands. There were a lot of plants here, but there weren't as many as grasslands. Although the soil quality wasn't as bad as a desert, it was still worse than a grassland. And with a limited rainy season, this place looked very desolate. However, this place was actually a paradise for animals. Zhao Hai saw a lot of animals here that couldn't be seen in the Soul Realm. The number and variety of animals here made Zhao Hai very surprised. Naturally, there were also a lot of plants here, even more than the ones in the north. This was something that Zhao Hai didn't expect. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He collected everything he could and stored them inside the space. Along the way, Zhao Hai also encountered some villages. But when he saw these villages, Zhao Hai thought that he was in a disaster area. The people there were thin and weak, and their skin was very dark. They looked like the black people that Zhao Hai saw in his previous life, but they were actually refugees. When these people saw that the soul above Zhao Hai's head was a beast soul, they immediately knelt down and saluted Zhao Hai. Some of them were even scared to the point of trembling. When Zhao Hai saw their appearance, he didn't know what to say. He didn't stay in the village and directly left. If he was in the north, Zhao would have stayed in the village for a day to rest, eat something, and then move on. But in the south, he couldn't do that. The people in the village seemed to be afraid of him, a spirit beast. From the reaction of the villagers, Zhao Hai could see the attitude of the people in the south of the Lion Soul country. This made Zhao Hai's heart very uncomfortable. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't want to change anything in the Soul Realm. For him, the Soul Realm was just a training ground. When his strength reaches a certain level, he would be able to leave the Soul Realm. But when he saw the ordinary people suffering there, he still wanted to reach out and help them. But Zhao Hai also knew that no matter how he helped these people, it would be useless. Unless he changed the Lion Soul country's king, and changed it to another family to control the Lion Soul country. Not only did he have to change the king, he also had to change all the nobles. In the south. Only then would he be able to change this situation. With Zhao Hai's current strength, if he revealed all of his cards, it would be possible for him to change the Lion Soul country. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Lion Soul country's Breaking River level experts wouldn't make a move. Zhao Hai was very afraid of the existence of Breaking River level experts. Zhao Hai didn't fight with them, but Zhao Hai saw the battleship on Devil Island. It was a battleship with amazing defensive power. There was even a traction crystal inside to provide power for the battleship. But in the end, such a battleship was cut in half by a blade. Zhao Hai was afraid that he couldn't do such a thing. Even if he took out Jade Doll, it would still be impossible to cut such a battleship in half. Because of this understanding, Zhao Hai still didn't dare to openly challenge any empire. Last time, Zhao Hai took away the Sword Spirit country's great sword because he knew that it was impossible for those Breaking River level experts to make a move for such a trivial matter. When Breaking River level experts make a move, it would be a matter of life and death for a country. But the Sword Spirit country losing the great sword wasn't a matter of life and death. Because of this, it was impossible for those breaking river-level experts to make a move. Because of this, Zhao Hai dared to steal the great sword. If Zhao Hai went all out with Nature's Fortress, Jade Doll, the Golden Jade Sword, and the 9 Great Demon Blades, then he might be able to fight against those breaking river-level experts. However, in that battle, all of his cards would be exposed. This wasn't what Zhao Hai wanted. Because of this, he couldn't make a move against the Lion Soul country, even if he didn't like it. Along the way, Zhao Hai tried to avoid the small villages as much as possible. Only when he saw a small village, then he would go into the city to have a look. And as he expected, every small city here was controlled by an aristocrat. The residents of the city were the commoners under the rule of the aristocrat. And all of the people in the small cities weren't necessarily living a good life. Only some merchants seemed to be living a good life. Zhao Hai discovered that the soul world was very unfair. This was because there was a distinction between professionals and non-professionals. Professionals were born to be superior while non-professionals were born under the control of professionals. Professionals could practice while non-professionals couldn't. In this way, professionals would become more and more powerful while non-professionals could only be exploited. They couldn't even resist. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. There was no meaning in thinking about this right now. The matters of the soul world weren't something that he could control. This was the way things were developed, he couldn't control it even if he wanted to. If he wanted to change this situation, then he would be fighting against the entire ruling class of the soul world. To be honest, although Zhao Hai was confident, he didn't want to do so. This was because the soul world had its own direction of development, and he didn't want to forcibly change this direction. In fact, when Zhao Hai took out the magic formation, it was already against his will. This was because he didn't know what kind of changes this magic formation would bring to the soul world. Therefore, he didn't want to change anything in the soul world. Zhao Hai's goal this time was the capital of the Lion Soul Kingdom. It was the largest port of the Lion Soul Kingdom. It was also the most important place for slave trading. The slaves of the Lion Soul Kingdom were bought by a lot of people in the continent. Although the price of these slaves wasn't cheap, these slaves were very obedient. And because their skin color was different from the people in the continent, these slaves had no way to escape. In the continent, they had to do the dirtiest, most tiring, and most dangerous jobs. Along the way, Zhao Hai saw a lot of beautiful manors. And in these manors, there were a lot of people working. But these people were handcuffed, and every 10 of them had their legs chained together. One could see that they were slaves, and they weren't fully trained. Zhao Hai heard that if the slaves of the Lion Soul Kingdom were well trained, then they wouldn't need to carry anything with them. Moreover, they were very obedient. If they were told to go east, then they wouldn't go west. If they were told to die, then they wouldn't live. Zhao Hai didn't have any contact with the manor owners. He knew that these manor owners were actually slave traders. They built these manors in order to train slaves. In addition to training slaves, the manors would also have some income. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And in these manors, they mostly grew things like coffee. This coffee was one of the most important export products of the Lion Soul Kingdom, and the price wasn't cheap. From the border mountain to the capital of the Lion Soul Kingdom, Zhao Hai walked for nearly a month. During this month, he spent most of his time in the wild collecting things. And there was also a part of the time that he observed the manors and the cities of the Lion Soul Kingdom. During this time, Zhao Hai also passed by several gem mines of the Lion Soul Kingdom. However, the people in the mines were very vigilant. When they saw Zhao Hai approaching, they would immediately send people to warn him, or even drive him away. Because of this, Zhao Hai still hasn't seen the famous gems of the Lion Soul Kingdom. In fact, for the people of the continent, they also knew where the gems of the Lion Soul Kingdom came from. Therefore, the gems of the Lion Soul Kingdom were also called blood treasures. This meant that the gems of the Lion Soul Kingdom were stained with blood. However, no one cared. The people of the continent didn't care if the gems were stained with blood or not, as long as they were beautiful. After leaving the border mountain for more than a month, Zhao Hai finally arrived at the capital of the Lion Soul Kingdom. The capital was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. It was bigger than the giant sword city. To be honest, in the entire Soul Realm, there were only a few cities that could compare to this city. Looking at this huge city, Zhao Hai didn't have any appreciation for it. This huge city was built from the bones of the slaves. No matter how majestic it was, it couldn't enter Zhao Hai's eyes. Zhao Hai rode his horse directly into the city and found an inn to stay in. Traveling in the south of the Lion Soul Kingdom, the identity of a beast soul was very useful. When he entered the city, the soldiers guarding the city actually saluted him. And when he stayed in the inn, the shopkeeper was also very polite to him and arranged a good room for him. After putting some of his belongings in his room, Zhao walked out of his room and waved to a shop assistant. The shop assistant immediately ran over and gave Zhao a salute. "Mister, do you have any orders?" Zhao nodded and said, "Mister, do you have any orders?" Zhao Hai looked at the shop assistant and smiled faintly. "I came from the Hammer Soul Kingdom. This time, I came to the Lion Soul Kingdom to pick some useful slaves to bring back. But since this is my first time coming to the Lion Soul Kingdom, I would like to ask, is there a place to buy and sell slaves here? Of course, I want slaves of good quality. You don't need to tell me about ordinary places." When the shop assistant heard Zhao Hai, he didn't show any disrespect. On the contrary, he became even more respectful. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I wouldn't dare to hide it from Mr. My humble shop deals in slaves. Moreover, my humble shop's goods are very good. If Mr. doesn't know any sellers, then you can take a look at my humble shop's goods." When Zhao Hai heard the shop assistant, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that his shop would sell slaves. This really surprised him. But after a while, he calmed down and looked at the shop assistant. "This time, I want to buy slaves. I want both men and women. Moreover, I want them to be herders. Do you have such slaves here? As long as the number of slaves Mr. wants does not exceed 10,000, we can provide them. These slaves are all well trained, and all of them are young and strong. After Mr. returns, not only can they work, but they can also be married and have children. This way, Mr.'s family will never be short of slaves." Zhao nodded, then said, "Mr.'s family will never be short of slaves." Zhao nodded, then said, "Mr.'s family will never lack slaves." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We mainly focus on herding. Therefore, we don't need too many slaves. 1,000 or so would be enough. Where are the slaves in your shop? I want to see what you're talking about." When the shop assistant heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Mister, please come with me. Because of the city's regulations, slaves cannot enter the city. Therefore, if Mr. wants to see the goods, then you have to go outside the city." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, can we go now?" The shop assistant quickly replied, "Mister, please wait a moment. I'll go and talk to the shopkeeper. Once we get the sign, we'll leave. Mister, please sit down and have a cup of tea." Then he invited Zhao Hai to sit down and poured a cup of tea for Zhao Hai. Then he turned his head and ran towards the shopkeeper. Zhao Hai rode a horse while the shop assistant followed behind him. The two of them went out of the city, and after a while, the shop assistant led Zhao Hai towards the east of the city. Speaking of which, it was really strange. The other places in the Lion Soul Nation were mostly plains, and there were very few mountains. Only the capital of the Lion Soul Nation had a few mountains around it. These mountains surrounded the capital of the Lion Soul Nation, making it look very strange. Zhao Hai didn't know that it was precisely because of this strange terrain that it formed a natural harbor. The capital of the Lion Soul country wasn't originally here. Later on, in order to facilitate trade with the Sword Spirit country, the capital was moved here. Zhao Hai followed the shop assistant into the mountains and finally arrived at a valley. The passage between the valley and the outside world was very smooth. However, the location of the valley wasn't easy to find. If the shop assistant didn't lead him, then he wouldn't have been able to find this place. Outside the valley, Zhao Hai saw some guards. The noise inside the valley was very loud, it was like a busy market. However, when Zhao Hai looked at the valley's entrance, he couldn't help but smile. Although the valley sounded very lively, Zhao Hai was sure that it wasn't a place for slave trading. Moreover, it was an army camp. This was because the valley was filled with blood and killing intent. If it wasn't an army camp, then there wouldn't be such a situation. In other words, the shop assistant didn't bring him here to see the slaves. Instead, he led him to the army camp. It seems like he had other plans. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid, he still had to act. Therefore, when he saw the soldiers at the valley's entrance, he couldn't help but stop his horse. Then he asked the shop assistant, why are there soldiers at the valley's entrance? When the shop assistant saw that Zhao Hai didn't have any doubts, he was secretly happy. But now that he heard Zhao Hai's question, his heart was in chaos. However, he quickly calmed down. He had already prepared an excuse, so he said, Mister, those people are just guards. How can there be no guards when it comes to slave trading? The shop assistant was clearly bullying Zhao Hai because he was a foreigner and didn't know about slave trading. In fact, there was no need to guard against slave trading. Zhao Hai pretended that he didn't know anything. When he heard the shop assistant, he just nodded and didn't say anything. When the shop assistant saw Zhao Hai's expression, he couldn't help but laugh inside. At the same time, he led Zhao Hai into the valley. When the soldiers at the valley's entrance saw the two riding their horses, they couldn't help but look at them with a strange expression. Then they ignored them. The valley was very strange. At the beginning, the road wasn't very wide. It was only enough for 5 horses to pass through. Naturally, there weren't any people in sight. However, Zhao Hai could clearly feel that there were a lot of soldiers on both sides of the cliff. Beside these soldiers, there were also a lot of stones. These stone soldiers could push these stones down the cliff at any time and block the road. Zhao Hai didn't care about them and just followed the shop assistant into the valley. When they entered the valley, Zhao Hai immediately stopped. This was because there were barracks everywhere in the valley. Groups of soldiers were training there. When they saw the two coming in, the soldiers all turned their heads to look at them. Their eyes had a trace of ridicule. Zhao Hai sat on his horse and pretended to be stunned as he looked at the soldiers. In fact, Zhao Hai's spiritual force had already locked onto the shop assistant. As soon as the shop assistant entered the valley, he didn't hesitate at all. Instead, he slipped to the side and soon ran behind a group of soldiers. Zhao Hai ignored him and just looked at the soldiers. Then, he turned to look at the shop assistant hiding behind the soldiers and said loudly, "What's going on? What is this place? Ha ha ha, little brat, you dare to trespass into the army camp? Men, take him down." At this time, a beast spirit stepped out from the crowd and called out loudly. Zhao Hai looked at the spirit of the beast. The spirit of the beast was actually a consolidating equipment master. His beast soul was an old bull. His whole body looked very majestic and powerful. His pair of big round eyes flashed with a cold light. At this time, the surrounding soldiers all shouted in response. They all drew their weapons and surrounded them. There were quite a number of soldiers in the valley, about 5,000 of them. When they surrounded them, their aura was not to be underestimated. Zhao Hai looked at them and suddenly gave a cold laugh, saying, "Very good, I never thought that the Lion Soul Kingdom would dare to scheme against me. I think you are all seeking death." After saying that, Zhao Hai's body moved, and he flew up from his horse. With a wave of his hand, a metal chain appeared in his hands. This metal chain had a flower-like hammer at the front, and in Zhao Hai's hands, it looked extremely beautiful. Soon after, the other end of the metal chain also appeared, and the other side also had the flower-like hammer. Zhao Hai waved the metal chain in both hands, attacking the soldiers. During this time, his body did not land, instead floating in the air. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai floating in the air, the soldiers in the valley panicked. They were too shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Hai was actually a void dance stage expert. For these ordinary soldiers, sky dance realm experts were existences that only existed in legends. They didn't think that one would appear in front of them today. Moreover, he appeared in front of them as their enemy. This scared them to death. Zhao Hai's attacks were extremely ferocious. The metal chain hammer that he had taken out was no ordinary item, having been crafted by the space. Now that Zhao Hai could no longer use his original identity, when he went out, he would naturally need to use some other weapons. As such, he had crafted this pair of metal chain hammers. This pair of metal chain hammers also had magic arrays on them, and as soon as they were used, balls of energy in the shape of hammers smashed downwards. Each ball of energy was almost 100 meters in diameter, and as they smashed downwards, dozens of soldiers were smashed to death. The scene was extremely tragic. At this point, the few consolidating equipment stage experts in the valley panicked. However, they were not completely powerless to retaliate, and they immediately got up, gathering together and picking up their weapons from the ground, throwing them at Zhao Hai. Looking at their actions, Zhao Hai couldn't help but give a cold laugh. With a thought, the gold jade light sword appeared by his side. However, the gold jade light sword was now only the size of a palm, and most people would not even notice it. With a thought, Zhao Hai sent the gold jade light sword flying towards the few consolidating equipment stage experts. These few consolidating equipment stage experts were indeed not ordinary. When the gold jade light sword was about to hit them, they could sense it, and immediately turned to deal with it. However, with their strength, how could they be a match for the gold jade light sword? In the blink of an eye, the few consolidating equipment stage experts were all killed by the gold jade light sword. At the same time, the rest of the soldiers in the valley either fled or died, with not a single one left alive. Zhao Hai looked down at the valley below and couldn't help but give a cold humph. With a move of his body, he directly kept Ban Zhu into his own space, and then flew straight towards the capital of the Lion Soul Nation. When he was about to reach the capital of the Lion Soul Nation, Zhao Hai's entire body suddenly turned illusory, and no one could see him anymore. He had actually entered a state of invisibility. This was all because of the magic array. If Zhao Hai was in the outside world, this kind of invisibility would not be worth mentioning. Any cultivator could sense him with a sweep of their divine sense. However, no one here had spiritual energy, so naturally, no one could discover Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai used the power of invisibility to successfully return to the hotel he was staying in before. He took out the things he wanted, and then used the magic array to change his appearance. Even his sole object was changed. After that, he found a place where no one was around to reveal himself, and then found a bigger hotel to stay in. However, this time, he did not ask the shop assistant where there were slaves for sale. Instead, he walked around the capital alone. Not long after, he had already found a street. This street was not a very hidden place, and it was very lively with people coming and going. At the entrance of this street, there was a gatehouse with 3 big words written on it, Trading Street. The strange thing was that there was no sign of anything being traded here. Upon seeing this street, Zhao Hai's heart moved. He walked towards the street and didn't rush to enter the shops. Instead, he listened outside for a while. It didn't take long before he heard that this was indeed a street where slaves were traded. Zhao casually walked into a relatively large shop. As soon as he entered, a shop assistant greeted him. "Mister, how can I help you?" The shop assistant bowed to Zhao and said, "Mister, how can I help you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I want to buy 500 pairs. They can be used for grazing and farming. Do you have them here?" The reason why Zhao said this was because when he entered the trading street, he heard other people say the same thing when they were buying slaves, so he said the same thing. Indeed, Zhao Hai had guessed correctly. Only those experienced slave traders would speak like Zhao Hai. The shop assistant thought that Zhao Hai was a veteran, and did not dare delay. He immediately said, "Yes, mister, please follow me to take a look." After saying that, he led Zhao Hai to the back of the shop, where a horse carriage was parked. The shop assistant invited Zhao Hai into the carriage, before driving the carriage away from the trading street. Zhao Hai sat in the carriage and looked out. He noticed that the capital city of the Lion Soul Nation seemed to be unaware of what had happened in the valley, as it was still bustling with activity, and there was no alert. However, Zhao Hai knew that the Lion Soul Nation's people definitely knew about what had happened. However, perhaps they did not want to offend a dance stage Heavenly Jewel Master, so they did not send anyone to chase after him. As for the lack of alert, that was just on the surface. Zhao Hai could sense the auras of many dance stage and consolidating equipment stage Heavenly Jewel Masters, and they had already surrounded the entire city. Zhao Hai did not pay much attention to it, only paying attention to the direction of the carriage. After the carriage left the capital city, it headed towards a mountain in the south of the city, and before long, it arrived at a large manor. The shop assistant opened the door and said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, the goods are inside, please follow me." Zhao Hai nodded and got off the carriage, following the shop assistant inside. Zhao Hai followed the shop assistant into the manor. Upon entering the manor, Zhao Hai realized that the area of the manor was very large. Most importantly, Zhao Hai saw that the people in the manor were very strange. The people in the manor were divided into 3 groups. The first group were men who wore shorts. These men all wore small shorts that looked like swimming trunks. These men were busy all over the manor, either cleaning or trimming the plants. It seems like they didn't pay attention to other people at all. Moreover, these people had dark skin, and their bodies were very sturdy. At first glance, one could see that they were very healthy. Besides these men, there were also some women. These women had dark skin, and the clothes they wore were similar to swimsuits. They were also busy with the things in their hands. It seems like they didn't notice the situation around them. Besides these 2 groups of people, there was another group of people. These people wore decent clothes and looked at the men and women working. From time to time, they would point and whisper. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai didn't know what was going on. At this time, the shop assistant brought Zhao Hai to a man who was wearing decent clothes and holding an account book. The shop assistant bowed to the man and said, "Shopkeeper, we have a guest. This mister wants 500 pairs of goods." When the man with the account book heard the shop assistant, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then he said, "I don't know what mister wants." Zhao Hai replied, "It's fine as long as it can graze and cultivate." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "All right, mister, please follow him to the 3rd courtyard. The goods there should meet mister's requirements." While speaking, the shopkeeper pointed to the shop assistant who led Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and followed the shop assistant to the backyard. Before long, they entered another courtyard with the number 3 on it. This courtyard was similar to the one they just entered. There were also men wearing shorts and women wearing swimsuits. However, they were just standing there, not working. After the shop assistant led Zhao Hai into the courtyard, he pointed to the men and women and said, "Mister, these are the people. There are a total of 1,000 people in this courtyard, exactly 500 pairs. We can guarantee that these people don't have any problems. They are very healthy and have already been trained. After Mister buys them, whether it's grazing or farming, they would be very good." Zhao Hai looked at the slaves and nodded, "They look good. What's the price?" The shop assistant replied, 200 gold coins for 1, a total of 200,000 gold coins. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I only have a bank card from the Sword Spirit country. Can I use it?" The shop assistant nodded and said, "Yes, as long as Mister pays, you can immediately take these people away. If Mister can't take care of them, you can also specify a place and we will send someone to deliver them. Of course, if Mister wants us to send them to the Sword Spirit country, that would be impossible. But in the Lion Soul country, we can guarantee that Mister will deliver them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "After I buy these 1,000 people, can they get married and have children?" The shop assistant nodded and said, "Of course, there are no problems. They are very healthy." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll take them." Then he reached into his pocket and took out a card. This card was made of crystal and had a special mark on it. At the same time, there were also the words 200,000 gold coins. The shop assistant took Zhao Hai's crystal card, then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please wait a moment. I'll go and take care of things for Mister. You can take them away in a while." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "What about their clothes? I didn't prepare them myself, right? Also, I want to take them away. Should I also give them some rations?" The shop assistant smiled and said, "Mister doesn't need to worry about this. Everything will be prepared by the shop. Mister can rest assured. Mister, please go inside and wait for a while." Then he led Zhao Hai into the room and then served Zhao Hai tea. Zhao Hai just sat in the room for a while when the shop assistant came back. He was holding a few pieces of paper in his hand. He handed the paper to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister can take these slaves away now. If someone asks you on the way, you can show them what you've done. Naturally, they won't stop you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he went out of the room and saw that the slaves in the courtyard had already put on their clothes. They also had small bags on their backs. These bags contained rations. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, from today onwards, you are my slaves. Come with me." When the shop assistant heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly said, "Mister, don't you need us to send them somewhere? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, there's no need for that. There will be someone outside to meet me. Then he turned around and walked out of the courtyard. The slaves also followed behind Zhao Hai. Although the shop assistant felt that Zhao Hai's behavior was strange, he had seen a lot of strange people over the years. So he didn't ask much. After sending Zhao Hai out of the manor, he returned to the manor. Zhao Hai led the slaves forward. Before long, they turned around a mountain. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as Shar Pai appeared beside him. Zhao Hai nodded to Shar Pai. Shar Pai immediately transformed, then his figure moved and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. During this process, the slaves stood motionless behind Zhao Hai. It seems like they didn't see Zhao Hai's movements. When Zhao Hai saw the slaves' appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems like these slaves have been trained well by the slave traders. They seem to have lost their minds. In their hearts, there was only the master's command. They didn't care about anything else. Before long, Shar Pai came back and called out to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and then led the slaves forward. Before long, they entered a small valley. This small valley was very desolate. There was nothing inside, naturally, there was no one. Zhao ordered Shar Pai to guard the entrance of the valley. Then he released the golden light jasper sword and let the slaves enter the sword one by one. After the slaves entered the sword, Zhao Hai arranged a room for them. At the same time, he told them about the things in the room and what they were used for. He also told them to make their own food. After that, he received the golden jade sword and then left the valley. After arriving outside, Zhao Hai received Shar Pai and then flew straight towards the capital of the Lion Soul Nation. After finding a place where there was no one and landing, Zhao Hai casually walked around the capital of the Lion Soul Nation. In fact, he wanted to hear what the experts guarding the city were talking about. At this time, the Lion Soul Nation's capital was already loose on the outside but tight on the inside. A lot of experts were dispatched to guard the city. They were afraid that someone would cause trouble in the city. After all, they had just offended a Sky Dance Realm expert. Among the experts guarding the city, those who were at the Sky Dance level acted alone while those who were at the Spirit Condensation level acted in groups. Zhao Hai was wandering around these people, so naturally he could hear what they were saying. Soon, Zhao Hai heard the whole story from these people. But after knowing the whole story, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be angry. He also knew why the person from before led him to the valley. It turned out that the Lion Soul Nation had been selling slaves for many years. Now, they were no longer satisfied with selling ordinary soul slaves. They wanted to try and see if they could train professionals into slaves. If they can, then not only would the Lion Soul Nation's strength increase, they would also have a new business. One must know that a professional slave was worth more than 100,000 ordinary slaves. It was precisely because of this idea that the people of the Lion Soul Nation made a plan. They wanted to capture a foreign professional who wasn't very strong and whose cultivation wasn't very high. Then they would slowly experiment and slowly train them to see if they could train a professional slave. Zhao Hai didn't think that the other party would have such a method. Zhao Hai let out a long breath. He felt that it was time for him to leave the Lion Soul country. Moreover, he was preparing to tell his family about this matter, and then through the Hu family, he would spread the news to all the professions in the continent. He believed that the Lion Soul country wouldn't have an easy time. Zhao Hai returned to his hotel and checked out. Then he directly went out of the city and entered the mountains. After collecting some plants and animals, he waited until the sky turned dark before he released the golden jade sword and left the Lion Soul Nation. Zhao Hai didn't go to Demon Island. Instead, he directly returned to the Desert of Destruction. The golden jade sword's speed was very fast. In the middle of the night, they had already returned to the Desert of Destruction. The Desert of Heavenly Palm was also bright at night. However, it couldn't be seen from the sky. When Zhao Hai's golden jade sword fell from the sky, Gui Ling and the others immediately felt it. They immediately rushed out of their houses along with a lot of people. These people's skills weren't bad. Zhao Hai also felt that some women and children were hiding in their houses. When Zhao Hai came out of the golden jade sword, Gui Ling and the others immediately surrounded him. Gui Ling saluted Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you're back. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right, you can go back and rest. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Gui Ling and the others nodded, then they called their families back to their rooms. Zhao Hai also returned to his room. As for the slaves, they stayed in the golden jade sword. Zhao Hai didn't release them. The next morning, when Zhao Hai came out of his room, he saw Gui Ling and the others waiting for him outside. Zhao Hai looked at Gui Ling and said, have you settled your people? Ghost Spirit immediately replied, yes, everything has been settled. Moreover, we have ample supplies here. Right, young master, we've also bought a lot of cattle, sheep, and horses. Now, the outside has already taken shape. Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked out and said, this time, I only bought 1,000 slaves. I'll release them in a while. Among these 1,000 slaves, there are both men and women. I'm going to let them graze. Of course, they don't need to go, they can just stay here and cultivate peacefully. However, I have to go out for some time, so I'll leave this place to you. You don't need to rely on this place to make money, I have a lot of things to do. But I don't have many loyal subordinates right now, so you need to have your family cultivate well and manage the slaves well. By the way, don't cut off your contact with Fat Cat. Fat Cat's matter is getting bigger and bigger. In the future, it will definitely attract the attention of people. When the time comes, you need to help him. You need to familiarize yourself with the magic formation I gave you as soon as possible. Later on, when you go out, don't use your current appearance, understand? Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked out and said, I've only bought 1,000 slaves this time. Do you understand? Gui Ling nodded. Then Zhao Hai quickly walked to the open space of the fort. Then he took out the golden jade sword and released the slaves from the sword. The slaves ate and drank well inside the sword, they didn't suffer a single bit. Now that they were released, they all looked good. Zhao Hai looked at the slaves and said, this place will be where you live in the future. When I'm not here, you listen to him. What he tells you to do, you do it. When I'm not here, his words are equivalent to my words. Do you understand? The slaves immediately replied, yes, master. We understand. Although Zhao Hai didn't like this title, he didn't object. He turned to Gui Ling and said, settle them down and arrange for them to work. However, you're not allowed to mistreat them. In this Zhao Hai's eyes, there are no slaves. Although they are slaves, they should be treated like ordinary servants. Understood? Gui Ling nodded and said, I understand. Young master can rest assured, I know what to do. Zhao Hai nodded and said, all right, then I'll leave this place to you. Look after this place. Now that the Hu clan isn't going to send people here, this place will be mine and yours. Develop this place well and it will become an independent kingdom. However, what this kingdom will become in the end will depend on you. I don't have that much time to manage you. Gui Ling replied, young master can rest assured. I'll take care of this place. Zhao Hai nodded. Then his figure moved and flew straight up. After reaching the sky, he released the golden jade sword. Then he entered the sword. The golden jade sword flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, a young soul soldier beside Gui Ling said, elder brother, is this the young master you spoke of? His sword is a great sword, right? Formidable, too formidable. Ghost Spirit looked at him and said in a deep voice, all right, less nonsense. Remember, you must be respectful to the young master. Otherwise, be careful of your skin. All right, help me settle these slaves down. Looking at them, they don't seem to have any problems. After settling them down, let them eat something and then arrange work for them. The man responded and turned around to leave. Zhao Hai rode the golden jade light sword and quickly arrived at Demon Island. Today was still daytime, so when Zhao Hai arrived, everyone saw him. Zhao Hai received the golden jade light sword and then went to see Hu Yuan. At this time, Hu Yuan was still studying the magic formation in his room. The more he studied, the more he felt the wonders of the magic formation. Although there weren't a lot of runes in the magic formation, they were just like words. There were only so many words, but when these words were combined together, they could form a different text. Magic formation runes were the same. At this time, Hu Yuan heard some noises coming from outside. At the same time, he also heard Zhao Hai's voice. Hu Yuan put away his thoughts and sat in his room. Sure enough, it didn't take long before someone knocked on the door. When Hu Yuan called out, Zhao Hai came in and gave Hu Yuan a salute. I have seen grandfather. Hu Yuan nodded and said, You're back from the Lion Soul Nation? You've been gone for several months. Kid, you really can run. Alright, it's good that you're back. How was your harvest from the Lion Soul Nation? Zhao Hai replied, The harvest was good. I bought 1,000 slaves and sent them to the desolate desert. Right, Grandpa, I have something to tell you. I was attacked in the Lion Soul country. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's right. Then Zhao Hai told Hu Yuan about how he wanted to buy slaves, how he was lured to the barracks, how the other party wanted to capture him, how he killed his way out, and how he heard the other party's secret. When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane grass, is what you said true? Those fellows from the Lion Soul Nation really want to capture some professions and train them into slaves? Zhao Hai nodded and said, It's absolutely true. Grandfather, when have I ever lied to you? Moreover, you can send people to investigate. There must be a lot of professions that have gone missing in the Lion Soul Nation. We need to be more vigilant. Bang! Hu Yuan slammed the table and shouted, Lion Soul Nation, what are they trying to do? They no longer put the professionals in the world in their eyes. If they did this, how would the professionals be able to walk on the continent in the future? They are going to make the world their enemy. Zhao Hai didn't expect Hu Yuan's reaction to be this big. He quickly said, Grandfather, don't be anxious. Grandfather, it's best to wait until we find evidence before informing everyone. Right now, it's useless to just talk about it. Hu Yuan also calmed down. He let out a long breath before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, You're right, there's no point in me getting angry here. The most important thing is to see the evidence. Alright, I'll take care of this matter, you don't need to worry about it. Right, you'll be gone for a few months. Did you forget what I told you last time? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Grandpa, are you talking about the plants in the Gonghan country? You can rest assured, I've been keeping it in mind. I wouldn't dare to forget. Hu Yuan nodded and said, It's good that you didn't forget. Now that you're back, the Gonghan country also sent people several times. Shouldn't you go and take a look? Zhao Hai nodded and said, Of course, there's no problem. Grandpa, tell me, when should I go? Also, what's going on this time? Hu Yuan replied, News came from the Gonghan country. Their crops suddenly died on a large scale for no reason. At first, it was just crops, but later on, even the trees in the wild began to die. Moreover, after these crops died, they became very strange. Originally, when the crops and trees died, they could be used as firewood. However, after these crops and trees died, they turned into ashes. They were completely useless. The most important thing is that the land where the crops died can no longer grow anything. Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, Grandpa, why does this sound so familiar? Isn't this what it looks like after being corroded by the destruction power? Hu Yuan nodded and said, You're right, this is what it looks like after being corroded by the destructive force. It's precisely because of this situation that the Gonghan nation invited plant masters from other countries to help. This time, besides our Hu family, there are also plant masters from other countries. Our Hu family has already sent people over, it's your eighth uncle, Hu Yulong. However, they didn't find anything, they didn't even find a trace of destructive force. Therefore, I'll let you go. After you arrive, you can directly look for your eighth uncle. You should go and find your eighth uncle. Zhao Hai nodded and said, This matter is no trivial matter. I must go and take a look. However, my current identity can't be exposed. Therefore, I can only use another identity. Grandpa, did you prepare another identity for me? Hu Yuan smiled and said, I did. This is your other identity. You're a core disciple of the Hu clan. You're from a branch of the Hu clan. You don't have any relatives. As for your name, you can think of it yourself. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Then I'll be called Hu Hai. Hee hee. Grandpa, I'll be going to the Gonghan country in 2 days. Give me the address. Hu Yuan nodded and said, "All right, this is the address. I've already prepared it for you. I'll have someone send a letter to your eighth uncle. Tell him your new name and identity. You can go there." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Grandpa, there's another thing I want to tell you. Right now, there isn't a lot of meat in Demon Island. This time, I went to the Lion Soul country and helped the Lion Soul country's Northern Alliance's Grand Duke Ganya. I told Grand Duke Ganya that someone would look for him and order some meat from him. I think we can send someone to do this. What do you think, Grandpa?" When Hu Yuan heard Zhao Hai, he stared for a moment, then he nodded and said, "All right. Right now, there isn't much meat in Demon Island. Most of the time, we can only eat fish. To be honest, this old man doesn't mind. However, the children who are still growing can't grow up without meat. I'll take care of this matter, so you don't need to worry about it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Grandpa, I told Grand Duke Ganya that someone would bring this iron token to him. When the time comes, you can send someone to show this iron token. Although this is our Hu clan's new identity token, there aren't many people who know about it. He shouldn't be suspicious. Moreover, Ganya is very different from the other people of the Lion Soul country. I think Grandpa can try to form an alliance with him. This would be good for our Hu clan." Hu Yuan stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What's the difference between Ganya and the other people of the Lion Soul country? The Northern Alliance? We don't have much contact with the people there. They seem to be pushed aside by the Lion Soul country's king." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, they are being pushed aside. But the Northern Alliance is completely different from the South. They don't have slaves, and the people of the Northern Alliance are very united. The ordinary people are also very supportive of them. It can be said that the Northern Alliance is a country within a country. And this Grand Duke Ganya is also sincerely looking out for the common people. This time I helped him by treating a prairie. A lot of people weren't saved, but I managed to save them. Because of this, Ganya is very grateful to me. If the family sends someone over, I'm sure they will take care of him. Right, Grandpa, shouldn't we also consider giving our Hu clan more properties? If we have a conflict with the other people of the continent in the future, then the mutant seeds industry would be greatly affected. But right now, this is the pillar of our Hu clan's business. If it really breaks, then the impact would be too great." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "I know what you're talking about. But what good properties can we have right now? Almost all the industries in the continent have been taken away by the major forces. It wouldn't be easy to create a new industry." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Grandfather, I think that we can put some effort into the grain industry. Moreover, I think that the Lion Soul Kingdom's market should be very good. Among the people of the Lion Soul Kingdom, most of them are herders while the people of the south are also herders, gems, and slaves. Their real grain production isn't a lot. At this time, the price of grain in the Lion Soul Kingdom isn't cheap. After all, transporting grain from the Sword Soul Kingdom isn't cheap. And this time, we've reached a deal with Grand Duke Ganya, so we can use grain in exchange for meat. I think that Grand Duke Ganya wouldn't object to this. Moreover, shipping grain to the Lion Soul Kingdom isn't expensive. However, we can't use the baobab fruit as our main export grain. This is because everyone in the continent knows that our Hu clan has done research on the baobab tree. If we export the baobab fruit, people would be able to guess what we're thinking. I think we should study other grains." Hu Yuan thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. I'll pay attention to this matter." In fact, the family has already begun to research new grains. This was all inspired by the baobab tree. However, the family hasn't been in a hurry. Later on, we moved to Demon Island, so we put this matter aside. Now, it seems like it's time to pick up this matter. You don't need to worry about this. With your current strength, you can be considered to be able to move unhindered in the continent. However, I still hope that you can go one step further. Since ancient times, there hasn't been a plant master who has reached the river-breaking grade. It's precisely because of this reason that plant masters have the lowest status among all professions. I still hope that you can become the first plant master to reach the river-breaking grade." As soon as Zhao Hai heard Hu Yuan, he nodded and said, "Yes, grandfather. Rest assured, I'll certainly work hard." Hu Yuan nodded and said, "It's good that you know how to work hard. Therefore, we'll take care of these chores. You just need to focus on your cultivation. Also, the matter of magic formations. Magic formations are very good, they're very useful to us. But in the end, they're still external forces. Professionals like us should focus on our own strength. If we don't have strength, then even if magic formations are good, it's impossible to become an expert. At most, you can be respected, but you won't make people afraid when they hear your name. You need to remember this. You must remember this." Zhao Hai respectfully nodded and didn't say anything else. Hu Yulong calmly looked at the letter in his hand. This letter was sent by his family, and it was personally sent by Hu Yuan. The letter told Hu Yulong that Zhao Hai was about to set off to find him. Moreover, Zhao Hai had changed his name to Hu Hai, so Hu Yulong shouldn't make any mistakes. Hu Yulong put away the letter and let out a long breath. Then he muttered, "Fortunately, this kid is finally coming." After saying that, Hu Yulong destroyed the letter and then walked out of his room. He lived in a large courtyard. In this courtyard, there were 40 people besides him. These 40 people were all from the Hu family. They all came to support the Gonghun country. The situation in the Gonghun country had attracted the attention of all the forces in the continent. Aside from the Wolfhun country, all the other countries had sent plant masters to help. The relationship between the Saber country and the Gonghun country was good, so naturally, they would send people over. The Hu family was the #1 plant master family in the Saber spirit country. Naturally, they would send people over. Moreover, this matter might be related to the survival of the entire soul world. No force dared to underestimate it. Therefore, the Hu family sent 40 people in one go. Moreover, all of them were the elites of the family. They were led by Hu Yulong, who had been in charge of the family for many years. But now, the problem came. After these plant masters arrived, although they used various means, they could only control the disaster to a certain extent. They could only slow down the spread of the disaster. It was impossible to completely eliminate the disaster. Even if they could completely control it, it was still very difficult. Not only Hu Yulong, the other plant masters who came to the Gonghun country were also in a similar situation. Even Hu Yulong recently saw plant masters of the Void Realm. Hu Yulong was also very anxious. After all, this matter was related to the entire soul world. If this situation really couldn't be controlled, then it would be troublesome. Hu Yulong was very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. Although he hadn't worked with Zhao Hai before, he had seen Zhao Hai's notes on the transformation of the desert. To be honest, he didn't doubt Zhao Hai's ability at all. Especially recently, he knew that Zhao Hai had taken away the giant sword of the Sword Spirit Nation. At the same time, he also saw the Jasper Golden Light sword that was refined by Zhao Hai. To be honest, that really surprised him. Now that he heard that Zhao Hai was coming, he was really happy. The other members of the Hu clan were also sitting outside with a frown on their faces. They were discussing how to deal with the large-scale deaths of the crops. Now that they saw Hu Yulong come out of the room with a smile on his face, they couldn't help but be stunned. They were very clear that Hu Yulong was the one who was most anxious these days. Now that he had such a look on his face, it was very strange. A few members of the Hu clan gathered around. One of them said, "Eighth brother, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so happy? Did you come up with a solution?" Hu Yulong shook his head and said, "There's no way. This is the first time I've encountered this kind of destructive virus. It's impossible for me to come up with a solution. But today, there's a good solution." Then he looked around and lowered his voice, "Cranegrass is coming. He'll be here in 2 days." When the two people heard Hu Yulong, they couldn't help but be surprised. Then they also showed a happy expression. But they were also shrewd people, so they just felt happy and didn't say anything. Hu Yulong glanced at them and said, "In a while, find an opportunity to contact me and tell everyone that Cranegrass's appearance has changed. Moreover, this time, he is using the name Hu Hai. Tell everyone not to reveal any flaws when the time comes." The two people nodded and turned to leave. They were also of the same generation as Hu Yulong, but their cultivation wasn't very high. So when they were on the operation, they couldn't take charge alone, and could only be Hu Yulong's assistant. After that, the two people spread the news that Zhao Hai was coming and that Zhao Hai had changed his name. All of the members of the Hu clan were very happy when they heard the news, especially those of the same generation as Zhao Hai. They now treated Zhao Hai as their idol. After all, among the members of the Hu clan who were of the same generation as Zhao Hai, no one had reached the consolidating equipment stage yet, but Zhao Hai had already reached the dancing void stage. The gap was just too big. In fact, among the disciples of the Hu clan who were of the same generation as Zhao Hai, there were many who were very envious and jealous of Zhao Hai at the beginning. There was no way around it. Zhao Hai was personally taught by Hu Yuan, and Hu Yuan's position in the Hu clan was too high. Even if it was someone of Hu Yulong's generation, Hu Yuan didn't want to teach them. However, he personally taught Zhao Hai. How could the disciples of the Hu clan not be envious? However, as Zhao Hai went out to train and did things one by one, the younger generation of the Hu clan shut their mouths. They couldn't raise any jealousy anymore. As the gap between Zhao Hai and them grew bigger and bigger, they only had worship left. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai was coming, they were naturally very happy. Although Zhao Hai had changed his appearance and even his name, it seemed like he was afraid of the Sword Spirit country. However, they knew that Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of the Sword Spirit country, he just didn't want to cause trouble for the Hu clan. Now that the Sword Spirit country knew that Zhao Hai took the Great Sword, if Zhao Hai were to appear in the continent, then wouldn't it be a slap to the face of the Sword Spirit country? Even if the Sword Spirit country couldn't do anything to Zhao Hai, they would still go all out to deal with the Hu clan. This wouldn't be a good thing for the Hu clan. Although the Hu clan had some experts, the majority of the Hu clan weren't experts. If the Sword Spirit country really wanted to deal with the Hu clan, then the Hu clan would be in trouble. Even if the Hu clan's experts retaliated against the Sword Spirit country, they still haven't heard of a few Void Realm experts being able to destroy an entire country. Therefore, Zhao Hai was now hiding his name and even changed his appearance. Not only did the Hu clan not look down on Zhao Hai, on the contrary, they respected Zhao Hai even more. Hu Yulong also discovered that when these youngsters heard that Zhao Hai was coming, they were very happy. However, their current appearance made it very uncomfortable for them to go out. If outsiders were to see them happy, then they would be suspicious. Therefore, Hu Yulong ordered them not to leave the courtyard. Although the destructive virus in the Gonghun country was very powerful, the plant masters of the various countries had already tried their best to control the virus. They were only here to think of a way to cure the virus. Therefore, if they didn't leave the courtyard, no one would suspect them. On the third day after Hu Yulong received the news, a figure slowly walked into the northern city of the Bao Spirit country, Shooting Sun City. Shooting Sun City was the largest city in the northern part of the Bao Spirit country. It was also the city that suffered the most. Because of this, the plant masters of the various countries were gathered here. Naturally, the Hu clan was also here. After this person entered Shooting Sun City, he looked around and then walked towards the city lord's mansion. Before long, he arrived at the mansion. Although there were 2 guards in the mansion, when they saw the tree spirit on the person's head, they didn't stop him. Instead, they politely allowed him to enter the mansion. After that person entered the city lord's mansion, he walked around the mansion a few times before arriving in front of a courtyard. Then he gently knocked on the door. A voice was heard from the courtyard, "Who is it?" Along with the voice, the courtyard's door opened. A young man around 20 years old stood in the courtyard. He looked outside and saw a plant master that he didn't know. He looked at the person with a puzzled expression and said, "Mister, who are you looking for?" The person smiled faintly and said, "Hu Pu, you don't recognize me? I'm Hu Hai." When Hu Pu heard Hu Hai's name, he stared blankly. Then he immediately thought of something. He looked at the person with a happy expression and said, "So it's brother Hu Hai. Come in." Then he invited the person into the courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Hu Pu looked at the person and said, "Brother Hu Hai, you're finally here. But first, let me see your identity card." The person smiled faintly and then took out an identity card and gave it to Hu Pu. After Hu Pu looked at it, he let out a long breath and then loudly said, "Brother Hu Hai is here. Brother Hu Hai is here." When Hu Pu shouted, everyone in the courtyard heard him. Hu Yulong was the first to come out of the room. When Hu Yulong came out, he was shocked. This was because beside Hu Pu stood a person wearing an ordinary gray robe. His appearance was very ordinary, and the soul above his head was actually a tree. This was completely different from the Zhao Hai that Hu Yulong remembered. Hu Yulong looked at Hu Pu. Zhao Hai also saw Hu Yulong. He quickly went over and gave Hu Yulong a salute and said, "Eighth uncle, Grandpa asked me to come and take a look." Hu Yulong recovered. He now understood why Hu Yuan had sent him a letter to tell him that not only had Zhao changed his name, but he had also changed his appearance. This was just a name change and a face change, it was a complete transformation. However, Hu Yulong was also an experienced person. Now that he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately recovered. He smiled and said, "Zhao Hai, you're here. Good, very good. Come in, I'll tell you about the situation here." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed Hu Yulong into the room. The others also followed suit. The room was a large living room. Although it couldn't hold 40 people, it was enough to hold 40 people. The Hu clan's people wanted to see Zhao Hai, so they followed him in. When Hu Yulong saw their appearance, he just laughed and scolded them. But he didn't say anything, so he just let them go. After everyone sat down, Hu Yulong looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good. Kid, you're quite knowledgeable. Not only did you change your name and appearance, you even changed your soul. Amazing, truly amazing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I've let eighth uncle see a joke. I also had no other choice. Those fellows from the Sword Spirit country were too fierce. Although I dealt with a few dozen people in the desolate desert, causing them to lose some of their strength, if they find out that I came out of the desert, they would certainly go all out to kill me. That would only bring about endless troubles. In order to prevent them from finding trouble with me, I can only do this. Eighth uncle, let's talk about the situation here." Hu Yulong nodded and said, "All right, this is a virus. Not only does it target plants, even animals are not spared. We now call this virus the Desolate Virus." "Destruction virus?" Zhao Hai repeated in a low voice. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I heard Grandpa say that all the plants that are infected are destroyed. Even the straw would turn into ashes. It's as if they were eroded by the power of destruction. This name is very appropriate." Hu Yulong smiled bitterly and said, "It's precisely because it's too similar that we're so scared. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's talk about this virus. This virus is really like a destructive force. Moreover, the speed of its spread is very fast. Wherever it goes, grass and trees wither and turn into ashes. Even birds and beasts turn into ashes. Therefore, not only did this virus kill a lot of crops, it also killed a lot of people. But in order to prevent panic in the soul realm, this news has been strictly sealed." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, "What about the professionals? Eighth uncle, will there be any problem with the professionals moving around there?" Hu Yulong shook his head and said, "There's no problem, you don't need to worry." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It seems like it's the destruction force that invaded. Otherwise, the desolate desert wouldn't only have a few living beings after so many years. Eighth uncle, I think it's better if you take me to the scene. We're staying at home, so it's better to see it on the spot." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You're right." Hu Yulong nodded and said, "Alright, let's go. Let's go and see. To be honest, you've made quite a name for yourself in the past few years, but eighth uncle hasn't seen you fight yet. This time, I want to see what you look like." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He just stood up and followed Hu Yulong and the others outside. The other members of the Hu family naturally followed behind them. When the group left the courtyard, they saw a person coming towards them. This person looked to be around 40 years old, he was a weapon spirit. His weapon spirit was a longbow. When the person saw Hu Yulong and the others coming out of the courtyard, he couldn't help but stare. But he immediately went over and gave Hu Yulong a salute and said, "I have seen Mr. Hu. Mr. Hu, I heard that someone came to see Mr. today. May I know who it is? We need to make some arrangements." Hu Yulong quickly returned the salute and said, "So it's steward and is too polite. Today, it's not a guest. My family heard about the situation here and was very worried. Therefore, they sent experts to help. Little Hai, come and see Steward and Stewardin is the steward of the city lord's mansion. You can't be rude to him in the future. When Zhao Hai heard Hu Yulong, he quickly took a step forward and gave Stewardin a salute. Zhao Hai has seen Stewardin. When Stewardin heard Hu Yulong say that the Hu family sent people to help, he couldn't help but be happy. However, when he saw Zhao Hai's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Zhao Hai's appearance was very ordinary, he looked like he was in his 20s. Moreover, he didn't look like an expert. Because of this, Stewardin couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, he was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. He knew that there were some people who didn't reveal their strength in normal times, but when the time comes, they can display unexpected strength. Because of this, Stewardin didn't understand Zhao Hai's intention. Instead, he gave a salute to Zhao Hai and said, "My Gonghun country is facing a great disaster. I'm very grateful for Mr.'s help. For Mr. to come, it's an honor for my Gonghun country." Zhao Hai didn't dare, but Hu Yulong smiled faintly and said, "Chief Stewardin doesn't need to be polite." The reason why the family sent Little Hai was because Little Hai overestimated himself a few years ago and ran to the desolate desert. Although he came back alive, he suffered heavy injuries. At that time, he was participating in the Hu family's coming-of-age trial. In the end, he couldn't complete the trial, so he has been recuperating at home for the past few years. Because the situation here is special, the family decided to send him out in hopes that he would be able to help. The reason why Hu Yulong said this was to cover up Zhao Hai's identity. After all, if the Hu family suddenly had a person who understood the power of destruction, it would be very strange. Therefore, Hu Yulong made up such a reason. This way, Zhao Hai's understanding of the power of destruction would have a perfect explanation. Although the people of the Sword Spirit country believed that Zhao Hai was forced to enter the desert of destruction, very few people knew about this matter. Besides the Hu family and Dugu Tianzi, only a few people knew about this. Most people didn't know what was going on. Therefore, no one would think of Zhao Hai's identity. When Manager heard Hu Yulong, he couldn't help but stare. Then he was overjoyed. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So Mr. actually went to the desert of destruction. Then I'll have to trouble Mr." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Manager doesn't need to be polite." Hu Yulong said, "Manager, we're going to take a look outside the city. You don't need to worry about us." Manager nodded and said, "All right, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. We'll certainly provide it to you." Hu Yulong nodded, then he cupped his fist towards Manager before walking out of the city lord's mansion. When Manager saw them leave, he immediately went to the city lord's mansion. He wanted to inform the city about this news. This news was very important to them. After Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong left the city lord's mansion, they went straight out of the city. They didn't ride a horse, nor did they take a carriage. They just walked out of the city. Along the way, Zhao Hai discovered that there were very few people in the Shooting Sun City. For such a large city, there were only a few people. It seemed very deserted. When Zhao Hai saw this, he looked at Hu Yulong and asked, "Eighth uncle, where are the people in the city? Did they all run away?" Hu Yulong smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, they all ran away. Those who can leave have already left. Those who stayed behind have nowhere to go. You can't blame them. You can go out of the city and take a look." Zhao Hai nodded. It seems like this matter must be solved. If it isn't, then the Shooting Sun City would be deserted. The group quickly left the city. When they arrived outside, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the north of the city was barren. No, it couldn't be described as barren, it had already turned into a desert. A kilometer to the north of the city was a desert. There was nothing there. Aside from stones, there was only yellow soil. There was nothing else. Upon seeing this scene, Zhao Hai's heart couldn't help but ache. He could see that Zhao Hai was very clear that there should be a lot of vegetation there. But now, there was nothing there. Hu Yulong let out a long breath and said, "To be honest, I feel very uncomfortable when I see this situation. Zhao Hai, this time, it's all up to you." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. He just quickly walked forward. A kilometer wasn't a long distance. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at the line. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the plant masters had already planted a type of grass. This grass was called essence grass. Essence grass was the favorite grass of plants. Many plant masters had this type of grass planted in their courtyards. This type of grass was able to absorb natural energy better and then release it. Because of this, essence grass was very popular among plant masters. However, these essence grasses had been carefully nurtured by plant masters. Natural energy was also transferred to these essence grasses, allowing them to grow better. At the same time, the nature grasses were also filled with natural energy. This natural energy was used to resist the destruction virus. Zhao Hai paid attention to the essence grasses. The natural energy in these essence grasses was being consumed very quickly. At the same time, Zhao Hai also felt a faint destruction force. This destruction force was very faint, but it was continuous. It was like a tide that kept surging forward. The essence grasses were like a dam, blocking the destruction force. When Hu Yulong saw Zhao Hai standing there looking at the essence grasses, his expression couldn't help but change. He couldn't help but ask, "How is the crane grass? Did you find anything?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Destruction force, the destruction force is like a tide coming in wave after wave. It seems like the situation here is very serious." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change as he said, "Is it really the destruction force? Then what should we do? Do you have a way to deal with the destruction force?" Zhao Hai replied, "Naturally, I have a way. I can absorb the destructive force myself. But the problem is that you don't have a way to do it. What if I'm not there in the future? What would you do if you encounter this situation in the future? Therefore, I think this is an opportunity to solve this matter in one fell swoop." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he asked, "Crane grass, what do you mean? Are you saying that you can absorb the destruction force?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Of course I can. When I was in Demon Island, I found a battleship left behind by a destroyer. However, the battleship was already destroyed. But I got a crystal from the battleship. The crystal contained the destruction force, and it was very strong. Later on, I used my energy to dissolve the destruction force, allowing the crystal to recover. Then I injected natural energy into the crystal and placed it in Demon Island's plant city to become the energy source of Plant City's guardian formation. Therefore, I can absorb this energy, but other than me, no one else can do it. I think that we should think of a way to eliminate the destruction force in order to solve this problem once and for all." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to have experienced such a thing. Although Zhao Hai spoke casually, Hu Yulong knew that the destruction force wasn't easy to refine. Since Zhao Hai was able to refine the destruction force in the crystal, the dangers involved couldn't be explained to outsiders. Hu Yulong took a deep breath and said, "Do you have any methods?" Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "It's possible to use a magic formation, but outsiders don't know about it. If we use it here, then other people would know about its existence. For our Hu clan, this isn't a good thing. Therefore, I think that we need to find another way. But the problem is that it isn't easy to find another way. First of all, whether it's plants or animals, after being eroded by the destructive force for a long time, even if they don't die, they would slowly turn into magic plants and animals. Subduing them wouldn't be easy. Therefore, what we need to do now is to use plants to solve this problem, but at the same time, we need to make sure that the plants don't mutate. This is a bit difficult." "That's a little difficult." When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "Kid, your ambition isn't small. Why don't you just find the source of the destruction force and destroy it? Then wouldn't the destruction force disappear?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, even if we destroy the source of the destructive force wouldn't disappear for a while. Moreover, even if the destructive force disappears, the land would still be eroded by the destructive force. I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to grow anything in the future. Therefore, what we need to do now is to find a way to completely eliminate the destructive force. Not only do we need to absorb the destructive force, but we also need to make the land suitable for farming." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "That's right." Hu Yulong smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, you always give yourself problems. Do you think it's easy to solve?" How many years have passed? How many cultivators have been trying to solve this problem? But even now, no one has been able to do it. Kid, are you sure that you can solve this problem? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, everything in the world has its own counter. The destruction force is also a type of force. There will always be something that counters it. It's just that no one has found it yet. Eighth uncle, let's go back. I want to find Steward N and have him help us make some preparations. Then we can conduct experiments to find a solution. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, all right, we'll listen to you. Let's go back first. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he no longer looked at the situation here. Instead, he turned around and headed towards Shooting Sun City. As soon as they entered Shooting Sun City, a group of people came out to greet them. Upon seeing this group, Hu Yulong's face couldn't help but sink. Then he coldly snorted and whispered to Zhao Hai, be careful. These guys are the plant masters of the Sword Spirit country. They've been causing trouble for us these past few days. Zhao Hai glanced at the plant masters of the Sword Spirit country and didn't care about them. At this time, the plant master of the Sword Spirit country saw Zhao Hai's group. His eyes lit up as he looked at Hu Yulong and then at Zhao Hai. Then he sneered and said, the Hu clan is really getting better and better. They actually sent reinforcements of this level. It seems like the Hu clan's plant masters are getting worse and worse. I really wonder how the Hu clan got their seat in the Plant Master Association. Hu Yulong looked at the person and coldly snorted, Lung Fengxue, watch your mouth. You don't have the qualifications to order the Hu clan around. Lung Fengxue sneered, if you're not strong enough, then don't blame others for ordering you around. Occupying a latrine pit is the most shameful thing. Zhao Hai glanced at Lung Fengxue and didn't say anything. However, Lung Fengxue felt his whole body turn cold. It was as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. The coldness that spread from his soul to his body seemed to have frozen him. This was the first time Lung Fengxue saw such a gaze. The moment he saw it, he felt that his soul was frozen. He felt that he couldn't move at all. This was too terrifying. Lung Fengxue had never thought that one day, he would be frightened by a look. But now, he was really frightened, completely frightened. Zhao Hai didn't care about him. He just glanced at Lung Fengxue and then led the way into the Shooting Sun City. Originally, Hu Yulong wanted to scold Lung Fengxue. But now that Zhao Hai had left, he just snorted and followed Zhao Hai into the Shooting Sun City. The other members of the Hu family looked at Lung Fengxue with unkind eyes. It wasn't until they entered the Shooting Sun City that Hu Yulong said to Zhao Hai, Crane Grass, why didn't you teach that guy a lesson? Teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful our Hu family is. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Eighth uncle, don't worry. I've already taught him a lesson. I can guarantee that in less than an hour, he'll go crazy. Then he'll have an attack. In less than a year, he'll definitely die. Then he didn't say anything else. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Crane Grass, are you serious? He'll die in less than a year? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course. In less than a year, he'll definitely die. In less than an hour, you'll hear the news that he'll go crazy. Eighth uncle, you can rest assured. Hu Yulong nodded, then he whispered, how did you do it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, soul attack. Eighth uncle, remember, you have to carry your family's identity medallion with you. Don't let it leave your body. The same goes for everyone else. It's best if you have natural energy circulating around your identity medallion every day. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, all right, I understand. I'll take care of this matter. Right, you said that you were looking for Steward N, what do you need? Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, we need things. Not only that, we also need a lot of things. Let's go. While talking, the group arrived at the city lord's mansion. When they arrived at the city lord's mansion, they saw Steward N standing in front of the gate. When he saw Zhao Hai and the others, he couldn't help but stare. Then he quickly went forward and looked at Zhao Hai and the others with a hopeful expression and said, everyone, did you see anything? Zhao Hai replied, Steward N, I'm looking for you. How about we go inside? When Stewardin heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he immediately replied, "Of course. Mister, please come in." After leading Zhao Hai and the others into the mansion, they didn't go to the Hu family's courtyard. Instead, they were led to another room. This room had a large living room. Naturally, not everyone from the Hu family was present. Only Hu Yulong and Zhao Hai were present. The others returned to the Hu family's courtyard. After the three entered the living room and sat down, tea was immediately served. However, Stewardin wasn't in the mood to drink the tea. Instead, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, please tell me the truth. Can Shooting Sun City be saved?" Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded and said, "It can be saved. Today, I went outside the city to take a look. It's not a virus, but the erosion of the destruction energy. I've been to the desert of destruction before, so I'm very familiar with this force. Although the destruction energy outside the city isn't very strong, I can be sure that it's the destruction energy." When Stewardin heard Zhao Hai, his body couldn't help but soften as he fell on his chair. Although he had already guessed that the force outside the city might be the destruction energy, when he heard Zhao Hai's confirmation, he still felt powerless. It was as if his last hope had disappeared. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for having such a reaction. The destruction energy was too famous in the soul world. As long as the place was eroded by the destruction energy, almost all of it could no longer be cultivated. In other words, the area north of Shooting Sun City was finished. Stewardin had a lot of feelings for Shooting Sun City, but he didn't expect that the city would be destroyed in front of him. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel sad. His tears couldn't help but flow out. When Hu Yulong saw Stewardin's appearance, he quickly said, "Stewardin, you don't have to worry. Zhao Hai said that Shooting Sun City can still be saved." Hu Yulong's words were like the Huanyang grass. It made Stewardin sober up. He didn't even bother to wipe the tears on his face. Instead, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, is what you said true? Can Shooting Sun City really be saved?" Zhao Hai looked at Stewardin and knew that he was a man of temperament. He wouldn't joke with him. Therefore, he nodded and said, "It can be saved. But I can't guarantee 100%. However, I want to ask Stewardin for a favor. Can you do me a favor?" When Stewardin heard Zhao Hai, he suddenly stood up and said to Zhao Hai, "Mister, please tell me what you want. Even if you want my life, I won't frown." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Stewardin must be joking. This matter shouldn't be difficult for Stewardin. I just need seeds. All the seeds that you can find in the continent. Whether it's the seeds of crops, the seeds of weeds, the seeds of trees, or the seeds of flowers, I want them all. The more types, the faster the better." When Stewardin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "That's not a problem. What else does Mister need?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I don't need anything else. I only need seeds. As long as the seeds are ready, I will immediately bring them to the area eroded by the destructive force and conduct an experiment. During this time, nobody can disturb us. I hope Stewardin can forgive me." Manager nodded and said, "Of course, of course. When I sent people into that area, they found a small stone fort 150 li north of Shooting Sun City. It was originally a fort of Shooting Sun City, but it has been abandoned for many years. However, the houses there are made of stone, so people can still live there. Most importantly, there's a small spring next to the fort, and the spring is still there. If Mister really wants to enter that area, then the small fort is the best place to stay. Mister, you can rest for a few days, and I'll immediately prepare the things you need." Stewardin was really anxious. To be honest, his words were somewhat incoherent. It can be seen that his emotions were surging, he had completely lost his composure. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Thank you, Stewardin. You don't need to worry about us, you just need to prepare the seeds for us. But while we're experimenting, Stewardin still needs to make sure that the defenses are protected. In the next few days, I'll be refining some variant seeds. Stewardin can have people plant these seeds there. This way, we only need a few plant masters to take care of it every day. That way, the destructive force wouldn't be able to invade." Stewardin bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, Mister. Mister, please go back and rest. I'll use my fastest speed to prepare the things that Mister needs. Mister, please. Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong also stood up and cupped their fists towards Stewardin. Then they turned around and left. After Stewardin sent them outside, he immediately left the city lord's mansion. He needed to prepare the things that Zhao Hai needed. At this time, Zhao Hai was already inside his space. His space also had the power of destruction. Moreover, it was much stronger compared to the outside world. Therefore, it was very easy for him to conduct experiments. Additionally, the space had a variety of plant techniques. Compared to what Stewardin could find, Zhao Hai was already experimenting in his mind. He wanted to see what kind of plants could absorb the power of destruction to grow. Moreover, they could also transform the soil that had been eroded by the power of destruction into something that could be cultivated. Zhao Hai was constantly experimenting inside the space. The yin and yang energies inside the space had infinite uses. If Zhao Hai wanted to conduct experiments, then it would be very simple. He could even use natural energy to speed up the growth of plants. After Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong returned to the Hu clan's courtyard, Zhao Hai excused himself by saying that he needed to rest. Then he returned to his room and began to experiment inside the space. On the other hand, Hu Yulong and the others were discussing how to cooperate with Zhao Hai's actions. They didn't doubt Zhao Hai's ability. Now that Zhao Hai said this, they naturally wouldn't say anything. They just wanted to cooperate with him. At this time, there was a sudden commotion outside the door. Hu Yulong didn't hesitate and immediately sent people outside to inquire about what was going on. Soon, the Hu clan's disciple returned and brought back a shocking piece of news. Leng Fengxue had gone crazy. After Leng Fengxue quarreled with Hu Yulong and the others at the city gate, he led the people of the Sword Spirit country to the northern part of the city to observe. After observing for some time, Leng Fengxue suddenly screamed. It was as if he was frightened by someone. He hid on the side and shivered. He would feel fear whenever he saw someone. If someone were to approach him, he would be scared to the point of shitting his pants. It was indescribably disgusting, but also indescribably pitiful. Afterwards, Leng Fengxue was sent back to the city lord's mansion. However, he was already crippled. The people of the Sword Spirit country were led by Leng Fengxue. Now that Leng Fengxue was in trouble, the people of the Sword Spirit country were like a group of dragons without a leader. However, no one suspected that this was the doing of the Hu clan. This was because the Hu clan and the Sword Spirit country didn't deal with each other. The people of the Sword Spirit country were already on guard against the Hu clan. It was impossible for the Hu clan to make a move. Moreover, these days, the Hu clan simply didn't give them any face. Only today did they meet and exchange a few words. It was impossible for the Hu clan to make a move. Moreover, they had never heard of any poison on the continent that could make a person go crazy like this. Most importantly, Leng Fengxue was also a plant master. Ordinary plant poisons were useless against him. Moreover, everyone in the city was a plant master. Not many of them carried animal poisons. Therefore, in their opinion, it was impossible for Leng Fengxue to be poisoned, nor was it possible for him to be attacked. It could only be said that he was sick. When Hu Yulong heard the report of the Hu family's disciple, he was first stunned, then his expression changed. To be honest, when Zhao Hai said that Leng Fengxue would go crazy in an hour and would die in less than a year, he really didn't believe it. This was because he didn't see Zhao Hai make a move at that time, and Zhao Hai didn't even make any extra movements. How could he hurt Leng Fengxue? But he didn't expect that in less than an hour, he would hear the news of Leng Fengxue going crazy, and to such a serious extent. This was too surprising. The most important thing was that he finally knew Zhao Hai's ability. If he said that he could make a person go crazy in an hour, then he would really make him go crazy in an hour. There was nothing wrong with that. But what method did Zhao Hai use to make Leng Fengxue go crazy? Hu Yulong really didn't know. This also gave Hu Yulong a new understanding of Zhao Hai's strength. In fact, Hu Yulong didn't know that in this world, except for Zhao Hai, there was no one else who could make Leng Fengxue go crazy. Even those experts of the Broken River realm couldn't do it. The method that Zhao Hai used to make Leng Fengxue go crazy was actually very simple. He used his own spiritual power, along with the power of destruction, to shoot it from his eyes into Lung Fengshua's eyes. The eyes were the windows of the soul. Zhao Hai's move was a heavy blow to Lung Fengshua's soul. Although the soul world was called the soul world, there were almost no people here who studied the soul. Naturally, no one could guard against Zhao Hai's move, and no one could see through it. In the soul world, the person who understood the soul attack the best was Zhao Hai. If it was someone else, even if they had the power of destruction, they wouldn't use such a method. Only Zhao Hai could do it. And when this method was used, it was naturally incomparably miraculous and impossible to guard against. Although Hu Yulong didn't know how Zhao Hai dealt with Lung Fengxue, he didn't say anything. He just glanced at the Hu family's disciple and said in a deep voice, "Well, whether he goes crazy or not has nothing to do with us. All of you can leave." The disciple of the Hu family looked at Hu Yulong with some puzzlement. These days, Lung Fengxue had been going against them. Hu Yulong had long wanted to kill him, but now that they were in the Gonghan country, it wasn't convenient to do it. Now that he heard that Lung Fengxue had gone crazy, he should be happy. Why was he so calm? The disciple of the Hu family didn't understand what was going on, but he still retreated. The other two members of the Hu family who were of the same generation as Hu Yulong knew what Hu Yulong meant. This was because when Zhao Hai and Hu Yulong were talking, they were beside them and heard Zhao Hai's words. They knew that the reason why Lung Fengxue was like this was all because of Zhao Hai. So when they saw Hu Yulong's reaction, they didn't feel strange. These two were called Hu Chao and Hu Ji. Among the Hu family's brothers, they were ranked 36th and 37th respectively. The two of them had a good relationship since they were young, but their cultivation talent was very ordinary. Fortunately, they were very talented in healing plants and making mutated seeds. So the two of them generally didn't act alone, but cooperated with others. This time, they came to the Gonghan country mainly to deliver the power of destruction. The two of them were very good at healing plants, so Hu Chao sent them to be Hu Yulong's assistants. Unfortunately, they were facing the corrosion of the power of destruction, so they couldn't help much. However, their seniority was still there. So no matter what happened, Hu Yulong would discuss it with them. After the disciple of the Hu family left, Hu Chao immediately whispered to Hu Yulong, "Eighth brother, was this really done by crane grass? How did crane grass do it, do you know?" Hu Yulong stared at him and said, "Call him Little Hai. Remember, don't call him Little Hai in the future. Otherwise, how could he know that Lung Fengxue would follow within an hour? As for how he did it, I don't know. But I think you should know how strong Little Hai is right now. His methods aren't something you can imagine. Alright, let's not talk about this. In a few days, we'll follow Little Hai to the area eroded by the destructive force. You should think about what you need to bring. Also, we'll go to the northern part of the city and bring some food and other necessities. We'll see what we can use there and what we can't. Understood? Do you understand?" The two nodded, then they turned around and left. When Hu Yulong saw the two leave, he let out a long breath. Then he turned his head to look at Zhao Hai's room and smiled faintly. "Good kid, you're quite capable. You've helped me vent my anger. Are you crazy? You've lost your shit? Ha ha ha, Lung Fengxue, let's see if you can still be arrogant in front of me." In the next few days, Zhao Hai used the excuse of going into seclusion to conduct experiments on the seeds of the plants inside the space. He wanted to find the seeds that were most suitable to grow inside the power of destruction. However, this was a very long process. It wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. It wasn't easy to make a seed germinate inside the power of destruction. This was because the power of destruction annihilated all life, and the seed was the beginning of all life. The two just happened to counter each other. Therefore, making a seed germinate inside the power of destruction was very difficult. The reason why Zhao Hai thought that a seed could germinate inside the power of destruction was because he remembered the experience of the giant lizard. When the lizard was still in its egg, it was already in the desert of destruction. In the end, it was born in the desert of destruction. This made it clear that there was life inside the power of destruction. However, this kind of life force needed to be very strong. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to survive inside the power of destruction. After many experiments, Zhao Hai discovered that among all the seeds of plants, only a few seeds could germinate inside the power of destruction. The first one was the seed of the grass of destruction. The grass of grass had a very strong life force. Even in the presence of a small amount of the power of destruction, it could still maintain its vitality. As long as it was given enough natural energy, it could take root, germinate, and finally grow into a grass. This kind of grass could no longer be called a grass of destruction. This was because this kind of grass was now constantly absorbing the power of destruction. However, unlike the grass of destruction, they were not absorbing natural energy and releasing pure natural energy. Instead, they absorbed the power of destruction and formed seeds. However, there was no life force in their seeds. On the contrary, these seeds were small crystals of the power of destruction. If these crystals were gathered together and released using something, it would be a power of destruction attack. However, this power of destruction attack was very weak. If a large number of these seeds were placed on a magic array, then all the power of destruction would be concentrated and released together. This attack would be very strong. However, to be honest, Xianxia really didn't think much of this kind of attack. This was because if 10,000 of these seeds were placed on a magic array, the final attack would be equivalent to a full power attack of a spirit-focused stage master. Although this attack was formed from the power of destruction and was very strong, against a master, such an attack wouldn't be of much use. For example, a half-formed consolidated equipment master would be able to disperse the power of destruction with a full power attack. However, the dispersed power of destruction would not corrode anything else and would only dissipate completely. Besides this point, there was another point about these seeds that Xianxia didn't think highly of. That was, besides being able to absorb a portion of the power of destruction, they didn't have much of an effect on improving the soil. That was to say, these seeds could grow on soil that had been corroded by the power of destruction, but once the seeds had absorbed all the power of destruction, other plants would still not be able to grow on the soil. In order to make this soil that had been corroded by the power of destruction grow again, if one didn't use any other methods and just allowed the soil to be purified, it would take another 10 years or so for the soil to grow again. However, 10 years was not a short period of time for any place. As such, Xianxia wasn't very satisfied with these seeds. Of course, the seeds that Xianxia was referring to were mutated seeds, and not ordinary seeds. After all, ordinary seeds would not be able to grow on soil that had been corroded by the power of destruction. Besides the seeds, there were also some fungus spores. These spores were also mutated, and could grow on soil that had been corroded by the power of destruction. However, no matter what kind of fungus it was, the fungus that grew out of it was poisonous. Furthermore, the poison contained the power of destruction, and if a person ate it, they would instantly lose their life, dying an unnatural death. As for the amount of poison that was used to poison you, at most it would be able to kill a level 3 consolidating equipment stage powerhouse. Against a void dance stage powerhouse, it wouldn't be of much use. These spores had the same problem as the seeds of the grass, they weren't very effective in improving the soil. However, compared to the seeds of the grass, they were much better. If the seeds of the grass absorbed the power of destruction, then it would take 10 years before they could be planted again. But if the spores absorbed the power of destruction, then it would only take 5 years before they could be planted again. This time was shortened by half. As for the third seed, it was out of Xianxia's expectations. It was actually the seed of a fruit tree. This fruit tree wasn't some difficult to find fruit tree, but rather an ordinary persimmon tree. Persimmon trees could also grow on soil that had been corroded by the power of destruction. However, this persimmon tree had a special characteristic, and that was that it could absorb the power of destruction, but after 3 years of growth, it would die. Furthermore, during this period, it would definitely not bear any persimmons, and its leaves would be black in color. Furthermore, the leaves were poisonous, and this poison wasn't just about eating it, even if one touched it, one would be poisoned. As such, after 3 years of growth, the persimmon tree had to be completely destroyed. This destruction referred to the burning of the entire tree. Furthermore, one had to take note that every year when the persimmon tree leaves fell, the leaves had to be collected to prevent them from rotting on the ground. If that happened, the poison in the soil would be even deeper, making it even harder to remove. However, the persimmon tree's effect on improving the soil was not bad. After the persimmon tree died, if the power of destruction disappeared, then the soil could be replanted immediately. In addition to these three plants that can grow on the soil eroded by the power of destruction, there was another plant that can also grow on the soil. And this plant was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. In fact, this plant couldn't be regarded as a plant, it should be regarded as a type of plant, beans. After the seeds of beans mutated, they can grow on the soil eroded by the power of destruction. Not only can they absorb the power of destruction very quickly, but their effect of improving the soil was also very good. The soil that has been improved by beans can be planted in the past. Moreover, beans can also fertilize the soil. Although they can't make the eroded soil more fertile, they can still restore the soil to its original level. Although the three crops mentioned before can slowly restore the soil's nutrients would be lost. Even if the soil can be cultivated, it would take a long time to restore the soil to its original level. On the other hand, beans don't need to be cultivated. As long as the power of destruction disappears, the soil can be cultivated immediately. Moreover, the soil can be restored to its original state. If you continue to plant beans and fertilize the soil for a few years, the soil can immediately become fertile. Beans also had another important use, which was to grow on the soil that had been eroded by the power of destruction. They could be refined using the method of refining mutated seeds, and they could be used as bean soldiers. Naturally, this didn't mean that the beans can become soldiers. Instead, the beans can become consumables. They can explode, just like a small grenade. After the explosion, they can immediately release a large amount of destructive power, causing damage to the enemy. Moreover, with the help of the explosion, the destructive power can directly rush into the body of a person and cause damage. This was definitely a good thing to use on the battlefield. Most importantly, these bean soldiers can move on their own. In other words, if you throw the beans on the ground and choose a target, they can roll to the feet of the target and then explode. The power of the explosion wasn't small. If refined well, these bean soldiers can even fly and attack the enemy. In other words, these bean soldiers can even cause damage to Void Dance Realm experts. It can be said that among the crops that can grow on the soil eroded by the power of destruction, Zhao Hai was most satisfied with beans. These beans were also divided into different types. For example, soybeans can only attack on the ground. Mung beans are the best for fertilizing the soil. Peas and broad beans can fly and attack the enemy. It can be said that each of them has their own uses. Although beans were the best choice for the current situation in Shooting Sun City, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to use them here. This was because he wanted to use these bean soldiers as a special weapon for the Hu family. In addition to the seeds, Zhao Hai also didn't plan to use the persimmon trees. He only planned to use fine grasses and fungi here. Although this would allow other plant masters to obtain poisonous fungi, Zhao Hai wasn't worried. This was because he found something that can detoxify fungi, and that was mycorrhizae. Fungi were poisonous, but mycorrhizae weren't poisonous. Not only were they not poisonous, they could also detoxify. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to tell anyone about this. As for the beans and persimmon trees, Zhao Hai didn't want to tell anyone about them. He wanted to keep them for the Hu family's own use. Zhao Hai even thought of a way to use fine grasses and fungi to preserve the power of destruction. Then he would take them to Demon Island and create a field of destruction where beans and persimmon trees can be planted. When the leaves of persimmon trees fall into the soil, the field would still contain the power of destruction. Then he could also plant beans and collect bean soldiers. This way, when the Hu family's disciples go out in the future, they would have another way to attack the enemy. Speaking of which, persimmon trees were really strange. Persimmon trees can absorb the power of destruction. Moreover, as long as the leaves and trunks don't rot in the ground, the land can be cultivated. But if you let the leaves and trunks rot in the ground, then the land would contain even more power of destruction. This was a very strange phenomenon. In addition, Zhao Hai also discovered that the roots of these four plants that can grow on the soil eroded by the power of destruction weren't poisonous. Not only were they not poisonous, they could also detoxify. Among them, the fungus was the best, followed by the persimmon trees, then the beans, and finally the fine grasses. To be honest, Zhao Hai didn't understand what was going on. However, he thought that this was a good thing, and it was even better for the Hu family. Zhao had been in his room for 5 days. During these 5 days, he had been using the benefits of his space to carry out experiments. He had been accelerating the growth of the plants and calculating the approximate time it would take for the plants to grow in order to correspond with the time in the outside world. This was how he came up with all kinds of judgments. During these 5 days, Hu Yulong and the others didn't stay idle. They took all kinds of things and ran to the back of the city to experiment. In the end, they came to a conclusion that all things made of wood and other plants couldn't be brought into the area eroded by the power of destruction unless they used natural energy to protect them. In this way, food became a problem. In the end, after many experiments, they found that meat jerky could be brought in. This made them feel relieved. But in this case, there was another problem. What about the wooden boxes that they used? Every plant master had their own wooden boxes. This had become the symbol of the plant masters. But now, there was no way to bring the wooden boxes in. What about the things that they used with them? This made them very worried. In the end, Hu Yulong had no other choice but to think of another way. That was to use leather bags made of animal skin. They could put the things that they wanted to use inside the bags. But in this way, there was another problem. What about the seeds that Zhao Hai wanted? They were also plants. If they were brought in, then their vitality would immediately be cut off. They wouldn't be able to be used anymore. After thinking about this, Hu Yulong and the others became worried. They knew that Zhao Hai wanted to use the seeds for experiments. But if the seeds died, then how would the experiment be carried out? Just as Hu Yulong and the others were worrying, Manager An arrived. When Hu Yulong saw Manager An's appearance, he couldn't help but stare. This was because Manager An's eyes were bloodshot and his face was covered in dust. One could see that he didn't have a good time these past few days. Moreover, he was constantly on the road. When Manager An saw Hu Yulong, he immediately said, "May I ask where Mr. Hu Hai is?" "The things that Mr. wants have been prepared. They're outside." Hu Yulong looked outside and saw that there were several large carts outside. Each of the carts was piled with bags. Each bag had a label on it. With a glance, one could see that it was filled with seeds. Hu Yulong felt bitter in his heart. Just as he was telling Manager An that there was no way to bring the plants into the area, he heard Zhao Hai's voice, "Manager An, you're here. Have people bring the bags in." When Manager An heard Zhao Hai, he immediately complied. Then he directed people to move the bags of seeds into the courtyard where Zhao Hai and the others were. After they were done, Zhao Hai turned his head to Manager An and said, "Manager An, these seeds still need to be processed. Prepare some horses for us as well as animal skin bags. Tomorrow, I'll be using them to store the seeds. There's no need to prepare too much. Just prepare a horse for each of us." Manager An complied, then he turned around and left. When Manager An left, Hu Yulong closed the door. Then he walked to Zhao Hai's side with a worried expression. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "Eighth uncle, are you worried that these seeds won't be able to survive in an area eroded by the power of destruction?" "Hee, you don't need to worry. Just leave it to me. Tomorrow, these seeds can be used." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the bags as well as the seeds. Zhao Hai received the seeds because he wanted them to mutate in the space. The reason why he didn't have Hu Yulong and the others do it was because they wouldn't be able to use the seeds. In other words, using ordinary methods to refine these seeds wouldn't be able to make them grow in an area eroded by the power of destruction. When refining these seeds, it was necessary to add a trace of destruction to the natural energy. This would allow the seeds to adapt to the power of destruction. Only in this way would the seeds be able to grow. When Hu Yulong heard Zhao Hai, he knew that Zhao Hai had a way. He didn't say anything else. He knew that Zhao Hai had a base in the desert of destruction. If he didn't have this ability, then how could Zhao Hai establish a base in the desert? Because of this, Hu Yulong didn't doubt that Zhao Hai could do this. After receiving the seeds into the space, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Then he entered the space and began to refine the seeds. Manager An brought back several carts full of seeds. But for Zhao Hai, these seeds were nothing. After about an hour, all of the seeds had turned into mutated seeds. However, Zhao Hai didn't plan to take out too many of them. He only took out a portion of them and prepared to bring them to the area eroded by the power of destruction. The rest were left in the space. After processing the seeds, Zhao Hai took a good rest. To be honest, these past few days had been very tiring for him. This was because he had to constantly conduct experiments and record data. If he didn't have the biological brain, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to support himself. But even with the biological brain, Zhao Hai still felt tired. Because of this, after processing the seeds, he immediately went to sleep. This time, he slept very soundly. While Zhao Hai slept very soundly, Hu Yulong didn't. Hu Yulong went to find Mandarin and had him prepare things for them. All of the things were made of iron and wood. Everything was packed in leather bags. They couldn't use ordinary cloth bags because they were made of cotton. After entering the area, it wouldn't take long for the bags to break. Hu Yulong even had Mandarin prepare some leather clothes for them to wear. To Mandarin, these were all trivial matters. He immediately sent someone to arrange it. Then the Hu clan began to prepare for their departure. Everyone began to organize the things in their wooden boxes. All of the things made of plants were left behind and replaced with things that wouldn't be eroded so quickly. This way, they would be able to move freely in the area. The next morning, the Hu clan woke up early. After Zhao Hai slept, he went outside and took out some of the bags from the space. Then he ate with everyone and prepared to leave. Just as they finished eating, Mandarin arrived. The things that Hu Yulong asked him to prepare yesterday had already been prepared. He came to see when Zhao Hai and the others were going to leave. When Stewardin arrived at the Hu clan's courtyard, he saw that the Hu clan's people were already prepared. Each of them was carrying several bags as they walked out of the courtyard. Stewardin immediately went to Zhao Hai's side and said, "Mister, I'll have to trouble you this time. The horses are already outside the mansion. I'll immediately have them put the bags on the horses' backs." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Stewardin, you don't need to trouble yourself. Inside these bags, there are a lot of seeds. I've already processed the seeds that you brought back yesterday. These are all good things, so you don't need to worry about them. We'll do it ourselves. You just need to prepare food and drinks. Also, take this bag of seeds and have someone plant them. These seeds are all mutated seeds. After planting them, they can prevent the destructive force from continuing to invade the south. But you need to have the plant masters take care of them every day and inject some natural energy into them. You don't need to worry about anything else." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's do it this way." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to worry about them." While speaking, Zhao Hai took out a bag and gave it to Mandarin. This bag was the largest among all the bags that Zhao Hai and the others had. There were a lot of seeds inside, enough to block the invasion of the destruction force. Mandarin received the bag, then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Thank you, mister." "Thank you, mister." Zhao Hai waved his hand and led the Hu clan out of the mansion. Then he put the bags on the back of the horses and led them to the north of the city. While walking, Zhao Hai said to Hu Yulong and the others, "Eighth uncle, tell everyone to inject some natural energy into the horses. Otherwise, the horses won't be able to hold on for long." Hu Yulong nodded and then immediately passed on Zhao Hai's words. When Zhao Hai and the others made such a big move, it naturally alarmed the plant masters of the other countries. All of the plant masters ran out and watched as Zhao Hai and the others headed north. Some of the plant masters who weren't aware of the situation were still inquiring about what was going on. When they heard that Zhao Hai and the others wanted to enter an area eroded by the destruction force, they couldn't help but have an expression of disbelief. Then they looked at Zhao Hai and the others as if they were watching a good show. The method that Zhao Hai proposed was something that some people had thought of before. They also wanted to plant plants in an area with the destruction force. If they succeeded, then they would be able to turn the area into fertile land. But unfortunately, they didn't succeed. Even the plant masters who made the seeds into mutated seeds didn't succeed. Because of this, when they heard that Zhao Hai wanted to use this method, they couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to these people as he led the Hu clan out of the city and into the land eroded by the destructive force. Mandarin followed them all the way until Zhao Hai and the others entered the area. Then he retracted his gaze and immediately arranged for people to plant the bag of seeds that Zhao Hai gave him at the defensive line. When the plant masters of the other countries saw that the seeds were actually mutated grass, they couldn't help but be stunned. Mutated seeds weren't anything special for plant masters, everyone had them. In the past, they could only use them for battle. But after Zhao Hai used them on the baobab tree, people discovered that they could also use mutated seeds. Because of this, plant masters' demand for mutated seeds had increased. Some plant masters who went to the wild to observe plants would carry mutated seeds of the baobab tree and the bottle tree with them. This was equivalent to having food and drinks by their side, it was very convenient. However, no one had been spendthrift enough to turn grass seeds into mutated seeds. This was because even if grass became mutated seeds, it wouldn't be very useful. A lot of grasses, even after being mutated, would only turn into needle-like objects. They wouldn't be very useful. Now that Zhao Hai gave manager and a bag of mutated grass seeds, they were very surprised. After the seeds were planted and activated with natural energy, manager and the others could feel that the grass was emitting a very powerful natural energy. This natural energy was like a wall, completely blocking the destructive force. If the previous essence grass was like an earthen wall, then the current essence grass was like an iron wall, completely blocking the destructive force. Although manager wasn't a plant master, he was still a very strong professional. He was very sensitive to energy. Although he couldn't feel the faint destructive force, he could still feel the strong natural energy. When he felt this natural energy, manager felt relieved. He immediately arranged for some plant masters of the Bao Soul Nation to guard the place every day. At the same time, he was more confident in Zhao Hai's operation this time. Zhao Hai's group was also more confident in this operation. At this time, Zhao Hai and the others had already entered the area. Along the way, they didn't see any plants. They did see some animals, but these animals were all dead and had turned into skeletons on the side of the road. Zhao Hai was certain that these animals had not been dead for long, at most 10 days. Normally, it was impossible for them to become skeletons. It was only because they had been eroded by the power of destruction that they became skeletons. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He led the horse and continued walking. The direction he was heading towards was the stone castle that Stewardin had mentioned earlier. He wanted to conduct his experiments there because according to Stewardin, the stone castle was the most suitable place for them to conduct their experiments. Hu Yulong and the others followed behind Zhao Hai. They kept looking at the situation around them. It was hard to imagine that this place used to be a forest full of vitality, but now it had become like this. Hu Yulong and the others couldn't help but sigh. For plant masters like them, this kind of environment was what they hated the most. There was no greenery, no life. This kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai didn't care about what they were thinking. He led the group forward. When the sky turned dark, they saw the stone castle. This wasn't a big stone castle. It looked like it could only house a few dozen people. However, it was made of stone and was very sturdy. Zhao Hai and the others passed by a few villages along the way. However, most of the houses in these villages had already collapsed. This was because the beams of these houses were all made of wood and stone. After being eroded by the power of destruction for so many days, the wood and stone had already rotted. Naturally, the houses had also collapsed. This stone castle was originally built in the form of a battle fort. Many of the houses in the castle were made of stone. There were stone pillars in the houses, and above them were stone slabs. Although these houses were sturdy, it wasn't comfortable to live in. This was because these houses would definitely be cold in winter and hot in summer. It wasn't suitable for people to live in. Zhao Hai led the group into the stone castle and had them settle down first. After a good night's rest, they would begin the experiment the next day. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and the others woke up, they ate some dried meat. Zhao Hai also took out a few baobab fruits for everyone to eat. This made everyone surprised, but they didn't say anything. They were all members of the Hu clan. They were bound together for good and bad. Therefore, unless Zhao Hai took the initiative to tell them, they wouldn't force Zhao Hai to tell them. After everyone ate, Zhao Hai led everyone outside the castle. Next to the spring, Zhao Hai and the others reclaimed a piece of land. After the land was reclaimed, Zhao Hai turned to everyone and said, "Everyone, take out the seeds. Let's plant the seeds first." Everyone nodded and then went inside the castle to take out the seeds. When they took the seeds outside, they discovered that some of the seeds had already lost their vitality. They couldn't be used anymore. Naturally, these seeds were eliminated. Seeds that had died before being planted couldn't take root and germinate in this environment. While planting the seeds, Zhao Hai turned to the others and said, "Don't underestimate these seeds. These seeds aren't just ordinary seeds. During the process of mutation, I added a trace of destruction power to them. This allowed them to adapt faster to the environment. Because of this, these seeds should be able to resist the destructive power. Therefore, I believe that some of these seeds would be able to adapt to this environment." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't underestimate these seeds. These seeds aren't ordinary seeds. They aren't ordinary seeds. During the process of mutation, I added a trace of destruction power to them." When Hu Yulong and the others heard Zhao Hai, they understood what was going on, so they nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "This time, not only do they need to observe the plants that germinate, they also need to see if there are any changes to the plants that absorb the destructive force. At the same time, they need to pay attention to the changes in the soil. This is a very systematic work. After you plant the seeds, immediately activate them with your natural energy. Then you can use your natural energy to make the seeds grow faster. If you run out of natural energy, you can take out your identity card. Everyone's identity card has a lot of magic formations that can convert the destructive force into natural energy for everyone to absorb." When Hu Yulong and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they couldn't help but be overjoyed. They didn't think that the jade tokens would have such a function. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Actually, if this kind of destructive force were to happen to our Hu clan, then we could just use the magic formation to absorb it. It wouldn't have any impact on our lives. But since the magic formation is unique to our Hu clan, we can't take it out. If other people know about the existence of the magic formation, then our Hu clan would become the target of public criticism. Therefore, we can only start from the aspect of plants." Zhao Hai nodded. Hu Yulong nodded, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Crane grass, we still haven't learned about magic formations. Is this magic formation really that magical?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Miraculous, it's quite miraculous. Everyone knows that when I was captured by the Sword Spirit Country's people, I thought that I wouldn't be able to escape. So I began to study those magic formations. After I did some experiments, I discovered that those magic formations were very useful. After that, I secretly engraved a magic formation on the sword. Finally, after I finished engraving the magic formation, I dealt with the two people who were guarding the sword and left with the sword. Those people from the Sword Spirit Country didn't know about this method. They thought that it was because my strength had reached the sky realm and my innate divine strength that I was able to take the sword away. They didn't think that even if I had innate divine strength, with how heavy the sword was, would I be able to carry it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right, it's quite magical. Everyone knows that when I was captured by the Sword Spirit Country's people, I was able to take the sword away. I think they're just making excuses for themselves." Everyone laughed. Regarding the matter of the sword, the Hu family was very proud. This was because Zhao Hai was able to take away the symbol of the Sword Spirit Country right under their noses. This was a very satisfying matter. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and smiled. "This time, the reason why I'm experimenting with these plants is because I want to take advantage of the weak destructive force here. I want to make 2 more weapons. Our Hu family are all plant masters. Although magic formations are very mystical, if we want to use them well, then we need to make them out of metal. This is very limited for plant masters. On the contrary, it would be very helpful for other professions. In the future, even if we use weapons with magic formations, there's still no way for us to compare with soul beasts and soul soldiers." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "So I'm going to use magic formations." At this point, Zhao Hai paused for a moment before continuing, "But if we continue to use plants to make weapons, and make them stronger than the current magic plants, then we, the plant masters, would be able to compete with other professions. Although the power of destruction is hateful, I think everyone knows how strong it is. Therefore, I thought that if we can use plants to make weapons that contain the power of destruction, then our attack power would certainly increase. In the future, no one would dare to look down on us. Most importantly, this method is almost unique to our Hu family. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, but if we can use plants to make weapons that contain the power of destruction, then our attack power would certainly increase. In the future, no one would dare to underestimate us. Most importantly, this method is unique to our Hu family. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, their eyes lit up. They didn't think of this point. Now that Zhao Hai said this, they felt that their bodies were full of energy. Thinking about it, a new method of attack related to plant masters was about to appear in their hands. How could they not be excited? Each and every one of them felt very motivated. They all wanted to achieve Zhao Hai's goal as soon as possible. End of chapter 34-42. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.